They don't have many people, blah, blah, blah. And it's just being dishonest. Well, right now we're talking about Australia to South America. Okay, there are tons of and hundreds of millions of internet users in both places. They actually do send signals from Australia to South America in a large abundance. There's all kinds of connectivity there. Okay, so that's the actual point. There are hundreds of millions of people demanding this service. Of course, internet is constantly improving, and the entire thing is how fast can you get the internet, how fast you have upload speeds, how fast you have download speeds, what's your latency, what's your ping, right? What's your bandwidth? This is like this is what internet sells as its product's value. So why would you decrease the value of your service while simultaneously spending hundreds of millions of dollars more?
Because you don't.
But you literally do.
They literally don't.
Well, I just looked it up. So the transatlantic subsea cable currently costs $250 million to build, and they are consistently adding to it.
Mm-hmm. And because of the population centers
exactly
that it links. That's the point you're missing that you wrote off as irrelevant and that we don't understand why.
No, are you saying that there aren't enough people in South America and Australia to service to justify it? Because they still had to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build it the way that they have it currently set up to send out transmissions from Australia to South America.
There's just not that much internet traffic between those two places.
So
why did they spend hundreds of millions of dollars to send internet transmissions to those two places?
Because they're sending it to other places that are closer.
You're suggesting they should spend more?
No, I'm saying that they would save a lot of money by going directly from continent to continent.
So spend more money.
It's obvious in the ball. That's how it would work, doesn't it? But it doesn't.
And that's why they don't, because it's not a globe.
You say that's why they don't, because there's not enough people, but that doesn't make sense when they did spend that much money to actually send internet from those two continents already the way it is.
North, sure.
No, to the south to south. You think Australia can't communicate with the internet in South America?
So what would be the point of making undersea cables from those two places if they can already communicate?
Well, they had to build them first to be able to do that, and that's my actual point. Like, why wouldn't they have built them where it was significantly shorter?
Why would they spend hundreds of millions of dollars when it's cheaper to send up a satellite?
It's 99% of transmissions is through undersea cables.
What's the other percentage?
That's irrelevant. Exactly. You just said it was cheaper. Satellites are not cheaper. Satellites are way more expensive.
There's a lot of really broad language you're using here.
Everything that they say is wrong.
No. What I'm saying is you're speaking vaguely about things you don't know about.
Right. And then ironically, your critique is the definition of vague, where you didn't even specifically say what I was wrong about or what I'm not being specific enough about, and just tried to hand wave dismiss it. So the
satellite you've cost more than undersea cables. How about that?
Yeah, what?
Like you literally just told us a bunch of shit that was vague and unclear and unspecific, and then turn around and ask me, "Well, why don't you specifically identify what I said that wasn't specific?" Come on, Whit.
I did specifically say all my points. I've said that 99% of international transmission is with undersea cables. I rebutted the claim that it's cheaper to do satellites because actually it's known to be significantly more expensive to do satellites. In fact, to such an extent that when they do need remote internet access, they use balloons more so because they're so much more cost efficient than satellites.
What you're not doing is saying an undersea cable.
Yeah, so the point that I've made, and I'm just going to stop at this point because I think I've made my point.
I had to mute you temporarily. Wait till everyone's finished talking, guys, before you start, please. Because Witsit was in the middle of talking.
No, he wasn't actually.
That's why I muted him. I don't know where the fuck you guys been hanging out where you think you can just talk over other people, but you can't.
Oh, you can't talk over flat earthers because they know everything.
Witsit's
nobody can talk over anybody. Just go ahead, finish it up, Witsit. Finish it up, and then I'll.
He's asked for questions. We're trying to answer him.
Okay, so no, actually, he just asked me again as if you guys didn't hear it. So the rebuttals so far were that satellites are cheaper. Why would they use undersea cables? Stupid question. 99% of international transmissions are with undersea cables, and they're much more cost efficient than satellites and require much less maintenance and have much longer life.
Oh, you fucked up there, son.
they last much longer. Secondly, you said, oh, well, they don't do it because there's not enough people in those places to justify the cost that would send internet back and forth. That's an insufficient rebuttal because they already built an infrastructure to send transmissions up to the north, back across, and back down to those very two continents interchangeably. So that doesn't make sense. They spent more money to do it. So you're claiming that it wouldn't be worth the money because there's not enough people, but they spent more money to send transmissions between those two continents. So again, one more time, the question is, why would they not just build a undersea cable system from one southern continent to the next, like Australia to South America, which would be much more efficient when it came to the efficiency or efficacy of service, and it would be significantly cheaper?
Because there are more land masses in the northern hemisphere where there's more people.
And you said
that is literally irrelevant.
That it would be cheaper, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, the infrastructure already exists.
Why don't you guys let Negator go? You know I muted him. You guys have no social awareness.
Well,
literally.
To be fair, Jeremy, like we got Whit here just monologuing on and on and on.
He went for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a bit more than that. Anywho, the answer is that the infrastructure in the north already exists, Whit. So you build off of that. That's how networks work.
Well, the point is that the infrastructure in the south didn't already exist, and they had to build that, and they built it also in the north. They built that originally. That's true, but they had to build all the way from the south up to the north, and then additional infrastructure back across the north. They didn't just use the existing infrastructure. In fact, they're still having to add to it constantly because of increase in demand as time progresses. Okay. And they had to build all the way back down.
This has nothing to do with south and north.
Wow, your guys are hopeless.
What's it? Just very quickly, because you're a shit hot researcher, you know everything about the Earth. So, what are the two largest oceans? There's one to the west and one to the east, or what are they?
What are the two largest oceans?
Yeah, one is where MH370, that airplane that went missing, a Boeing 777. What are they? You should be able to snap.
The two largest oceans is the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, what are the two biggest oceans then, Jazza?
Go on Google Earth, which is a real representation of reality.
The Pacific Ocean is the biggest ocean on the Earth, and I thought the Atlantic was the second.
And
so,
in between Australia, New Zealand, and the States is the Pacific Ocean. What is between Perth, Australia, on the west coast, and the Maldives Islands?
Hold on, though. This is so stupid. The answer is Pacific and Atlantic. That's it. It literally says in Google.
No, you're wrong again.
Let me read it. Let me read it.
You're wrong again.
Let me see it.
Yeah, but Pasa is wrong, guys. Just mute his ass. Pasa is just wrong. Ignore him.
Let me read it. Let me read it.
The fucking Indian Ocean.
No, it's not.
The Indian Ocean is between the specific continents you said. That wasn't your question. You asked the two biggest oceans.
Can I read the answer? Can I read the answer?
Look big from where you are.
Can I read the answer? Can I read the answer, please? Because the answer is right. He said Google it. Here it is. The Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on Earth, located between the Southern Ocean, Asia, Australia, and the land masses of the Western Hemisphere. The Pacific Ocean contains almost twice as much water as the world's second largest body of water, the Atlantic Ocean. So there you go. Shut up.
What do you reckon of that one, Jazza?
Yeah, later he then specified between specific areas, which would have been the Indian Ocean. But his first question, what are the two biggest oceans in the world?
No, I never said that. I said, what are
the
two largest oceans in the world? The Pacific,
the Atlantic, and the Pacific.
The Indian Ocean.
This is nonsense.
Dude, the two biggest oceans in the world. He just read it.
I got muted by you, flat Earth motherfuckers, because you can't handle the truth. Like
it's because you kept interrupting Apocryphon, who was reading the answer.
I just told you the answer.
It's not the truth, Jazzy. You were wrong. It's the Pacific and Atlantic.
You learned that like in 7th grade, bro. 6th grade, like maybe even earlier nowadays. I don't know, but come on. Dude.
Okay. So it's whatever you said. I don't care. So how the fuck do you think the Earth's flat, you dumb fuck?
Wow.
All right. Go take another drink. I've been there. It's all right. I understand.
I got it.
All right. We get it, you guys. Anyway, I'll tell you guys what the best answer is. You want me to go ahead and give you guys your best answer? Nope, not gonna do it. Change my mind.
I think let me summate the simple issue here, just very briefly. And it would actually deal with what the questions that you would have asked Switzer. Why is this happening in reality? Well, because we don't live in a ball Earth. Because the distances between South America, South Africa, just to take the tips, Australia, New Zealand, are far different than what are represented on the globular representation. Now, on a flat Earth, yes, we have a greater expanse and we have a much greater distance between these extremities. And yes, it wouldn't not make financial sense to go all the way around in terms of the straightest distance. So yes, you take a V line via the north and you go around, which again is mirrored in some of the flight paths over a flat plane, where it's much more consistent with that arrangement than for any stupid ball Earth.
Yeah, of course.
I can say for sure, yeah, like we have here in Australia, we don't have any internet or ping connection in regards to video games with the other continents like South Africa or America. They're much further and they state. Actually, we're more closer to West USA, Asia and New Zealand, obviously, but
yeah. It's always about the most efficient routes for these people, as Witz claims, that it says again and again. Yes, this is a massively expensive operation, so you're going to have in the planning stages the quickest, shortest route to get you from A to B, and this is what they do with the underground cables, the underwater cables.
You can take a flight from those two places and get there in a short amount of time.
Yeah, but there is deception in play. We know we live in a Truman world, so therefore all the stuff that they're giving us to carry the lie, you are supporting. You're supporting all the stuff, and you're using no critical mind. You're just in here defending a model, come hell or high water, come death almost.
Yeah, of course. Religion.
There's a few other things to consider. One is maintenance of the cables is easier when it's on or near land. The other thing to consider is that what resources lie in Australia that South Americans so desperately need access to? Because if I were to guess right now how many different websites you go to that are out of the US with, it would probably be zero.
That has nothing to do with massive communicative networks, right? I mean, you have video games, you have video games, you have.
Okay, but which video games in Australia are people in South America wanting to play?
Dude,
Time You Can't Brew Down is a sweeping Australia and New Zealand.
Well, of course it does, because you're suggesting there are resources in these other countries that people want to get to. And I'm asking you, which resources are they?
No, they just want to communicate back and forth amongst the people. Once you buy and download the game, you pick your server, dude. It has nothing to do with like, oh, this video game is stationed in the United States.
The server itself is physically located somewhere, right? Typically, the company that makes the video game puts the game on a server that's local to them or uses a cloud-based solution.
Well, let's say
correct. They have servers all over the place. Like when you play Fortnite, you can pick a server in whatever country you choose.
Yes, so then why does somebody in South America want to access servers that reside in Australia?
Dude, the point is that if
the same reason people fly from South America to Australia, the same reason.
Yeah, the point is if you're going to communicate to someone from Australia to South America, it would be faster and more efficient to send the signal. Right, it's very simple.
How much faster?
Well, it's the speed of light, so it's obviously the number's not going to be big, but when it comes to internet speed, it is drastic. Every single like millisecond is drastically big, and we're talking about twice the distance. So of course, speed being distance over time, right? You take the speed of light and then you double the distance. It's going to significantly increase the time.
Okay, so why don't you work out for us that significant increase in time when you double the distance when you're using the speed of light?
Okay, and then also we can work out the difference, which I've already done, in mileage, which is over twice the distance. So let's look at the cost per. It's $25,000 per mile.
Whit, how much faster would it be?
That's not even my primary argument.
You just argued that it moves the speed of light. The difference won't be much, but then you said it's double the distance. Therefore, that's a really bad thing. No, so I think you realized that when you stated that the data moves the speed of light, that doubling the distance from 7,000 miles or whatever to 15,000 miles is not going to be a bunch, is it?
No, it's not that I realized it once I said it. The first thing I said was, well, it's the speed of light, so it won't be that long of a time. That was the first words that came out of my mouth. And now you're trying to paint a narrative that as I began to say it, I realized it, and now I'm scared to back up the argument.
So how much is
everything you do is dishonest to me.
How much is it?
In terms of ping, 200 milliseconds extra is a huge amount in terms of ping, right?
So then
you do realize that the distance between Dallas and let's say South Korea, and the distance between Sydney and Johannesburg are roughly the same, right?
Wow, totally nonsense. So you do realize that my point is, my primary argument, although it is relevant that it would drastically change ping and stuff like that, because with internet, every single millisecond is a huge deal, right? So even though the number will be small because of the speed of light, those milliseconds are going to drastically decrease the value of the internet. But in addition to that, right, like I'm saying, my primary argument is just alone the cost of it. It costs it says $40,000 per mile. So why would you double the miles that you build?
So are you saying that people in Australia can't play Call of Duty with people in South America and get good connection?
We don't. I can tell you right now, we don't connect with South fucking America. We connect with. Yep, doesn't happen.
You don't need to. Exactly. You play with other Australians because you get better pinged Australian servers. There's no demand for this, Whit. That's the argument here.
Really, then why do we do it from North America to another northern continent?
Well, if my argument was there was no demand for the other thing we're talking about that doesn't exist, and something does already exist, therefore there is a demand for it.
So your argument is that there is a demand from northern continent to northern continent, but there is no demand from southern continent to southern continent.
Yes.
Do you feel like that's a good argument?
I do.
There's not
crazy.
That's where the population centers are.
Seemingly,
there are hundreds of millions of people playing the internet, using the internet in both Australia and South America.
Millions of people in northern hemisphere.
Yeah, hang on a second. Seemingly, we're actually closer here in East Australia to North USA than South America, right? Isn't that funny?
Who's this witchcraft? Is he in here? Hey, why don't you come up your mic real fast so we can since you're so big and bad in the chat. I don't claim that everyone's wrong but me, and that's why they're dishonest. I'm claiming he's intentionally responding with, I said everything as in the context of this conversation. Everything he says back to me in this conversation is intentionally dishonest. Respond to my what I actually said.
By dishonest, really? Come on, man.
Yeah.
He was being dishonest. So he said, what would be the difference in time? I said, well, it's the speed of light, so it wouldn't be a big difference in time, right? But it would have an effect with the milliseconds, blah, blah, blah. And when it comes down to speed being distance over time, of course, you take the speed of light and then you take the distance being doubled, then it's going to be significantly more time.
Okay, right? Then what is that significant amount?
Compared to the original number, right? And with the internet, that translates to some performance issues, right? Because of internet being so delicate as to its performance. Then he responded and said, I think you're starting to realize your argument was stupid, so you don't want to defend it now, because once you said speed of light out loud and then started talking and put it together, you realized that wouldn't be a big difference. You had to interrupt me because if I start to explain
because you're monologuing,
it's very obvious to any honest person that he was being
and you're trying to get away from the fact that you have not answered why somebody in South America needs to connect to resources in Australia.
Negator, last warning, stop over talking people. Aren't you a mod somewhere else? Aren't you a mod somewhere else?
I am.
Over talking people immediately, please. Act like a mod.
I would love to, And I would ask him to act like a mod and not monologue and call people, spend half the time he's speaking.
He's not.
Calling people dishonest.
You're impatient.
No, I'm responding to Witchcraft saying that I basically just say that I'm so dishonest and egotistical.
You guys both have to chime in. That's fucked up. All right. That's why I'm out.
Okay, very profound. So he was just talking trash about me in the chat, so I called him out because he was in the VC. Nothing to do with me trying to attack Negator, but I was just simply adding context to what I said about Negator, which was pretty clearly accurate.
It was pretty clearly not accurate. You're full of shit. What's it?
If you say you then said speed of light out loud and then started to realize that it wouldn't be much of a difference, when what really happened was the first thing I said was it wouldn't be much of a difference time-wise, that's dishonest.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, if you're arguing, you can't simultaneously argue it won't be much of a difference, but also it'd be way faster, but also it'd be significant. Every single time you respond to this, you change what you say to make yourself sound better.
No,
so what's the answer? What's the difference in latency?
I've been saying the same thing the whole time, which is when it comes to how much time it is, right? Like when it comes to speed of light, it's not going to be like 4 minutes or something, right? Because we're talking about the speed of light. But when you compare it to the value before that, the time before that, it will be almost double, right? Which is a significant difference. It isn't that it's a significant amount of time, though. It's the speed of light. But it's a significant difference in the original time once you double the distance. Now you're claiming that's a contradiction, which is you just doubling down on being dishonest.
If I double 100 milliseconds, I get 200 milliseconds. This is entirely irrelevant to 99% of internet usage.
That supports my point.
No, it doesn't.
It literally does.
In what
way? Did you say
way?
it was relevant, or did you say it was irrelevant?
Irrelevant.
Oh,
so you can look up the ping time between those two places.
Okay.
See how busy all these characters are looking things up. They're so passionate about this, but they can't consider an alternative point of view to begin with. What's their game here? Are they truthers, ball earthers, or are they fucking liars?
Well, there's just motivation to try to be right. They kind of they get high off of being argumentative. So it's not like
searching things, man. Don't you do that?
No, actually, the reason that I'm in these debates so much is I'm actually passionate about the subject because I feel that people are being misled. You're in the conversation under your own admittance for just entertainment, and you think that we're stupid, and Flat Earth has easily disproven. We have drastically different. I have to persevere through conversations with people like you, and you actually enjoy them. It's a fundamental difference.
He's been having the same conversations for 5 or 6 years himself and Negator and all the rest of them. Jazza, the same thing. We're asking things that are on the table. I guess it's a debate forum, isn't it? So when you're on the debate side in school or wherever, you're always going to stick to the same side until you're told to change sides. So that's what they do, isn't it?
This dude just said that 100 millisecond difference in ping is irrelevant. Ping amounts of 100 milliseconds and below are average for most broadband connections. In gaming, any amounts below a ping of 20 milliseconds are considered exceptional, and low ping amounts between 50 milliseconds and 100 milliseconds range from very good to average, while a ping of 150 milliseconds or more is less desirable and deemed high ping. So, yeah, when it comes to modern internet usage, 100 millisecond difference in ping is a huge deal.
No, only video games. See, you did it again.
I said modern
video games,
usage,
but then you called
internet.
it modern usage of internet. And video games is not the end-all be-all of modern internet usage.
That's a straw man. I never said it was the end-all be-all. I said as it pertains to modern internet usage, it is important. And of course, we know that the gaming industry makes more money than the TV show, movie, and sporting industry combined. The gaming industry is insanely big. It's wild how big the gaming industry is, and it's only growing. So that was why I said as it pertains to modern internet usage, because one of the main selling points people have for internet now is look how fast this internet will be and how small a ping you'll have as it pertains to being able to play games or being able to stream at faster speeds or being able to upload at faster speeds, obviously.
Yeah, but if you know anything about gaming, you'll understand that most games restrict you to servers that are actually within your area. So if I play a game, I'll play online. I'll be playing against mostly Europeans.
Well, actually, you can. They don't restrict you to anything. You can choose what you want, but usually people play
Well, it depends
locally.
entirely on the game, mate. So they can restrict you. So don't
Actually,
make
most
claims that
games
you don't
don't
understand.
restrict you. Most games 100% do not restrict you. The biggest games in the world in no way restrict you. When you play Call of Duty or you play Fortnite or whatever, you play with people all around the world.
So when you play Call of Duty, do you know how it searches for matches, Whit?
I don't care.
Well, of course you should, because you just made a claim about how it matches you up.
I said that you can play with anyone around the world. He just claimed that it was restricted.
It is restricted, Witsit.
No, it's not.
Okay, then tell me how that finds matches for you.
Okay, I don't know anything about the most recent Call of Duty, but I know for a fact I've played Call of Duty with people all around the world, which means I wasn't restricted to people in the United States, now was I?
Well, that then what this really means is you need to do your research before speaking again about this.
Oh, so you can only play Call of Duty with people in the US?
When you queue for a match in Call of Duty, it searches for the lowest ping servers first, and it gradually moves outward from there. Now, you can use a VPN, change your IP, or make your IP address appear to be somewhere else, and the servers will then allow you to search for people close to that IP address.
No, actually, you have the option. The default is obviously going to get you the lowest ping. But like, for example, with Fortnite, you can literally just go pick your server. With Call of Duty, you can go pick a server. You can go pick where you want to go. If you choose to have worse ping because it's a greater distance, you can do that. Now, no one really does that because obviously when it comes to gaming, ping's a big deal. So none of this is doing anything but supporting my point. The only reason I even brought that up is he claimed that games restrict you and don't allow you to do it. And you don't have to have a VPN. You can literally go choose a server in a different place if you want to.
No,
There's on Call. Let me say something. I used to be on a clan, and we used to have clan matches and shit back in the day. But listen, when you had the option, you could choose local, or you can put it to where it could reach out to other people in other countries. So you had that option before. And then when you had a clan match, and let's say these guys are like from Japan or something, it sucked because depending on who had the best internet connection, or whatever network had that fastest ping, that would be favored. So sometimes you were favored, sometimes the opponent was favored, but it sucked because you always experienced lag in games. And sometimes if it's if it falls error to you, then it sucks because then of course you want the connection. But going back to it connecting to everybody, I just want to ask you guys, Negator, whoever else, how long do you think communications has been, since they first laid the cables in the ocean? How long do you even think that's been? When was the first time that you think, just off the top of your head without Googling it, like how long do you think that been around?
I know the answer to
20,
this.
30 years. Yeah,
only 30 years?
Really?
How long?
I think closer to 40 when we started.
It's been 100 years, but listen.
Oh, okay, cool.
Over 100 years. But see, the thing is that they have, because it started with the telephone. You remember they did Morse code back then. But the thing is that they laid down that foundation a long time ago. But they've just been adding to it and building it. Now the pipes that they run so much telecommunications back and forth. The pipes they lay them in are way bigger than like when they first started, and they run a shitload of cables through them. But yeah, I just don't understand how you guys aren't getting it, to be honest. I don't know.
See, now look, everyone's calling me a liar. You guys are the worst people ever, bro. Like, the dude said that it restricts you and doesn't let you play outside of your area. That's not true. You can say that you have friends on Xbox, you have friends on PS5, right? You group up with these people. So say you have a friend in Australia, which isn't super uncommon, by the way. People meet people from all around the world as they play late night, and the servers have less traffic.
Guy. Why are you talking like this?
as they have less people in the game and people play late at night, they end up meeting people in different time zones and they all get all mashed up and then they have friends and they start grouping with these people.
Get it. We get it. You play with other people on the internet, man. Come on.
That's my whole point. So you're pretending like there's no need, there's no demand for people playing intercontinentally, but there literally is.
Because they're literally with a TCH is not a big demand.
I didn't say ch.
That's how you pronounce it, my guy.
No, I just
Negator, I'm going to need you to stop interrupting people immediately, please.
Literally is not ch.
Can I like read you a story, Jeremy, and not be interrupted?
Dude, Negator, you interrupt me 2 words in. So you want to pretend it's because I'm monologuing or something? That's just not true.
Because so much of what you say, which just has no substance.
Why do you call yourself Negator? I wonder why you call yourself Negator. Is it because you're always negating? I wonder.
Yeah, and some games. You ever used what's the EA Games downloader? Like you literally have to buy different copies of games in different regions.
No one said that you literally could like never play in other places. What I said was that the biggest games, literally what I said. See, now you got some games are region locked. Ha ha ha. You're wrong. Accept it. What the? Are you guys liars or are you just lost? Because my rebuttal was literally my first rebuttal. My first rebuttal was the biggest games in the world are not. Okay, that was my actual rebuttal. I never said that there were no exceptions. So now we've boiled it all the way down to you just backtracking on your argument.
At no point have I backtracked my argument. Okay,
you're talking about Steam Negator?
Is Steam region locked?
Well, that's
Origin. Origin is the EA downloader.
Okay.
And I remember when I was in Germany, I had to buy a different copy of Battlefield.
I'll stop talking so much. Basically, my conclusion is very simple. You guys have gone as desperately as to say that there's no demand for intercontinental transmission and from south to south doesn't exist. That's just ridiculous. Okay, it's not logical that you wouldn't build the shortest distance. It would save you money and it would give you better internet service.
And what way would it save you money when the resource is already there?
The resources aren't already there. They had to add to them to add for the demand from south to south. Thanks for playing.
The infrastructure already exists.
Okay, but you had to build all the way up to it and then add to it. When you could just build straight across, you have to lay twice the distance of cables.
Because it's more cost effective to lay those cables up north where they can assist with the throughput of the higher load of the northern hemisphere than it would to put them down south dealing with the minuscule load that it would have to deal with. All right. Those extra cables they'd put up north, they aren't specifically and only to connect Australia, through the northern hemisphere to South America. It's not how network load works.
I did not say that.
But that's what you suggested.
No, I said they had to add to them because you've increased the traffic. And of course the traffic just grows over time anyway.
Well, my ping from Seoul to Santiago is 294, right? My ping to Washington is 250. My ping to Toronto is 200, right? 50 millisecond drop off to the States. Let me check. And
of course, in reality, your transmission is traveling from your current location. Are you talking about your current location or are you using VPN?
Yes, I'm in Seoul or near Seoul.
Okay.
All right, my ping to Moscow. Well, I guess Moscow's not a good example because it's the other direction. My ping to Los Angeles is second. Seoul to Los Angeles is 134. These differences in ping are entirely irrelevant. I even play shooters where it does matter. And it can be a little annoying, or I can just not play on servers in the States. And point being that my difference in ping from here to South America and here to America is 50. If I want to play World of Warcraft, these pings are fine. The vast majority of games out there, the 300 millisecond ping is entirely normal.
Dude, this is a total grasp at straws argument. The entire internet industry is about who can get the fastest internet to the customer. That's what it's all about.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's about cost effectiveness, not the fastest. Because they could give us the fastest, but it would cost a shitload. Okay?
No, I'm saying that it's obviously always like value of your service. When they sell to people, what do they advertise when they advertise internet? They advertise the price or the value, right? So the price and what?
Well, you were the one that led off with speeds. Continue your argument.
Hey, what does the internet providers advertise when they're trying to sell you their service?
Cost. And to a select few people, speed.
See,
but for the vast majority, it's cost.
It's wild, right? Because everyone knows it's speed. And people, yeah, I just heard an advertisement the other day. Dude, I don't even watch anything with advertisements ever. Like, it was just a rare thing. Internet, AT&T laying cable, they can get up to 1,000 upload. First internet provider to give up to 1,000 upload. It's like first it was 100, or 100 download was crazy back in the day, and then a gigabyte is crazy. Gigabyte download, right? And that's like kind of the more common one now, and that was like unheard of.
Most of the time, they don't even mention price in their advertisement.
I was just gonna say that, dude. Most of the time, they tell you the speed, and then but they'll show the lowest price. But then in fine print, it shows like that's for a slower speed. So they try to grab you with price, but they push the speed. And then when you call them up and you're like, "Oh, hi, I want to get the fastest." Oh, okay, that's gonna be our $80 package or $100 package. And you're like, "Wait, I saw a commercial for $29.99 or for $19.99." They're like, "Oh yeah, that's the smallest package. Would you like to sign up for that?" So like, yeah, they do advertise speed, or they'll push speed because that's the main component because you want the fastest. But then for price, that's what they'll use to maybe grab you. But that's not it's going to always be the lowest, and hardly everyone even goes for that price, for that low price. They'd rather spend the $5 more and get twice as much speed. It's a hook. It's an old advertising trick. It's a hook.
Yeah. When they're showing you speeds, they're typically showing download speeds, right?
Yeah, they don't even tell you the upload speed is shit.
Yeah, because uploads are so bad everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and the implication here is that people in South America want to download things that reside in Australia, and I don't think that's true.
No, man. So, and this is a summary here, right? This doesn't prove a globe or flat Earth. It in no way does. This is just for like an honest person that's like interested and like wonder why they would do that. It doesn't make much sense. That's it. That's all it is. And you can look at it and take it to be interesting or not. Like the way I look at all this is money doesn't lie. Like when it comes to money, right? Like I would say that if it was all about money, the earth would be flat overnight, right? Like when it comes down to money or like actual practical use or people's lives are at stake, well, we treat the earth like it's flat and stationary, right? And so like money doesn't lie. I mean, people don't care about their cosmology when it comes to investing hundreds of millions of dollars into an industry. So you would just do what's the most cost efficient, and you would do what would make you the most money. And direct connection throughout the world would be obviously beneficial. That's why they do to other southern continents, they do actually run certain cables.
Well, to anybody listening who is honest and reasonable, they will see that you're wrong, Whit.
Okay, that's what you want to think.
Yeah. Let us know how your next meeting with Comcast goes. I'm sure they want to hear all about your opinions on the cost effectiveness of internet.
What a great point you've made.
I actually think it's pretty good.
I would suggest just friendly advice. Like, try and be a little bit more. Like, just don't be so disingenuous, man. Like, you don't.
First, he uses the tactic of, for anyone who wants to be honest out there, like implying that you're not being honest.
It's literally what Wit opened up with.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about you, though.
I'm the dishonest one.
Yeah, and then he talks over people when they're trying to make a point because he doesn't want anyone, the audience, know what he just did. He just wants to do it as a troll, as a dishonest tactic, and then move on. And then he blurts out something about something that's even irrelevant.
It's fine.
Here's another very
anybody with a brain ignores or agrees.
There you go, another tactic. Anyone with a brain.
Last thing I'm going to say about this because we talked about it so long, but look, dude, there's undersea cable map right here, and we got Australia out into the South Pacific Ocean, and there are some islands, and it runs out to the islands, right? So they already have an infrastructure built halfway out in the ocean. They have it built out to the islands in the South Pacific Ocean. I'll take a picture. Why would they not just continue a line right there once they've already built the infrastructure all the way out to the islands in the South Pacific Ocean? Why in the world would they not just continue the infrastructure over?
Because infrastructure does not mean a cable that exists.
These are cables, my guy.
And if you want to lay another cable, how does the existing cable help you do that?
No, it's like you only have to start building from where you've already laid cables, obviously.
Okay. So how does the stuff that's already there help you lay more cable more efficiently?
That's called a straw man. Everything you say is a straw man. Everything you say is an implicit straw man.
I'm just simply asking you to explain yourself.
But it's implicit straw man.
Because you're asserting, you're implying something, but you won't come out and say it because you know it opens you up to being attacked. Which is right now why you're accusing me of straw manning you, because I have to fucking say what you're saying in more clear language.
I literally came out and point blank said it. I said, why would they not just continue the cable if they've already laid some out into the South Pacific Ocean to reach these islands?
Okay. And the answer is, for all of the reasons we've already discussed.
If that was true, they would have never done it in the first place. They would have never laid them that way in the first place.
You're being a bit too broad here.
I'll drop the picture.
But if you want to find out what that cable does and who services it and who it services, then we can have a conversation about it.
Telstra Endeavor, Southern Cross Cable Network, Southern Cross Next.
Cool. Let me know what your research.
Southern Cross Cable Network.
So they ran this cable out to some island, and then what? There's islands past that need it, and they're not running it, or
well, they would run it over to South America. They'd have a direct connection between Australia and South America, but they don't.
Well, network balancing and network load is way more complicated than just adding cables.
There's a picture. So they have all these directly in the north, right? And then they have them built out to islands from the north out into the Pacific Ocean, and certain islands. But then when you keep going over, right? Once you continue east, all of a sudden it stops. It just completely stops. There's not one single cable there. So basically your whole argument's been destroyed. You guys claim they wouldn't lay cables because of population demand. Oh, but they would lay cables for singular islands.
Hold on, what am I looking for on this map?
If you see the cables go from Australia out to the south in the South Pacific Ocean there, they don't continue over to South America.
Because the people that are there probably need internet.
Well, South America is already linked in from us.
That's right, but that's the whole point. The question is, why would they build all the way up and then add and require additional infrastructure in the north to come all the way down, which it'll be twice the distance, when they could just go directly over?
What's the main language over in South America?
Who cares?
Nothing to do with language, hang on, mate, because we're connected here to Indonesia, and their inherent language is not English in Indonesia. So it has nothing to do with language.
Why does language matter?
It literally does.
Why?
You're asking.
Nothing to do with that.
You want data to flow from point A to point B. Asking about language has to do with whether there's data that's readable by the other person, right? Because there's probably not a whole lot of data flowing between those 2 points that would need to be.
Oh my God, the despair, bro.
You're going with Jazz's language thing here?
Yeah, they're a cult, man. They go down swinging together.
Fuck off. Oh my God, dude.
That's my honest opinion.
I know.
Did you call me Jazza, Jeremy?
Oh, my bad. Was that Terry?
Yeah.
My bad. I should have known you weren't as drunk as Jazza.
I'll let you off this time.
So the language thing.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
We have Google Translate, and people. There's a lot of English-speaking people in those countries and shit. So, I don't think the language is really a thing.
Hey, Kosho, stop confusing people's voices. Kosho.
I know.
Which of this is genius, man. You've just summed it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's completely correct. Our closest connection in Australia is not only, New Zealand and South Asia, but then the next one would be West North America. And you've shown it in this imagery through the cable connections. They don't go straight through the ocean to South America at all. We don't connect.
Well, why would they though?
Well, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't, because it's too far of a distance to place cables underwater, and that's where the internet connection comes from, right?
Yeah, how many cables do you need? I mean, if your shit's hooked in, you're hooked in, right?
Jeremy, we're asking why would they build it in such a way where they have to go twice the distance and lay twice as many cables to go all the way up through to the north, across the north, and back down when they could lay cables for half the distance straight over, especially when they've already laid halfway over, according to the globe. That's why. It would save them hundreds of millions of dollars.
Are you saying when they were first building this?
Yeah, or yeah, sure, even right now, because what they're doing is they're still constantly adding to the infrastructure up north.
Yeah, all these wires need to get to people, right? As long as they get, I don't know why there's different color ones, but
they're just different companies.
Are we laying optic fiber cables undersea now, or are they still the other types?
I don't actually know. Yeah, it says subsea or submarine cables are fiber optic cables that connect countries across the world via cables laid on the ocean floor. These cables, often thousands of miles in length, are able to transmit huge amounts of data rapidly from one point to another.
I dead ass thought in my mind, I'm like, how come none of these cables are going inland at all? So what? I mean, all you need to do is get the wires to the people. I mean, I don't know, this makes sense to me.
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time because I've said it 50 times, dude. Okay? So you would have to spend way more money because you would have to spend or lay way longer distance in cables to go all the way the long way to go from Australia all the way up, then all the way across, then all the way down, when you could go less than half the distance directly from Australia over to South America. So it would save you money in laying the cable. You would have to lay twice as much cable. In addition, you would have a slower internet. You would have a less effective internet once you have to travel that much greater of a distance, and you would actually bog down the primary internet demand, which is north to north. So it doesn't make sense from a business perspective.
That's a good point. Yeah, those are some good points. Okay.
Except
like
if
of
completely
course
forgot
it was a greater
everything I
distance,
told
it
him
makes
about
perfect
why
sense.
all these things are wrong.
If it's a greater distance, it would make perfect sense, right? You would go the fastest way. You would go the shortest distance, which in the scenario that this southern distance is greater than the globe shows, then the shortest way would be to go up north, connect, come back down through the south.
Who's actually paying for the
genius,
cable?
man.
Who's actually paying for these cables to get laid?
We do. The customers.
Yeah. Yeah, there's giant companies.
Is there a big outcry for this sort of thing down there?
There is an outcry to end internet lag, and if that would free up some of the shit in the north too, those are good points. Those are good points. It does make sense that they would lay them like this initially, though, because I mean, you want to just get the wires to the people. So
yeah, you just connect. It's the same reason that there's way more flights in the northern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, because there's more people, there's more airports, there's more stuff going on, more shit.
Yeah, but this would help us though. Witsit just said this would help us if you connect Australia to South America or whatever, then you free us up in the north, and then we don't have to deal with Australia's bullshit when they're trying to connect with South America.
Boy,
not really. And
it would make the speed faster.
But as it stands,
can they connect from Australia to South America? Sorry, Negator, but can they go that deep?
How many South Americans are here at the moment talking on this server?
Oh, you could say that about
anyone from South America, Gemsy.
There's a shit ton
of.
of.
Realize you wouldn't need the north and south cables along the coastline either, because you would send the transmissions over land. So it's like,
hey, someone said Gemsy, but I've been to South America. My wife is from South America, but I'm not from South America, and I don't live there. So yeah, clearing that up.
Jeremy, think about how they look at it. Earth is life just said, LOL, Jeremy knows it's a globe. Because you're jumping in and just being honest and being like, I don't know, this makes sense to me. Like, to them, that doesn't like make sense. So it's like, you must think the Earth's a globe.
Well, if the whole goal was initially just to get the wires to the people, it makes sense that they would start laying it like that. But now, like, it's like you just finished that little connection from Australia to South America and all those points because you said would make sense.
Well, Jeremy, even to get the wires to people, they had to lay all these wires north and south down the coast. So they still, to get it to people, they still had to build a ton of infrastructure. They still had to lay a ton of cables that they wouldn't have to. Because you can get it to people just through the land.
But what you're ignoring is you don't lay a cable just to connect one country to another. It's way more complex than that, right? You lay a backbone and you branch out from there.
Yeah, why would you even lay these from North America to South America when you could just go over to? Is it safer in the water, or like why put them underwater? Safer.
I think maybe you don't. I'm sure that there's like laws involved and going to different countries.
Well, it's safer, it's easier, there's less obstruction to worry about, there's less like legality involved of land rights. There's all kinds of reasons.
Yeah. And how else are they connect the internet, right? There's no satellites connecting us. It's only done through these fiber optic cables.
Well, yeah, if one of their grasp at straws arguments was true and satellites were so much more cost efficient, then they wouldn't still be laying cables at all. They'd just be throwing satellites up everywhere.
These are all straw man arguments.
No, someone literally said that satellites are more cost efficient to give us internet.
That's not what I said.
It's literally known to be true that it's exactly the opposite and to a severe degree.
Not literally known to be a severe degree. Okay, stop speaking so high.
I guess I'll just drop in more evidence again.
So are the satellites cheap? Are the satellites cheaper than the cables, or what's up?
No, they're way more expensive. I forgot the number.
Way more.
Yes, like literally.
Just like there was just like no boats were going south, south to south until I showed you that link earlier, right?
I'll just show you. I said it makes no sense. They wouldn't have tons of navigation.
Well, they have an amount of navigation that's proportional to the number of people down there.
Wrong.
Why?
There are hundreds of millions of people there.
That's not an answer. It's a proportional statement. It means you need a proportional answer.
So you just need like 2 boats for 400 million people?
Well, if you want to go ahead and assert that 2 boats for 400 million is enough. That's fine, but there's more than that many boats.
Where's the hundreds of millions of people?
Yeah, everywhere. So this is why. This is also, of course, why satellite internet costs more money. Like if you've looked into like Starlink internet, it's much less reliable and it's significantly more expensive. Because I actually did look into it because I had an RV. And you have to point it to the northern sky at the moment and only certain regions. So it's no good for an RV. You have to be in a certain region and log it. And have a clear view of the north sky within that approved region, but it's way more expensive. Like upfront costs and monthly.
We talking about Skylink?
Starlink, yeah.
Starlink. We're talking about in the South, there's just hundreds of millions of people in general, just in the whole South.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like in South America alone, there's almost 500 million people. And that was in that was in 2016.
Now, 90% of Earth's population lives in the Northern Hemisphere. So it makes sense that 90% of the shipping and internet and flights also occupy the Northern Hemisphere.
Okay, so then you would have 10% of the amount of cables from north to north in the south. Yeah, you have 0.
No. The amount, that 10%, is not enough to justify running those expensive cables. When
I don't know. Witsit made some good.
Well, we'll check it out, right? The difference in ping, if a cable is ran directly from Australia to San Diego to South America, the ping would drop by about 150 milliseconds. 150 is
if you're doing a first-person shooter, no.
They're just ignoring the money part, though. They really want to ignore the money part, right?
No.
Because
you have not made a succinct argument about money. You just assert it.
You would have to lay twice the distance in cable.
But that ignores the fact that the cable that's already there has other purposes.
What?
Oh my God.
That doesn't make any sense relevant to the conversation at all.
We don't need to run a new expensive cable when we already are connected.
No, we're having to add cables as we speak because the demand is continually increasing.
Yes, the demand of the 90% of the population in the Northern Hemisphere.
So if you added a 400 million person demand from one continent alone, you're going to have to add that much more cable up north. Thanks for playing. So, and then what they want to ignore is you still have to build this long cable from the north all the way down to the south. So if you take that away, you take all the additional cables away that you had to add to the north to north area where it's so congested, and you take this other really long cable from North America down, right, and from Russia down to Australia. You take those cables away. When you do the math, it's like over twice as much. I checked it on Google Earth yesterday.
I am aware of it. Twice as long. You said it several times.
Yeah, it's like more than that. It's like pushing 3 times as much. It's like 20,000 maybe. 20,000 and 7,000, but I maybe like I said 16 to be safe earlier.
Yeah.
I think it was like actually close to 20.
One of the other points made was that those cables have to be laid on sections of the seafloor that are flat. And
but you mean not really flat though?
Oh, what does that mean? Are you playing semantics with me?
I'm just making sure when you say that they have to be laid on portions of the ocean floor that are flat, you mean like curved?
No, not
topographically flat, right? Like common use, since we're both adults and we understand the words that we use.
Well, yeah, flat means flat. Like the way they determine the ocean floor is flat is it's an abyssal plane that's incredibly flat, right? Like they measure the distance down from the horizontal surface of the water. I could drop NOAA documents explaining it very clearly.
Okay,
so and whatever. When you say flat, what you mean is like just the curvature rate that looks pretty much locally flat.
Is there something wrong with describing it like that?
No, not if you're religious. But I understand your point. It's more so like
you do understand it.
Ocean floor to topographical. Would it be topographical if it's under the ocean? But anyway, topographical obstruction. I get
crazy that he said that 5 minutes before your diatribe.
You made no point at all, but that's not surprising, of course.
So when you said flat, you meant not flat and actually curving.
Yeah.
Should I have said curved seafloor? Is that what I should have said?
Well, that's
is that what it's doing? I don't know.
No. Is that a good way to describe it to somebody?
If it's, I mean, I wouldn't describe something as flat if it wasn't flat.
Okay.
We all know what flat means. We're all adults, right? We all know what flat means. Jeremy,
Yeah.
you're turning into Bev, right? I mean, are we all adults? We all know what flat means.
Yeah.
Wait,
so why would you use that word if you're an adult and you know what these words mean?
Yeah, what does it mean when you say flat?
I guess I should use curved because I got some children in the room.
No,
So
we're
I already
adults.
said,
we know what words
Jeremy, what they're saying is flat as in just like relative to the curvature rate, which can be treated as locally flat. There's not like bumps on the ground. There's not like elevation changes of topographical obstruction.
I know. He wanted to be a prick, though, and condescend us like we're all adults here. But we are
almost like
problem,
he explained the word topographic.
Yeah.
My
It wasn't.
gosh. He literally
me.
said it 5 minutes ago.
No, he didn't.
It wasn't me.
He
being
literally didn't
clear.
say it.
That's the point. It was Witsit. Look, man, you get a lot of maturing to do, man. I hope this kid really.
Don't project onto me.
Another tactic.
Yeah, how old are you anyway?
I'm a lot older than you. What's it?
Right. So you're telling me to mature, and I've had to like correct you about intentionally being disingenuous for like an hour. No, I don't know if I.
Except
I'm just gonna say I don't want to get in this back and forth personal attack thing with you, but I just want to let you know from my perspective, I wouldn't really take it too serious if you're telling me to mature. If from your perspective you think the Earth is provably a globe and that flat Earth is stupid and you can easily disprove it, but yet you're like obsessed with it, right? For me, that's immature. So I don't take that opinion particularly serious, right? As from my perspective, it makes sense because I think that we're being lied to, and I'm trying to like raise awareness and discover the truth. And you think we're being told 100% the truth about where we live. So, I mean, couldn't that be argued that if you're here just for entertainment or to like talk down to other people or to try to make them look stupid or whatever, wouldn't that be kind of immature?
No. In fact, I was curious about the things that you were misrepresenting and why. And now I see why you were misrepresenting them.
So why? So you're obsessed with it because of curiosity?
It's weird that you describe it as an obsession.
Well, like what would you call
you're actively using verbiage to try to condescend to me while simultaneously complaining about me being here talking down to people.
Well, but I'm not here just to talk down to people. I'm here because I think we were lied to, and I'm here to talk about different things that we discover and try to piece together where we live. And unfortunately, a portion of that includes talking to people like yourself. But like, I would be perfectly fine not doing that. I mean, I don't like echo chambers, so I like to hear the other side. But unfortunately, it typically comes with a lot of like fallacious reasoning, so it becomes very inefficient. If I could have like an artificial intelligence glober, that would be cool. Where I could throw arguments at it, and boom, no fallacies back. You know.
The problem, though,
Show got a bot coming. I was debating it the other day via text, but we might have a glober bot coming. All these guys are out of commission.
That'll work, man.
As long as it doesn't use fallacies, then it's a significant improvement.
Well, the thing is, I haven't presented a single fallacy. I presented several rational, grounded statements that are well reasoned, and you have not backed down 1 inch.
So, this is one thing. I've actually conceded a couple things to you, but most of them are most of your arguments are presented via fallacy, right? Like, you could technically be correct and have the right conclusion, but still be using fallacies, which means you have an invalid argument to deliver that conclusion. Like, I'm actually going to do a logic series if you want to tune in to my channel.
No thanks.
You sure you
Or
don't
your
want
debate, dude? In your intro, you spit that shit like the Micro Machine Man, or somebody leaving a disclaimer at the end of a radio commercial, bro. That shit was fast as fuck.
Yeah, I was running out of time.
Holy shit, bro.
It's interesting that you did say that I could be correct, right? Because that tells me a lot about how these arguments flow, is that I am correct about things, but because I haven't presented it to you in a way that you think is non-fallacious, I am not correct. So you're willing to ignore the truth based on how it's presented to you.
So you're just like expressing to us that you don't know how logic works. That's why I was telling you could tune in to my show,
It's
but
weird, man. You just ignored everything.
It's called the fallacy, which is the assumption that because someone's argument is fallacious, that means their conclusion must be wrong. Someone can argue something that's correct and argue it fallaciously. Like I can say, when you add heat to water, it will boil. And then you're like, no, it won't. And then I say, dude, everyone knows that heat will make the water boil. That's a fallacious argument. All right. That's an appeal to majority. That like argument ad populum. It doesn't matter what everyone else thinks they know. So although I'm correct and objectively heat does cause water to boil, that was an invalid argument.
Yes,
so
I understand that. What's it?
Okay, well, so if we're coming up, if there's something in contention and I don't agree with your position, and so we are now going to engage in what's called debate to see whose conclusion is correct. Well, if the only thing brought to the table to defend the opposing conclusion is fallacies, right, or fallacies, then there has not been a sufficient argument brought forth to defend that conclusion. That's how debate works. So what do you want?
Despite the factuality of what those conclusions are based on.
The factuality is disputed. That's the point. Like, so it's in contention. I'm not like
the bottom line here is
that's subjective.
I have not presented any fallacious arguments here.
You have. You actually have. But it's much less. Normally, your fallacies are responsive. They're reactive. They're much less like your argument. Sometimes you do, like you definitely beg the question a lot, which is an informal fallacy. You affirm the consequence, and stuff like that. But
let's go down the line.
Most of your fallacies are
already
reactive.
exists. There's no reason for a new cable. How is that fallacious reasoning?
No, I'm saying most of you, when it comes to this conversation, most of your fallacies were reactive. So you used obfuscation fallacies.
Okay. By doing what? In what specific instance did I do that?
Many times you said things that were like, it's also called the empty words fallacy, where you say something without saying something. Like you'll just say everything you said was wrong.
You're doing this
everything
right
you say
now.
is vague.
I'm asking you for a specific example.
I'm giving you a specific examples. So you jumped in and said everything you just said is wrong, or everything you're saying is just fake, or whatever. Like
because
empty words, right? That have no substantive specificity. That's called an empty words fallacy or an obfuscation fallacy. The second most prominent thing that you did was red herring fallacies, which is something that has the illusion that it is relevant to the discussion, but it's actually used with the intention to. It's actually used with the intention to divert.
Yes,
so you
I
did
know.
that
I know what a red herring is, but give me one example of a red herring that I used.
Yeah, like so if I would make a specific point about, I guess really most of the red herrings recently was from Blue Marble, whatever that dude's name is.
Okay, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think. I can't think of a specific one. The prominent one that you used against me right now is definitely a straw man fallacy, where you would rephrase my point, right? But you knew it wasn't my point. Like, oh, you're saying that I can't remember all the specifics. It doesn't matter. I know I'm not making it up. I mean, you can pretend I am, but we all know I'm not. Well, I could get you to do it again right now live.
It was like when you made up that Rob Skiba made a video about the sun not changing in angular diameter.
No, my point still remains, which is that the angular size does not change the same as whenever there is magnification.
Not honest enough to admit you were wrong.
Does I literally live admitted that oh, it does look like it changed. I mean, it does look like it changed something. I literally admitted it live, no problem. But my point still remains.
It looks like it doesn't change at first, but I mean, isn't that pretty neat how we could get something to set on a flat surface? I think that was the overarching point of that.
Well, it sets and then it disappears with a hard cutoff from the bottom up, and also the rate of angular size change is different. So like it does affect the angular size change. Now I have Jeremy, I have an even cooler video that Iru was sending me where the angular size change doesn't stop at all. And you can use divergent rays, and then you can put it use it where the focal point is and put a certain type of lens there, and it will project onto the wall, and it looks identical to the sun. Like it's crazy. It looks just like the sun. It behaves like the sun. Everything. It's really crazy, and it doesn't change angular size at all.
I heard that the other night, and I was wondering if you could get a. I mean, that's some just generic lens that Skiba bought. I'm wondering if you could get it to the point where, or I was wondering if you could get it to the point where it wouldn't change angular size at all. Yeah.
Yeah, with a light, dude. It's very cool. I'll show you. I'll see if I can screen record it.
Yeah.
Off a globe.
Well, even then, I explained to you why the rate wasn't the same. You didn't acknowledge why that existed.
Oh, you said because he didn't go as far back, and I said I can't. I said okay, fair. I have no way to know or test that. I have to do it again myself. And then, you wanted to just keep on repeating it over and over and over and over because for you, the smallest glimpse of you getting a victory, quote unquote, in debate is so rare that you have to like bask in it.
Not really, but I do think that your need to speak for long periods of time, trying to cover up the issues you're having in the debate, is really along the same lines in reverse. Because at the beginning of this particular conversation, you did say that you still maintain the angular size change is not the same. But 2 seconds ago, you said, I can't tell if it's the same.
Well, I forgot about that part of it. I forgot that you pointed out the distance change. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe it's not. I don't know. When it looks like it doesn't change at the same rate. Would you agree that it changed more in the first 3 inches in the first video?
Again, how do you know what 3 inches of movement looked like?
If you just like look at it for a couple seconds in both videos, the first one without the lens changes significantly more. The truth is, I don't even need this one for angular size, though. I have a much better demonstration that I'm about to go get. And what that demonstration shows is that it will drop down away from us, even though it's the same height, and it will disappear from the bottom up.
I know in the video, I can't recall it right now. I know in the video he did move it away without the lens. And did you measure the pixels in that one negator too?
No, what he did was he compared the two, and what happened was when he moved the one back with the lens, he didn't show him moving it back as far as he moved it back without the lens. So Negator's saying, well, you didn't move it the same distance. You moved it a shorter distance. So how would you know it didn't change angular size as much? And the only way you would know is by looking at just the first few seconds of the first one and try to get around the same distance. Of course, he didn't show look, I went 3.5 inches here, blah, blah, blah. So he knows there's no way to rebut that because he just pointed out the dude didn't show himself physically measuring it or anything. So, I mean, he won't address the actual point, which is it shows that the sun can look like it's going down away from us, even though maintaining the same height, and it'll disappear from the bottom up because of the lens.
Now you're being dishonest because that wasn't the actual point.
Actually, that was my first point, and you honed in on the angular size point. So if you could address that point, that'd be great.
I want to kind of point something out, guys, when you're done. I'd like to point something out. You know how you were talking about the cables with it?
Yeah.
And you posted the picture of the lines, right? And I was like, wait, hold up. At first, I was like, holy fuck. The Globers are about to get a hard on because it shows a cable going from Portugal to Brazil, right? So I look into it. I find out the company that laid down that line, right? I checked it out. It's Alalink. I looked into the statistics of it. They just put it up last year, June. And I was interested. I said, what? Because it said, it had a certain measurement. And I was just wondering, well, maybe I could look into this and see what what this is about. So my question to you guys: how much is 3,600 kilometers in miles?
It's like 2,400.
I'm sorry, 6,200 kilometers in miles. My bad.
It's like 3,500 miles.
It's 3,500 miles.
Yeah, just over.
Approximate.
All right, so looking at the way they laid it out, it's showing that it's 3,500 miles. So here's the question. I'm thinking, so I put it on like Google Maps and stuff, and I was laying it out, and it's just interesting to me. This is something that I definitely want to look into. I'm actually going to call the company and be like, hey, when you guys laid it, look, because I'm just saying, like, that evidence is it's pretty interesting. If you want to check it, look into it, check it out. But because it shows it going from Brazil to Cape Canaveral, and I'm sorry, Cape Verde or whatever. It has points that it leads up to Portugal, and it does have interesting measurements. So I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I know I still don't believe it's a bull, but I'm just saying, like, that's a pretty interesting measurement that they did. So that's something maybe you could look into. Sure, all the ballers have hard-ons right now.
What if I did?
That would be good. I ain't got a problem with something being gay. Free German.
But I would like to like call him and just actually like just verify the information, like how long was it? Because I mean, obviously they posted that, they put it up, they have that number, but if that is the number, then I mean, this goes back to when they are always fighting with, or always screaming like, "Where's your map? Where's your model? Where's the distances?" So that's just one of those things where, okay, yeah, like that does, that is interesting, but not gonna make me still believe in nonsense ball we're hanging upside down in Australia. But I'm just saying that that distance is interesting to me, because if you were to do it, like if you laid it out, from like on a flat on let's say like an AE map, I think that's more like around 5,000 miles. So it's 1,000 miles more that, like what happened. I mean, if it was a straight, whatever. But see, that's the thing. I don't know if what they put in there is just like what I did. I took Google Map and mapped it out according to the ball, or did they actually use that many feet of cable, or did they just say from here to here it's this compared according to the model? And I'm actually want to call and be like, hey, how much cable did you actually use? Because I don't know. That might not be the same number. I don't know.
Yeah, but think about how much of the ladder you'd have to work up to get to somebody who's not going to just be looking up some stat on a piece of paper. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah, true. They might just be like, "Oh, let me check. Oh, yeah, we use 6,800." Like, wait, no, I want to talk to someone who actually was out there. Who's the foreman on the job, right? Who's this fucking general superintendent on that job? Like, I want to speak to the guy who actually knows how much feet of cable they actually laid, because that is an interesting, thing to look into. Because there are and there's two others too. There's 3 lays on that, and 3 different companies that did those lays. And I mean, again, they might have just done what I did with Google Maps and be like, what's the distance from here to here? And the model's like spits it out like, this is the distance. Okay. Or did they actually have to go order, 3,500 miles worth of cable, or did they order 6,000 miles worth of cable and use all of it? I don't know. Interesting.
I don't know. Sounds like you might just annoy somebody over on the phone. Why is this dude asking about this cable that we laid 15 years ago?
They'll be like, who is this weirdo?
Yeah.
No, it actually just finished last year, June, so it's not too far off of the project. They just completed it last year, so I mean, I might call just,
say, hey, good job.
Yeah, hey guys, just
Thanks
want to
for your
tell
work.
you guys you did a great job. Thank you. The internet's great over here in Brazil. By the way, how much feet did you guys use?
Yeah.
Or how many boxes did you order? Of cable? How many spews of cable did you use? And I'll do the math. I don't know. That's just some stuff like that is, I mean, I don't know. I know I have a bias, but I also don't want to hide information that, may even make my argument look bad, but that's not what it's about. It's about finding the truth. It's about getting to the bottom of it.
About finding out how much cable they used. I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like how many spools. I was lost. How many spools will they have had to order? Let's say one spool might have 2,500 feet. One spool maybe, and then times that how many miles they had to go. And she's like, how? And then you could ask them, like, what was that final, ordering or that final total? Because I mean, I know on job sites we've done the same thing, where the blueprints are calling for this much feet in angle iron and well, we call them angles, but if in iron, like let's say this much feet, but then always on the job, you're like, oh shit, we need like another 15 feet because for some reason they just fucking measured wrong. But I know that happens like on a small project, like like an LAX, that shit always happens. But imagine you're building something 3,500 miles long. Like I want to know, like, were they like, oh fuck, we need more cable?
I don't know. I've laid plenty of cable myself, so.
Yeah, even back when I used to, like do commercial broadcasts and satellite, television, we ran thousands of feet of coax and fiber optic, and like it always seemed like we were always short or having to order more or connect it longer. It always seems like it was always off for some reason. I don't know why the fuck that always happens, but you forgot you had to go up 8 feet or 20 feet and then down another 20 feet, so you're short. Yeah, so you're like, fuck, we forgot to we had to go around this fucking office, and now we're adding 20 feet to the line, and that shit adds up, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly want to call them. I have their number and everything right here. They're called Ala Link. That's the name of the company that ran that cable.
At least once I've had no option but to splice one cable into another, and that took forever doing by hand.
Oh really? Yeah. Was it just regular coax or was it what kind of cable?
I've spliced coax and Cat5.
Oh okay. Oh, Cat5 those are the two easy ones. It's the fiber optic that you don't want to fuck with. I know how to do it, but it's tedious. Fiber optic sucks.
I need to go to the class. They'll teach us how to do it, but
I actually have my old certificate when I took my networking and cabling class and fiber optics. That's an old certificate I got a long time ago.
We have fiber optic repair kits at work, but
yeah, they come with the little sandpaper and the shit you put it in to grind it down. I forgot I even forgot all the terms. But anyways, yeah, cabling is. I wonder how much actual feet they use to lay it down, and it'd be interesting to find out. Because if they're like, oh yeah, we used like about 3,700 miles worth of cable, that's what it ended up being. Then that will definitely raise a red flag. Like, wait, how the fuck did you? That if the land, is that flat, that pond, if you will, then you would think that it should be farther away. I'll check it out. I'll make some calls later on today.
Gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like that's really making me think, and yeah, I like to use logic and reason and understanding, and I think getting to the bottom of it is gonna answer those questions. The other ones too are interesting lengths as well. They have oops. Because you could click on every single line, like that picture that he has. You could click on every single line and see the company, the length, like from Africa to Brazil is says 6,165 kilometers. So what's that? 3,000 something miles. But I mean, that would be interesting. Like, oh, hold on. Like, Africa should be way on the other side of that. From Brazil to Cameroon, that's another place in Africa. That's only 5,800 kilometers. So, it'd be interesting to ask him. And that one was in 2020. Not too long ago either. The one to Angola, Africa was in 2018. Would expect that one to be longer.
Wouldn't laying cable be an obsolete technology?
Land cable?
Yeah.
No, they're still running shit underneath the ocean.
No, I'm saying. I'm saying, wouldn't it be obsolete? I mean, based on what we have, right? Why wouldn't you just send it through the fucking air?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good argument for, like, get out of here with all your satellites transmitting everything. Like, because you're right. If satellites were if there was 6,000 satellites, whatever, in the sky, why wouldn't everything just be using satellites and relaying off of it? But for some reason, they're still. I think that was Widset's argument earlier. They're still using land, cables to transfer data and information. Like, why would they? If it's that's a technology, or should I say it's a source? No, not a source. It's not a foundation. What's the word I'm looking for? It's an infrastructure that's over since 1890. So, like, or why would you be using that still? Like, that's crazy. Like, there should be satellites, like you said, just transmitting everything, all perfectly too. All the data should be fine. But for some strange reason, they still need the cable that goes on the ground. I think that's an argument for it not being a spherical Earth with these satellites orbiting around them. But I would also question how they laid out these wires to begin with. They went from New York to Europe, and then from Europe they dispersed all the way down to Africa and everything. But you'd think like, well, why wouldn't they have just done it from, like you said, from South America, just straight across to Africa? Because now you're making a line, a signal, go from South America, travel all the way up, and then all the way down. It just doesn't make sense to do it that way.
You know what doesn't make sense? The globe makes absolutely zero sense.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I know that, like, water bending and, fucking curving, and spinning. And one thing I've asked before to ballers, like, they believe gravity, right? This force, but it's not a force, is somehow holding the water down to the core. Yet there's these currents, and there's waves crashing, going up and down, and they're sloshing back and forth, left and right. Now, the centrifugal force of a ball spinning, but they're like, oh yeah, it's so big, you're not gonna really feel it, whatever. But still, no matter how big it is, it's still gonna have that force, that spinning force. If anything, it's just gonna be a stronger fucking force because it's so big. So then it should be all that weight being shifted like that, especially since it's water and it's heavy. How is it not disrupting the currents, this spinning? Like when it gets closer to the sun at a certain part of the year in their heliocentric model, how is that gravity of that sun not affecting the currents more drastically than, like, let's say when it's farther away? Just a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. But as a baller, they just kind of like logic and just kind of vomits out their fucking mouth and leaves their body, and then they don't have it, I guess, whatever. But like, it doesn't make sense.
And they say that the moon apparently controls the tides and whatnot.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense either, because there are nights when the moon isn't above the water and the tide still rises, or the tides still seem to be doing what they do without a moon. And if the moon is the reason, then that once again, they just gotta put on a blindfold, like, no, or close their ears, like, no, I don't hear you, blah blah blah. But that should raise a red flag to them. Like, wait, how does that happen if it's the moon that's pulling it? But when the moon's not over it, it's being pulled. So what the fuck? What's their whatever?
Nothing to do with the moon. Definitely had nothing to do with the moon. And I brought this up with my family. Actually, my father had to say, he was like, "Oh, did you know that the moon is actually moving further away from the Earth?" And it's like, hang on. I looked it up, and it's like it's moving like 0.1 centimeters a year. Or
well, yeah, I know they said that before too.
Use it as like a conversational thing, right? It's almost psychological, right? Regardless of that, you look out. All you have to do is look outside your fucking window and look at just look at the landscape around you. And do you think you're moving? No, we're not moving. It's completely stationary.
Oh yeah, no doubt. This is one thing that, like, I really don't get. Like, maybe this is why they can't escape, though, the brainwashing, because even though their five senses are telling them something or one thing, it's the indoctrination, the school, the authority, the movies, the ridicule of your peers if you think otherwise. Like, all that shit just keeps them in that, I'm just going to ignore what my eyes are saying, or what my eyes are seeing right now. And logic just is for some reason it's just not there for them. For some of them, makes no sense.
Makes no sense at all, especially when you apply, how fast they say that the Earth is rotating and moving through space. There's got to be some sort of understanding of this to us as beings, right? Other than these stars apparently moving, right? We got to somehow be able to prove this to be happening. We're going to somehow prove gravity. We're going to somehow prove shit sticking to balls. But this is when we start getting into logic and left brain thinking. It all just comes to what we see and what we experience.
Yeah, like for instance, there's when you think about it, even in their motto, they're now they say, well, it's not like a perfect orbit around the sun. It's like more like a parabola, right? Like it's there's a point where we would speed up on that track and then slow down on that track just based off of what we can, like when we can test this theory of how these things are whipping around one another, then you would feel that. That would be a huge, like every point of a year, like the earth will like jerk, you know what I mean? Like, and everyone will feel it. Like just logically that would happen because that shit would happen on a small scale. But they use it's so big you don't feel it. Like that's them. They're peeing on you and they're saying it's raining, but they're just lying to you. In other words, and I don't know. It's just, how do they not get it? How do they not?
Hypothetically, we never see meteors or satellites crash to the ground ever. We don't see rocks falling from space. This is, if this was a thing like they claim, you'd at least have heard a story or someone that or someone that someone you know's cousin's girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
So meteor come down crashing into the atmosphere. You know what I mean? This would be a common occurrence. It would have been known. It would have been stories coming from thousands of years. Zero. We have zero stories of this ever happening. So let's say hypothetically a huge meteor comes and hits the Earth and it rocks the Earth off. Rocks the Earth a bit. We'd feel it. We'd shake a bit. We go, oh, wobble, wobble. This shit doesn't happen. It's never going to happen, right? It's completely bollocks.
You know what I've always questioned, like even when I worked, putting up, doing uplinks and downlinks. I mean, think about it. You have a satellite that's been there, on the meridian for 30 fucking years. And you're going to tell me like never have they been wiped out by fucking rocks and meteors and they're fucking, when they have these what we call, meteor showers because all these shit's coming in our atmosphere and burning up. Like you're gonna tell me that those big ass rocks that we can see from fucking, as far as we can see them from, like you don't think none of them like fucking came close to hitting a satellite or ever hit a satellite? For 30 years, these satellites were safe, never fucking whipped apart like they have in movies. Like think about what they show in a movie, because in a movie they're using like logic. Okay, if there's something flying this fast, it's going 17,000 miles per hour, and then something's coming at the opposite direction at 17,000 miles per hour. When they collide, that shit's going to explode like a fucking bullet to like a watermelon, right? Getting shot with a fucking shotgun. But
and you'd be able to see it, right, with a telescope at least.
Exactly. But what do they show on NASA? They show like them like putting fucking tape, like, oh shit, we got hit by a rock. Don't worry, a fucking little slab of tape will fix it. Like, what the fuck? Like that shit was flying 17,000 miles per hour and it hits you. Like that's not. It's just so. It's asinine, dude. The way they fucking hand wave logic, and they're like, yeah, it works in my brain. Like they're fucking retarded.
How the left brain and the right brain. Sorry, 1 second, mate. There's the
I'm sorry.
brain, and I believe the globe is lived on the left brain. I think us flat earthers, we have the right brain, which is, the creative, the more, we can see reality for what it is, right? And we don't rely on this false logic, right?
Right.
Hey, could I ask something real quick, bro?
Yeah.
May I ask permission to post stuff in the live chat? Just pictures.
Ask Jeremy.
Is he on here right now?
He was earlier.
What's up?
Hey, Jeremy, with all due respect, bro, could you give me permission to post some pictures on the chat?
What's your name?
Latter-day Saints at your service, sir.
Latter-day Saints? There it is.
AKA Flat Nasty.
Give us a salute, mate. You fucking legend. This is the man we need.
Well, I won't argue with you, you know what I mean?
Fuck yes, mate. That's what we need.
I was going to post some Black Swan pictures that I took from different perspectives since I'm only 15 minutes away from it. If you guys are interested, I don't know. It's just with my.
I'm actually waiting to see him. I'm waiting for him to give you the permissions. Now you can because you turn blue.
Do not let Drew into this channel, man. This channel is gonna tank if you let Drew in here.
Is that you, Travis?
That's me, Drew.
Hey, what up, bro? How you doing?
All right, bro. I was like, this sounds like Drew. Do not let this guy in.
Nah, don't let me in. Trust me, it's the worst mistake you'll ever make.
Hey, Drew. Travis has a YouTube channel, huh?
Yeah, bro. I gave Travis a puppy last year.
All right. I just wanted to make sure you were subscribed. Go hit a like button.
Travis, is this on your channel?
Messing with me.
Before the globe is adding, I want to say, for us flat earthers, what's next for us, right? What do we have next in store for us? And how does this relate to our being as humans, right? I like to hear a flat earth's perspective because I have my own takes.
You're asking me?
It's definitely an uphill battle, but the more that NASA fucks up, it makes it easier to laugh and point and mock them the way they used to laugh and point and mock anyone that
What do we gain from this information?
The more of a backing, if you will. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it's not justifying. What's the word I'm looking for?
Sanctifying.
Maybe along those lines. It's just like, okay, we say, okay, we're out of the brainwashing, we're out of the indoctrination. We saw the flaws. It makes no sense no more because we finally snapped out of it. We've been pulled out of the nonsense. Now, the more that we can see truths and come across truths and people, finding truths, it just reaffirms. That's what I was looking for. It's reaffirming our position and making it stronger in where we stand. Casting out death.
Specifically, what do you believe our position is?
The opposition of it being a ball. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood what you meant.
No, sorry, I'm not trying to, double down on you specifically, but I am interested in what is next for us. We know the globe, but what does it mean for us as a human, specifically in our lifetimes, in our experience, better said, right? What does it mean for us that it's on a globe?
When you say us, bro, do you mean like, you know how they say like we won the Super Bowl or we went to the moon?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
he's asking for your opinion as well. That's what he's trying to. All of us.
All flat earthers. So for us, what do we gain from it simply not being a globe, right? Like I said, I have my own takes, and for me, it has something to do with the soul and the receiver of the experience, right? And for me, it means we are eternal.
we're all of us flat earthers, bro. We're all called for a time like this, right? So if you want to get rich and have all kinds of hot women flocking you all the time and have a nice car and a 401k plan, I wouldn't recommend becoming a flat earther. You know what I mean? I put thousands of dollars, blood, sweat, and tears into this shit, bro. And all I've gotten is hit. My family won't talk to me. None of that. And I even tell people, convince me the earth is a globe. I want to go back to no brains, no headache days. But they can't. It's just like a guy who finally gets laid, right? You know what it's like now. In all your life, you've been imagining. Once you finally do, how could you possibly ever not remember that ever again? Unless you got in like a coma or something like Craig from FTFE. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can never go back. And people who pretend to go back either never were, or their family's under duress and they have to do what they have to do.
We can go back. It depends how you look at the situation. So you talk about these good cars and beautiful women. So how do we get these things? Well, maybe we receive these things, but what happens within our brain? We're seeing electrical signals, dopamine and serotonin being blasted. We can still receive dopamine and serotonin regardless of these materialistic endeavors. So I don't think any of what the globe presents us as being the ultimatum.
No, I was just saying, if you want all those things, becoming a flat earther is the wrong way to go about getting them. In fact, if you have all those things, you become a flat earther, you'll probably lose them.
No, not necessarily. Not especially at the turn of 2023. You could be the man of the hour, eh? You could earn all of that with ease.
I just want to flat smack people, bro, and level the curve. You know what I mean? And silence is complicit. So whenever anybody has in your heart to tell somebody about flat Earth, don't pass up the opportunity. That's just my opinion.
No, friends, family, co-workers. That I live by that. I tell them all the information, and they can't get by it. They can't. There's nothing to say. You see what's behind their eyes, but it's like, what comes from that? What comes from that information?
Yeah, but you don't know what the payoff is going to be down the road, because that's a seed that you're planting that could could possibly.
It depends on your intentions. It depends on intentions, right?
Yeah, I think intentions have a lot to do with everything. Like, if you put good intentions into your water to crystallize the structure before you drink it, as opposed to bad intentions,
All right, let's say flat Earth is the good crystallized water, right? We're only here for good intentions. We know this much is true. So what you brought up earlier is interesting, because what I'd say is what we are leading towards is almost the opposite of materialism. It's immaterialism, right?
It's conceptual.
Conceptual, exactly. It all has to do with the soul and consciousness, and that's what we're bringing attention to, I believe. The consciousness and experience of the now. So we're looking at almost old philosophy, right? The now is eternal, and this is what even modern science, quantum mechanics, quantum physics actually proves that the now is all that exists. Time doesn't exist. You don't even need the flat Earth to come to these conclusions, right? But you do in the same way.
Have you heard where the word science comes from?
Oh, I don't like to use the term science, but you get
Neither
what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just saying that's the name of the tree that Eva ate the fruit from. Scientia.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah.
And then later they changed it to knowledge.
No ledge, eh? Know the ledge.
Yep. Push them right off. No ledge.
So we're all free and we're all connected, right? And then the next question is our human bodies and how we're experiencing things. So we're in these bodies, correct? Do you believe you're the body?
I mean, what I believe really isn't, it really doesn't matter in the end. I think every person views life a little differently,
Yeah. Look, this is all hypothetically, not even hypothetically. This is all coming from the fact that is not a globe. So we are our bodies, right? And what comes after that? We are a blueprint. And so we share something in common, which is the blueprint of the human form, right? So we have a connection in that way. But clearly we still have differences somehow. Somehow we are seemingly separate.
Yep.
So we are seemingly separate, but we are also connected in the same way we're connecting through electrostatics, through our computers, and through the internet, right? But we have a sense of connection. So it's almost like the old saying of dualism, the yin and yang. It almost lives in today. Duality. I think duality is the ultimate summation or summarization of what we're coming to here.
Travis calls it Drewality. DREW-ality. That's what Travis calls it.
Who's Travis?
Who's Travis?
You.
That's a travesty.
Yeah, no, I've spoken to you before, mate. Travis, sorry, I forgot your name.
Yeah, that's all right, man. No worries.
I made Travis famous on YouTube, huh, Travis?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Remember when I had a 24/7 Travis-a-thon? Yeah, I love you, bro. Hey, Jackie left me for a Jackie's been gone about a week and a half now.
Oh,
she left me for a stone cold heliocentric, dude.
I know.
Yeah. But you know,
Did she
it
take
is
the
what it
dogs?
is. No, she took little Gerday, which was Ether's sister. You know that little one, and she left Whiny, Dozer, and Feisty, the mama dog. So I've been watching them for like the past week, you know. And I got a job at USA Gas too, bro.
Yeah, cashier or something or what?
Yeah, the one right on Victoria Street in front of Walmart, the little kiosk one. You know what I'm talking about? Ventura.
Oh yeah, I would always go to that one.
Yeah. There's a huge like 5G tower like right next to it at the storage unit place. Yeah.
Yeah.
I work right there.
Got the donut shop right there in the front.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know.
Nice.
Yeah. So it is what it is, though.
Oh, good for you, man.
Let's bring it back to what we've come to. So flat Earth, next dualism, and that's probably a greater step, passing over a lot of information. So we have dualism, correct?
In everything, there's duality in everything.
Yeah. So we have dualism and the singularity in everything, correct? And this is when we look at double toroidal fields, which manifest in everything. This is why I like to look at double toroidal fields. And this manifests in all factors of life. And this proves the flat Earth. I was going to say scientifically, but, you know, we can't use that term here. Binary code is the information we're seeing here. So basically, what we're seeing, if I can sum it up simply, from flat Earth, what we're seeing is eternal life, right? Regardless of religion, you don't need a religious standpoint to see that there is eternal life here. You know, what were you before you were born? I've had this argument here. I think Travis was here when we were having this argument. What were you before you were born, right? You will become that after you die, eh? It's like a habitual circle.
Oh, shit, I forgot to post that. Sorry.
The next question is, how can we
Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Jeremiah 1:5.
Thank you, Godric. But how can we transcend this habitual cycle that we're all trapped in? Does anyone have any ideas? Because I do.
The word I think the word transcend has two meanings now, you know? Just like transparent has two meanings, you know what I mean?
Transcend this dualistic illusion we're in, because considering that we have the ability to realize that there is dualism. That, we obviously, not even perhaps I was going to say, we obviously have the ability to look down into dualism, meaning we are inherently or spiritually above dualism, correct? So we are trapped in a manifestation of dualism. That we have the ability to see it for what it is, which most of the beings of the animal kingdom do not have, right? So we are blessed.
I mean, we don't know that. We may never know that about what other abilities animals have.
Well, it depends what animals we're talking about. For all
I'm
animals,
talking about animals that aren't human.
Yeah, all animals other than whales, dolphins, and elephants, I think, are completely trapped in dualism. They're completely trapped in carnivorous or herbivore cycles of life, and they don't have, obviously, they don't have the ability to perceive dualism the way we do. So I think we're blessed in that fact. So perhaps it has something to do with how well you play in your life. That's the Christian standpoint, the Catholic, the Abrahamic point of view is that you do good, you get good, you go into heaven, whatnot. I believe personally that this is a reoccurring cycle, and you become more aware of how the system works, and you can transcend it once you become completely in tune to it. And the option stands once your body passes. Look, here's an interesting thought for you to take. How lucky is it for us for our bodies to only last, given max 80 years if you survive that long? 80 years isn't that long, but you have the ability to transcend within 80 years, within your lifetime. Imagine if the human body lasted for 1,000 years, eh? And imagine if the human body lasted for 1,000 years, but it was tied to suffering the entire time. Imagine if you were tied up and in pain for 1,000 years and you couldn't die biologically. That's not how life is, right? Life seems to be perfect equilibrium, like everything, equilibrium.
Wasn't there a thing in the Bible that in the early books people were living longer or something?
Well, they were saying that, yes, correct. So we're a fallen form of that. They were saying that humans actually used to live to 1,000 years, but that's when we were in perfect form and lived in great harmony. This was before the mud flood. Completely correct. But today, yeah, well, look, maybe time works differently. Maybe 1,000 years was the same as the amount of years that we live biologically. In terms of how much we suffer. As the old saying goes, life is suffering.
Hey, can I ask you where you're from?
Me, mate. Take a guess.
Yeah.
Take a wild.
He's a cunt.
Australia, British Columbia.
You got the first part, right?
Okay, cool. All right. Because coincidentally, I was just drinking Foster's tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, so you mentioned mud floods right now, right?
Yeah, mud floods, and that was in reference to humans lasting to 1,000 years. Yes.
Have you ever heard of Boston Ray mud flood? That show?
Nah, mate.
Okay. Well, anyways, he's my homie. He does a mud flood show. He's from Boston. Well, that's my cousin from Boston, but I'm Latter-day Saints from Compton, and over here we do cuz blood. So I'm just gonna post a picture. You might like it. If you could relate to mud flood, you could relate to the cuz blood.
The what blood?
Is that like Bloods and Crips?
Yeah, over here in Compton we got the cuz blood, and in Boston back east they got mud floods.
So instead of mud, it was blood.
Yeah, cuz blood. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I've heard many weird stories. Also one where there was dead animals dropping from the sky.
Drew,
check it out for sure.
I see you got those pictures lined up.
Yeah, I actually got. I'll post the. Do you want me to post the Santa Claus Lane?
My question is to you. I'll ask you one question. Getting pretty late here. But let's say hypothetically when your body passes and you go into this after state and a light being approaches you and says, follow me, it wants to hypothetically take your hand. Would you take the hand of this being, or would you look within yourself and realize you are all powerful and you don't need to follow an external being?
Bro, I don't know what I'm going to do from 1 minute to the next. So I'm not, I mean, this is all conjecture and opinionated anyways. And I'm nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is the old, this is almost a Gnostic point of view. That's what they're saying.
I'm a born again flat earther, 1491, bro.
They're saying when the body passes, there is a being that wishes to incarnate you again into the same matrix, quote unquote, that we're in. You can either follow it back into reincarnation, or you can look within yourself and step back and say, hey, I don't need to follow you.
Isn't that,
I own myself, right?
Yeah, isn't that almost like getting to the point of lucid dreaming where you're aware and so you're able to be in control, as opposed to someone who just goes into a dream and just goes along with the dream? Like, so you almost
100% correct.
Right? Yeah.
100%, man. That's perfect. That's completely perfect. And that's what I see as the manifestation of after death. You can either become a lucid soul, or you can reincarnate and become someone that dreams and is being, my point of view is we're fed almost as energy to these higher beings that are in control of us. They feed off of our energy, or we can completely deny and completely cut our source to them, right?
Yeah, check this out. Like, I just had this thought that, let me see if I can say this right. So if you go into the dream state is actually the portal for another dimension. Let's just call it that. And you can either go in there for a little while, walk around, not know what the fuck's going on, and then wake up and you're just reset again, so to speak. But if you go in there with the lucid awareness, you could almost like never come back. Right? You can just
go to a better place.
Right. Yeah, and then I guess he died in his sleep. But you've actually moved on. You've actually, with that awareness, you're able to
exactly. And I've heard stories. Exactly, and I've heard stories that these beings, this entity that tries to reincarnate you, actually gets frustrated if you deny taking its hand. If you want to take your own path and not follow the way, of reincarnation, it gets frustrated, saying, oh, why aren't you following me? It gets pissed off almost because it can't feed off you anymore.
But there's a big problem with this, Gerald.
There's a big problem. Okay, there always is. There always is, mate.
Yeah, but how factual is this? This is just rumors. Maybe some drunk old fuck made it up, Who knows?
Who knows? And that's the point. Who knows? But I believe what I hear when I know what I hear. It has some sort of, it hits the right spots, let's say that.
Do you believe it, or do you want to believe it?
I know it to be true. I know it to be true.
Have you been there?
How soul. No, I haven't.
How do you know you've not been there? Maybe you've already been there 20 times.
No. I've been there probably 20 times, like you say, man. I've been there, but guess what? Every time, what did I do? I took their hand and I followed reincarnation, and that's why I'm back here talking to you in the same system, because I didn't have the balls to step back and say, I am my own self. I am I.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say "fuck off, cunt," but
No, I wasn't going to say that. I didn't have any realization that I am myself and I am everything, right? And that's why I took the hand of reincarnation, like you said, 20 times. And that's probably how many times it takes. Probably takes 20 carnations. And that's as human forms, not to mention how many animal forms we have to go through, potentially. I believe we've all been animals in our lives. There's no reason to not think we were.
Do you think you've been an ant?
Yeah, why not? Probably 1,000 times I was an ant until I was the legend who carried the big piece of bread to the fucking queen ant and then got the fucking.
Got started at the bottom, eh?
Who knows, man? I fucking I reproduced with the queen ant and made the super queen ant. I don't know, mate, but you get what I'm saying. This is the point.
I'm very skeptical about it, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, well, you should be skeptical. But let's just say this: I was originally a skeptical atheist before I grew up. Let's say that. But I used to, some guy in primary school said to me, "Anything is possible. Everything is possible." I'm like, "Well, no." And I said, "Yeah, nothing's. What about the laws of physics? Blah blah blah." You know what I mean? Like I used to add that conjecture to say, "Oh, what about this? What about that?" That's not true. It's like, hang on, now that I look back at it, and he said everything is possible. It was completely correct. I wasn't looking into the possibilities of the mind and this reality and this whole reality within us. This is completely just disregarded, and let's go on a tangent here, but what about dreams and imagination? Science cannot answer for this. Science has not even the slightest clue what's going on with dreams and imagination. Not even in the slightest do they have an idea, other than electrical signals or some bullshit, right? You tell me. Modern science has no idea what consciousness is in general. But we know what it is. We know what it is. But we can't put it simply what it is. And you end up in discussions like this. And that's why I believe birth and death are so connected with the discussion that we're having. And that's why I bring it up in terms of flat earth, because I believe it all stems back to this. Birth and death, right? How could it not? I mean, that's what connects us all, right? Birth and death. We're birthed into these bodies, and we inevitably, every single one of us here are going to die.
Well, hey, how do you know that? How do you know? How do you know that for sure? None of us have ever died before. All we've possibly seen is "quote unquote" dead bodies, and heard all our lives that things die. But I mean, how do we really know that? None of us have experienced that.
I've never died, but I know my heartbeat has a ticker, and I know my heart could fail at me at any moment, and I know I could get in a car crash at any moment. But put more simply, I know I was born, therefore I know I can die.
You know what? I just came across another sci-fi movie this weekend. I think it's from this year. If not, it was last year. It's pretty recent, but it's called Them. And it's another Matrix reincarnation movie. It was really interesting. I found myself like trying to figure out, certain clues as to what they were putting out there. But it's the same thing, though. It's just a reset, right? It's like what Drew was saying. Like, we've never died, and it's almost like this reset. The whole premise of the movie was, do you ever feel like you're living the same day over again? And so they go through the whole setting, and it didn't work. The guy tried to change, and it didn't work. So then the end of the movie was right back at the beginning again. And it's just really interesting to think about it that way. It's almost like, so we don't die, we just reset in a way. So it's real. Anyway.
Are you talking about that Christmas movie with Tom Hanks? Where he living the same day? Okay.
No.
Gerald, do you wear shoes a lot?
Do I wear shoes? Unfortunately, I do wear rubbery base shoes that disconnect me from grounding with the earth. Yes, unfortunately.
Don't trip. A lot of people out there, a lot of flat earthers rock grounding inhibitors still. You know what I mean? It's all good. Even Travis. Travis don't.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I do wear shoes because, unfortunately, there is sharp things on the ground. But preferably,
about death, you can preserve your life longer by going barefoot more.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. This is when we talk about grounding with the earth, and we're grounding with the magnetic field and the this energy coming from the earth. It's beautiful, man. No, I'm telling you, like, I believe this logically. It's funny because I bring up these ideas of logic versus reality in the left and right brain, but at the same time, I'm only 2 meters from the ground right there in the beautiful earth. And, I'm only about 15, 20 meters from cow paddocks and this beautiful landscape in front of me.
That's
but
right.
I never set my bare feet on the ground. I don't do that. Even though I logically know that, the benefits of grounding. I don't do it, though I should. I really should, man.
Well, I mean, if you're really in a hurry to see how, if what you believe to be true, we all born, we all die, then I would highly recommend staying with grounding inhibitors on your feet all the time.
Yeah. Well, maybe I might do it just after this. I might just step on the ground for a few seconds, get my soles a bit dirty. But
the soul, literally. Yeah. I'll tell you this much: if you have a dog or a cat in an upstairs apartment, eventually they're going to start getting sick, maybe have hair loss, itching, swelling, because animals need to be grounded twice as much as humans. That's why they're created with 4 paws on the ground, and us only 2. They need to be grounded twice as much because they have little tiny antennas, the hairs in their whiskers, that are picking up EMF way more than just the small amount of hair we have,
Yeah, man, and you just killed it for me, man. It's the soles of our feet and the souls. There's no way that the soul and the sole of the feet are the exact same word. You know what I mean? You just fucking said it right there.
Well, I mean, go ahead.
Can I ask, guys? Do you guys remember when your consciousness got enabled, like the day? Do you remember the day?
Well, that's when you're talking about memories, right? You're talking about memories of the now. So how can we, in this exact moment now, remember when we became quote unquote carnate? And that would be your earliest memory. And obviously, our earliest memory is extremely faded. So you'd have to rely on people around you to tell you about your earliest life.
Not really. I
So
can
that's interesting.
remember the day
exactly. How do I know that I lived 10 or 30 minutes ago? Actually, in fact, I didn't, because I never lived 10 or 30 minutes ago, because that doesn't exist, because that's a concept. I only existed now, right? It's pretty basic, actually. Pretty sure Alan Watts talks about this all the time. When he was alive.
You can ask Travis. He's known me a long time. Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a flat earther. Do you know what I mean?
Did you? I don't get it.
Well, that's interesting, because I remember when I was probably 11 years old, some guy asked me, so why do boats disappear over the horizon? And I remember thinking for a second, and guess what I said? Because the Earth is a globe, because they're going over the horizon. That's what I said when I was 11 years old. Eh?
That's
brainwashing. Brainwashing. It completely bollocks. I was brainwashed.
If anybody in here has any questions regarding Mountain Dew or fire control or Cal Fire, I have 2.5 years fighting fires with Cal Fire as an inmate fireman. I know my 10s and 18s. I took a month course training with Cal Fire through like slalom courses, cutting line with Pulaski's in the clouds. What up?
Did you ever come across like where they were trying to create lines out in the mountains or the hillsides to prevent animals from passing by? Like I had a friend who was he was in some kind of fire camp in prison.
Yeah.
And they said that kill anything that passes by you because it's a fire hazard, you know. Most of the time these animals are on fire themselves.
Oh yeah, no, we never heard that. You know, but usually when the fire's there, the animals have all fled like way long ago. I mean, they know that shit coming way before we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what led me to the flat Earth in 2017 when the Thomas Fire hit right here in Ventura County and Santa Barbara County, right here where the Black Swan is at. Where, Santa Barbara or Ventura?
Yeah, Ventura.
Oh yeah, I live on the avenue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be out that way in a little bit. I got to work out in Santa Barbara today.
Okay. I'm in Santa Barbara right now, but I live on the avenue for like the past 7 years. But
right on.
California, it's like an hour north of Hollywood, along the 101.
Hey, Flat Earth Day Saints, are you on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
You mean like right this second?
No, but are you on that server? Was I speaking to you there a week ago?
Probably, dog. I go on there. You know what I mean? I put Helio in his place all the time. Every time I go on there.
Are you like a gold marker on there or something?
No, but I have master lyricist.
And were you saying to me that you've spoken to me before? Or is someone
Yeah. No, that was me. I was like, I've spoken to you before, bro. And you're like, no, you haven't. And I'm like, all right.
That was you.
No
way, that was you, bro. Welcome to a better server. That's awesome,
Thank
man.
you.
No, awesome. That's really awesome. I can't believe that's you, man.
Truthfully, I just try to go wherever Flatty goes. If Flatty's here, then it's cool. You know what I mean?
Flatty? Who the fuck is Flatty?
Yeah, the Beavis and Butthead logo.
Flat. Oh, yeah, the Welchman. Fucking legend. Yeah, I agree. He's a fucking Flatty. My boy. Sorry, man. I forgot your name for a second. Sorry, brother.
All good, bro. All good. You there, Flatty?
Yeah, bro. What's happening?
Hey, y'all remember when you're little kids collecting G.I. Joes, right? With a Kung Fu grip? Everybody wanted the Cobra, and it was like the most elusive G.I. Joe, you know what I mean? And so Flatty is like equal to Cobra as far as like flat Earth action figures go. He's highly sought after, dude. And if you get him, you know what I mean?
I wanted the Hey Guys, dude. That was the one I want.
Seriously.
We just had Action Man.
Yeah, Flatty.
Well, Flat Earth Day Saints, we were talking actually, and I was having a discussion about toroidal fields and electrostatics actually in the 24/7 server. And I was muted.
Dog?
Oh, you remember? And I was muted mid discussion from some fuckwit. What was his name?
I didn't do that.
I went over there 2 years ago. I'm talking about.
Oh man, the server sucks.
And those guys, they flipped out on me, dude. I got muted.
Yeah, bro.
It was all sorts of chaos.
Exactly, mate. Sorry.
Like, I don't know. You just have. I guess. I don't know. It just depends on how you come at them and shit. I guess.
No,
you know what I mean?
If you bring up anything other than saying the horizon is flat and the Earth is flat, if you say that if you bring up toroidal fields or electrostatics, people they'll just be talking shit about you. You know, and that's what happened. I was talking about toroidal fields.
Right.
And they were talking shit about me.
Talk shit about you, though? If they're talking shit about you,
some guy was talking shit about me, and his name was Dagaz in the chat. And I was I literally said, I was like, who the fuck is this Dagaz guy talking shit about me in the text chat?
I don't follow no other flat earthers beefs, dog. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't have no opinion either way, one way or the other. You know what I mean?
Nothing to do with you, man. But I'll just finish my point. He was saying he was talking shit, and I was like, who is this guy talking shit? And then he put me on mute. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, I was talking shit. I'm saying the server's fucking shit. Who the fuck are you guys? You guys supposed to be flat earthers, talking shit about me, talking about information. And then I'm putting Cog Dis, and then I'm putting Cog Dis chat. and they're all like, and I'm talking in there. I'll put it simply and I'll finish. And then he was like, I was in there and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? And they were like, oh, show me evidence of curvature. And it happened 3 times. They all assumed I was a glober. You know, it's like, mate, I'm here because some fuckwit doesn't understand what toroidal fields are. So if you go into 24/7 server and bring up anything other than flat Earth, if you bring up toroidal fields, electrostatics, they'll fuck you over, man. You got to be careful.
To be
Bro,
fair,
I bring up all kinds of shit as flat Earth, dude.
Dude, when I went in there, I brought up...
it's sort of like Flat Earth 101. It's sort of more like globe deprogramming more than it is. You know, then you move on to a higher level of thought process, if that makes sense.
But when I went in
And
there,
they can't take it. They can't take it.
Yeah, first time I went in there, I was listening to them, and I brought up, hey, what do you guys think about rivers being man-made? And I got muted, and the guy was like, hey, we don't talk about God. Like, can you please go to another server? And then he unmuted me, and I was like, dude, I didn't mention God. Like, I mentioned if rivers were man. And then he muted me again. He's like, yeah, we just don't talk about that here. And I was like, wow, what the fuck? You suck. This is like, you're censoring a flat Earth server. Like, are you out your mind?
You made it to the better side, man.
It was different for me, bro. It was like this. Somebody kept commenting on my YouTube channel, telling me to go to that server and giving me the link. And finally, when I went over there and I got in, dude was like, oh, he's in here, let him in. And that's how it went for me. Like, I would never heard of no Discord server before somebody left me a comment on my YouTube channel. But I'm just saying, that's just me.
To be fair for them, again, they are, if certain things can get you kicked off of YouTube by talking about it, and certain things don't, then it means they want to stick to a certain lane. And I get that to a degree. So that's why there's other channels that aren't live. So,
not necessarily, considering this server is
they're so worried
on a
about
YouTube live stream.
guidelines,
Tell me this.
community
Would you
things
believe
that they're censoring flat earthers? Congratulations, you didn't do anything for anybody.
Correct. They are censoring flat earthers. This server is
24/7 Discord
that's beyond, like, you have, like, we're talking stuff about, like, jumping after you jumped over the first hurdle, then you can now talk about the other hurdles. And we're talking about the other hurdles when you can't bring up that when people haven't even jumped over the first hurdle yet. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about me?
Well, all they talk about is the flat Earth and, you know, that shit. You can't talk about the next level. You can't talk about 5 dimensions.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
You can't talk about that in a 24/7 server.
You don't talk about the horizon.
You can talk about pretty much anything over there, but you have to get into the introduction curve.
Let me make one
go through
suggestion.
Mickey telling you to shut up the whole entire time, then you got to deal with that.
Let me make a suggestion. Let me make one suggestion. It's not necessarily always on that server what you say, but it's how you say it. Your enunciation.
No, how you say it. It depends. If
you're getting taken down off YouTube. That's all it is.
YouTube.
It has changed. It's definitely changed over time, and it definitely does matter how you say stuff. But
look, I was having a great conversation.
But think about it like this: if it's like a classroom, if you're taking a 101 class, why would you bring up?
Cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out, bro.
I'm back in and say it again.
201 classes, like topics. You stick to the 101, the 201.
Yeah, okay, we stick to the 101, but this is the point. At the time, the conversation was completely off the rails, and I brought up toroidal fields as being a manifestation of the flat Earth, okay? And at the same time, I was getting shit in the text chats from mods that I didn't know were mods. And, you know, I brought up, I was like, oh, who the fuck is this guy talking shit about me in the text chat? And he had the ability to mute me and put me in cog dis chat, okay? And then apparently some other mod said, yeah, all mods have the ability to abuse their power, no worries. It's not like that in this server. You know, it's not a common saying that mods have the ability to abuse their power, because that's not how it goes. And apparently, you know, these people respect people like Witset. You know, and Witsit is a moderator. I don't want to use Witsit's name, but the point is he's a moderator in this server 24/7. And I was saying the same things that Witsit says in his lectures. And, he was talking shit, people were talking shit to me about saying what this man says. And, bang, people can personally have a grudge with you on 24/7, and they've done you. You're muted, and they can apparently abuse their powers.
I mean, sorry to interrupt you, Gerald, but you're right in what you say. I've had that experience, but I've put my foot down on their necks because I've told them that it's a superficial air that they do have. And, it's all about the flat earth. That's all I'm interested in delivering, the flat earth. But if you're going to start Japan bashing or South African people bashing, and I bring you the facts, don't say I'm wrong because I'm not. And what happened was P.W. Botha dies and apologizes for apartheid. So, they had to reinstate me in the end. So what you're saying is true. You've got to stand to your guns and show them your might, your integrity. Because integrity and honor is above life itself. And if they don't understand that and understand the gift of life, they're wankers that calling themselves mods. And I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Jim.
I vouch for you, Jim. I've heard you in there, Jim.
Jin, it is awesome to hear you here, mate. And I'm very thankful to have you here, Jin. 24/7, you can't trust it. They abuse their mod powers. Don't mean to slander, but that's what they said themselves. Jin, thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You've got to be careful, but you must stand your ground. Okay? And like I said, a name like Gerald, that comes from the past. Strong name. Don't dishonor it, which you're not. Good.
I wanted to say something about all this. There's like terms and guidelines, community stuff when it comes to like YouTube and what you're allowed to say. And I know channels that are literally like on their 10th channel with more subscribers than their first one. So if you're afraid of losing your channel because you're got people saying stuff that you think is worthy of censoring, then you're not a truther. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I just need to make a disclaimer. This is brought to you by the Flat Nasty Federation. So without hesitation, I come here as a firm representative of the 24/7 Discord, and Helio, on his deathbed, gave me the role of making sure nothing bad is said that would get them deleted off YouTube or their channel banned. So I'm like their filter, bro. I'm the one with the governor on. You know what I mean?
Wait. Helio on his deathbed? What does that mean?
Helio skeptic?
Yeah.
He's not dead. I just seen him the other day.
No, he's not dead. He's not dead.
Oh my God, why would you say that?
You scared me, man.
No, not like that. Like when I say deathbed, I use it in the most literal term, meaning like he was struggling till finally he was able to give me the role as 24/7 Flat Earth Discord filter. So I'm like a human algorithm, and I go through things that people post and say and make sure they don't say anything bad.
I got a funny story. Oh, wait, never mind. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Doesn't matter.
Okay. So I was in the 24/7 server, and they have this ladies' night, right? So just for funds, I don't know if I asked for it or if I just randomly got it, but somebody gave me the ladies' tag. And then I joined the channel, and someone was like, "Hey, how the fuck do you get the ladies' tag? You're a guy." And then I got banned. So that server is just pure evil.
I think when a mod is hearing someone say something and they literally mute them mid-sentence to say, no, we don't talk about that, but they're not breaking guidelines. It's just, you fear it might go in the direction of something that could break the
Let me
guidelines.
just say, anytime you guys have ever been muted, anytime you've been muted or kicked off in the past 6 months, it's been because of me, either behind the scene or directly in contact with one of you guys. Because I work with an algorithm. I work with an algorithm. Don't blame anybody on that server but me, bro. I'll take all the blame.
I'll tell you the problem.
I definitely just left on my own accord.
People in 24/7 don't know anything to do with toroidal fields or electrostatics. They don't know anything about this information.
But they actually do.
I mean, bro,
No, they
bro.
don't. They
I mean,
don't. That's the
But they
point.
actually
And there's
do.
mods. No, there's mods that
what one
have
person knows or
no.
doesn't know, but what one
Can I
person knows
finish,
or
bro?
doesn't know, you can't judge them by that, bro. You know what I
No,
mean?
they have no fucking idea, right? They have no fucking
I don't know.
idea because I was
Because
talking about the
I don't have any
information.
idea about that stuff. You
Okay,
know what I
can you
mean?
let me finish?
I create chemtrail busters with epoxy resin, black iron oxide, iron copper grain, terminated quartz crystals,
Okay, dude.
Herkimer diamonds, and copper pipes that are 1 inch, and I create chem busters with them. And I understand I'm working with some type of toroidal field, but I have just a rudimentary, like just sensory level of it as far as like
Yeah.
being studied. I don't know anything about that. I just feel what I feel, and I know that I get grounded, and it lets the dirty electricity out of my body into the ground, instantly recharging me with the same thing that when lightning strikes the ground, before it hits a split second, you see lightning come up from the ground and meet it in midair.
Well, you summed it up yourself, mate. You summed it up. And my point is, I didn't mean to get G'd up, but the point is that there is mods in that server, and it is encouraged for mods to abuse their power. And if they don't know these, esoteric information, they don't know the esoteric information. They can just mute you and they can fuck you around. They can talk shit about you in text chat and get away with it, even though they don't know the information. They don't know how these things manifest, and they don't know the terms. Even though if you're a flat earther, you come forward as a flat earther with flat Earth information, right? They'll still fuck you around, and that's a summary.
Bro, you know how many people go on there saying they're a flat earther and they're not?
I agree with you. Again, they deal with also probably a lot more turnover.
Defense 24/7, dog. I gotta defend them, dog. You know
I am too. I'm saying like I'm not. I agree with what you're saying that it's problematic in certain ways, and I understand what you're saying. However, they deal with a lot more riffraff, that come in all the time, 24 hours a day. Random new people coming in. We don't get a lot of random new people coming in here, so the mods have to assume like if we're not talking about this subject, you're here to troll, or you're not. Like you're off topic. Like,
well, let's say we were talking about this subject, and let's say the inherent implication was that the Earth is flat, okay? And let's say we expand upon the fact that the Earth is flat, and we look into, like I said, toroidal fields and electrostatics, which are, very put simply, basic manifestations of the flat Earth, which have been said for years now. This is not basic. This is not new information. Sorry. And so let's say some certain mod doesn't know about this information, they have the right to talk shit about you in text chat. And then if you bring up the fact that they're talking shit about you, they apparently have the ability to quote unquote abuse their powers and mute you and fuck you around. So that's completely wrong.
But here, I fully agree with you that I don't like that, and I don't like how a lot of mods are treating the situation over there. I get it.
Exactly.
But we
can agree.
Here's my point, though, is that they're trying to stay on the very specific topic. If a certain channel is not necessarily meant to evolve, for the lack of a better term,
okay, that makes sense.
Understanding, it stays at 101. It's 101, not 201, 301, 401, which is what we're talking about.
Okay, Fuzzy, that makes sense. Completely, it makes sense.
Not 911, not 911. You know what I mean?
You can't evolve the conversation above the flat Earth simplistic state.
You're on a level way too high, bro.
The biggest.
No, there's a difference between moderation and censoring, man.
No,
like,
I get it.
Go in there
I get what you're saying.
Somebody doesn't know how to talk to you, and they don't know how to tell you, "Hey, don't do this or that." Rather, they're just pressing the mute button and completely controlling the conversation. That's not free speech. That's not flat Earth conversation. That's not truth seeking.
Flat
Earth 101 is silencing everybody that comes in and make them talk about the horizon. You're crazy. If I had that experience coming into flat Earth, I wouldn't be a flat earther. It was because all you guys are willing to talk about everything. You entertained all the crazy thoughts I had, not just, I don't give a fuck about the horizon when I came to flat Earth. I cared about truth.
But that's why here we are. That's why there's multiple channels that exist. And that channel is meant to get all the people at first. The fact that something that blew my absolute mind out of my head was the fact that someone could go into the Flat Earth Discord channel and that would be their first red pill. I'm like, I took a red pill 20 odd years ago, and I finally got to this subject.
What
Some
was
people
your
are
red
coming
pill?
to this entire red pill with this subject at hand. That blew my mind. And to have someone having a place in place that can deprogram all the stuff that we've been programmed with specifically, and then you move to something else or whatever, like that. I don't know. I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I hear both sides of. I get it. I'm just saying.
For something too. And to your point, when we first started out, this is where like me and Pete Shea butt heads early on. Like we were trying to have like the 101 conversation about flat Earth back in the day to some extent with a general audience, right? And then we'd be talking about like solid flat Earth argument or like counterpoints to the globe. And then like Pete Shea would come in and be like, well, everyone knows that nobody died on 9/11. And then now you're immediately lumped in and associated with this other conspiracy, which all you know what I mean, which like now offends like 99% of the room. And I used to just always think of that. I don't think I'm all for freedom of speech, but at the same time, that used to happen. It used to irritate me, and that's why Shay thinks I'm an agent, because I was like, hey, maybe we want to save that conversation for after we get past Operation Northwoods with this normie. That makes me think of that, but I don't know. That's silly. I don't know. I don't know what happened, or I don't know what the problem is. I like all the flat Earth channels.
That's exactly my point, though. That's exactly my point. If a normie is coming in, I don't want to say treat them with kid, but there has to be a certain amount of tact. Someone who might be coming at this literally who doesn't even know what Operation Northwoods is, which is what, like, when we come in, like, oh yeah, I learned Northwoods 20 years ago. That's easy to me. Oh yeah, I don't trust this, and this. But if someone hasn't gone down those rabbit holes, that there needs to be a different tact. It's not a one glove fits all situation.
I just want to say this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Quick,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I would agree with what you said there. But at the end of the day, it is what it is at the moment, folks. We need to be sticking together, though. Flat earthers stick together. You don't ban a flat earther unless he's bringing the server into disrepute. Yeah, or but I just don't get it. That's it. Something's wrong there.
This is what I want to say. In real life, there is no such thing as a mute button. If somebody joins a conversation, you're standing in a circle and they start talking about something, you're going to have to like convey to them that what they're talking about is you can't just mute them and say, no, we're not talking about that. They're still going to have that thought standing there in that circle, and they might bring it up again. You keep ignoring it, you're not getting anywhere.
Well, yeah, check this. It's not the idea that somebody brings. I used to always look at it like this. Like, I don't care if you're a glober, I don't care whatever like that. Do you have manners? If you don't have if you don't have any manners, that's where it ends. That's where all your,
spot on, you say.
You don't have any fucking manners, man.
It's like this. It's like this. Have you guys ever seen Fight Club? When those dudes get invited and they go to the house to join, and every day Brad Pitt comes out and insults them and tells them, get out of here, da 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 da. And after the third day, they're welcome in. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Think about it like that. That's the best way I could explain it. You know what I mean? Don't, like Jen said, do not give up so easily and just allow them to mute you. You know what I mean? Do whatever you got to do to get back in there. As long as you're not saying buzzwords that's going to get the server banned, bro. You speak your opinion, bro. And you'll eventually get a flat earther on there who will be dominant enough in the conversation or whatever. The other person will drop out or whatever. They'll see you're a real flat earther and they'll let you in. You know what I mean? But like a real flat earther, somebody who just learns the earth is flat is not going to be deterred by that and then be like, oh, I guess the earth is a globe. Like that shit's intrinsic in you, spiritual and electric, bro, to the very core. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, don't give up so easily, bro, and give them a chance. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jin.
I just think this mute button stuff and feeling the need to control the conversation is weak, bro. Like, how come people can't control conversations?
Yeah, someone's calling my name. Yes. How can I help you?
I was wondering, how did you get here?
How did I get to this particular server or the flat Earth?
No, this one.
What? This server?
Yes.
Oh, this server. I was invited by this server by Geo. Geo sent me the link. when he started it up at the very, very, very beginning. Yeah.
Nice,
he was talking about it, and then Gio obviously had bad experiences with the 24/7, because I always thought Gio was so inspirational when they did the speculation thing about Earth, and he was really good. But he would be getting ripped. He was getting abused by them. So they kicked him out. So he left. He'd started his own server. I didn't realize at the time he had started it. He invited me in, and that's why I'm here today.
Cool.
That's
cool.
right. Jin's an OG flat earther. I vouch for him.
Yeah, I remember when I was in there in the 24/7, and when Jim was talking, them fucking facts were flying out of the air. You know, fucking great.
Yeah,
true legend.
Yeah.
I think I first heard Jin on Nathan Oakley's channel back in the day, years ago.
Well, there you go. Thanks very much. And I do have my brand of delivering the facts and that. Remember, when you've been in the army, okay, you look at civilians in a different way. You're ready to help them. So sometimes I might talk like a sergeant major. They don't like that kind of delivery. I don't care. Pay attention, because you're being dishonest. You're not being honest, which is what it's all about here. You know, I've said to people before on servers, you're lucky I'm not in the same room as you, because I'd take great pleasure in dancing all over your head, because you are just pushing the lie. Or you would deserve a public flogging to within inches of your life, because that's what they deserve. It's a gift of life, everybody. The gift of life is what you mustn't forget. That should be your catalyst. This earth is flat. It was given to us to use carefully for the next generations to come. Food, animals, vegetables, all free. It's been hijacked. So let's start thinking
I gotta go to work
together.
right now. Can I just get this off my chest? We're in a space where people are going to be coming forth with brand new ideas. We're literally the spearhead of inventions and creativity right now, right? So if we're going to focus on flat versus round, imagine how many people are going to come in here and just, it won't go what they could present, what they could bring to the conversation, because you want them to talk about the horizon. Well, what if what they can bring has nothing to do with the horizon? What if it has to do with spirituality or inventions, or, you know what I mean?
What,
I mean,
that's welcome.
then there's a different channel for that.
I said, what is this? I need to go. I got out of there. I was only in 24/7 for like a week when I first found out about it, because I thought I was being censored.
Yeah, but in Geo's server, that's welcomed. If you've got that spirituality where you're bringing inspiration, new ideas, that's welcomed here, I would imagine. Isn't it not?
I got muted. I went in there, I waited 5 minutes for the room to get quiet. I brought something up and I got muted by this guy, Miggy. He said, we don't talk about that here. YouTube could like take our video down. I'm like, what? Why do you care about YouTube guidelines? They literally don't let you talk about anything. That's like the opposite of flat earth.
And where was that? Where was that?
It's just like the opposite of what I think is going to be progressive thinking. It really is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think a 24/7 is globe It's more. It's not a flat Earth server, more as it is a globe deprogramming server.
Globe deprogram. Okay, so that's a nice way to put it. I mean, that makes sense. If you're there,
so
just
like once, I mean, if you're there, if you've already been deprogrammed, why are you hanging around a deprogramming? Like, do you know? Like if you already know exactly what it is, and that's what it does, and that's what it's been ever since day one I've ever seen there. And it's always been about helping normies figure it out. And then once they figured it out, then there's other places to move on to.
Yeah, but like once you figure it out, like you want to share your like view on it, right, with other people.
Right.
So
share it and then say, hey, we're talking about it over on this channel for anyone who's interested. I mean, obviously it's too high level for a certain normie to even, it doesn't help their cognition by talking about higher level stuff that they're not even aware of down to them.
Well, it still might be inspiring, they hear things they don't understand, so they go look it up.
But that's where the that's manners would come in. You say it, you say your piece and say, hey, this is what it is. I'm just saying, I know it's, a little higher level, but this, we're talking about it over here per se. And then now back to the 3 points or whatever.
Hey, I got one thing to say real quick. It gave me an idea. Anybody who knows how to create a server, but maybe don't always want to be on there, you can use my name and mix it with your name or however, and make a server where there's like all flat Earth, different types of flat Earth music all the time, or videos, or you know what I mean, like stuff that they don't talk about on other stuff that you could bring there. You know what I mean? As long
I
as you
just
don't
think
talk
about this.
about that, huh?
But I think about this. Like I talk to my grandparents, I talk to my cousins, and they are. Everybody requires a different process to understanding flat Earth. Like my grandfather, I was having the same conversation. Both my grandmother and my grandfather are right there. I'm talking. My grandmother's becoming a flat earther before my grandfather. So literally the same quiz that I'm talking about water being level. I'm talking about maps being inaccurate. I'm talking about no proof of gravity. And my grandma catches it all, but my grandfather's stuck in square one. Like this is ridiculous. So everybody's path to flat Earth is different, and to think that every glober that comes across 24/7 is going to become a flat earther due to their process, I don't see that. Like in real life, you can't just mute someone and think they're going to agree with you. It's just not how it works. You got to let people
I don't know,
speak their
bro.
mind.
I'm
You have
here
to
as a
get it off your
I'm
chest.
here as a representative, dog, of them. And if you have any beefs with them, you can just blame it on me, bro. You know what I mean? They're
I'll blame it
innocent.
on you. I'll blame
Thank you.
everything on you. Why the
Thank you.
fuck
Thank
does
you.
Flat have a mod?
Why does what?
You know Flat?
Flatty?
Flat.
What about it?
FLAT.
I have the word FLAT on my left hand on my knuckles. Why?
You know the guy or not?
I thought you said, do I know the guy Flat? I mean, a lot of people go by the name Flat.
Flat.
Flat. Yeah.
Flat.
Yes.
How the fuck does he got mod? Like he always rants, and then like when other people try to add something, he just mutes them, and I'm like cringing in a corner, just laughing.
Oh no! All I know is, dude, when I was a little kid, my parents left me on the side of the road, and I was raised by a bunch of wolves who happened to be the mods on the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to write a book about that.
Seriously, bro. You know? I'm just saying, though.
Hey, I'll tell you another story. Check this out. When I first went to the religious Discord and I was kind of lost in my faith and kind of atheist and questioning God, I went into a religious Discord and they thought they had some kind of due process that was going to make me non-atheist again. And it didn't work. Guess what made me believe in God again? You guys. But it's not because you have some kind of due process to make me believe in God, you know? It's because you guys allow the conversation and allow me to get all my stupid thoughts out so I can express myself, and then you can actually interact with my thoughts and I can reflect on what you're saying about what I'm. That's a real conversation, not just, no, I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. I'm going to mute you. You can't tell me what you're thinking. That's not progress.
It's funny that you're saying that, because actually one of my side jobs is a counselor, bro. And I'm not even kidding you. Like, I talk people off the ledge and whatnot. Seriously, like I've convinced people that thought level meant curve, that there's no curvature, bro. So, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, hit me up if you ever need somebody to show you which is the real thing in organic fire, or the difference between that and Mountain Dew. I'm your guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks for that, man. Thanks for being a forward-thinking, smart, positive guy. Like, I can tell that you're great.
Yeah, you know, the other day, this chick said I was dripping with toxic masculinity. So I grabbed a cranberry juice from the waitress and said, ask for a straw. And I said, does this help?
Grab him right by the pussy.
I have an ex-girlfriend. When she goes to talk about stuff, I pay 100% attention. Like, she'll call me randomly, like we're on and off, and she'll call me about something that, you know,
Wait, her
she's
name's
gonna
not
go
Jackie, is
on
it?
and on
Her
and
name's
on.
not Jackie, right?
What'd you say?
Her name ain't Jackie, is it?
What makes you say that?
Oh, okay. Never mind, bro. Never mind. Okay, keep going.
Her name isn't Jackie. No.
Okay.
But what was I saying? Yeah, when she approaches me with something that she finds interesting in the news and she's like getting it off her chest, like she's telling me on Jimmy Kimmel Live, Eddie Murphy was moving very robotic, and she's just trying to get this off her chest, like his fingers were drumming his knee in a certain pattern and it looked robotic and he's not human. It might be a automatron, and they're conditioning everybody to think that these Disney profiles are real people, but they're really just drones. And I had to sit there and let her rattle off her crazy thoughts for like 3 hours about this. And I didn't need to say anything. It was just the fact that somebody was listening. And then she was like, dude, thank you so much. If I didn't get that off my chest, I probably wouldn't have moved forward with the thought. It's just because you let a thought bounce around in your head. Once somebody else is listening, now you're better reflecting on it. If somebody thinks they just need to tell you what you need to hear all day,
Yeah,
trust me,
I
people's thoughts
know.
are
I
still
know
going to
women
linger.
really well, bro. I know women really well. I used to be a gynecologist for about 12 years. You know what I mean? I know what makes them tick inside and out. You know what I mean? So, believe me, bro. I'm in the same boat as you.
So you're a gynecologist, you were raised by wolves, and you fight fires. Dude, you might as well be Superman.
I'm a flat earth rapper, too. Climbing my way to the top.
You want to battle?
No,
I know you can't beat me in a battle, though.
I'm climbing my way to the top of the flat earth rappers. Okay?
Electric.
I'm almost there.
Yo, what's up?
So like this thing she was getting off her chest. What's your opinion about that?
What'd you say?
The thing she was getting off her chest. What's your opinion about that?
I don't think my opinion on it matters. I think that there's truth to what she said, and what do I think about that? I think it's true. I think that there's a slow condition. You remember the movie Cats that came out a couple years ago, where there were literally like facial recognition every character and made everybody look like they had cat cheeks, cat whiskers. This is like a slow preparation, like conditioning towards not recognizing anything, not recognizing what's real or not. So they got people not being able to tell if someone's a human or not right now, and that's the point of all these drones.
People?
Do I think they clone people? I think that they have the ability to clone people, but that's not what we see being like. I don't know.
I went deep into the rabbit hole. I saw some documentation about cloning and shit. I don't know. I'm leaving it open for speculation, but I think there's definitely some truth to celebrities and politicians being cloned and shit. Like, there's some weird footage of just people just staring into the abyss when they get asked a question and they can't compile it or something. It's really weird.
Well, if you go to like Universal Studios or Disney World, they have the robots. Like if you go on the ET ride, like they got all the automatrons, the robots will say your name and wave at you and move around and fly around. So Disney is fully invested in being able to make it seem like something is moving, walking, talking when it's not really. So just imagine what they got behind the scenes with all their billions of dollars. They probably do got an Eddie Murphy robot, a Chris Rock robot that they could just. Now you don't got to pay the actor for their time and their presence. Now you could just pull out your robot and still make millions because of the character has influence. Like if you put Chris Rock in a movie and you don't actually need to pay Chris Rock, dude, that's a double win, you know?
True, but I'm more aiming towards like you got like mechanical robots.
Dude, I think
and you got biological ones.
I forgot about this part. This is the biggest part of it. You can have a highly underpaid actor and then facial recognition just like plot like a celebrity onto that person's face. And that movie will make millions because everybody's going to see Kevin Hart or Dwayne Johnson. But all they did was just put that dude's face on someone else. But that's going to give them sales. That idea, I'm telling you, these celebrities are literally like copywriting their faces and shit right now, I feel like. So they can sell their identity and sell it as intellectual property. Like, oh yeah, you could use my face in your 3D movie. Like, I really think this is like a thing that's going on, but I can't prove it.
Have you seen Star Wars with the bounty hunter guy? The new Mandalorian, yeah.
Why did they use facial recognition in that?
You know Luke Skywalker?
Oh, yep. I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, they used the old school dude's face. Yep. Didn't they do the same with the Princess Leia? Yeah, they did because she died.
That could very well be so. Yeah, she died while they were recording that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the first steps of their conditioning. Like, of course, a movie like Star Wars would include this first. The movie that all the kids are rushing to the theater to see, they don't even know whose face is on whose body. Imagine like the mental repercussions of that, where you can't even identify who you're looking at. That creates a level of fear and misunderstanding that is kind of like, we're pioneering a new level of misunderstanding. It's fucked up.
But then this facial thing, I've watched one episode where they like use it for Luke Skywalker, and it looked kind of shitty, like you could see it's been edited. So I don't know if they did that to, how you say it, like make it so it's like in early development. Not really sure where I'm going.
Yeah, I don't know. We just went off into the weeds, bro.
Do you know how it's called, this facial reproduction of somebody?
It's called deep fakes. Deep fake.
Yeah, that was the one. Deep fake, yeah.
I just dropped some flat, nasty tracks in there for anybody, okay?
Okay. These fucking headphones, like, one day they work, one day they don't. What the fuck?
Flat Nasty's a good group. I like them. I think they're flat earthers, and they're really good. They make good songs.
Guess I'll have to listen to it now.
I'm gonna try to tie something. Yep. And not abiding to community guidelines and stuff. That's the point of the guidelines and the YouTube censoring and all the scary Twitter, Elon Musk, the narratives going on, like where everybody's not allowed to talk about what they want to talk about. We're very lucky that we're here on Discord and not censored yet. There's things that we can't talk. We can't talk about the election. Can't talk about the jibby jab. Can't talk about transgenderism. There's a bunch of things that we don't want to upset anybody or get us censored or get this channel taken down. So there's already.
Hey, bro. Hey, do you know what they call a hot ass chick with Down syndrome?
Fuck that.
In Cal Fire, they call it fire retardant, homie. I'm just saying.
So if we're in control of the conversation, we shouldn't censor ourselves.
I don't know, bro. They call me the censor father. I'm the father of censorism.
If this wasn't live streamed, we could talk about pretty much everything.
Isn't it live streamed?
Yeah, it is. I said if it was not.
So somebody's streaming right now.
Yeah, it's I don't know who has the stream, but I assume it's Geo's and his YouTube channel. But that is live streaming everything just to have it in the feed, I guess.
So we can't bring up anti-Semitic subjects.
We can go down to another channel if that is really what you want to talk about.
It is a deep fascination of mine.
Yeah, I'm just saying
that the only transgenderism, elections, yeah, all those things are sensitive and people are afraid to talk about it.
I'm saying that as long as it's not in text and it's not being live streamed on YouTube, we can literally talk about everything. We're still that lucky.
No, bro. No.
Wollt ihr deinen totalen Krieg?
It's just a slippery slope, We got to be careful with what we consider okay about what we allow ourselves to say.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Soon enough, this gradual process of slowly censoring us, we're going to consider it, not a big deal.
And now a word from our sponsors. When you need to enjoy a fresh cup of flat earth coffee made by a true flat earther who is also in a wheelchair, please enjoy a hot cup of paraplegic coffee. Coffee's so good that you can't stand it when people are trying to sit down and NASA astronauts are making coffee. Paraplegic, void or prohibited batteries not included, each sold separately.
Pretty funny.
Isn't the Discord owned by like China?
I don't know.
I think it is.
That's TikTok.
Nah, I think Discord is also in the realm.
I just have one question. Does anybody here think they could destroy me battle rapping? Not on this server, but anytime, anywhere.
Dude, I'll battle rap you right now. You think I'm scared?
Let's go.
You want me to start?
I said let's go, but you get punched like a cracker. That's Nabisco. I'll throw you in a pan like Crisco. You more dull. I'm shining bright. Crystal. That's a crystal. Yeah, I don't know. You want to battle? I didn't even smoke yet today.
They call me Flatter Day Saints when I'm out flat smacking, but my girlfriend just called me flat nasty. Been doing this for the last 3 or is it 4, maybe even 5 years, don't remember anymore. Been on this Discord listening to people complain. All these thoughts coming out of my brain. They say in Southern California it's about to rain, but you know it's just weather modification. I do this for the mods who want to take a vacation. Let me filter your channel just like I pilfer your flannel when you're in your pajamas looking for Hannibal because you're fiending for an animal to crawl inside like a dead moose. Tom Green, so we got to know being on the lawn clean, playing with the Ponzi schemes and the Bitcoin. I don't give a shit about ointment, so I shit coins. And my name is Flatter Day Saints, and I just came here to shatter the vacuum of space. 1491, repeat the hail over the head. Peace.
My guy, my guy.
If I see Flatter Day, I grab the K and smack his face. You ask a bad question, I won't answer that today.
Nice try, bro.
Yeah, at least I tried. You just sitting there listening.
I don't know, your mic sounded kind of muffled, so I didn't understand 90% of it.
How about this one, though? How about this? My raps like the second law of thermodynamics further advance into murder your tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie? Haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors' affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses like a NASA fan finding out his world is flat, like the first, second tower, and the third collapsing. Birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. I thirst with the anticipation like ejaculation, exposing master plans of these master masons. I'm just another Flatter Day Saint from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, I'm off the chain, getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. There's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is.
Hot damn.
Hey, that's not a freestyle. You reading?
What?
That was a freestyle, or are you reading it?
No, it's in my head already. The first one was a freestyle.
My
That was
bad.
something I already have in my head. I don't read nothing.
The first one was definitely a freestyle. I noticed that.
Yeah.
I liked how you added Masons.
Yeah, I don't trust no Masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Because I know these Masons want to see me placed inside of cages.
Fuck yeah.
Yo, when I'm outside, we just come places that build things.
You know, that's the thing what brought me into the flat shit. Fucking Masons.
Yeah, right. You gotta understand they're doing live people, so you understand that the flat.
What?
You gotta understand that you're doing live people, understand like the flat.
Like, did somebody understand that? Because I didn't.
I'm on my truck side.
Hey, Gerald, I sent you something, Gerald.
Electric.
Well, I get it. Is my mic better?
Still fucked.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I just reset dude's circadian rhythm and his frequency. You know what I mean? In one fell swoop, dog. You know what I mean?
What?
All right, fellas, I'm out of here. Just remember, I'm flat out of Compton, representing that Black Swan, 1491, 65er. All right?
I respect you, bro.
So until next time.
Hey, Saint. I wish Chin was still here. Hey Tim, what kind of fucking shit you're posting, man?
Well, this is just what's his name? Gerald. His interaction 01 24/7. So when you're acting like a snowflake, you get a snowflakey reply.
Vanu is Gerald?
Yeah, I assume so, because he posted a picture up here of Herostostenes, blah blah blah, and the only one in that conversation is Vano, and Vano is pretty much explaining what Gerald explained about his interaction order. So I assume that Vano is Gerald. I might be wrong, but for now I assume it.
Could very well be so, yeah.
he also mentioned daggers. So one more point towards that. I'm right about this. That this is him.
Fascinating developments.
Pretty much just time abuse, but I'm quite bored right now, so I engage in petty stuff.
Gotta do something, right?
Hello, Tim. Hey, Tim's a good guy. Leave Tim alone. Kidding.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, Tim.
I don't think there is an issue. I just think we are maybe a bit out of sync. But it is the internet, so people like to overreact on small things.
This is true. Your dialogue there was it's congenial. It's fine. You're trying to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I care that much that I actually went over and went 3 months back in the Cocktails channel to see the interaction itself because I wanted to know what was going on. And I think I have a decent view on it. Do I condone all the actions of the mods over there? Definitely not. I definitely think there is some of the mods that is very biased, especially on the religious realm. Like they give you like 3 points if you're a Christian and all that kind of stuff, and if you just have any slight skepticism about religion and the Bible and stuff like that at all, you have minus 50 points, just as an example. And I do know that some of them just also mod their own interactions, which is also bad modding. But as an overall problem of the server, I don't see it because you know it. You've been over there a lot. You can pretty much talk about everything. There is just a time and a day for it. And if there is an let's call it an agenda ongoing where we're trying to get people from the YouTube chat into the chat and talk about the one-on-ones, well, then we cannot bring up, complicated speculation stuff,
Yeah, I hear you. At least, you do your research first before you open your mouth, which is a good thing. Yeah, the internet is quite an animal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's the text messages mostly, like you can see the facial expressions and all that kind of stuff. Like even here in the VC, people sometimes sound mad or yelling or anything like that. And if they have cam on, you can see that they're not upset at all. That's just how they talk, and people can misconstrue that or confuse themselves with that. Like, yeah, they don't get to read the entire body language and all that kind of stuff, which is important part of communicating.
Oh yeah, I mean that's happened to everybody. A lot gets lost in translation. Everybody's had many instances where I've been speaking to somebody in text and they're like, they've popped me up completely wrong, and then I have to explain what I meant. I didn't mean it this way. I meant it that way, just because they couldn't see my body language.
Yeah, exactly.
We've all had those. Yeah, well, good to see you, Tim.
You too. You still doing good?
Yeah, not too bad, sir. Yourself?
Same old. Finally started to get freezing degrees here in Denmark.
Oh, dude. Hey, we actually hit minus, was it 6 last night? -6 last night we had, which doesn't happen too often here, but holy shit. Took me about 5 or 6 or 7, no, it was probably more, about 10 tries to get the car started this morning. And yeah, and I've got all the heaters on in the house and I'm burning through electricity and it's just like £10 a day now. It's like, it's mad.
Yeah, it's crazy. You have to say, I'm lucky. I live in like a relatively new building, so it's very good insulated. So I only, turn on the heater for like 10 minutes and that's enough.
Hey, is there any apartments going over there? I might just move over there. It's fucking shit here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm living downtown in a relatively new building, as I said. Well, relatively new. It's like 20 years old, but I bought it like 10 years ago and almost done paying it off. But it's all good.
Nice, man. Yeah, I'm living in I don't know, it's about 30, 40-year-old house, and it's like fucking Swiss cheese.
Oh, yeah, those damn houses. Like here in Denmark, there's a new law proposed like a few months ago that will cause that I think what is 800,000 houses would be considered illegal pretty much because of insulation and outdated whatever. And yeah, it's gonna be rough for 800 families.
Yeah.
Because they have to pay all these things or pay a fine, I think, if I read the article right. But let's see when the law is actually implemented.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can feel the cold coming through my windows. You can actually feel it. You know what I mean? It's like so bad insulated.
If I were you, I would go around with one of those. What is it called in English? You know, those rubbery things that gets hard over time, and just fucking find out where the air comes from, and just see if you can shut it up. You know.
Huh. No idea what that is.
Let me find the English word of it.
Okay.
Grout? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Go around finding where all the air come from, and then use a grout pistol or whatever, and see if you can close it up.
Oh yeah, I got you now. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
If it's,
definitely.
if it's obvious, it can maybe help, but maybe your house is just that old that is cracks and stuff like that you cannot find.
Yeah, I think it's about to fall down around me here. I'm worried it's going to fall on my head. So you there, Tim?
Yeah.
You've been in Denmark most of your life then, or?
Yeah, born, raised, still living here.
Oh, okay. You like it?
And it's not a bad place to be, but I could probably think about other places that was great. But it's like when you go on vacation, let's say 2 weeks, let's say you travel to Spain or something like that. After those 2 weeks, it's funny. You kind of want to get back to the Danish gray, wet weather somehow.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
isn't it called Danemark?
It's Denmark. It's because it was a den, you know.
I thought. Oh, okay. Let's find out why it's called Denmark. I thought it was Denmark was a.
Den is a wild mammal's hiding home, a lair.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know. Like, I know we got our flag. Well, the myth about our flag is that there was the Procystic Wars or something like that. Don't hang me up on the right words, but the flag should allegedly have fallen down from the sky, and that's how we got our flag.
That happens.
But
Well,
I actually think Denmark has been named. It's more like let me find the English word.
That's cool. They tell us that an old lady made our flag, and not the Dutch East India fucking company, which is fine.
I couldn't tell you why they call it Ireland. I mean, they call it Scotland because it's full of Scots, right?
Yeah.
But
Well, what are Scots?
Well, I know it used to be there were Picts, and then it was what was it? Caledonia, Hibernia, Ireland.
Is there Pickland or Hyperborea outright? You know.
Well, the origins of country names are. It's interesting how the Franks, French. Those were the Franks. Germans.
Frank. I mean Francoise. Hey, Francoise.
Yeah.
You know that's that.
Oh yeah, it's like this. Dan or Den is for Danish, and the mark is like referring to a Danish mark. Like it's like marches. You know what a marches is?
March is that a piece of land?
Yeah, it's like a meadow kinda. Or it's like a swamp or meadow combined, something like that.
Yeah.
Like for example, the Dead Man's Marshes from Lord of the Rings, just like something like that.
That's probably how I know what it means. I like me some Lord of the Rings. No, Bacon, I'm not the Portuguese. Oh, by the way, hello, Bacon. So
hello. What are you?
I'm a human. Trapped in a human body.
Yeah, I figured that out.
What are you?
I told you yesterday.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry, I was a little bit inebricated.
Yeah, I'm Portuguese. Sorry, I'm Brazilian. I speak Portuguese. Yeah.
Where are you living? I'm not going to dox you or anything, but are you in Portugal?
Brazil.
Are you in
Brazil?
Brazil?
Yeah, I misspoke. I'm Brazilian.
It's lovely there, isn't it?
Yes.
You like it?
Yep.
Where did Brazil get its name from?
From the trees, because when Portuguese people came here, they found a tree that is red in the inside. So when you cut it, it looks like it's burning. And a burning wood in Brazil, in Portuguese, would be called a Brazil wood, let's say, because it's still burning. It's reddish. So they gave the name of the wood Brazil.
Oh.
And they came here a lot in the beginning to get that wood because it was red. Now they're almost extinct, but it ended up becoming the name of the country.
Well, that's interesting. It's good that you know that too. That's cool. So what? They tried to make too many cabinets and chairs from the trees, or?
Yeah, probably.
That's for real, eh? Like Brazil got its name from red trees.
Yeah, the trees was the first to go when Western conquerors started to take over the world.
Then it was the gold. Portugal took basically all the gold that existed here, which made them pretty rich.
Very, very rich.
It's up to this day, Brazilians still mess with Portuguese people by asking our gold back. They don't like it much.
The Portuguese probably don't even have that gold anymore. It's probably in some Freemason bank up in Norway or something, or up in the inland ice.
Those damn Freemasons. Also, in saying that, that new Italian prime minister, is it Marconi? I think it's Marconi. The woman, she's very pretty. She did a great speech the other day about let's see, what was she saying about immigrants from Africa into Europe, etc., and how colonization, they took all the resources, and she was just basically saying that it's not, the solution isn't to allow immigrants into Europe like on crazy numbers. Just give them their resources. Let them look. They wouldn't want to come to Europe if their country was a bit better, which it isn't, because people stole everything that was there, and they still are. Like 50% of what, it's a certain country in Africa, goes into the French coffers as then francs again. And that needs to stop happening. I have to agree with her. Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, it's all going into that Freemason bank somewhere up north. It's a great little speech. She did it on TV. I'll see if I can find it and post it, because it's very emotional and strong, and it's very, very good. It's one of the best things I've ever seen a politician say.
That's what happens when they hire, female prime ministers. That's because they want to put out some emotional messages that people will read better. Because if men was reading off these messages that was full of emotions, it would not be taken in the same way.
Yeah, it wouldn't be taken at all. It wouldn't be even be allowed, would it?
Yeah.
It would look weird. Who's this guy?
Politics is what's up now. It seems like Joe Biden could have emotions under there somewhere. Let me out. Let me out.
Yeah, you got a point there. I don't want to be in this prison anymore. I just want to enjoy the rest of my days.
Well, I found it. It starts 40 seconds and it's only about a minute long. That's very good. Hang on a second. Have a little listen to that. That gives me goosebumps every time I listen to it, honestly. I mean, I don't know if she's a good person, bad person. She's a politician, so I don't know. But that's kind of good. Burkina Faso.
Anyone here?
Jawohl. Are you there?
I am.
Good. I'm here.
If you're not Portuguese, where are you from?
Ireland.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so you there? What's it? You here? You around? Maybe not. Hey, Matthew, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
Good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Almost.
Christmas. Almost getting there.
I was trying to think about how to impersonate Whitson, but I couldn't get his voice in my head. Not that I could do it anyway. But.
Well, now he has such a clear mic, it would be tough for you while you're on the road. I had a question, Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
Funny you popped in the room because I was thinking about I was going to talk to Austin about it. Austin has started talking about spherical geometry in regards to the eye, which I've talked about quite a bit over the past few years.
Okay.
Do you feel that we're kind of correct in that assumption that since the eye is spherically shaped, it has a lens to it, and then the biggest part, the back part of the eye that collects the information, right, is also curved, or the inside of a sphere in which we are the light is hitting and we're interpreting? Do you
Right.
think that spherical geometry should be applied to kind of how we see the world in perspective, or do you think that it should be strictly Euclidean, meaning it can be explained solely based off of straight lines and normal triangles and all of that? Or is our perspective dealing somewhat with spherical geometry?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you're right. The eye is spherical, and the lens of our eye is also curved. And I would say the same thing applies to cameras. The camera lenses are curved, although the light sensor in a camera is typically flat, like the CCD. But our eyes are really good at interpreting what we see. So even though the light is falling on a curved surface at the back of our eye, we can tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line, if the curve is big enough. So, and then you mentioned spherical geometry versus Euclidean geometry. In 3 dimensions, we're always just doing Euclidean geometry, even if we're doing it on top of a sphere. Really, it's if you're doing the 2-dimensional geometry, then it's non-Euclidean, but if you're doing 3-dimensional geometry, it's all just Euclidean.
Yeah, but so my thing is, all of our information and our data that we take in my opinion, would technically be 2D. It's strictly our brain's interpretation in 3D when it comes to vision.
Right.
Now we feel 3D, right? Like our other sensory inputs can tell us that it's 3-dimensional. But as far as our eyes are concerned, the only way that we even interpret things as 3D as opposed to 2D is based on movement, right? So we see like
we have 2
parallax.
eyes. Our brains are really good at combining 2 images from 2 slightly different perspectives.
Yes. So the 2 eyes helps. I wouldn't say that it's technically 3D that we even see in that case.
Right,
I would say it's more like 2.5. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I would say our eyes are giving us 2 separate 2-dimensional images, and then our brains are really adept at sort of seeing depth and interpreting the 3-dimensional world around us based on those 2 images.
yeah, combine what we see with movement, and that's where we tend to get the appearance of 3 dimensions, even though visually we're really just taking in 2 inputs of 2 dimensions. And I know that you said really we'd always apply Euclidean geometry to anything that's 3D, but if our inputs are 2D, is there a non-Euclidean aspect to the way that we see it? And I say that kind of basing it off of our entire field of view, right? Meaning we kind of take in the world in a large field of view that gives us the appearance of the ground rising up towards our eye level and the ceiling dipping down towards our eye level. And if there is a case of walls, we see those closing in from side to side. And is that strictly a Euclidean relationship, or is there some non-Euclidean aspect to it based on, you know, how we take in that information in our spherical eyes?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because, you know, if you're looking at a triangle, then the shape of the triangle is actually projected onto the inside of a sphere at the back of your eye. So what I meant between, you know, two-dimensional versus three-dimensional is, if you take a basketball and draw a triangle on it, you know, 3 lines connecting, then that from the two-dimensional perspective of the surface of the basketball, that triangle has more than 180 degrees in it, right? So it's non-Euclidean in the two-dimensional sense. But really, we're still just in three-dimensional Euclidean space, so it makes sense if you add the third dimension. So I would say you don't have to. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. So I would generally say that since we live in a three-dimensional world, you could do everything in regular Euclidean geometry. It's only when you're doing projections that you might have to appeal to the non-Euclidean ideas of triangles being bigger than 180 degrees and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I appreciate your input.
But yeah, those are interesting ideas. Good stuff to think about.
Yeah, because I thought about it quite a bit, because it seems to me that, you know, our vision and how we see in perspective, and I know you and I have talked about this in the past, it seems as though it's not as easily mapped as maybe most people would like to say that it is, as far as how information is compressed towards our vanishing point. Yeah, I don't think we have as cut and dry of a formula as to how perspective works, as a lot of people will just say, oh, it's just it's a Euclidean relationship. Here's how that doesn't work or does work. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily been rigorously mapped out to kind of prove that observations that we have or the way that our vision works can be mapped in a strictly Euclidean way, and it's, you know, a silver bullet. That's exactly how we're seeing the world.
What the fuck is a Euclidean way?
Using normal Euclidean geometry, he's talking about.
Yeah.
What the fuck even is that, man?
Basic geometry that you learn in junior high school.
Like the triangle?
Right, like saying that a triangle, the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. Sometimes it's not true. In those cases, it's non-Euclidean geometry. But as far as perspective goes, it seems like if an object appears a certain size, and then you move it twice as far, or you move back twice the distance, then it will appear half the size. And that sort of follows Euclidean geometry. I'm not sure what non-Euclidean version of that would be. Maybe it would turn out to have the same effect, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Does that always hold true, though? Is kind of my case, because once you start, the closer you get to the vanishing point, I don't know if we can necessarily tell if that relationship always holds true.
Yeah, it'd be hard to see. But then if you got a telescope out and look, you know, you're looking at a mountain, and then you go from 10 miles to 20 miles with the same telescope, I think it would, you know, be half the size. So
yeah, Well, changing the optics is also changing everything from the
Yeah, but
starting
at
point.
the same time, though, the air could distort that angular size.
Yeah, that's another factor you might have to take into account. I mean, especially near the horizon where there's thicker air. If you're looking higher in the sky, like an airplane directly above you, then there would be less effect from the optics of the air.
Yeah, it's much thicker on that point, and there's so much more information that's crammed into a much smaller place the closer you get to the horizon. And I know lots of times people are confused as to how the sun may appear to disappear from the bottom up as it goes off in the distance with a sunset. But if you think about it, if the sun is being occluded by clouds or atmosphere, think of how much atmosphere and or cloud cover can be contained in what you perceive as just millimeters above the horizon. Like how much information and how much distance is contained just millimeters above the horizon.
It's
Right.
the effect of foreshortening on the ceiling. So if you have, like, I'm looking at a mountain range, or not, a moderate mountain range in front of me that could be like 5 miles away. The cloud cover above it gives a dimension that you can see that the clouds are going much farther than the top of that mountain. And I was just thinking this in terms of what you were talking about. If we were at the beach and we could see the horizon roughly 3 some odd miles away, and we could put a boat on that horizon, so we know how far away the boat is, and we can say that it's right there apparently at the horizon. And then we got a small engine airplane and flew that airplane over that spot. How much farther away would the airplane go in the air before it would actually somewhat disappear into the vanishing point? It already crossed the horizon because it said, okay, I'm passing over the boat right now. Boat's underneath me. So then the airplane in the air is at the horizon, but then it just keeps flying and flying and flying and flying. How much farther away would that airplane get before it disappeared into the focal point?
Yeah, but here's the question about the sun. The top of the sun is farther than the bottom of the sun, so wouldn't there be more air between your eye and the top of the sun versus the bottom of the sun?
I don't know if we necessarily have enough information to say that holds true, that the top is closer than the bottom.
No, the top is farther than the bottom, is what I said.
Or that the top is farther than the bottom.
Yeah, because it's higher, right?
Well, either way, even if it's slightly farther, you're talking about it coming into the to way less atmosphere just solely based on the angle from your eye to the top of it compared to the bottom, because the bottom angle is going through what could arguably be 1,000 times more density as far as the atmosphere is concerned. You know what I'm saying, Matthew?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that really holds true on both models, right?
Have you ever seen with your own eyes sunset over the ocean or over water?
Yeah, of course. I live in Florida, so yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess you'd say the same thing about sunrises
Yep.
too, if you're on that
East
coast.
Well, the place where we got married, my wife and I, it's really cool because you can see the sunrise over the ocean and then the sunset over kind of the bay on the other side of the island. So you get sunrise and sunset over the water. Yeah. And sunrises and sunsets are kind of our thing. So I see them a lot. Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's cool. You picked the right place to get married then.
Exactly. Did you have something you wanted to say about sunsets over the water?
No, it's just you brought it up and have seen them, and it certainly does look like halfway through the sunset you can see the top half of the sun, but not the bottom. You can see a straight line through the middle.
Yeah, I always notice it. Lots of times, it's not what you would think is the apparent horizon that we're seeing, right? That is occluding the bottom of the sun. It's always slightly above that it appears that the sun appears to disappear slightly above the apparent horizon line most of the time.
Yeah, definitely when there's clouds and stuff like that too. But when it's really clear, it does look like it is at the horizon.
I would say even on a clear day, there's always a little bit of distance between what appears to be the water occluding the bottom of the sun. There's always some weird little either pinching in or flaring out of the sun at the very, very bottom portion of the horizon.
Yeah.
Add
Is that Blaze? Oh, I can.
Hi, that wasn't me.
Oh. How are you, Blaze?
Wonderful. I was thinking like, oh, where do you watch your sunsets?
I'm not doxing myself, Blaze. Come on.
No, I said, oh, no. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, I tell people I live in Florida.
I know.
I live in LA County. I don't mind telling people that. So I go to the beach sometimes and see them.
I just saw a couple sunsets last weekend. Well, the weekend before. And I live super close. I have no excuse.
You should see it every night, Blaze. You should just walk down there.
No, I should ride my bike. I ride my because now I live in
you don't have to say it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I probably shouldn't. But it's a small, quaint little town. And it's got a casino. And actually, it was the very first casino ever named a casino because back then it meant a gathering hall, a dance hall. Anyways, I live like really close to that, so I should be. But it's so hot in the summertime, but it's becoming really beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I was enjoying the conversation. Who was that, anyways?
Myself and Matthew Lawrence.
No. That seemed like somebody it was a female that made a noise or something.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I wasn't watching who lit up. But I saw that you were in the room, and it sounded like it could have maybe been you. So I was like, "Oh, is Blaze hot micing?"
Yeah, the female in here. We're supposed to be getting some cooler weather this weekend.
Uh-oh, how cool! Do I need to bring all my orchids in, or what?
Somebody told me yesterday 44. Oh, shit. I know, right? For us, that doesn't look like for me on my app. Looks like Monday at night.
Okay, well, at least I have the weekend to try to get all my orchids together and bring them in if I need to.
I bet that's so beautiful.
Well, they're all starting to spike and bloom right now, so I don't want to lose them all. Plus, I'm orchid sitting for like 15 of my mom's orchids. She's in between. Yeah, she came down for Thanksgiving, and then they come down to Snowbird. So she drops her orchids off at Thanksgiving, and then doesn't have to worry about packing them when they come down to Snowbird in a couple weeks.
How cute. I mean, no pressure there because orchids are really hard to maintain.
Yeah. Yeah, no pressure on killing mom's orchids. Good
Right.
thing about it is I think I bought about half of them for her, so at least it would be something that I gave her and destroyed to begin with.
My sister-in-law gives me an orchid every year. Well, she hasn't lately, but she told me that to put an ice cube in it, that's all I would have to do. And I was like, well, isn't that interesting?
So the ice cube is good for about the amount of water that it needs for like a week, but you don't really want the freezing cold water on their roots.
That makes sense.
So it's a good indication as to the amount of water that they probably want throughout the week, but it's not necessarily the best way to deliver it.
That makes sense. No wonder it died after like 9 months.
Well, it happens. It happens. I've killed quite a few. And some it's like, I don't know. I found where I'll do for an orchid everything that is by the book for that orchid, and it'll be on like the verge of death. And then I put it in a place where it's like, all right, this is going to die, but I'm just going to put it here and I'm not going to pay attention to it. And then it just flourishes. It's like everything completely wrong, it flourishes. Everything right, it wants to die. So it all depends. They're finicky.
And you're growing food as well, right?
A little bit, yeah. I have pineapples, eggplant, some basil, tomatoes, peppers. But I really want to get more planted for springtime. But that's just what I have going right now, and some strawberries.
I bet those strawberries. Yeah, you showed us. I bet they're getting bigger.
Yeah, we've had a couple come in recently, but as you know, strawberries taste best when it comes right out of the winter frost kind of season. That's when they're the sweetest. So these are a little bit tart right now. So a lot
I
of people,
also go ahead.
I was just gonna say a lot of people don't realize how many strawberries come out of the state of Florida. Actually, pretty close to me, Plant City produces a ton of strawberries.
Mm-hmm. And I also heard that strawberries are one of the worst things to eat if they're not organic.
Really?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that?
No.
With all the pesticides or something?
I mean, it makes sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know. And blueberries. I'm like, what?
I don't know why I mean, I understand the need for pesticides and kind of the environment that we grow crops, right, on such a large scale. But I don't know. It's annoying.
Well, I was enjoying the conversation with you and Matthew.
Yeah. Geometry. Matthew is a math professor, so that's why.
Part-time math professor. Just be clear.
Part-time. Weren't you full-time previously? What are you changing careers?
I've taught part-time and full-time. I work full-time, but I do other things at the university and teach math just occasionally.
Oh, okay, cool.
But everybody knows me as a math professor because 100 million people have seen me on YouTube.
That's right. You have a very successful YouTube channel. We have a celebrity in the house today.
That's nice. So, Matthew, you come here. You have to know that my friends or the people that believe fixed and immovable Earth are pretty smart.
Right.
Because you seem pretty smart. So this topic intrigues you.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it sort of touches on lots of interesting ideas of mathematics, geometry, philosophy, even theology, epistemology, which is the study of knowledge. How do we know what we know? So it touches on all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Okay, well, I guess it's time to pass the ball to somebody else.
Well, Blaze Matthew is a rarity in that he is a university professor, I guess part-time, but works at a university, but is also a Christian as well. So he is a Christian globe earther, but is also at a university. So
We have talked about that.
okay.
Oh yes.
So actually, I teach at a Christian university, so it's not super rare where I work, but in general, it is. Most people who work at universities are very liberal and very non-Christian.
Careful you don't get cancelled, Matthew.
So because I work at a Christian university, that's not likely to happen.
You think?
You know, Matthew, you're kind of like a phenomenon in a way because you're well off, you're educated, you're a professor. You don't need to be here, right? But yet here you are. That means you're searching still for something.
I enjoy chatting with you guys.
Oh, same here, same here. But why would you pick a flat Earth kind of a thing? I mean, there's so many servers, right? You can go to a math server, a history, a teacher, people of your own capabilities, but yet you choose. Not that I really enjoy talking to you. I'm not trying to shoo you off, but just curious.
Yeah, well, like I was telling Blaze, I really enjoy chatting about those topics because, I like philosophy. I like thinking about how we know what we know. I like thinking about truth. I like thinking about what counts as proof, what counts as evidence. And then I like talking about mathematics and geometry. And this topic sort of touches on all of those in ways that other topics don't. I suppose astronomy might.
Do you like triangles?
Sure. Yes, triangles are cool.
Are you part of the Illuminati?
No.
Not so sure about that.
So this is an example of an interesting way. So if you ever ask somebody if they're part of a secret organization, it's unlikely that you would get any useful information because the people who aren't would say no, and then the people who are in it would be required to lie about it and say no also. Like if you ask somebody, are you in Fight Club? What's the first rule of Fight Club is, Fight Club doesn't exist or whatever.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Come on, Matthew.
It's been more than 10 years since I've seen that movie.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, Matthew, because you're of the learned, right? You're of the learned. You're of the top class of education. Let's say you're a professor. Now, it would seem to reason that you would want to hang around with people of your IQ, people of your knowledge, I guess, advanced knowledge.
Thank you, but I'm not like I'm not among the. I don't have a PhD. I'm not a full-time professor, but you're right. I do like hanging out with people. I had lunch yesterday with a guy who has a PhD, was in the Air Force, was a Air Force pilot, but then got bored and then ended up doing something else. Now he's a professor. I also have a friend who used to be a TV news anchor for like 10 years. And before that, he was a lawyer. But then he decided to be a professor. So yes, there are very interesting people end up in colleges and universities.
No, understood. But to me, like, I don't want to keep harping on this, but to me, it seems that if you're here, right, talking with us, right, a lot of people consider us dumb flat earthers, right?
I mean, I've never said that.
I'm gonna say it. You're dumb.
Thank you.
But that's not what Matthew is talking
about.
about.
I don't think that's true.
I just find that fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm typically doing other stuff when I'm listening.
like
Yeah, we
checking
all are.
during email
We
or
all.
doing grading or something. But yeah, I enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, same here.
Who's the guy that said you're dumb?
That's
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
I mean, that was so graceful, Essie. Well, what's that saying about who you hang out with?
Show me your friends, and I'll show you who you are.
Okay.
And I'll tell you who you are. Yeah.
You know, it's better to shoot yourself in the foot than somebody else.
That was turtle, sorry.
Thanks.
Got some serious logic going on today. Fascinating.
I have some good friends in real life, and I have Matthew online, so I'm doing okay. Huh?
You are. And Matthew, it's kind of weird because you love math. And a lot of people in here like math. Math, I don't like at all.
But
So
yeah, I
one
still like
plus
it.
one is 2, right?
Here's the thing.
Oh, gosh.
Most people, when they think of
It's his
math,
name.
they
It's in his name.
remember
Yeah.
their badly taught math classes where you're just memorizing useless formulas and useless procedures. And so, if I don't blame people for not liking math if they think that's what it's about, but in a sense, I think math is really about sort of the raw form of ideas, like what is a circle and how does the circumference of a circle relate to its diameter? Like these are sort of the pure ideas, or even God's ideas and his language for describing science in the world. So if you see it that way, then it becomes more interesting.
Aren't you named after math?
My parents didn't know that I would be interested in math when I was born, but maybe.
Matthew, how do you calculate the radius of a circle again?
There are several different ways. If you know the circumference, you just divide by 2 pi.
Yeah, pi it.
I suppose I found maths very boring at school, but after school, when I did further education, I sort of something clicked. It's a language, and understanding these formulas and being able to retain them, and when somebody poses a problem and being able to solve that problem by using a fucking string of formulas, be, I was mesmerized by it. I enjoyed it, and I couldn't understand why I enjoyed it.
Yeah, in a sense, mathematics talks about the fundamental nature of things, like what are numbers or what kind of numbers are there. For example, like even just looking at if you have a bunch of little rocks, say you don't even know what numbers are and you just have a bunch of rocks, you start putting them into shapes and you realize that if you have 12, you can make a rectangle out of it. But if you have 11 or 13 rocks, you can't make a rectangle out of it. So it seems like even fundamentally, without even knowing the names of numbers, there's this magical property that sometimes you can make rectangles and sometimes you can't. And like, okay, so what kind of numbers are those? Stuff like that, I think, are really interesting ideas.
What do you mean? You can just throw some rocks away, right? And then you have your triangle or your
No, I'm saying
rectangle.
if you have 13 rocks and you try to put them into a rectangle shape, then you can't do it with 13.
Well, you just put 2 of them on the same spot, and there you go.
Sure, but you know what I'm saying. Like with
Yeah.
12, you can do 3 by 4 or 2 by 6 or whatever.
You have 13, but pretend you have 12.
Yep.
Riding on eggshells?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy doody.
Howdy, cowboy.
Yeehaw.
Remember, guys, we got to protect the Alamo.
Protect the climate.
No.
You remember what happened to those guys that were protecting the Alamo?
They got fucked.
Yeah. So Matthew, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was going over something with RC Meisty yesterday, and he got triggered to high hell. We're
Oh,
talking
yeah?
about the peer review process.
Okay.
So what's your opinion on that? Is that a good way to do science, or what's your opinion?
I suppose I'd say it's better than any other alternatives I can think of for now. I don't do research because I work as staff mostly, and then I only teach like as a lecturer sometimes, so I'm not submitting papers to journals and like that, like all these other people are. But it's hard to think of a better alternative, I guess.
Is it really?
What would you suggest?
Well, I would suggest the scientific method.
Well, that's what they're trying to do with peer review. Like somebody writes a paper, does some experiments and writes some paper, and then they send it off to other people to check to see if it meets the scientific standard or not. So that's what peer review is.
Yeah, they ask them to do corrections, right? If they find something wrong,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
and resubmit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how serious the error is, if they find an error, I guess.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the peer review process is merely scientific, or is there like how could I say it? An opinion? Could it be an opinion based?
Sure. I mean, so it depends on the type of paper, but basically, we're all just humans, right? A human wrote the paper, and so the only way that we know how to check to see if the paper is worth being published is to let other humans who are also skilled in that field read the paper and determine if it's worth being published or not. And so peer review isn't anything fancy. It's just saying, hey, let somebody else look at it before we automatically publish it.
That makes sense, unless, let's say I have a competing view of dark matter than you do.
Right.
And I submit a paper. Now, this paper, if my theory goes through, the people that are currently going to review the process, well, they're going to stand to lose all funding next year. So how do you think they're going to vote on my paper?
Yeah, so you're bringing up sometimes there are other factors happening, like somebody wants to keep the consensus. They don't want a theory that goes against what they think. And in fact, the clearest way you can see this is that it's pretty much impossible to do any type of biology paper that posits the existence of a intelligent designer, because all biology journals and all schools and PhD programs and everything is all so heavily invested in evolution that you can't even sort of mention the idea of intelligent design, or else you're out. So you're right. The peer review process sort of perpetuates that kind of thing.
You know what rhymes with peer review?
Before we continue, I'll let you go on, bro. Just let me say one more thing. Thank you, Matthew. That was refreshing. That was honest, and I couldn't get that from RC Meisty. There's no way he was going through loops and jumping backwards, insulting me. So thank you for that honest answer, man. I appreciate it.
So I don't know RC Meisty. You're welcome. I don't know RC Meisty that well, but is he involved in the academic process at all?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure. Not sure what his credentials are, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, so I'd see it kind of like Winston Churchill talked about democracy. He said democracy is the worst possible form of government, except for all the others. So maybe peer review is like the worst way to determine if a paper is worth being published. But except for all the other ways, what do we want to do? Like let who have a auction? Whoever pays the most money gets to publish. That's what happens with books, right? Self-published books on Amazon, or even there's this pay to play. You pay a bunch of money publishers do to get their book at the top of the New York Times bestseller list and that type of thing. So there are lots of alternatives that are way worse than peer review that I could think of.
Yeah, agreed. But look, there's some things that you really can't peer review, like for example, dark matter, right? How can you judge what it is, or who can make a decision on that?
Right. And so if you write a paper about dark matter, then you're just sort of looking at all the evidence and saying, okay, well, maybe this theory will fit. Maybe this theory accounts for something. And the best a peer reviewer could say, okay, maybe it does. And none of they're not claiming, and the peer reviewers aren't checking to see if it's actually true. In those type of theoretical physics, they're just seeing if it makes sense, if it kind of is internally consistent.
Yeah, you have 7 guys and you tell them the story, and 4 of them will say, oh yeah, that makes sense, and there it goes, it passes. But it doesn't mean anything, right? Just because dark matter got peer reviewed, it doesn't mean that it's true. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, and I would say that even the author would admit to that. They say, here's my theory. And ideally, if you write a paper, you'd say, okay, here's my theory, and here are some ways we might be able to test for it. That would
Isn't there some university out there that has like dark matter or something?
Nah, negative.
They have antimatter. I think you can contain antimatter in certain...
Yes, it was antimatter they had, I think, yeah.
Now just think of that. Just think of what you just said, right? You think that some university has this stuff called antimatter. Now imagine that, and you believe this now, right?
It's just what they proclaim, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What is antimatter?
Well,
exactly.
Yeah,
Not
antimatter. Antimatter you can actually see in particle accelerators, as far as I know.
So it's matter then.
And so it's
You
way
can see
different
it,
than
it's
just
matter.
sort of it's just way different than the theoretical concept of dark matter. The antimatter and dark matter are different things. I don't know much about either, though.
Yeah, but you have to admit, if you can see this antimatter, that means it's matter, right?
That's right, yeah.
So it's like,
It's
if you
not
look
matter.
into this,
And they're buying it. What a fairy story.
Yeah.
The meme, the buying it.
It's like, here you go, here's some not matter. You're like, what? Yeah, look, it's over there. Yeah, but I can see it. Yeah, but it's antimatter.
How did you prove that? Well, by bashing matter together.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is why I say the peer review process is like, it's like a good old boys club, for the most part.
You know what,
Matthew,
sorry, go ahead.
Matthew, don't you think that it's a bit dishonest to have, a scientific community where you can't even suggest intelligent design? Since science doesn't prove anything, wouldn't you have to just simply open the door for anyone to present their theoretical hypothesis?
Yeah, so I think that science fails when it engages in metaphysics. So science should do physics, but not metaphysics. Metaphysics being kind of like the philosophy of what exists and what doesn't, and philosophy of science and whether God exists and that type of thing. So when a biology journal rejects a paper about intelligent design, they're not rejecting it on the merits of its scientific claims, but they're just saying, oh, I prefer to say that God doesn't exist, therefore we're not accepting this paper.
Even if it's about the same, even if someone were to take an intelligent design hypothesis of a metaphysical concept, it would still be dismissed because it's suggesting intelligent design. I guess what I'm saying again, I still don't understand how anybody could justify closing that door. Like, that's almost, you know, an obscene prejudice.
I agree. In fact, I know people who do biology and have been rejected by mainstream biology papers. And so, in the end, what ends up happening is that there's a whole subset. Now there are journals that focus on intelligent design biology. I mean, there's small journals, and I work at a Christian university, so it makes sense that I would see these kinds of papers and know these kinds of people because that's where we congregate. But you're right. I think that science, when it engages in metaphysics, kind of cries wolf, and now people are like, wait a minute, if you're wrong about if science claims that God doesn't exist and you're wrong about that, what else is science wrong about?
Doesn't that just
I don't think I don't think that science does say that God doesn't exist. I think that it's merely a misinterpretation of science and engaging in metaphysics inappropriately when they say that.
Isn't that a facilitation of echo chambers? Right, so I'm submitting this paper to a peer review. They don't accept it, so then I create my own group, and we all just now you have two echo chambers. So
right. And the way that you can tell is if there is some other non-scientific or irrational reason for them having a certain bias, that's when you can dismiss what they say. So their irrational idea is that they would prefer if God doesn't exist, maybe due to personal reasons or due to historical bias in that field or whatever. So, I mean, but then the different sciences probably have different biases. Like in the biological sciences, there's a clear bias against intelligent design. But if you were, trying to submit a paper to an electrical engineering journal, they don't have as much philosophy in there. It's just like electrical engineering either works or it doesn't.
Yo, mic check. Can you hear me?
No.
Electric, we can hear you.
Is there anything that pops out in your mind about the globe, Matthew? Like something that you find extra peculiar about the globe model?
So not specifically about the globe model, but like I was just saying, I don't implicitly trust everything the scientists say because I recognize they have biases against intelligent design. For example, one thing that would be an example of that is that some astronomers reject the idea that the Earth could be at the center of the universe merely because it would be unlikely. And I think that it's possible that we're at the center of the universe because maybe God put us right here at the center. So there's a small example.
I've heard them say it's unconscionable. We can't. We must not. Like they don't want to have anything to do with us being at the center.
Yeah, and
that's
that is an irrational thought based on their idea that the universe was not designed. So it's merely because they assume the universe was not designed that they tell themselves we must not be at the center.
So this is fascinating now because you're caught in between. Not caught, but you're a scientist and you're religious. So what's your view on evolution? How do you? That's fascinating.
So
that thought process.
Yeah, the conversation always changes over the decades. And so, I would say that instead of focusing on specific questions about how God may have created life, I mean, maybe he used some kind of common descent. Maybe he allowed evolution to happen, but it would have to be guided evolution by him if it were, or maybe he created everything just without evolution at all. And so I think that the bigger question or the better question is the universe designed or not designed? And I think that's a better question to ask than specifically, is evolution true, or how did evolution happen, or did it not happen at all? Those kinds of questions. So I
agree.
shift the focus.
I agree, Matthew, but that's sacrilege to your peers, to your scientific peers.
Not the ones that I know. Again,
Really?
I work at a Christian university, so.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. I guess that's different, yeah. But to the rest of the scientists, they want to have nothing to do with the creator, especially God. It's evolution. We started in a pond, you know the story, right? Abiogenesis, cell, reproducing, blah, 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 right?
Right.
So that doesn't score at
So do you
all with
have opposing? Do you
Yeah.
have?
I don't agree with those ideas. Obviously, life is way too complex to have spontaneously generated in a pond, because it's about information, and this is where the conversation has been going among intelligent design people. Is it's not just about the physical makeup of DNA, but it's actual DNA actually contains information, and information can only come from an intelligence, and so you can't generate information spontaneously. If any of you are interested, there's this book called Return of the God Hypothesis by a guy named Stephen Meyer. I'll put a link in the chat in a sec. That sort of summarizes all the current intelligent design arguments fairly well.
Have any faculty that hold opposing views?
Yeah, so it turns out that we actually have a diversity of let me just put it this way, political thought. Way more. So my university is way more diverse than UC Berkeley. If you go to UC Berkeley, 99.5% of them voted for the same political party, whereas at my university, it's probably somewhere between 40 and 60%, and I don't even know which way. And so, yeah, in some senses, not being at a liberal public university allows for a lot more diversity of thought. Now, as far as science and how God created the universe, all of us agree that God created the universe because we're all Christians. But there's definitely different opinions about how that might have happened or how long that took.
What about theological perspectives?
Different Christian institutions have different levels of their theological perspectives. At my university, we have a statement of faith that we have to sign in order to work here, but it's fairly vague. I mean, it says sort of the basic ideas that God exists and created the universe and exists in three persons in the Trinity, and we're saved through Jesus Christ and stuff like that. Whereas, but it leaves some questions open, notably like origins and eschatology. Some of the things that probably we wouldn't consider salvation issues leaves fairly open.
Hey, Mike Tech, Matthew. So you don't agree with the heliocentric model 100%. You think that there's something wrong with it, right?
It depends on how you define that. Now, some people define the heliocentric model as including methodological naturalism and a Big Bang, and everything evolved and came about naturally. And that's the part I would disagree with. I don't disagree with the shape or the geometry of the heliocentric model.
How do the other professors feel about that? Like, are some of them torn between the Big Bang and creationism, or because they're all there, I assume that they're all mostly on board with creationism, like you said before? But you notice any of them torn between it?
So nobody's torn about where the universe came from. All of us would agree that God created it. I think that there are some people that would say that generally it was young Earth creation that happened fairly recently, 10, 50,000 years ago. But then there are other people who would say, no, God could have used a longer time frame. So there are disagreements among people where I work between those two positions for sure.
You say all of us, Matthew, but it's not all of us.
I'm sorry. All of us at the university, at the Christian university where I work, is what I meant.
All right.
Yeah,
Isn't it
I mean that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sean wants to know how old the university is. Matthew?
114 years old.
No kidding.
Oh, it's nearly old as time itself.
I mean, I don't mind telling you, I work at Biola University in Los Angeles County. Biola used to stand for Bible Institute of Los Angeles, BIOLA.
Isn't it strange how they've taken God out of the picture? And if you're at a liberal university and you want to write a paper, you have to be very careful what you're going to write, because you know you're actually going to destroy your career and the 5 years you've spent fucking studying. Because that's a form of mind control, which people don't realize that they're under.
Got the poker game going.
Sorry. You can say whatever you want as long as it doesn't disagree with what we tell you.
Yes, right. Well, especially like I was mentioning earlier, biology journals in relation to intelligent design, that kind of thing.
Well, you see how these institutions work, right? Matthew just posted a statement of this is what we believe here, right? That means everybody there. See how it's done? It's like I don't want to use that word, but you know, it's you must. This is it. This is what we believe.
Your link, Matthew, to an outside source. That's how much I trust you, bro.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What's that sound?
Never mind.
I linked to the theological positions in my university, but I don't see that post anymore. Did I delete it?
It's Amazon for the book.
Okay, I posted it again. Oh, Sean asked, how old do I think the universe is? I'm not 100% sure, but I generally think it's older rather than younger.
Well, it's not out of it's not unusual. Religion and cosmology, for example. Do you guys talk about Lemaitre and company?
I'm not familiar with what that means.
The Jesuit-trained Catholic priest, Lemaitre, one of the inventors of the Big Bang.
Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I am aware that it was a Catholic priest who came up with the idea of a Big Bang.
A Jesuit priest from the Catholic Church.
Jesuit-trained Catholic priest, yeah.
Well, yeah, and in fact, before that, people thought that the universe was maybe eternally existent, but it was Christian theology that said, no, the universe has been created at a certain moment in time, and so people initially rejected the idea of a Big Bang as being too religious.
Too religious?
Right, because it claimed that if there's a beginning, then there must have been a creator, and so it was sort of the reverse back in the day. That all the secular people said, no, the universe is eternally existent. And the Christians were the ones saying there was a beginning. And even the term Big Bang was kind of like a mocking way of putting it.
It was
like,
a mockery, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's interesting. It makes sense. They would be against it. At first I said, why? But yeah, it would presume a creator. Interesting, yeah.
Wasn't it also the Catholic Church that brought up the globe theory?
No, I mean, maybe historically they supported it, but there were people who said that before the Reformation and then also before Christianity.
Isn't it strange the people that purport to be Christians bring up theories that Take God out of the picture.
I know, right? It's fucking devil's work.
Well,
What is a Christian?
or it's just saying I've looked for evidence and I've not seen much. It's an extraordinary claim with not very much evidence. I'm a bit of a flat earther when it comes to the question of God.
What is a Christian?
I don't know. I'm a bit of a flat earther. I'm just like, I don't know what surface I live on, but probably not a Christian one.
Wait, Axel, since when did you turn a flat earther, man?
I'm a flat earther when it comes to Christianity.
Speaking metaphorically, right? You guys realize that, right? Like, your questions are non sequitur if you don't understand what Harry's saying. I totally understand what he's saying, therefore I'm not asking the questions you're asking.
Well, I want to know why he would ask for extraordinary evidence.
Yeah,
Like,
that was the
explain
part.
to.
Yeah, that was the part I had a problem with, but I still understood.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it too. I've heard it. I've understood it too. I've heard atheists say this, but evidence is evidence. Whether, I mean, what do you mean by extraordinary evidence?
Well, I mean, so for me, it's I slice it a bunch of ways. Is there a creator? Is it a particular creator? Is it a personal creator? Is it an existing creator? Is it an all-powerful and all omniscient and all of those omni things creator? Or there's things that exist. I only know of things existing, and I do not know of things not existing. So the only premise I start from is because I exist, things exist. I've no reason to presume them not existing, because that's not a state I've ever known. Nor needing to be caused to exist, because I've never seen existence caused. So existence exists, and I have no reason.
Your experience.
What else existed? No, it was existence too.
Well, let's think about what you just said, though. Existing. What is existing? Like, what do you see around you that's existing?
Just all the stuff, rocks, trees, cars, dickheads, nice people, hot.
Okay, so you're saying that rock has always been there?
No, it exists. It's there now. It's possibly been there since before, but I mean, it exists. Like, if I'm there existing and I'm observing a rock existing, I go, look at us, we're just existing this moment together. But no, in the fullness of time, that rock will become dust, as will I. Like, I mean, the rock always exists.
So okay, well, here's the thing, though. Well, hold on. That's a good point that you just made, though. So there's an essence.
Eternal. Are you proposing something?
I'll get there in a second, but I want to just address what you said. You said that rock will change its state, right? It'll go from being a bunch of like clumped together as a solid to maybe going to dust, which means it's changing of state, right?
Yeah.
Something changed. So the one thing we all can agree, the one thing that we can all agree on, things seem to change, right? There's nothing that seems to be constant, like unchanging. There seems to be something there's nothing in our experience that seems to be unchanging. So now the thing that begs the question, what caused the change?
Oh, who knows? I mean, I don't pretend to know those things. I think people who pretend to know such things, it's this height of hubris. If anything,
the thing is, though, if you can't,
let me finish. If anything deigned to cause those things to exist, I think its abilities and its intentions would be so far advanced to mine. It would be like me trying to explain my voting decision to an ant. And the ant would just be like, does it taste like sugar or not? And I'd be like, no, you've got to understand that the Democrats may or may not have stolen the last election. And the ant's like, I still can't tell if you're talking like it just doesn't make sense.
You think that voting makes a difference?
To me, the personal creator.
Well, here's the thing, though. Okay. I think from existence, you can gain certain attributes of this creator.
Tell me about them. Walk me
down. I was already starting down that road, which means change. Okay, change. Okay,
so things change.
And we've talked about this for the last 3 days, it seems like. So I'm going to bring it up again. You can't have an infinite number of past events. That's called a regress fallacy, infinite regress.
if you're invoking eternity, like, yeah, my mind melts at that. Like, eternity to me, the best thought experiment about eternity says if you put 100 monkeys in a room with 100 typewriters and sat them there for eternity, they would produce the full works of Shakespeare. Because what eternity says is, in all of the times they shat and in all of the times they fought and broke the typewriters apart, because it's literally infinity, one of the times they sat down and wrote Shakespeare. So it's clearly improbable. It's clearly just a made-up concept of what if things were forever that my little ant brain cannot grasp. That if something exists beyond infinity, I don't think my idea of causal, this begins and then that happens, makes sense to that person, to that being, let alone whether it's let alone whether it's okay to be nice to gay people.
Hold on a second. But even in your description, there was a moment when the monkeys were not in the room, and there's a moment when the monkeys were in the room. So there means there's something that caused the monkeys to be in the room to begin with, to start the process. Now you can have an infinite number of potential into the future, which is a potential, which means it may not be actual. Or you can have, but you cannot have an infinite event into the past. That becomes logically incoherent. And I've got to deal with my daughter, and I'll come right back. Somebody else might want to jump in on that.
No, I don't invoke infinity into the past. I don't know infinity. I'm finite, so I don't guess at that. I mean, sure, I can guess at it. Could it be a big bang? Could it be a simulation? Could it be a flat Earth? Could it be a creator? Sure. Could it be many creators? Could it be a cycle of creation like Hinduism and Buddhism teach? Sure.
So, Eggshells, have you ever heard any rational reasons for the existence of a creator?
I've not heard ones that aren't logically bunk.
Okay, then you haven't. There are some that aren't logically bunk. I mean, I would understand if you disagree with them, but it might be useful for you to look at sort of high-end arguments for the existence of God.
Hit me with it.
Well, let me just list 5 of them that typically come out when people
favorite.
ask about this.
Pick your favorite.
God provides the best explanation for the fine-tuning of the universe.
So that is the fallacy of the puddle, which is assuming that these fine-tuning arguments, these numbers could be different. We have no reason to make that assumption because we have no basis.
Theoretical physicists say that there's no reason to assume that the numbers are exactly as they are.
Did physicists do that, or what was the first word you said?
Theoretical physicists.
So theoretical physicists do not theorize this. Sure. What you are proposing is something that we do not experience, and you're saying, but it could exist.
Yeah, so there's no reason that the electrical charge of an electron has to be exactly what it is, right? It could be some other number.
Do we know of an electron that doesn't have that charge?
We don't, but we can figure out what would happen if it didn't. Like,
so what you're saying is electrons just have this charge, God did that.
No, I'm saying electrons have a certain charge, and if they were off by a tiny percentage, then none of the physics would work and matter couldn't exist.
Sure. So you're saying the number we've got is very interesting.
Right.
And if it wasn't that number, but we've got no evidence that it could be not that number, right? All of the matter that we have is that number, but maybe it could be a different number. Now you're into imagining realm. Maybe it could be a different number. God made it not that wrong number. He made it the right number. So you're imagining a scenario that doesn't exist and going, he makes it not the scenario that doesn't exist to make it the scenario that does exist.
I mean, if you walk into a room and there's a table with a bunch of dice on it and all the 40 dice on it, and they're all showing 6s, it's pretty easy to imagine it could have I understand how dice work. It could have been that one of them was a 3 instead. So it's easy to imagine how the same way in physics, it's easy to do the mathematics of how physics would work if the charge of an electron were different.
Are you younger than 40? I'm 40 years old.
No, I'm older than that.
Okay. Imagine I was 80 and I'm older than you.
Okay.
Could you disprove this proposition? I am the one who keeps electrons at that number.
No.
Right. So we have no reason to presume that it is any one person or any one being, or nor do we have any reason to presume that they could be a different number. So we don't know what keeps them at that number, and we don't know they could be at a different number. And you want me to presume from that an all-powerful, all-knowing creator decides whether I should be nice to gay people because he keeps electrons at a certain number that might not have another number to be?
First of all, you should be nice to everybody.
That was a non sequitur. He went from a moral argument to a scientific or to a physics argument. That's a non sequitur.
Yeah, what was that?
But yeah, speaking of moral arguments, I think God provides the best explanation of objective moral values and duties.
Yeah, I mean, and that is where we get into a bit of difficulty, because I don't think objective morality exists. I think that, like, if you went back 400 years or 4,000 years, or even right now, but you went to an uncontacted tribe and you said, should women be allowed to do X? The answer would probably be no. Right? Women, because they don't fight, don't win. So
now,
the objective for a violent tribe is that women should be kept indoors.
Now, see, you're making an argument because people don't agree on a moral standard. Just make the argument to say that there is no moral standard. Do you realize it's not a solid argument?
Well, I don't know of any value that is meaningful. Like, either we all agree, and then we all agree, and whether it's objective is immaterial, or we don't agree, and then how do we determine what's objective? So, should women cover themselves? Like, how much should women cover themselves? Should we be able to see the bottom of their butt cheek?
Now, let's see. I think you didn't hear. I don't think you heard what I said. I mean, we can agree on certain moral things, and I don't disagree with that. But to say that there, because people may disagree on how certain things may be expressed, and by saying that you're saying there is no moral standard because of that doesn't follow.
So what I'm saying is, the only moral standards I can find appear to be subjective.
I can think of an objective one.
Of the people, like, either we all agree, like, you can bring up, as Witsit does, you can bring up an example of, is it okay to do a terrible thing to a baby? But if we all agree on that, like if you cannot find somebody who's never heard of Jesus and might be an animist, I'm going through Southeast Asia, a lot of animist traditions here, them think it's okay to do terrible things to a baby. So put those ones out and then say, what is your best evidence for a single moral value that people don't already?
I mean, the fact. Okay, let me just go back. I'm gonna take a step backwards, and then we can maybe try to address the killing of a baby. Okay, the fact that all societies have an understanding on what they think modesty is, right? Indicates that there's something that we know, that something about dressing a certain way, right? There's something modest. It's almost like modesty is important. Right now, how the modesty or how that is expressed may vary from culture to culture, but there's an understanding that being modest is valid. Like, all cultures have an understanding of valid. Hold on, all cultures have an understanding that you should honor your parents. How that, like, maybe some have shrines set up to their parents, others may just honor their parents. We all recognize that honoring your parents somehow is valid. How the expression of that may be different. We all recognize that love is a high ethic, but how I may love my wife compared to how you may love your wife may be different, but how that is expressed. So we do have an understanding at some level, certain things that are common throughout all society, and you can use that as a basis. You can start beginning to see how that's a basis for morality.
Well, that's my point about it being whether it's subjective. I can't tell it from But like, nobody can point to me an objective value. What you've just pointed to me is exactly what I already said, which is the ones we share. And morality is also hugely subjective. Like, this is the point I wanted to interject with before, and then I'll hand it back to you. Sorry. I'm in Southeast Asia at the moment. All through here, India, Indonesia, which is now Indonesia's crazy Muslim now. They used to wander around with the girls with their boobs out. The men and the women just wore these like skirt wrap things, and they were naked from the waist up. And if you had boobs, then you got a face, eye full of boobs. I'm not sure that you can say that this culture that built these enormous, impressive cities had like culture like you wouldn't believe when we were still scratching around in the dirt in the West. Like predates Western culture by thousands of years. And we go, well, we were right about morality, modesty, and women should cover up. Like, it seems subjective. It seems like they were doing just fine with all sorts of boobs on display, but now most of the world think the boobs shouldn't be on display. I'm not sure who's got it right. I can't tell that as objective.
But I mean, but even
it depends on the society. It's
well,
society.
that's what I'm saying. Though. Well, but I mean, the point of now, I mean, agreement. We have to come in agreement on how we express the moral value. That's the point I'm trying to make. But I mean, in every culture, there's an understanding of modesty. Like, I remember a story someone told me once where there was a missionary in a tribe, and most of the tribes went around naked. It might be something you're talking about. And then the Christians try to impose putting clothing on these tribes people. But in the tribes people mind, anyone that was wearing clothing was considered a prostitute. They were considered that. So the tribesmen resisted it because what the clothes seemed to represent. So that's a good indicator. What does those things represent? Like, what are they expressing of? Like, the reason we most of the time want to cover women up because there's a connection to lusting after somebody. And so if that clothing, which means there's something sexual about that, that's why modesty is important, because it's an expression of something sexual in nature that may be causing something to go deviant in a bad way. So even in that, we recognize that there's some things that are acceptable sexually, some things that are not accepted sexually, even just from the expression of doing modesty.
It's only bad if you bring in minors.
That's the point I'm making, which is either we all agree, and if we all agree, then great. It's not useful because we all already agree. Or
let me give you something. You talked about
and let me finish though. Either we all agree or we don't agree, and then what value is the objectivity? Like, we can either point at these values and go, we've already got them. Like even in these cultures that had women with their boobs out, I guarantee you, I agree, there would have been all sorts of ideas about female modesty, because you've got to limit females' reproductive, like, unless you've got the chemicals or tools to do it otherwise, you've got to limit males' access to women. I know that. I've worked on a farm, right? So it's still going to be ideas about modesty. But if they can come up, anytime you make a strong argument that like this just makes sense to be a good way to operate, then I go, yeah, that's why we would have that as a rule, because we want to operate well as human beings. So it's not a good argument for objective morality. What a good argument for is pragmatic.
Well, I'm gonna go back to. I mean, so it does seem a lot of the morality seems to revolve around sexuality, and you brought up homosexuality earlier. Just as I'm going to touch on that for a second.
So then let's do it about.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, so I want to bring that up for example. Why would that necessarily? Homosexuality overall is not good for society. Mainly, for one, you cannot procreate to continue society. There's that component to it. So you're actually, if in a sense that would be more uncontrolled or under control, because the more that becomes rampant, the more things like that become rampant, then that actually affects society, because less people are born from that. So I'm not talking about trying to procreation, but it just talks about society as a whole will cease.
Sure. Sure.
Our birth rates in the U.S. are already down.
If you get gay to a point where they're like 50, 60, 70% of the population, sure. But the statistics on gay people are pretty clear. And one of the major predictors for it is what's called in utero testosterone, which is how much testosterone does a mum have in her womb when she's born. You can take this with an amniotic sample, and you can check this right now by seeing if your ring finger is longer than your index finger. And those with a longer index finger are likely to be female or gay. And you can tell this, like, so the suggestion then becomes like, oh, because, like, the question actually is, could society function healthily if gay people, through these kind of hormone-based balances, actually be a useful thing to keep at about 5 to 10% in your population? Could it be not that bad that after a woman's kids, she starts having more and more gay kids?
Well, let's think about this for a second. I've actually been watching Fresh and Fit, and I've been watching some other videos about feminism and all this stuff. And if you think about the consequence of a lot of these things, like the introduction of birth control, the introduction of abortion, the introduction of the allowing the gay lifestyle to be more accepted, the trans lifestyle to be more accepted, all these things. Do you know what that attacks? Do you know what that affects completely? What does that affect? All of those things. Do you know what it affects? It affects birth rate. One simple thing, all of those things affect birth rate. Abortion, the gay agenda, trans movement, all those things affect birth rate. All of it. It reduces it. And over time, society will die, because if your birth rate is not maintained at a certain level, society starts to decline. If you don't have stable families, stable marriages, which sound like monogamy would be a good thing. We have stable families, stable marriages where people have children, society will grow. But as soon as you attack those things, it starts to fall apart. That's why most cultures, and some cultures, homosexuality and those things is frowned upon. I think maybe at some level they recognize it. So there's we all recognize there's a moral standard there, it would seem like, because if it's a propagation of society and culture for people, then those things actually are detrimental to that.
Sure. If you're concerned about not having enough people in your society, then fine. I mean, the obvious retort to what you're saying is then that as an ideology is bound to die out. But it isn't, right? The ideology is basically, as Karl Marx wrote about, you're going to have oppression, power will coalesce. If you're a flat earther, you must agree with this on some level. Power will coalesce in the hands of the people who are already powerful. So because the fact that you control the media, you control what people think, that you can control how they invest, and then you can control all the money and the fiat system and blah, 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 blah. So that's all Karl Marx said, is just those systems will become despotic. The suggestion that they like, if what you're saying is they are just going to breed themselves out of existence, then why are you worried? You just don't. You sit there not agreeing with them and watch their birth rate go to zero. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
Because it doesn't. Well, here's the thing, though. It doesn't affect just them. That's the thing. That's why if people don't stand up against this and whatever level, push against it at all levels of society, it will, because that ideology will permeate all of society. And it will affect all of society. And I know people right across. I mean, I've had discussions on here, and I've had people in my own neighborhood that there's a trans girl that lived in our neighborhood. You know what I mean? It's affecting people at all levels of society, which will affect all of society. It's not going to affect just the people at the top.
What was the ex-US president that got, like, they released some photos of him? There was a damn Hoover. Wasn't it Hoover? The dam named after him. He got caught, like, with photos of him dressing up as a woman. Like, this isn't new.
The FBI director was super, super gay.
That's
well, that may be
the case. He had trials on everybody. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. Look how much has changed from Hoover to today.
To pretend this hasn't existed and this hasn't permeated all parts of society and culture is just ignorant to human history. Like, the Romans were totally normal with it. Almost all cultures. You read up on any cultures, and they're totally normal with there being this idea that basically there are men and there are women, and men are manly and women are womanly. But in the middle, there's this kind of wibbliness where there are some gay men and some like to dress up, and there are some women who think they're more blokey and stuff like that. And we sort of, positions for them in society, and some positions in some cultures, like in Hindu cultures, they're sort of not quite venerated, considered magical. It's just
Where's
there's a
the
bit of
Roman
wibbly.
society? Where's the Roman society today? Where's it at? Can you show it to me?
Isn't the saying of where's the Roman society? Oh, you mean as in those societies collapse? That's just saying every society that's existed has collapsed. What's the longest existing culture?
Well, if you look at the fall, if you look at when you look at societies and when they start to collapse, is when the moral fabric, the moral things that held society, when those things start to erode away, the society starts to collapse and fall apart and disappear.
Well,
I'm going to call. I'll be back.
Liberal. I think that
you both have a
naturally
point. Eggshells, let me say something.
You're
You're right, and you're right in what you're saying, because homosexuality has been around for thousands and thousands of years. Will not affect any birth rates. That's a fact. Because how do we know that? Because it's been around for thousands and thousands of years, and we flourished to 7 billion. Now, the other point is that, damn, I got brain block, and it was a good point too.
We were talking about the birth rates, and so what else?
Just play it back in your mind.
Got it. Now, the morality issue of the breakdown of society, this is the most important part. Now, that doesn't come from the gays or the lesbians. Right now, our biggest threat is the woke movement. The people I call freakaloids, because there's no other way to explain them. People that want to dress up with crazy color, makeup, hair, all this kind of freaked out things, the transgenders. They want to go around exposing their parts to little children in school. These are the people that is going to ruin society. This is what Paul is talking about.
I mean,
not the lesbians and the gays.
I think you and I would agree on a lot of that stuff. Like, to me, I'm like, I could have an extended discussion. I think debunking the transgender issue. I think the first question you ask is, can I be transracial? And if they say no, then you just go, okay, explain to me why races are more defined and more clearly separate than genders, and I mean the whole thing collapses. So you would come to an agreement on those topics, I think.
Oh man, can you repeat that last point, please?
So you just say, like, the woman Rachel Dolezal, she claimed to be transracial. She was a Dutch girl, children of Dutch parents, blonde-haired girl, wanted to be black. Could she be transracial? She identifies as transracial. There are fewer differences. It is very fucking difficult to tell by multiple different tests. DNA is the best one. What race someone is, and it is impossible and rude to suggest to someone they're not the race they identify as. There's far fewer differences between race than there is with sex. I can tell based on your skeleton. I can tell based on your cells. I can tell based on your hormone makeup. I can tell based on looking at you wearing a jumpsuit from 30 yards away, whether you're male or female. So there's clearly a lot more difference between male and female than there is between races. But for some reason, I can't identify as Arab.
Why do you have to involve the
really
Dutch,
good point, man. Appreciate it.
It's just reality denying. You and I would agree on that. But I mean, those people, those woke people who claim that men, like a male, can become a female, I mock them by describing them similar to you guys. I go, these people are reality denying, cherry picking science deniers. They're nuts to me.
Mike check.
Don't
Can I say
compare
one
us to
thing?
those, man.
I just need 10 seconds, and then I got to mute up. But I remember the woke movement in 2009 when I was growing up had nothing to do with being transgender. It was more about waking up to 9/11, loose change documentaries, Zeitgeist and Endem. That's what being woke was amongst me and all my friends. It was never about dressing up and being openly sexual and all that. That's just garbage to me.
Well said, bro. They stole the term. They stole it. Yep.
Isn't the real issue the demasculating of men, the feminist movement, not so
Yes.
much the transgender
Yes.
movement, but more
Yes.
the slamming on men so they cannot go out and actually fulfill the role in the natural role, and also women that is also going outside of their natural role, because men are still building up society, but the women is like trying to take over, but they are not doing the infrastructure, they just want the good paying job, all these kind of things. Like, I think the feminist movement itself is maybe the biggest issue we are encountering in terms of society collapse.
Yeah, part
No, I
of the
don't
plan
think
is
this
to
is
destroy
collapsing.
the
I agree.
nuclear. Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were done.
Yeah,
No,
you
I was just saying, I
sexist
don't think
fuck.
society is collapsing, but I agree with you on everything else. Sorry, go ahead, Esse.
Well, I was going to say part of the plan is to destroy the nuclear family, to make the father insignificant. To see, before a father used to able to work, buy a home, take care of the food and everything, have a car, and the mother could stay home and take care of the children. They couldn't have that. They wanted the children. So what did they do? Make everything expensive now. Both parents have to work, and you have to send your kids to daycare and your kids to school. They want your kids. This is how they want to control. So that's part of the thing. And now it's just gone crazy with this woke movement. It's just absolutely insanity. The
I think the
crazies
woke
are
movement
running
is
the
a
house.
distraction. I think the woke movement itself is the distraction, so we actually do not focus on the real problem, which is, re-establishing the right roles that we have, that nature pretty much have given us. Like men provide and serve, the women nurture.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely, brother. Yes, yes.
I think
That's
you guys might-
exactly what they wanna. They wanna get rid of. They wanna get rid of the role of a man and the role of a woman.
I
Exactly.
think you guys are making too big a deal about this. Like, this to me, I'm probably more liberal than I am conservative. It's very similar to me when I was I was born in 1982. I was coming up in the 1990s. Back then, it was all very much Christian. If things swore, if they had sexual undertones, if they mocked the Bible, then they were like bad things. And there was all sorts of this satanic panic and all sorts of stuff. It tries to shape society, and it certainly frames what goes on the TV. But I don't think you need to get that worried that, like,
The world was a
because
bit
we're saying boys and girls,
Mike check.
that anybody's going to get confused that boys are girl, that many people. Like, I just don't see it as that. Like, it was background noise when it was the Christians. It's background noise now. It's the lefties.
Mike check. Can you guys hear me?
Satanic panic.
Hey, is my mic okay right now? I wanted to say something.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Great. Okay, so back in Egypt, you have the androgynous young pharaoh male that was wearing the makeup, looking really feminine, just because they wanted to invert the concept in everyone's mind at the time that women were the fertile being, were the goddess, were the bringers of life. And then they reversed the idea. Now man is the woman. Now man wears the androgynous makeup. You surround the young boy dressed like a female, surround him with gold in his tomb, and you worship the idea that the boy was a girl and he's the one that provides fertility in life. That's all.
Well said, bro. And Americans, Canadians, Western society, you better watch your children, man, because this could be the last generation that you can say, I'm a man or I'm a woman. You've been warned.
Yeah, just research the Kalergi plan, man. Research the Kalergi plan.
So I just think things swing this way and that. People go crazy this side, and everybody goes, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Censorship and nuttiness. Thank you, Christians and conservatives. And we swing the other way, and then those loopy lefties start going, male and female is a real thing. And you go, oh, okay, those people are being idiots now. Let's see what the other people are saying. And each side, I think, brushes up their arguments, and we oscillate towards something better.
Isn't the world getting crazier and crazier? Every day you wake up.
Where's that bit coming from? People have said that like 4 or 5 times now. Tell me the worst. Like, I mean, I'll certainly take. Let's just excuse the disease and go back right before that, if you're comfortable, and go. People living quite I get to travel. We got Discord, quite
I think
healthy.
back in the 80s and 90s, life was easy enough. It was all right. Now we've got passports, health passport, all kinds of people can't define what a woman is. People reading pornography to your kids, Biden laptops, and all kinds of what do you call it? Fried, Banker Fried, sending tons and tons of money to a fake war in fucking Ukraine. I mean,
you don't think like fake wars and machinations of power have existed since power has existed? Like people have lied about why they need to send you to war. Like wasn't Henry VIII or whoever? No, Richard Lionheart. He was French and he spent half of British's military fighting his own kids.
Yeah,
the thing is, writing. If you can pretty much trace all these, I call them tools of the establishment, back to the same small group of people. You know, the feminist movement was started by men, and those men is the ancestors of the men that is controlling other parts of this spider web today. It's not one tool to get the world in the direction they want. It is thousands of small tools where the woke movement is one, the feminist movement is one. Like these events that we saw with the jabs and the Ukraine war and all these kind of things, they're small tools that is all directing us in that direction they want. And it is most likely over in a Marxist Chinese critical world.
It's just to me, all of the measures that you're presenting are subjective, but there are ones that I think I would be objective about that are like number of live births by female, like the probability that a woman who has a kid survives and her child survives past one is like live childbirths. I think that is that metric, which they use across the world. That's one that I think is relatively objective. If you knock up a girl, you're going to live through what happens next.
Dude, we're not asking you to agree with our worldview. We're asking you to look at the world and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you that what I think you're doing is you're looking subjectively at small things like Hunter Biden's laptop and going and mistakenly assuming those things are good metrics, where I would say metrics that are better are like what number of people are enslaved right now, what number of people are dying from starvation, what number of people are receiving great education. You know what I mean? Like what number of people are living purposeful lives versus dying in violent circumstances. And those are objective measures where we would agree. Whereas like Hunter Biden's laptop isn't. It's just very subjective and time bound and
all right,
which side of the argument you are.
Okay, he makes good points. You make good points, Eggshells. I'm sorry, you do. All right.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no, just forget about Biden's laptop. And think of the world as the way it is now: the sex trafficking, the people,
the malnourishment among people in America, right? And you're talking about from the 80s, and you're talking about from the 80s and 90s until now. Have you not watched things go up at least 40 times what they were?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about people who are being starved, people who are being starved opposed to people who are well fed. Do you think Americans have skinny arms and fat bellies like those little Ethiopian children used to see who were malnourished?
If you showed me stats showing that, I think that what I would likely see in America is a diabetes epidemic, which is a personal choice epidemic of people eating.
Malnourishment wouldn't be part of that.
Hang on if you want to. If what you're saying is there are people starving to death in America, or there's like those measures have gone up, yeah, that would bother me. I think sex trafficking, given that in what the Bible says, like if you go back 2,000 years ago to the Bible, it says take for them your wives.
Well, you were comparing the 80s. You were comparing the 80s and 90s to now, right?
Right.
So that's what I was addressing. So when you were comparing the 80s and when you were comparing the 80s and 90s until now, and you were speaking of people starving and how well off they are and all these different things, and how better off we are now, it seemed as to me of what you were saying. And I come in and I tell you things have, gone up 40%, while most people's wages have stayed stagnant. But we do have malnourishment, and we can go out and observe these things, right? We can drive by McDonald's and Arby's, and we can see that people have skinny arms and fat bellies, right? So are those healthy people or are they malnourished people?
I mean, I don't think there's many people dying of malnourishment in America, is the point I made that I still stand by. But the
Most
the
people
basic
die of
point is,
inflammatory
let me
diseases,
finish the
and where do
point,
you think
man.
that comes from?
This is just, please just let me say more words before you go again. I do think that, I mean, if there's any significant number of people dying in America of malnourishment, I would find that incredibly surprising. But that is an objective measure that I'm talking about. But
Inflammatory
what you're talking about,
diseases,
please remember we just
inflammatory.
said the thing. Remember we just said the thing about letting one another finish. What I would be surprised by is if those things have trended worse. I'm sure that if you have a drought or something like that, then those things spike. But over time, if you have people in biblical eras who regularly captured entire groups of people and took their women and daughters sex slaves, then I think over time, even if you get 40-year spikes, but from 4,000 years ago, it has dropped and continues to drop. The curve is
So
still downward, even if it's wiggly.
let's stay on point. So I'm addressing what you were saying about
Point.
the 80s and 90s, right? And you were talking
No,
about
I'm
people. So I was not you. I was addressing what you were speaking about, comparing the 80s and 90s until now. That's what I was addressing. Now, when you talk about Americans and you bring up, when you're talking about Americans and you're bringing up just diabetes, and I'm telling you that most Americans die from inflammatory diseases, and most Americans are malnourished. Now, there are plenty of people who are starting to get healthy again and eat healthy, but you don't concede that most Americans are malnourished. Is that what you're telling me? And they die from inflammatory diseases?
No, I'm not mentioning inflammatory diseases. To me, the difference is clear, and it's between somebody who, for love nor money, whether they beat their neighbour or they didn't, they cannot get food and they starve to death. Very clear, can tell that in binary. Personal choice doesn't come into it. They tried to use their personal choice and they couldn't get out of it. They starved to death. Versus personal choice, drove to McDonald's, personal choice, did it 5 times a week, ended up with diabetes, got all sorts of inflammation and died. One of the two of those, I think we should focus on, and the other one, less so. Like, give people a healthy choice. So if somebody wants to back us 5 times a week, let them.
So the personal choice, we spoke about the things going up over 40 times, right? From candy bars to a piece of land, right? We spoke on that, right? So let me ask you something. Do you think that most of these American families who are really poor, do you think they choose to feed their children like McDonald's, or do you think they would rather feed them something healthy if they could afford it? Right?
I think in America it is that is the thing you are cursed with in America, and that is choice.
Have you asked anyone?
Do they feel that it's a choice? Do they describe it that way, or do they?
Have you asked them? Is it a choice for them?
It's really feeding McDonald's is not a cheap alternative. That's a lazy alternative.
It's more expensive.
Yeah.
Have things gotten more expensive in America from the 80s and 90s until now?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes
or no?
How you have to climb into? Do you need to see how you need to climb into like weirder and weirder holes? It's
That's
pretty
a weird
clear.
question. Is that a weird question? We're comparing the 80s and 90s to now, right?
Because
and what are we?
Inflation's a
Why
thing.
why did you originally compare the 80s and 90s to now? Could you restate your claim, please?
I'm just
What
saying.
were you
Across the
saying
span
about
of
the
time,
80s and 90s? Tell me.
across the span of time, people have had an easier and easier life. I don't see what all these claims are about with society going the way it is and why it's so terrible. Because across the span of time, things seem like they're getting better. I mean,
So it's
outside
an
America,
easier life for
outside
both
America,
parents to work. For both parents to work, it's easier. And to be malnourished is easier because not a lot of people have their small gardens and go hunting and fishing for their food. Those things were overpriced for a lot of people. I don't think you have a basis in reality right now when you're speaking about that time period. I'm well
Okay.
aware of that time period.
Can I back up why I think it's better now than it was in the 90s, and why I think it's better in the 90s than it was in the 1890s, and that it was in the just .90s and before and before.
But reality
So,
proves that you're wrong. And when I start bringing up facts and these things about how people are not as well off,
of course you can
you
win,
may
Joe.
think they are. But
You're
when I
going to
bring
win.
up these, when I
You're
bring
going to
up
win by
these,
filibuster.
when I bring up these facts about things going up in price over 40 times, and wages staying stagnant for the majority of these workers in America. And I bring up the malnourished fact about how we process our food and the things that we put in our body and the choices that we can make. I think the other gentleman was right. As we progress along time, things are getting worse and worse. It's a candy coated piece of dung, is what it is.
Yeah,
You can candy coat it all you want.
Let me label some of the things that I think make life better now.
Okay.
Me and almost everybody my age had access to healthcare and education. As a result, we know probably most of my generation knows more about almost everything than my parents did at the same age with the same level of attainment. We live healthier lives, we live longer lives, we've got lower infant mortality, I can move more freely around the earth. There are fewer wars, there are fewer people dying of violent circumstances. Of every measure that I can tell in binary whether I want that yes or no, almost all of them across the span of time is trending upwards. Do they sometimes drop? Sure. But almost all of them are going in the right direction.
And yet today we have more people dying of multiple sclerosis and cancer and sudden death syndrome than ever before. Yet somehow it's becoming better. I think Russell Brand said it really well. Here we are.
Yeah, population growth is still increasing.
Right. Here we are in 2020, 2022, worrying about whether we should buy food or heat our homes. This is progress to you.
Heat your homes? Excuse me, how far back do you need to go before heating your home wasn't a choice? You just lived in a cold home.
But you're saying things are getting better, and now you regress back to the 1800s where things weren't better. But apparently, in 2022, people don't know whether to heat their homes or buy food. There are wars going on. There are people dying of MS and cancer and death syndromes. But somehow this is better than it was 100 years ago.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah, it's better better than 100 years ago because exactly as you said, people have heaters in their now.
Things
They're
are
confused about what switch is a good sign.
all right. Okay. Look, listen. I take your point, but I don't agree with you. I
Fair
think
enough.
Worse.
I think that one thing that was brought me around to this view was somebody said people mistake the idea of things are going well for complacency and saying we shouldn't try to make them better. I still think you can try and make them better, but I think it's just worthwhile. I like to acknowledge or go, it's cool that in the 90s we didn't have Discord, we didn't have this stuff, and now you and I can disagree about how awesome the world is thanks to this awesome app.
I love Discord.
It's awesome, isn't it?
I love you
radio.
too, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, this is awesome. I get to travel the world. It's a lot less awesome than I get to travel the world now, because had I done that 30 years ago with no GPS, it would have been a cooler undertaking. But it's cool. I can Google a place before I go there, see its reviews, book a room, and then just turn up and dump my stuff inside rather than having to go past 4 places every time I get to a town.
And that's somehow progress. That's somehow great because you can review something on the interwebs.
Yeah, it's a question, isn't it? Because I do think there's a cost where I would have turned up and met 20 people in town trying to find the right place to go, whereas now I like put my face in my phone, and I think there are setbacks or costs, certainly.
Yeah,
I go out to meet people and I can't meet them because I can't make eye contact with them because they're staring at their phone the moment they're by themselves.
Like everybody thought the world was cool until fucking 10 years ago. They figured out that sex trafficking is one of the major, biggest fucking things that is going on in the world, and still is.
Yeah, it's always happened.
Yeah, so how is that a good thing?
I don't think it's a good thing.
But how are we progressing? You see, this okay. The more things change, the more they stay the same. There is nothing new under the sun. This world is a piece of shit, and the people that rule it are pieces of shit. And by the way, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Do you think sex trafficking was worse or better 100 years ago? So
Probably
the cusp of the 1900s.
What do you mean, better or worse?
I would say it was worse just because people got away with it.
Exactly. It wasn't even illegal. You could buy a slave for the specific purpose of doing awful things to a, and that was right. You could do that. You could do it on the open market and sign your name next to it.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but could that just be outweighed by the benefits of today's society, like the fast means of transportation and other maybe logistic opportunities you didn't have back then? You know, that it might be even in a balanced state, like not worse or better, you know?
Well, this comes back, takes us full circle. I think it becomes hard to say what is right or wrong, because I think if I were born in the 1200s, I would have not even understood the argument against sex trafficking. I would have just gone, what do you mean?
I think it was better back then.
Back when? When would you pick as the best time?
1600s.
Okay. So what I don't know my history so well. In the 1600s, what was happening? Women were property. In most of the West, women were property and couldn't testify.
Yes, good things.
Oh shit! Getting some based red pill views here. Okay. Humans could be owned and traded, and their progeny owned and traded. They could be owned like livestock or chattel. You go on that based? Because that was commonplace, right? 1600s. Most cultures, this is not a white person bias thing, most cultures had slaves.
Every culture had slaves.
I don't know about every, but we're going to agree on the upper end of them. So slavery is okay, as well as women can't testify or own property and stuff.
Vote. No, I get your point. You're right. We are better off. We are better off today. There's still all that shit going on underneath the surface, but we are better off. In the 1600s, you couldn't be caught online trying to solicitate a minor.
Sure, but I mean, you also probably had the local priest or somebody doing that without needing the internet, you know, because there was no sheriff, there's no police. Like, can you imagine? That's one thing that blows my mind. We all believe there was a time before police forces. Can you imagine what that was like? No police force. Some guy walks up to you, punches you in the face, and walks away again. And goes, I'm going to come back next Tuesday. And you're just like, fuck. What do I do?
The alpha males of the village just sorted that shit out, bro.
Yeah, right. You'd have to engage in mutual combat all the time. You'd always have to be fighting. Not always, not like every weekend, but like across the course of your life, it would be common for a man to have to fight. Like he would do it 5, 10, 15 times before he died.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
But the way the judicial system worked back then was like more if you were in favor with the judge or the person that was doing the prosecution, then you would be solid. Like it was corrupt as fuck.
But I mean, before, like in 1600s, same as there is now on Earth, you didn't have a judicial system. You just had like the strongest guy in the village who had the most people on his side got to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, like a sheriff, like a sheriff.
He's not
big guy in
the
town.
sheriff is bound to code.
You the world was flat.
If this guy fancies your daughter, that's his wife now. There's nothing you can say about it. There's no like book that you can go to. There's no sheriff. He just goes, "I want your daughter," and you go, "Fuck, okay then." And then you get preference.
That was actually a real thing. The Lord could sleep with your wife on your wedding night.
Yes.
There is also the rule of the mob. So if someone is a tyrant, like he will not be able to fight off 20 guys. So there is also that.
Yeah, exactly. He can't be too big an asshole. This is well demonstrated. God, Tim, yep. You and I agree on many things. Yeah, he can't be an absolute tyrant, but he can be.
Of course you can.
Right.
You can be the biggest asshole you want to be. If you have the right friends, you can do anything you want.
Right, but that's the thing. How do you maintain friends by being the biggest asshole? That's the point Tim's making very well.
Well, you could be a Freemason, and all Freemasons hold hands and they're brothers.
We're talking about a society that has no police force. We're talking about a society with no justice system. We're talking about like a feudal tribal system.
Right now?
Well, no, I think right now it's not.
Well,
right now we have the infrastructure to corruption. So corruption like breeds very well right now. But back then they would if like you can look at the history of, for example, what is it again? The first banks, the goldsmiths. And there is many stories about these goldsmiths, just using up all the gold that was in there. And when the people found out in the city that all the gold was gone, but this guy had 3 mansions in the city and all this kind of wealth, like they hang him out because of the rule of the mob. So back then, corruption could be dealt with because of the major people actually knew about these kind of things. But today, corruption just breeds in the shadows.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like the old idea that Jordan Peterson also talks about is like, if you're too big an asshole, you won't have any friends. You'll end up fucking everybody over. They'll band together, and even though you're the strongest, they together will be stronger than you. And it's like what Marx said as well, which is power will coalesce, but it will end up coalescing in the hands of too few people, and that is inherently unstable, right? Like, if power is in 50% of the people's hands, they all have a little bit of power, but that will naturally narrow down to fewer and fewer people until it's 1%. And once it's 1%, it's like, how powerful are they when 99% of the rest of us disagree? It's just.
Well, if the 99% disagree and it's divided, they are very powerful.
Yeah, but I mean, you just can't go too far. That's the thing where I think it comes down to that starving we were talking about before. People, a really reliable predictor of whether people will riot is food prices. And you can see this across the world again and again. For the next riot, that's my prediction. Call it a post-diction if you want.
Yeah,
the next riot you see, like Arab Spring, is going to be predicated on like one of their base staples, like rice, if they're Asia or something like that, suddenly going up in price.
There is this saying, we are 9 meals away from a civil war or something like that. Like it's just a general saying, 9 meals away.
Exactly. And that's why if you don't want your people to revolt, just feed them. If they're fed, they won't. Generally is the gist.
Yep. So when fuel and food prices go up, I'm also going to predict this. There's a revolution coming somewhere, and like you said, the Arab summer is going to be a walk in the park compared to what's going to happen. Unfortunately, I do believe that America is heading towards a second civil war. That's just my prediction, but that's going to happen.
Probably going to start in France before anywhere else.
Probably they're very good at that. But yeah, people are just going, listen, you're taking the piss. You're taking the piss, man. We're not. Look, just back off. I've had enough. There's going to be some kind of a worldwide fucking uprising, which is what they're looking for, and which is what they're trying to engineer. Because then from the ashes, they can bring up their new world order, right?
I mean, I think the stablest way to do that, if you're in charge of so much, would be just boil the frog slowly. Just hang back in the shadows. Boil the frog slowly. Hang back in the shadows and tweak like interest rates here or foreign policy there or a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But doing grand overarching conspiracies with just the extraordinary number of people you would need to hire and secrets you would need to keep and logistics and stuff.
What you
like, if I could do the same thing, if I could still control the future of humanity by, setting the price of oil, why not just do it that way?
Well, what you're describing is pretty much what is happening.
Exactly, that's what I think is happening. I think
Yeah,
you guys
they have the central
flat Earth con, but I just think there's quite possibly a group of people in the background twiddling oil prices and getting basically the same result. They're still in charge of everything.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the central tools is the banking system itself, and anyone who has just looked into that for 10 minutes know that it's a complete scam with the fractional reserve, lending out money to the government. The government has to pay it back in interest. That interest is promised in terms of taxes and all that kind of shit. We saw a fraction of what was close to happen back in 2008, 2009 with the recession back then, that all the banks needed to have these loan packages, and these loan packages came from money the government lent from was borrowing from the bank, because there is created this economy bubble, and it will burst at some point. And this is why I see right now, or I think right now, that they are disparate. They're pulling off these huge events like the 2-3 years lockdown, now the Ukraine war, as a scapegoat for the inflation and all these kind of things, because this bubble is about to burst.
Yeah.
Every single country in the world has $1 trillion debts.
How do you say I agree in Denmark? Or Danish?
Huh?
How do you say I agree in Danish?
How do you say in PMAC?
How do you say I agree in Danish?
How do you say I agree?
Tim.
Jeg er enig.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, just was about to say that.
Say it again, Tim.
That er enig.
Jeg er enig.
Jeg er enig.
Jeg hedder Erik.
Jeg er enig.
Look in the chat. That's pretty much the rough translation.
Yeah, well, I agree, bro.
Sure. I mean, the challenge is that could exist. You can have an international cabal of people in finance because you need a small number of people to cover up the shape of the Earth or space or all of that. You need a large number of people. One of the two of these is more probable. One of the two is less.
No, you don't.
It's Occam's razor. If this is true, this can still be true and the Earth can be curved. And this takes anybody who's involved is a trillionaire who's getting in on it, right?
Why would you need a larger number of people?
Yeah, bro. This is one of the biggest arguments against the flat Earth. What you just said, right? You need a large amount of people to be involved in the entire conspiracy. Well, that's bullshit, right?
Yeah,
so you made nuts.
Don't think there'd need
spaceship. Did you go to space?
No, I just think there'd need to be an extraordinary number of people involved in it.
Eggshells?
Manufacturers of gyro compasses, pilots, people who choose flight routes, people who fuel things, put fuel in things.
No, that's bullshit. Come back.
Officials, state and country like highway surveyors, people who build like CERN or laboratories, people who claim they go into space. There's a lot of people. Come on,
you just being silly.
There is a lot of people, but it's not as many as the globe side actually want to strawman the flat Earth side with when we're saying these kind of things. It is like compartmentalizing, I think is the word. It's like need to know basis. So the guy that is filling the rocket with fuel does not know anything, you know.
Exactly.
But he could work some things out, right? He would know
Why
some
did you say
things.
that?
Like,
That's stupid.
if you say these things splash straight back down in the ocean and somebody picks them up, then you're talking about 10, 20, 30 people on a ship that picks up a spent rocket that just got shot up. I'm on TV and they pick up a rocket with that label. Sure, maybe the first time they can be compartmentalized and they go, what is this we're picking up? But after that they go, Artemis. Oh, I'm gonna
There could be a military drill at the exact same time, exactly like with 9/11. There was a military drill on the day, so they didn't know that it was actually a real hijack, quote unquote.
Sure. Which involved more people. So now there's an entire drill. So now you're not explaining why one ship's there. You're explaining like a larger thing that takes more people to organise and schedule and put in everybody's diaries. Do you get what I mean? Like
no, check yourself, bro. You were making sense up until that point.
Okay.
Eggshells?
I just think, I just think like with all of these steps to cover it up or compartmentalize it, to compartmentalize something is to make it less efficient and effective. Still need one person in charge of putting all the pieces together and probably an assistant to them.
How does somebody picking something up in an ocean prove that it's a ball Earth?
My point is, if I was on that ship, right, I'm Sergeant Harry, I'm there, I've been sent there from some other part of the Navy because I'm good at
long-winded. Just tell me how.
Right. I pick up one rocket one day and it says Artemis 4 and I go, that's weird. And I go home, I don't think much about it. But at some point I just Google Artemis 4 and it goes, it launched at da-da-da. And I've got my ship's records and I go, we picked it up 20 minutes after it launched. And then I'm watching on CNN and it says Artemis went to the moon. And I go,
but what evidence do he has for that?
This is like a cool
has
story.
video evidence or anything like that?
It's a cool story, bro.
What can he do? Will he risk his entire career? Like there is also a lot of fear involved.
You guys jumped in a bit there. Let me finish the story. So he goes, hang on, that's down in the hold. That rocket that they're showing with those logos, and he goes down in the hold. Sure enough, the whole fucking thing's there.
Right. So I couldn't have dropped that off in the ocean somewhere myself.
I was being sarcastic. It's not a cool story. It's just fucking bullshit.
So he how many times does he and his crew of 20 or 30 people with cranes and whatnot pick up these rockets before any of them goes? These rockets aren't going to the moon. Do these guys get on holiday? Do they have psychological leave? Do they get cancer or lose a leg or drown overboard? Where do they like? You've got now this conspiracy of these people who are keeping this secret about picking up rockets, and that's just one part in thousands of parts of this conspiracy.
I would say it's practically impossible to fake.
Riding on eggshells.
It's impractical, exactly.
Eggshells?
It's impossible to fake something being dumped in the ocean, you picking it up.
Sure it is. It would take people and secrecy, and those two things don't go well together.
Haven't you heard about that one astronaut that said that the Apollo mission would take many more years to accomplish, and then he died in a vacuum chamber?
That was Gus Grissom.
What's that? What's
it
that?
It wasn't a vacuum chamber. He died in a fire in Apollo 1.
Yeah.
And what is that evidence of? That sounds like an astronaut dying. That sounds like something that could happen in both.
What is picking something up in an ocean that you were sent out to pick up evidence of exactly?
I'm saying you're picking up a rocket fuselage that has writing down the side of it.
Right. So what is that proof of? That you picked up something that has a module with writing down the side of it? That's basically what that's proof of. It's not proof that went to outer space.
It's proof that it didn't go to outer space because you picked it up 20 minutes after launch, and outer space takes longer than that.
Wait, sorry.
You've got-
I'm misunderstanding you.
Yeah, probably. I think I'm saying if space is fake and we're on a flat Earth, then somebody in the Navy is sent out on covert missions to pick up rockets.
Yes.
Right?
Well, not covert, like those rockets that drop off the main shuttle. They get picked up anyways. Like, there's no conspiracy about that, right?
Sure. So some are overt, are some covert, are some deceptive. We all agree that some happen, it seems. Are we agreeing that some happen secretly? I'm talking about the secret ones. Right? We agree there's got to be secret rocket pickups with the capsule at the top.
Gotta be.
The part where the astronauts are at, that
There's
has to
gotta
be
be
recovered,
secret.
yeah.
There's
Yeah,
got to
it's
be
the pod-
secret splashdowns where the rockets come back down and land in the ocean, which is I don't think has ever been picked up on.
So how many people aboard this ship? I'm going to go 20. Usually there's 2 guys in the engine room. There's definitely a captain. There's definitely a first mate. And then I would say there's a bunch of other people who operate cranes and do all sorts of other stuff, particularly if it's manned capsules. If you've watched the people pop in, you've got to get them out. You've got to give them debriefings. You know, maybe you've got to murder them. I don't know how it works.
Wait, Eggshells. Did you see the movie Capricorn 1?
Sure, yeah. Many people involved in it. Great movie. Chopper pilots, there were gunners, there were people in the facility, there were psychologists, there were government officials, there were like lots of people involved in the conspiracy of Capricorn 1. That's the point I'm making.
But they ejected just before.
But we're talking about one tiny element of flat Earth. You've also got this with pilots and all of the airlines. You've got this in train lines. Anybody who goes north-south has to like not notice that the distances are wrong. But everybody in South America, south of the equator, needs to be lying about how they navigate. Flight paths can't go over Antarctica, right? Nor can people be really going there. So there's fake cruises, right? At every element, you have this exploding problem. Thousands of people necessary to keep this secret. Every level you look at, you go, oh my God, there's thousands more. Thousands and thousands
They
of people.
just need people like you that do exactly what you're doing, that you don't see the obvious. That's all they need. People like you. What do they call them in the movie? Sergeant whatevers. And just come there, and whenever there's an inconsistency, you come in and you call everybody dumb.
I mean, is it uncomfortable to discuss these things and how this thing might possibly be a hoax or how difficult it would be to make it a hoax? I think it's a good conversation, and to
Absolutely.
me it is honestly completely impractical. I don't see any way that they could possibly be faking it.
So what's the biggest group of people you've been in charge of, either SE or left lane? Skylane, sorry.
That's okay.
Are you aware if you're in the military and you sign and you're sworn to secrecy, are you aware what's going to happen to you if you reveal any secrets?
Sure. You might die. You might get your family murdered.
You think that would be an incentive? Yeah, you think that might be an incentive for somebody?
I think a torture crew or a crew of people who threaten you adds to the complexity. It means more people that you now need to torture or threaten to torture to stay silent. Every torturer is now a person that may or may not need to be tortured in future.
We're talking about torture. The mere threat of you and your loved ones and your family, and everybody would buckle. And if you're in the military, you're proud. You're serving your country. You understand that it's a need to know, and you understand that if you're sworn to secrecy and you give the secret up, I mean, you're gonna go to jail. Period.
Sure.
Yeah, but isn't it also...
There are people who've gone to jail for worse, and all of that requires a legal team and people to come and threaten you and remind you, and when you get cancer and you're going to die anyway, and you don't care, but you just want to tell the truth, they need to come and threaten you again. You need threats. Every step of this conspiracy requires more and more complexity.
Yeah, think about the fact that like you have people like Edward Snowden who like if they have access to anything like the Earth is flat and there's a dome and all that kind of stuff, there are people who've revealed a lot of secrets, and that's the one that nobody did. That they were just fine with like getting the electric chair for all the other secrets they revealed, but it's like I don't know if they just can't reveal that one. Is that what is going on here?
Well, this is the big one, yeah. If whatever it is, right, that they're concealing, could it be more land? Could it be a shape? Could it be whatever, right? Whatever it is that they're concealing, if this gets out, yeah, it endangers them greatly. So they have every incentive to lie
No,
to
they
you.
have. If they've already revealed secrets and they're going to be punished for it, they have zero incentive to not reveal everything.
What are you talking about, bro? Every book will get rewritten. Every school curriculum will have to be retaught.
So, who cares?
Who cares?
If you got a firing squad at you, then I mean, like plenty of people have for revealing secrets.
Can you
What's the matter
imagine?
now?
Can you imagine if the people find out that there's more land down that way? Past the cold, it gets hot again. Can you imagine if there's such a? I'm not saying that's what it is, but you want stories. You want like scenarios, right? Here's one. How about if there's
Can
more
I
land out there that they're hiding? What do you think would
are there
happen if
more,
the population found out?
are there people who are involved in stopping you going south?
Yes.
Are there
Yes,
workforce involved
absolutely.
in that? How many people do you think is in that workforce?
Who knows?
How
Hundreds,
many people do you
dozens.
think
I
are
don't
in the
know.
army?
Hundreds, dozens. So
They
Yeah,
don't
dozens,
even have to
hundreds.
be involved.
There's
Like
many
they
countries.
yeah, so
Delusion doesn't matter. Strength in numbers with delusion, I don't care. Who cares about strength in numbers?
right. So there's
How many
a number
people
of
you
people
think it takes
down
to
there.
be on a gunboat
Do they
and stop you from going somewhere?
do they have Snapchat?
They're
It's complex, right?
soldiers, bro. They're sworn to secrecy. Do you not understand?
All
I mean,
soldiers sworn to secrecy.
Who's
yeah,
that?
And
yeah.
All of
hey, let's
Oh,
do
I know.
this.
I can
Essie,
find you many. I can find you many TikTok accounts of soldiers.
SC Montreal. On a good guess, I just looked this up. How many military secrecy contracts do you think were broken in the last 10 years that were prosecuted?
That's irrelevant. The fact is, there are
How many
laws
do
of
you think?
secrecy.
How many do you
There
think?
are laws of states. It's irrelevant how many. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Would you believe hundreds?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
You're
No.
appealing,
But
you're
what's your
appealing
point?
to a general idea that everybody's just gullible and being lied to. I don't know what you're doing. This is so boring. It was more interesting when you guys would just appeal to some silly stuff.
What I'm doing, showing
I
that
agree.
every of this conspiracy
Yeah,
requires
yes.
extraordinary amounts of complexity in people until you've got no people left that you're deluding. Everybody's in on it.
Are you aware of the nuclear program, the Manhattan Project?
Sure, yeah, small group of people came together
They had
and
a
later
city.
wrote about it, and we now know
It
that
was a
in the
little
detail.
city there. What do you mean? And it was kept secret throughout the war.
Oh
Till,
yeah.
of course,
How many years was it kept secret with let's say 300 people?
well, once they exploded the bomb, I guess the secret was out, right?
Yeah, so let's say 4 years. So we
I
got
think it's
4
fine.
years with one site and a couple hundred people. Huh.
I think you could do. You could keep a small secret with people under contract during a war for a short time, but I still think the secret would leak out. That people would go, "Why is the military suddenly blocking off that road?" And it would still leak, but you couldn't keep it. But yeah,
You mean
Prove
like 3 people can keep the secret and 2 of them are dead?
exactly, right. And what you can see from other conspiracies that are uncovered, because conspiracies do happen, is usually somebody within the conspiracy buckles and says about it.
How many people
Continent,
have
great example.
Always.
How many people have been to space?
Oh, I think probably hundreds, I'm guessing.
Oh, no.
Wait, I want to ask this: how many of them were Freemasons? Because I think every single one of them was fucking Freemason. Everyone that went to space.
How many people have been to space?
500 something. 512, I
No,
think.
you're way off, bro.
Every one of them were Freemasons, huh?
No, most of them, not all of them. But how many?
Are you considering?
How many people does it take to man a gunboat?
Well, maybe they were part of Skull and Bones or something. You know, there's many societies out there.
How many gunboats does it take to bring down an airliner at 30,000 feet?
Are you considering space the point where they leave Earth's atmosphere?
The Kármán line.
Yeah.
I feel like we're all over
The Kármán line, or where you leave Earth's atmosphere, because they're two different spots.
Typically, Kármán line.
And I wanted to remind everybody that the point I still think is important is for every step of the flat Earth conspiracy, there is extraordinary amounts of complexity. And Occam's razor says the least complex answer, or the one that requires a few is probably true.
Really? So we should go with a ball surrounded by water, surrounded by gas in a vacuum, traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour at 11 different vectors. And 96% of what's out there is not known. That's what we should go with, right?
Because keeping as extraordinary as that sounds, keeping every part of this conspiracy secret.
You sound like myself in 5th grade. You sound like me talking to myself in 5th grade, bro.
Interrupted Eggshells, guys? Relax. Go ahead, Eggshells.
All right, well, then, I'm not going to listen to this. This is boring. Fucking boring. You guys don't think forward.
Because keeping any part of this conspiracy secret would be difficult, and compounded by so many parts of this conspiracy makes it, as Skyline says, impossible.
No, not at all. You can have like a lot of people working towards a rocket that goes up. That's not the issue. The issue is where like the rocket deposes some people, and then you got to extract those people. Like having like thousands of people working on a rocket, that's nothing out of the ordinary. You had Germany in World War II that made the V2 rocket. That was something.
How many people do you think were on a telemetry team?
Yeah, here's what I guess happens. And the guy goes, I want to know what my rocket does when it goes up. So I'm going to put on it this, device that's got accelerometers and da-da-da-da-da, and it's going to feed me data back. And I'm going to program it. I'm going to tell it what language to talk to me in. I'm going to tell it what column to put meters per second squared in a rotation in. I'm going to tell it how to tell. And then I'm going to get fed back that information in real time as it takes off.
Yeah, but they lost.
Let
me finish. I think somewhere in this system, for your conspiracy to be true, somebody as smart as him, as intimately acquainted with his programming as him, has to step in, fake the rocket doing what it's meant to be doing, and feed him back the information that rocket should be feeling based on the code he wrote. And that could happen, but it's so incredibly complex for so many rockets.
But they lost all the trigonometry data. I don't know if I
They
pronounced it right.
They didn't lose any telemetry data. We send rockets up every damn day.
Yeah,
but why does NASA say they lost all the trigonometry data? Like they don't know how they went to the moon.
I'm sure the odd launch out of the tens of thousands that have happened has lost data. But what you're doing is you're looking at tens of thousands of launches. Like if you look at stuff in space and you look at how many satellites are up there, it is fuck tons.
No, I'm just talking about Apollo. I'm just talking about Apollo. They lost all the trigonometry data from the Apollo missions to the moon.
Maybe they did, but there are tens of thousands of objects that we've put in space that we've got the telemetry for. And you're pointing at two that are missing and going, because sometimes people lose data, therefore space is no, that's not what you're saying. Sorry, that was an incredible straw man. That's why Noah calls me Captain Straw.
You sound like a defense lawyer, eggshells, for real. I would hire you if you were a defense
The point
lawyer.
is still the same. If you've got a guy who built a rocket and made a telemetry box and put it in the thing, you've now got somebody as clever as that guy who's top of his class in MIT, who's got to trick that guy. And
Why'd you gotta trick him? He's not tricking nothing. He made the rocket, right? He watches it go up, right? He watches it go out of view just like everybody else, and then he watches a screen just like everybody else. And you can feed any information you want to him from anywhere.
Exactly.
You know that, eggshells? Come on, man.
So somebody as clever as him has to put on his screen, as you said, he watches a screen. Now it goes out of sight and watches a screen. He's expecting it to say zero G's. Right?
Yeah, and they're going to give him 0 G's. He's expecting this. They're going to give him that. He's expecting escape velocity from the moon at 22.5. That's what he gets. He's expecting a slow deceleration on the journey. That's what they give him. Yeah.
That's what they give him. So tell me who they is. Because I imagine the easiest way to do they is that they is somebody
I'll tell you who they are.
Who's tricking him, who's putting stuff on his screen. Is it multiple people or one person?
Do you want to know?
Sure.
They are the shepherds, and we are the sheep, especially you. That's the they, the controllers. Call them what you want. The ones that are faking the mission. The ones that are controlling the banks. The ones that are controlling the resources. Those guys.
Why the fuck did they have to put the Freemason flag on the moon?
Like, how do they do that? I would imagine you've got to sneak into his lab and change the radio frequency upon which he is receiving his telemetry data. And
bro, all you need is what? I'll tell you how you do it. I'll tell you how I would do it. Military intelligence runs everything. By the way, I posted something. The man who knew too much. Please watch that. So, we have one headquarters, military intelligence. They control the whole operation from one room, right? They have the studios, they have everything, and they pipe it through. How's anybody going to know?
And see, I heard that you're Freemason.
Real quick, let me just talk to Eggshells real quick, because me and Eggshells went over this, I don't know, months and months ago, about how many people would have to be involved. And you were struggling to come up with even 1,000.
No, remember
1,000 people.
This is where we need to get better at remembering the conversations. I remember the conversation that I started trying to number the people, and I didn't feel you were playing fair, so I gave up. We got to 1,000, but you said there was 1,000 in all of the space agencies. But I think across 70 or something space agencies is more than 1,000 people. I would go 100,000.
It's not that I wasn't playing fair. You just couldn't name people. I helped you and gave you the 600 astronauts that went to space, and a few guys. I was helping you. I thought I was being biased towards you.
If you want another name, he's the guy who has to be in on it, because he describes southern latitudes and how he sailed around them looking for a lost continent, wasted the last part of his life thinking he was going to discover another Australia. And he's got to be in on it.
Better talk about Captain Bird.
That went to the south. The Dutch, the Polynesians, they got to be in on it.
So you don't think military intelligence can control 200 astronauts that went to space, supposedly? You don't think that's possible?
No,
I think it would. I just think it would take a military intelligence group of maybe 200 people. One guy to coordinate it.
That's what they do, bro. That's their job.
Sure. Cool. So it's complex. There's 200 extra people. You've got 200 people thinking they're doing what they're doing, and then you've got another 200 people whose job is to stop them doing what they're doing. Do those people take holidays? Do they sometimes forget their jobs? Do they get brain injuries?
Montreal, who mines all the minders?
Who what?
Who mines all the minders? So if I'm one of those 200 in military intelligence, making sure the other 200 astronauts don't talk, who's making sure I don't talk?
You have no idea how this stuff works, right?
I don't think you do.
It's another 200, right? It's always going to be another 200.
So you're going to tell me that if you're a military guy and your life and your family's life is under threat, and you know it, at any time they could disappear. You know how, you've been there. You're going to tell me now that that's not sufficient enough to silence you.
I'm just asking. I'm asking a very specific question. Who
We're
is the
agreeing.
one? If I'm one of the minders, who is minding me?
He said it. He said it.
Well,
He
nobody
said it.
needs to. You
He
don't.
said there's
No one has to mind you because you know you're the one that does the.
Oh.
Yeah.
you're an
What?
elite
Oh,
group
So
of
you don't know
minders,
how this
right?
stuff works.
So what's keeping me
It's been
silent?
lit.
If I'm one of the military minders, what's keeping me silent?
Okay, let me put it to you this way, right? There's
It's
let's take
minders all
a
the way
mob
down.
situation, right? You have the hitman, right? Who controls the hitman?
The hitman.
Agent 47.
The fear that if they screw up, other hitmen are gonna do them in, right? You want to talk like that? We'll do it like plain, yeah. So there's always a threat there. Even if
There's
you're the guy
always a
doing the
threat.
hit, you know if you mess up, you're gonna get done in too.
But I know that if
Right.
I'm a hitman, if I know that I'm a hitman going after another hitman, apparently the person who hired me to get their hitman isn't very good at choosing hitmen. So I bet I could probably get off with not killing the other hitman who I, as a hitman, am hired to kill.
Yeah, like I
Because
said,
at some
whatever
point
I
you're probably going to
say,
stop.
you're gonna come up with some cockamamie thing. You don't know how the real world works. If that alone didn't explain
Oh
to
man,
you, then you'll
So the
never get
real
it, bro. You
world.
live
I
in a
don't think
fantasy world.
I don't think
So
that
can I
you've
just?
thought through this, Essie.
The real world involves hitmen all the way down. Basically, every hitman needs to be afeared of another hitman, not just for where do you pick up rockets in the ocean, but like how do you swing a pendulum and what do you teach in your physics department? If somebody says, how do you have gas pressure without a container? You've got to have like a group of people and us all employed to come to your server. Every step of this conspiracy involves
That's different.
extraordinary
That's the
amounts of
education system. That's different. That's
involves
different brainwashing.
extraordinary
We're
involves
Axios.
talking about the
extraordinary
people
amounts
that
of people.
know what the score is. We're talking about the
So
people
many
in the
people.
know, right? These are the
So
people we're talking
What if,
about.
what if I'm in the know, Essie?
Then your job is to do what you're doing to make me look dumb, stupid. Like I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm glad that you think I'm doing my job well.
See, there you go.
Wait, can I ask Axel something?
Sure.
Have you taken a close look at the moon landing footage and everything?
Yeah. Yeah, I got really into that for a couple of years.
And
Or maybe
you
a year.
didn't see the hanging wires and shit and the
Sure. I saw all of it.
weird anomalies?
I saw all of it.
So,
Yep.
so do you think it was faked or was it real? Or
No, I think that the same thing I think about all conspiracies now, and is they hide in not understanding things. I don't understand what a person should do on a low G, dusty environment like the moon. My reckoning is not from that environment, so I'm bad at it. And that's what I realized about all conspiracies. They can, almost all of them, be satisfiably explained by this person doesn't fully understand the complexity of the thing they're trying to debunk or conspiracize.
so you're saying the complexity of how the footage of the moon landing is, that we don't understand it?
Sure. Yeah, it's similar to it. Like, I mean, the one I remember the most, there was the flag flapping, there was a blast craters under the pod, there was the reflection in somebody's helmet, but the one I remember the most was there's a focal light. The light from the sun appears to be focused like a spot on someone's head. And they showed me that photo, and I was like, oh, I've been an actor. I know what a spot on my head looks like when it hits the stage, because that's how you, like, one of the ways to find it without just staring into it. And I was like, it does. And somebody on a forum one day, after I went then from there into 9/11, and somebody on a forum one day, many years later, as I started becoming a skeptic, was like, just compare it to what the sun actually looks like. Just take a photo of your own head with the sun behind it. And you do. And you're like, oh, yeah, it does look like a spotlight pointing at my head, because that's just how it works. And that was the first thing where I was like, maybe all of these are me just not getting it, just using my dead reckoning and getting it wrong. And yeah, all of them turned out to be that.
Speaking of the 9/11, did you believe that was as they say,
Inside
or
job. No, I thought it was an inside job. I badgered
at
my
least?
family.
Okay.
I sent memes, videos. I convinced my mum.
Okay, so 9/11 was an inside job, but the moon landing, that was real. That all real.
I don't think 9/11 was an inside job anymore. I did for a while, but I don't anymore.
And the moon landing, that's real as well.
I think that's probably real.
That footage, like where you see the wire and shit, it's real.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I've seen videos where they claim there are wires, but you don't see the wires that you say you see.
You do see the wires. You can see them reflect.
I've not seen that.
I mean, here's the thing I knew from when I was a conspiracy theorist. Once I started looking at 9/11 or MoonCon, one bit of evidence drove me over the line. But after that, everything I looked at, every last element was clearly a con. And now that I've come out of it, I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Because some of the evidence was strong, but some of them are like, all of it looks like it. You know, when you hear people go, that's proof of blah, 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 my model, they're doing it.
You know, Eggshells, you should be a way better glober if you would just like throw out the moon landing, but still approve like the moon is a round shit thing.
It looks like that. I mean, I just trust my senses on that. It looks like a ball. It looks like a big old dusty ball.
But if you're gonna say the moon landing was real, that's just sus as fuck, man. Then you didn't look into it.
All you're saying is you don't share my biases as closely. Sure, we're not going to agree on it. All I can tell you is I've seen some of the evidence, unless it's changed in the last 20 years, which it could have, and I get it. I even get like if the moon is a place, I get why America would fake it, because they had to try and beat Russia, and Russia kept beating them. I even held for a while maybe they did fake it, but they also went, and they just kept the fake footage ready to go. Maybe even that's what they showed. But, you know, like the suggestion that we haven't ever been there when multiple space agencies have claimed to have been there and there's retro reflectors and we're planning return missions is like not so credible.
We just sent Artemis. I mean,
Yeah,
I am one to absolutely believe that we faked going to the moon. Like, it's so plausible that we faked it. But like a cursory look at the evidence, that's a little bit deeper than just like listening to somebody's claim of wires, shows you, yeah, there's a lot of good evidence with this.
Yeah, there's and that's the thing. You got to separate each bit, which is like, could the moon be a physical object? Could it be possible to go to the moon? Could we have gone to the moon and it still be faked? Because what there is a tendency to do is to stack up all of these bits of evidence. Like, I caught this guy lying about the fiat currency system and going, oh, somehow that relates to the shape of the Earth, and going, could people lie? Could politicians get it wrong? Could we have gone to the moon? Could we have faked going to the moon and the moon still be real? And when you explode all of those possibilities, suddenly the one I've settled on becomes less probably correct. But it also is clear what does and doesn't evidence my case. But the suggestion that we lost telemetry from one space thing, when you can like lie outside a city on your back at night time and you can watch a satellite go overhead. Just if you watch long enough, you'll eventually spot one. They're easy to see. You'll see 20 a night. You'll see this thing that is clearly not a plane. It's far faster than the plane. It doesn't blink. And it goes
17,000 miles an hour. You can see that easily.
Across the sky in a straight line, so straight you could rule it.
Yeah,
and you
I do that all the time.
That. And if there's not, the point is, you've got an incredible conspiracy from all these people who think they're getting data from it. They're scanning the surface of the Earth, or they're bouncing radio signals. And for every person using one of those many thousands of satellites, there's this crack team of 200 people, or however many people, for every group of them, faking their data and threatening to kill people.
And on top of that, they're also faking me being able to sit out in my backyard at night and watch it all happen. That's the insane part to me. It's like, I can sit out there and watch not just the space station like you used to, right? You can now see multiple freaking satellites. You can see Starlink. That shit was amazing. Like,
Yeah,
and you just want me to just like, oh yeah,
but
none of it's real. Like, I'm just looking at an illusion. Oh, okay.
Well, you have seen footage of the ISS, right?
No, I've sat in my backyard and watched the ISS go over with my naked.
Okay. But let's just go out that they faked the ISS. That there's not a space station going around the globe there, but
So
there's
what am I
something
looking
else. Well, it could be a plane, probably a plane, maybe something else. But
let's go with plane.
I'm a pilot. I'm a pilot. I've never seen a plane go that fast.
It's 24,000 kilometers an hour, and you can track that. That's just 17,000 kilometers an hour. You can get ground speed. So if you reduce the radius such that it's Earth, and you can know what city it's over and what another city it's over, you can get two people to look up, and it's way clearer than all of the other satellites I was talking about before. It looks like a star if the sun's hitting it, right? And you can know that those two cities, you know that New York and Sydney are not very close. New York and Perth, sorry, are not very close. But you know it goes over. So you're talking about an object that's going 24,000 kilometers per hour. It's faster than a bullet fired from a rifle.
well, that's only if you take the globe map in account.
No. We know the distance between Sydney and New York. That is not disputed. Nobody disputes the distance between Sydney and New York.
Maybe they're closer. No, I've confirmed
I dispute the distance, and we went over it one day, and you couldn't not prove it to me. You couldn't. You got befuddled.
So, Jeremy, you stuck your thumb in your nose and said, "No, I don't believe it." Okay, that's not me not proving it to you.
Going over it in detail, in depth, and you brought it back to two ground points that we already knew the distance to. Every time we went somewhere, it's somehow you already knew the distance to these points, and not how we got them.
It still remains the point's not so much about that as much as it is about the complexity to keep this con. Would the flat earthers here, I've badgered on about it enough and I need to go to sleep now, would the flat earthers here agree that I've made a reasonably good case that it is an incredibly complex conspiracy to keep?
So you got waked and now you have to go to bed. Run away, man.
Wow.
Come on. We can have some humor.
That was good. I liked it. Do you think I made a good case for my case, Tim, that it is an incredibly complex conspiracy to keep?
Yeah, I do. I have thought about these things myself. And I still ponder about them from time to time.
Yeah.
Like if you really want to, believe in the globe,
don't go to space. Go ahead.
Go on.
If you really want to believe into space, you're gonna go after those numbers, man. It's what you want to believe.
Well, just sort of test the logic.
Numbers are verified. Numbers are verified every single time.
We already know the Earth doesn't move and that space is fake, so whatever they're doing isn't what you think it is. And that's where your logic is flawed.
No, see, that's called a presupposition.
Yeah. If I presume my conclusion, then I can assume they're already wrong.
It's already been figured out. We're trying to catch you up.
Well, it's not working. You
were onto it for a little bit. You were actually doing some research for a while, is what it sounds like.
I'm well aware of all the arguments, sure. I'm just also well aware of how they're wrong.
You know, Eggshells, I still can't put my head around it that you believed the moon landing was real. Like, that.
It's probably real. Like, could they have faked one of them? Sure. But they went back like a bunch of times and they drove a buggy around. Like, it just doesn't fit the profile of somebody who had to fake something when it appeared at the time that they were lobbing missiles higher and higher and higher with dogs and on chimps and all sorts of shit on board them. That if they faked the first one and they went, actually, it's impossible to get there with Van Allen or we hit the dome or whatever, why pretend again like 5 more times and bring buggies and bring back samples and stuff? Just go, yeah, we went there, good enough.
Eggshells, why not familiar.
Peter,
thousands and thousands of objects into orbit with telemetry data and stuff that, there's
We lost.
if blockchain exists, then I can
Well, you got to
blockchain
keep the budget alive.
and I can be the only one who unlocks my data, and I can, with encryption or otherwise, tell that I'm sending something on a satellite, and here's its position, and what is it over, and every time every time you fake that,
no one disputes the distance from whatever. I thought you were done. My bad.
Sorry, I'm saying every time you fake that, you're invoking more people to fake it. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm just going to say you're not familiar with all the arguments. You just said no one disputes the distance between whatever and Sydney, and I mean we do. I don't know a flat earther that wouldn't dispute that.
You don't need to know it. You just need to know that it's enough that it's too fast for any known object, right? Like a bullet. Like pick the fastest thing that moves through a medium, or anything. Just pick anything, and it doesn't go as fast as the ISS.
Yeah, but that's only if you take the globe theory in account. Then
the
Earth is way. The radius around the Earth is way bigger.
You just need to admit that.
So you don't need to guess at the distances. You know the distance of Europe, right? We can't lie about them when people drive them all the time in their cars. You can immediately get things going. Like, I think a bullet goes a tenth of that speed. So it's essentially, if you had a bullet, you fired it, and then you fired a bullet from that bullet and kept doing that 10 times. I think, I might be getting the maths wrong, but I think that now you're at the speed of the ISS. Is unimaginably fast, and you're going, maybe it's a plane. Somebody, not you are, somebody in the room said maybe it's a plane.
Can I ask you, though, a logical question? What are the odds of Newton predicting the necessary velocity, 17,800 miles an hour, 17,500 miles an hour, claiming that's the speed you would need to maintain orbit? What are the odds of him being right and that the ISS maintains that prediction?
High schooler can do that calculation.
No idea.
A high schooler can do that calculation.
Yeah, that's elementary school shit. Data.
It's not that. I'm saying what are the coincidences that Newton could come up with that velocity?
A high schooler can do that math.
0
that is
minus 5. I would say
that
minus 5.
We're not talking about whether they can do it. I'm just saying that Newton wrote down the math for you, right?
Yeah, that's perfect, and it's not hard to do if you know the acceleration due to gravity.
Actually, it was Kepler, I think. I think it was Kepler that did that. The odds are minus 10 that he got it right.
This is what I'm saying is ancient mysticism. It brings me back to Christian Huygens again, predicting the size of Venus using sacred geometry and mysticism as described, but not getting rewarded because it was Cassini that actually apparently measured the size of Venus correctly using the scientific method. And Cassini gets awarded, but Christian Huygens doesn't because he used mysticism, right, and sacred geometry. So, did those guys use the sacred geometry and mysticism as well? And just by magic in 2022, it's happening.
Comparing a probe to the ancients, a space probe.
Maybe Kepler the Egyptians went to space first.
The point I was making, complexity
Kepler had a steam-powered probe.
Conspiracy.
So maybe everything is just handed me down, or hand-me-downs, and we're going through the
we know some basic
100-year cycle.
Or we know some basic facts such as what the acceleration due to gravity is and the radius of the Earth is. That's also an option.
And that happens to be 6.66 to the negative something.
Sucks to suck because the number of the beast is 616. Get wrecked.
The number of the beast is 616.
Yeah, 616. They messed up the.
That's new.
No, it's not. That has been a mistranslation for years. But since literally the 2nd century, people have miswrote that. The oldest manuscripts we have are 616 because 616 is Newick.
Yo, RC, could you provide me further reference for that?
Yeah, sure. Just look up the Corpus Ephraimi.
What's that?
Corpus Ephraimi.
Corpus Ephraimi?
Yeah.
Right.
Or the
Okay.
Codex Ephraimi.
So what's 666 then? It's just nothing, or
mistranslation? 666 is if you get the sigma is a xi in Greek, which people would miswrite them all the time. You would get 666, but it's actually 616.
Yeah, right. The containing the earliest known version of that part of the Book of Revelation gave the number as 616. Interesting.
So Data, you need to get your your satanic numbers right, Joseph.
Hold on. How did you tie one number Xe in Greek to the rest of them? How did you do that?
I just know that it.
Hold on, Data. Hold on a second, Data. I asked him a question.
What was your
How
question?
did you get Xe, which means 6 in Greek, to 616? How did you arrive at that?
Because in Greek you do your numbers based on the alphabet, and so instead of a he and a sigma, you write a xi, which is very easy to misread a lot of times when you're writing it in Greek, especially in handwriting in cursive. And so when people wrote it down, they often got that sigma and that xi mixed up, which would just change it from 616 to 666.
How? What's the Greek word? What's the Greek word for 666?
Okay, so you're getting the word versus the way you write it mixed up. So the word is 666 in English, but we write 3 characters, a 6, and a 6, right? Because we use Arabic numerals in English, right? And in Greek, they use their alphabet. For example, iota is 20, right? Or kappa is 20, iota is 10, right? Just like we do like X, I, and V in Latin.
Oh, the Roman numerals. Yes. I see what you're saying. Okay.
But it's not. Greek doesn't use Roman numerals. Greek uses Greek numerals, right?
Right. Okay.
And so when you write the Greek numerals for 666, if you just change one of the little letters with a little extra squiggle on it, you get not a C like it's supposed to be in the earliest manuscripts say, you get a sigma on it. And so what they did is they just messed up one little stroke of the pen, and all of a sudden the Textus Preceptus, the Byzantinus, all of them have 666, which is not what it originally was. It was 616, which is an anagram for Nero. And so people have this big conspiracy.
That doesn't make sense. I'm typing
hold on.
I'm typing in 616. I'm typing in 6.
In the Greek, it would be Xe and Xe if it's 616.
No,
where do you get?
No, in Greek, you're getting mixed up in Greek with the Roman numerals. So do you speak Greek?
So I'm just typing in 616 and 666. There's a big separation between how to say both words, man.
No, there's not a big separation on how you write the words. Okay, so
yes, there is. There's a big difference between how you write the words. I'm typing it in now.
Oh my gosh!
Just let him get this out, Data. I wanna learn this, man. I don't know. I wanna hear this.
Okay, Data went. Now it's RC's turn. Go ahead, RC.
All right. So in Greek, if you want to say the word out loud, 616 is exakosia veka exi, right? If you want to say
that's 616, right?
616. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
616 was exakosia veka exi.
Right.
In Greek, if you want to write that down, you don't write every one of those letters out. You simply write each one of the alphabet letters that correspond, just like if you want to write 100 in the Latin alphabet, you don't write 100. Those are Arabic numerals.
I got you now. Okay, I'm tracking. All right. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, you tracking? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How do you write 10 in Latin? Roman numerals. You just put an X right there, right?
All right, I'll look into
what I'm
that.
saying?
Data, go ahead if you like, bro. Go ahead.
I just posted two different like the two different spelling for the two different numbers. And how would you say these two? Because this is what the translation states. Put it in the chat there.
Oh my gosh. So, Data, this is completely going over your head, dude. Okay? They do not write these out. So, just like in English, do I write 600? Look at how I write this in the chat.
So I just typed in, if you were going to say something, if we're going to say something and communicate something.
Okay.
If I'm saying 666 to you, I'm going to say it differently in Greek than I would say
No.
616.
No.
That's hold on, don't say no. What I'm presenting to you is actual translation between
Data.
let me finish. Stop saying no, dude. I know it's hard for you to hear.
Completely messed up.
I'm presenting. I'm just being I'm being arbitrary, dude, because I'm just posting the two differences between 666 and 616 in Greek. So I just posted it in chat. It's just posted in chat. If you're going to write a story, you're obviously going to have and understand that in 666 there's an extra I don't know what you'd call that, an extra syllable.
See, hold on, bro. Hold on. You're next, I promise.
It looks like there's an extra
data, please.
Well, anyway, I presented in the chat. There's two different ways to say it because there's two different numbers. So if you're saying that you can say it one way that means either way, well, then it wouldn't correlate to the idea that 666 actually is spelt completely different than, well, not completely different, but there's an actual added word group to it more than 616.
Can you stop rambling now and just listen to the actual thing?
We'll just state what I'm. What just state what, or just make mention of what I just stated, and tell me why when I go to the Greek translator, there's actually a big difference between both of them.
Okay. So, do you see this symbol that I just wrote down right there?
No, I'm using the Greek translation
Oh,
here.
hey,
Like, what do I type
my
in?
gosh, Data, look at the chat.
What do I type in?
Look at the
I'm
chat.
talking. I have the Greek machine here. What do I type in?
Data, look at the chat.
There's nothing I need to look at. I'm using a Greek translator. What am I typing in?
A Greek translator is not going to work for this. This is ancient Greek, and they don't use the same numbering system as they do in modern Greek.
Well, I should be able to type it in, and it should work for me.
This
well,
is
then
why
it
you
must
need
be an
to look
error
at
then.
You need to.
It must be it must be an error then.
Oh my gosh!
Because why can't I type it in now to find it now? Why do I have to look at the error?
Look at the chat data.
I have a Greek thing. What do I type in? Just give me the letters.
He's not going to look at the chat. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why.
So let's go ahead and I will explain for everyone else in here because you won't listen to anything else. So he, xi, sigma in Greek add up to 666. Okay, that's 666. Okay, it's because he is going to give you the 600. The xi is going to give you the 6, and that sigma at the end is going to give you the 60. Okay, so it's 666. They do 600 plus 60 plus 6 in Greek. What actually happened though was you have this right here in all of the manuscripts. He iota sigma. He iota sigma is in Roman numeral or in Arabic numerals. We would say something like 616 because you have 600 with a 60 at the end. Or sorry, with a 10 in the middle and then a 6 at the end. So 616. So it's 600. So 600 plus 10 plus 6. And so the whole point here is that when you write these down in Greek, that one little different iota versus c in the middle of it changes it from 616 to 666. There's just one little stroke of the pen that it causes the difference to be. It is 616 in all original manuscripts.
So they made a mistake in how they translated, is what you're saying?
No, they made a mistake both in how they translated and in how it got handed down.
Well, ironically enough, it says, according to the process of the consensus behind it, it could be rendered either the same as 666 or 616.
It cannot be the same as 616 versus 666 because
this is what it says here, right?
So
It says
Papyrus,
here,
if
I could read it to you.
Papyrus 15, if you go to Oxyrhynchus Papyrus 15, which is the oldest fragment of Revelation that we have an example.
I'm just going to read it for you, right? Because they tell you that the mainstream consensus among biblical scholars is that 666 is in reference to Emperor Nero, which, according to the language schema once uses, can be rendered as either 666 or 616. So it's telling you it could be associated to be the same thing. And then it continues on to say that there are 3 different characteristics that distinguish the beast according to Revelations. His mark of authority, his name, and his number is 666. It might be argued some of that 666 must be applied to the name. But I'm just saying, so they do mention that it could be. They do mention that it could be associated to be the same. 666 or 616 is equally the same.
Okay, RC left, I think, probably because you interrupted him every time. But
were you deaf, bro? Every time I'd say something, he kept saying no after it. No.
I know you guys were interrupting each other. Now you're right.
No, dude, he wouldn't let me finish one thing, dude.
You guys were interrupting each other. We should definitely take turns.
Well, but Meisty is like that. I even had a conversation with him last night. He walks all over. No, like a little child.
Yeah, he does interrupt a lot, and Data never stops talking, so that's not a good match.
I never stop talking because I keep getting interrupted, man.
Don't blame it on that.
Not a good match.
That's what it is, dude. I keep getting interrupted, and I feel like I have to start over.
Yeah. Pete Shea actually agreed with RC on this straight away yesterday. Pete said Pete acted like he already been known this for his whole life, that this 666 was a mistranslation.
Yeah, but either way, it's the same. Look at the Gematria website that I posted. Still pretty much the same. And I posted in there, I was at a light, the fact that Northstar, do you think that has anything to do with the name that we were talking about last night? Yeah, so I think has a lot to do with that. I should put that name in there in the Gematria.
Have you typed in XRP and Ripple separately? Do that really quick and tell me what you get for XRP and tell me what you get for Ripple.
Bro, I bought $50 worth of XRP. You better be right on this one, Data.
You guys do it. I'm driving. I'm at a light.
I didn't know what I was. I didn't know what I was buying, so I didn't put anything real into it. It's just the idea is that if it does something like Bitcoin, you'd probably want at least 100 shares.
Few bucks worth, yeah, it won't hurt. For something to do something like Bitcoin at this point, though, you'd have to have a giant increase in the market cap of crypto as a whole. So, I don't know what they're at now, or I think they're at like 10 trillion or something, maybe a couple trillion.
Not even anymore.
No.
But yeah, they're claiming that Binance is going to collapse next, right? If FTX went, Alameda went, all these other ones went, and now they're just saying Binance is on the brink.
What?
Well, how do you get banks into it, right? You got to have banks.
It's more of a Ponzi scheme, anything else. That's a different program.
Well, he got arrested today. Or yesterday.
Yep. Ponzi scheme. Right.
Sam, whatever his name is, Sam Friedman, Bankman, or whatever.
Did the FTX really collapse? I read something about that yesterday.
Yeah, apparently he's arrested, and he was arrested in the Bahamas or something. somewhere like
You know,
that. And
it's the third largest exchange in the world. Yeah, there was. I mean, I don't know. It's a long, complex story, but it's just basically a lot of smoke and mirrors and reserves that they basically said that they didn't have, and you know, it's just that.
it's even better is because Sam was caught on camera admitting that all of his account money, like his customers' account money, would be just sent to Alameda with no accounting. It was considered journal entry, and literally they had no accountant, and so they had no track of where the money was going. They just kept sending it back and forth to each other to kind of give the illusion of liquidity, right?
So it's not trading. It's closed. No one's trading.
It's done. It's filed for bank. It's done, dude.
Wow, man, that's a big thing, man.
Well, it's huge. It's huge, dude. You're talking about
$20
millions
billion or something. Billions.
Yeah,
Billions.
billions of dollars. It's not going to get replaced. People just lost their money. People are pissed. That's why this last week or 2 weeks since it happened, people were like all on Twitter, like, dude, is this guy going to get arrested? How is this, how is this, all the frauds that have taken place in American history, and this guy is just going to walk free? It's like, no, he's like, something's going to have to be accountable for this. Like,
That's why it's best to own the crypto directly, not through these agencies or managed funds. It's just that you run the risk of this kind of thing happening.
Guess what the politicians are trying to pass? So the idea is they want to be able to come in and take crypto property, and if nobody contests it, then they actually own the property. So apparently the politicians are trying to have a law put in place that they can take over crypto wallets, and as long as there's no contention to these crypto wallets, then they become the owner and have more rights than the owner actually who had the wallet stolen. So they're looking at doing that.
It's like digital civil asset forfeiture.
Yeah, basically, right? So they're going to have always a back door to it.
I think I learned an interesting factoid the other day about crypto, and I'm not sure if this is true, but I think they were saying that the market, the total market cap of all of the central bank digital currencies far surpasses that of the entire market of crypto, the entire market cap of all of crypto. So just the market cap of the CBDC coins is far surpasses the entirety of crypto. So that sort of shows you where everything's going. It is going in sort of a centralized governed thing. It's not going to be decentralized, right?
Forex. My bad. Not gonna.
Has anybody done the geometry on XRP yet? Where's that girl? What was that girl's name?
Let this guy finish.
No, that was basically it. No, and then the XRP thing. That's also, I think we're finding the verdict on that. I think this month. It's either later this month or next month.
They claim December 15th.
Oh well, there you go. This week, then I guess. So it should be interesting. So yeah, that has the potential to also cause some pretty big waves in the crypto thing, which a lot of people are predicting it'll go down another level and stuff. Well, let me just say this. One of the big things that I also read recently in the whole crypto thing is that the downfall of crypto in my eyes, I think it's not a downfall necessarily. I think really it's just that it became a billion different blockchains. That's the problem. The problem is that we just needed BTC. It's a Bitcoin. It was the one true coin, sort of. I'm seeing it now. It's that was the blockchain. It's set. The rules are defined. It's out. It's there. And then came along 1 trillion and one other different dumb projects that are trying to be what Bitcoin already did, right? And
it's bigger than that. They want Web 3.0. That's essentially what they're building these networks for, right? For exchanges, a form of decentralization. But it's more importantly about the Web 3.0 and the network system that they're trying to create. It's kind of like a play to earn, right? Economy. they want video game platforms to make, so you can make money, because the idea is to have an economy without having to create a business and so forth, right?
Well, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the whole thing. So, like, again, like, crypto ate itself in the foot, kind of, because it was born out of this sort of idea of the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. All these things like, oh, we need decentralization. All these like corrupt hands like moving this money and stuff. Like, we don't need you guys. We need to like do our own thing, right? Well, and like, look, like, fast forward 20 years later, CBDCs are here, and like, what is that? That is centralization. That is big money. That's market makers. That's literally how these people like are able to do this stuff. So it's the antithesis of what we originally wanted. And then again, the fractionalization of the entire crypto system itself has led to just this. It's chaos. It's just dumb. People look at it like it's just nothing. It's like laughable joke now, right? Like NFT memes. But while really the fruits of crypto are going like the good like complex technical cryptographic like nature, Web3, what you're saying, all of like the sort of small tidbits, those are what are really going to be the CBDCs. Those are like plucked out from the whole crypto thing that was like sort of like an organic movement at first. Now it's just completely flooded, completely fucked, and like they're taking out these like little apples and gems here and there that they're going to like then reinforce, like, and that's essentially what it's going to do. So the whole thing was just and basically co-opted. It's just a giant scheme. It is a Ponzi scheme. All of them. It's just a joke. Essentially.
What is?
It was co-opted from the jump. That's why it was initially sold to the libertarian and anarchist community as decentralized. But if you thought about it, if you took the time enough to think about how crypto is structured, it's the actual opposite of being able to pull away and decentralize from people looking at all the transactions you're doing. It puts every single transaction into a ledger that can be read at any point in time. But it was sold.
You're talking about Bitcoin.
We're talking about cryptocurrency, yeah. So Bitcoin was originally sold to these communities so that the people who would be the least likely to adopt it were actually the first to adopt the technology. So then there's this idea that it could be decentralized. Everybody starts to adopt it, and then the setup was already there for the banks to take it over to begin with.
Have you ever heard about the transition? Have you ever heard about the term pump and dump?
Yes.
Well, yeah. So if you would take like the cryptocurrencies as like a global currency, like you could just pump and dump. You rise it up with buying a lot, and then you dump it when it gets high. It's not really usable.
Technology is definitely usable. The problem is it just layers in so many other aspects of control over who is sending money where, right? Right now we have the ability in most countries to still operate with cash. I can give my neighbor cash for something and the government, anybody is none the wiser, right? Even though we're using legal currency, legal tender, there is no actual documentation of the transaction that's taking place. It's just an exchange of cash to my neighbor for something I want in exchange for cash. But there's no actual logging of that transaction. Once everything becomes pulled onto digital, I want to give my neighbor something, they want to give me some sort of cash in return. It's already gotten to the point where most of those transactions have moved away from cash and they're being done on platforms like Zelle and Venmo and PayPal and all that kind of stuff. All it takes is switching all of those payment transactions onto a blockchain, and then there's accessibility for every single transaction, who sent what where. There is no anonymity to a transaction at that point, unless it's purely barter, right? Like trade of some sort of good for another good without any type of medium exchange in between.
But isn't that a good thing, like having no anonymity?
Yeah, if you're government, right? The Nazis would have loved it.
Yeah, and
Stalin
there's certain chains that would claim to be 100% anonymous and stuff. There's certain chains of that. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, crypto was sort of sold to us on the face of it as being, anonymous, but it's actually pseudo anonymity. And it's the same with the decentralization as well. So it's like, yeah, because that's what CBDCs are, is bank money. So it's like, well, how did bank money, like, what is this whole thing? Like, what crypto is supposed to be like, fuck you, bank. Like, fuck you. This is what we're doing now. And how did it get to the point where now banks are just like all up in crypto? The whole thing's a sham now. It's all fucked. It's all ruined. It sucks now. It just doesn't even make any sense. That's not to say that, like, sure, you can probably make some money off of it, because it's more looking like just basically it's like a new stock market. That's what it looks like. That's what crypto like legitimately looks like. It's like a new stock market for, like, just like millennials. It's like, what? It's just like stock market 2.0, but not really. But it's like it's fake money you don't have, but not really. And it's like, okay, the whole thing just seems weird to me.
But isn't the thing that, like, since we moved away from the gold standard, like, money is equal to debt, and that just ruins everything. Like, if we still have the gold standard, we could actually, like, measure prices to certain resources. But now you can't.
Well, yeah. I mean, now this is going into the problem of like where, like what money gets value, right? And how this is a very complex thing. There's like many different factors of like how's, it's essentially it all comes down to psychology. It's like, oh, we just give it value, right? Like, oh, we can just pick a rock and like say this is worth, X amount of money or whatever. It's like, who knows, right? Like, yeah, the gold standard, ever since that was eliminated or done away with, um, yeah, what is money really backed by, right? But what does it matter? Does money need to be backed by anything? I don't know. I mean, it seems like it should be, right? Like, yeah, there has to be some sort of like reserve. Let's make everything like by the book, by the paper, by the spreadsheet, everything's
From
accounted for.
from my point of view, like, since we've done away with the gold standard, like, there seems to be a lot more room for manipulation, like pumping up prices and taking up benefits from it.
Well, it gives governments the ability to inflate and deflate currencies, right? Like inflate the shit out of them, like we saw in the Weimar Republic, lead up to Nazi Germany, like we're seeing kind of currently in the U.S. system. Even though it's a slow inflation, it's a death by 1,000 cuts over time of inflation.
Exactly.
Fractional reserve banking also gives the banks a ton of power and ability to create something out of nothing when it comes to what they can lend based off of their reserves. I mean, it becomes, not only are they allegedly a storehouse for your money, they are money generators themselves based off the assets that they're holding.
What is it, 10-1 they can loan of what they actually have?
But it actually winds up being a lot more than that. But yeah, technically it's 10-1.
Freaking crazy stuff, man. People don't know this Ponzi scheme, this fiat. Well, a lot of people do, but some, if they realize how it is, it's like, my God, man. Not even in a movie.
Yeah, most people don't realize, like, when you sign a mortgage, that's basically like signing a check to yourself. That is a promise to pay. It's basically debt. It brings that money into existence that was not there previously. That the bank uses your signature and your promise to pay to get more alleged money that gets sent to another bank. It's such a scam. It's ridiculous.
But there's a really weird thing to it, like you have banks that deal with like real money, the money we got, like the euro, the dollar and shit. But then you got central banks, and they cooperate on a different level. They work with bonds and stuff.
Yeah, that's how they exchange. And if you notice, there is a pattern to the United States and their allies when it comes to foreign policy and where they're going to start wars and how they're going to interject into the economies of certain countries. And typically that pattern follows with any country that is not part of a World Bank central bank system. So it's systematically getting all of the countries onto that system.
What was that one guy from Africa? I think it was Egypt. I'm not sure.
Gaddafi, but not from Egypt.
Yeah, Gaddafi.
Libya. Yeah.
He brought up like the idea of like starting something else, like another currency for resources and stuff instead of the dollar. And then all of a sudden, they all attacked Libya. Yeah.
Yeah, he was making a straight gold-backed currency, and he was doing a lot of things in his country where he was kind of giving resources and the wealth generated off the resources back to the people, giving them a lot of land to be able to farm, all kinds of stuff. Like he was doing a lot of good things for his country, but he was painted as being this like oppressive bad guy in the media to be able to go in and take over that country and get him out of power, because he was legitimately threatening to have a gold back or a commodities backed currency that was going to be trading in kind of the Middle East area. And yeah, our banking cartels don't like when people mess with their money. So that's what happens.
How could Israel take over the Levant if he was in the way? Now they got to get rid of the rest of Syria and Iran, and then they could take over that area.
You shouldn't really call it Israel. You know, it's the Jewish state. Like before World War
Saudi
I.
Arabia is the Saudi Arabian state. I mean, they're doing it too. It's not just Israel.
True.
You've heard the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, right? All those dead children. So it's not just Israel. Like Saudi Arabia, Israel, the United States, they're all in bed together. If you add Rome, right, to me, that's like the four horsemen, not of the apocalypse of Revelation, but the four financial horsemen of the destruction of what we call the third world. We're kind of bringing everything back to the third world, but we're creating this new third world where everybody's going to be under the Aldrich Plan. So if you know about the Aldrich Plan, it's basically financial slavery, just like the Matrix, where you can't see the chains, you can't smell the prison, you can't touch the prison walls, but you're in a prison, right? And it's with financial documents and instruments that creates this prison, financial slavery. Thanks.
But that's the way we made it, you know, like all those wars in Africa, in Asia, around Israel and shit, all that stuff. We made them a third world country. Like before that, before the invasions and shit, before all those wars, they were doing quite fine, you know. They were building up their country, making progress and shit.
Especially Iran.
What about
Iran was one of the freest, best countries around there, believe it or not.
Yeah, before the Iran-Contra in the 1970s, they were very Western-minded, with liberty and rights for both men and women. Individual liberty is the pinnacle of freedom.
And then they discovered oil.
and
They
then
knew
the
the oil was
Americans
there
felt
before World War One. So World War One, they tried to stay neutral, and we drugged them into the war, and basically, said, no, you can't be neutral. So ever since then, it's been all about war with Iran.
But didn't they make the oil like the standard how do you say currency, like the value of oil, like they made that like a currency kind of?
I thought that was Saudi Arabia if you're talking about the petrodollar.
Yes, yes.
Was it that Nixon did that?
I'm not sure. It was after World War II, so it could have been Nixon. So Britain used to be the old world power, right? Now it's the UK, and they don't have the world reserve currency. Now it's the petrodollar. But I think a lot of people are waging war against this petrodollar right now. So there is a one world government, in my opinion. If you take a look at the Kung Flu thing that just happened, everybody was on the same page except for a few countries that were like, nah, we ain't doing that, right? And that gave us the control variable that we needed, right? To see, anyway, I got caught down a rabbit hole. Anyway, it's a one world government right now, but what we're seeing is they're fighting over pieces of the pie, right? I don't think Trump is going to save America or anything like that. They were just fighting over pieces of the pie. Trump wanted to build a wall. That way the drugs and everything would have to come through New York and they would get, more money. So it makes sense that he would want to build a wall from Texas to California so that he could have greater control over, the illegal stuff that comes in the ports. Does that make sense? So he's trying to get his piece of the pie.
Must have been a reason for it somehow. I think it comes close to what you're saying.
Yeah, if you want to know what's going on, just look at the Rockefeller taking over the schools, right? Everything is controlled by Rockefellers or Jesuits as far as education goes. So there was a really awesome teacher like back in the day, and they said, hey, we're going to unify the school districts from California to New York. That way, when a student moves from California to New York, they're going to be on the exact same page, right? Like nothing changed. Well, after they used her to consolidate all the school districts, under one thing, then she was fired and Rockefeller took the job. And they asked him, like, how much money did you pay in taxes last year? And he was like, not one red cent. And they were like, well, how much does this job pay, And he was like, oh, he answered the question. It was chicken scratch. It's like, why would you take this low paying job to be the head of, I can't remember what it's called, but the school system? And he was like, this is the most important job in America, to be the head of, the educational system. So he knew that educating us, putting us through schools, which is indoctrination without demonstration, that is not education. He knew that it would make us good little slaves, employees, clock punchers. And think about how schools are set up. The bell rings, right? If you're not in class, you're going to be punished, right? And what do you get punished with? Detention. Am I being detained or am I free to go? You're being detained. You've been bad. You were late for work. School, right? So it conditions us to sit down, shut up, do your work. And you're not free when you go home. You got homework. So you better do your homework.
I see what you're saying. It's a good point. But then again, the Rockefellers, I think like how you have like the presidents, like Trump, he was part of the Scottish Rite of Freemasons and shit. Like they're all connected, just like the Rockefellers. I think
the Aldrich plan. You're right. The Aldrich plan. They're all connected. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think the Rockefellers are more like a centerpiece, where everybody aims their attention to. But there's probably other people like not the Rockefellers, not that family, but there's like people above them. But that's just theory.
So if you look at the Aldrich plan, it's depicted like an octopus, and the octopus is like got different parts of the government basically that make up the octopus. But the way I see it is most people that do research they find like a piece of the octopus, like a tentacle or a suction cup, and they're like, it's the Jews, or it's the Jesuits, or it's the Knights of Malta, or the Knights of Columbus. You know, they find all this information, and they're arguing with their friends, going, no, it's not the Jesuits, it's the Knights of Malta. No, it's the Knights of Columbus. You know, no, it's Opus Dei, or it's this group, or it's that group. When really, they're all partially correct, right? They're all part of the octopus. It's just really hard to see, right? Because you're blinded by what you see, and you can't see what you don't see.
Yeah, just like the industrial complex is like one tentacle of them.
Blaze, do you think that Jesus was Greek?
Well, you can say a whole lot about the guy, but facts are stranger than fiction, you know.
You guys watch that Truth is Stranger Than Fiction YouTube channel? That dude's great.
I think I got it from there. I'm not sure.
I haven't seen any of his videos in a while, but yeah, I used to watch it all the time.
Can somebody drop a link in the text chat? I want to see the chat.
Were you asking for his YouTube channel?
Yes.
All right, give me a second, I'll find it. Or I'll just post his most recent one.
You know, you guys probably know eggshells.
Yeah.
But the really weird thing I found that he said, like the moon landings are real. Like, if somebody says the moon landings are real, I'm just gonna throw it out the window, you know? I don't believe that shit. Anyone that brings it up, I'm not gonna throw it out of the window.
Yeah, there's a documentary, I think it's 3.5 hours, called The American Moon. And you can't really pull it up on YouTube, but if you type it in the Google search or search engine, you can find it. That's weird, right? But you can find it right away. And when you just the photographers alone, right? Just, you know, they're all like 20, 30-year like expert, like top of the line photographers. Some of them work in like the fashion industry. And when you see like what they're saying, they're like, one of them is saying something along the lines of, I'm not going to argue whether or not they landed on the moon, but these photos are fake. And they're like, well, these photos allegedly came from the moon landing. So, yeah, when you see that, like, it's really hard to still believe in the moon because they debunked the debunkers in that documentary.
But yeah, anybody who's worked with film over the years would understand that the alleged radiation levels, the lack of shielding on those Hasselblad cameras, like the fact that we have, if that took place, if the moon is where they say it is, if the radiation levels are what they say they are, the temperature swings are what they are, to get one photograph that's even remotely viewable would be a miracle.
You're talking about the Van Allen belt, right?
Yeah, the Van Allen belts, the lack of an atmosphere on the moon, which would lead to more radiation. Then you have the temperature swings. I mean, film is finicky as fuck. Like, most people nowadays have no idea what it's like to work with actual film.
Would it be correct to call the Van Allen belt a anomaly?
It's not just the belts. You have to understand that's just part of it. But even in so-called space and their fantasy, you got all kinds of cosmic rays, galactic rays, rays from the sun, could all damage the film. Then you have the heat swings, like you said. There's also the lack of pressure, which a very crazy thing happens. It's called cold fusion. Have a look at that. So any mechanical thing on the moon, right? In those conditions, the parts would just fuse together. So that's the major thing. Those Hasselblad cameras, there's no possible way they could have worked on the moon. I'm glad you guys brought that up.
Because when you're on the moon, you're out of the atmosphere, so there's way more heat being directed to the things that are up there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think they had the cameras allegedly just like stuck on fixed apertures and focal lengths. So there was no adjustment that they were doing. They were just snapping pictures, and everything just so happened to be in focus. Everything seemed to be framed so well. Like, try walking around and just using your cell phone nowadays, right? So just try walking around and perfectly framing what you want to with your cell phone directly against your chest. Not only that, the gloves that they had to wear to be able to push the camera, the adjustments, the movement that's going to do to the camera as you're trying to push the button to take a picture, the movement, like, there's just so many different anomalies when
Yeah,
it comes to looking at these pictures.
there'd be hardly any surefire way to make sure that you had your target centered. You know, you just be like, whatever. It'd be insane.
It's literally like shooting from the hip, right? And hitting a bullseye every single time. The way that those pictures are framed.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially, that was a good point. I had never thought about that. What was the focal length? Because if you've got a 35 millimeter focal length and you then try to zoom in on your target, it's going to break down. It's going to get pixelated and just completely become, almost indistinguishable. Like, what is that?
Yeah, I can't remember what they set them to, but I want to say somebody took an analysis of one of the cameras that they had, whatever, Smithsonian or something like that was allegedly from the moon, and they put screws in and basically locked down your aperture and your focal length. And I can't remember what it was set at, but
Well, right, but either way, it would pose a problem. You got a 35 millimeter focus. It's going to pixelate if you zoom in on the target because you want to get a better, a closer image. But then if you zoom in and set that, then you're going to narrow your field of view and you're going to have off-centered shots. Like, it's not going to work out.
That's an anomaly. But there's also this one thing, like, I'm not sure how positive it is, but there are these pictures from the Apollo mission where when you zoom into the moon and you take it into Photoshop and you like tweak the alphas and shit, you can see like pixelated shit around the Earth. So it must have been put there.
yeah, there used to be a lot of those anomalies, but once Flat Earthers started pointing that out on the NASA website, somehow the pictures and the images got better, but they still say they're the originals. So who knows?
Yeah, they did a good job with the Artemis, like the shit they're doing right now, flying around the moon. It's kind of solid, semi.
Yeah, but there's some people that contend that, like, images back in the 60s couldn't be altered, meaning there's no way that they could put like an Earth in the middle of that moonrise or Earthrise picture, right? Somehow we lack the ability to do that, which is complete nonsense. You can definitely do things like that. It's not as easy as Photoshop. It's not as easy at all.
Well,
But
is it that there's another channel, not Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, but something like that, like a guy and girl narrator, but they were showing like old school photographs where they were like people with disembodied heads, so they just simply washed out the head and then put it somewhere else in the photograph. Like they were manipulating photos back in the 1800s and shit. They were showing up. They were doing it also with washing out towns. And so then they had this old building, and then they just simply removed the building behind it. And they were showing how they did that in those old photographs. What channel is that? I'm trying to remember.
it's dealing with how much light exposure you're giving certain portions of the film while you're doing the projections. So you can use, like little tools, little things to ensure that certain portions are not getting hit with the light or are getting light and the rest isn't, kind of things.
Can
It
you
was all
guys
by
see
hand back
voice
in the
chat?
day.
Can you guys see live stream text chat?
Hold on.
What we're looking at?
You're looking at the so-called astronaut with the camera strapped to his chest. That's the
What about it?
Hasselblad moon camera.
What about it?
How many good pictures do you think?
Wait a minute. Where's the suit? Oh, they said that the Hasselblad camera had a astronaut suit. It was protected by the elements. Where's the suit for the camera?
Suit. Negative.
I don't
they
think they
lied.
went through to that. I don't think it did.
Just honest globe earthers. Why would they lie?
Stanley Kubrick did a great job,
Yeah, but check out what I'm going to say now, right? That camera is on his chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has no way of focus. He has no way of aligning it. Or imagine now taking all those beautiful pictures that you've seen, and you must admit they're like A1, right? Focused to perfection, like almost as if it was professionally done. What do you think the chances of these guys on their chest on the moon could have taken those pictures? Forget about that's impossible physics-wise. We went over the film, the freezing, and all that, right? Radiation. But you've taken pictures. How many good pictures do you think if the camera was on your chest and you had no way of aligning it?
I see what you're saying, yeah.
You know how many times I've missed capturing like wildlife and stuff like that, just taking a second or two to try to perfectly frame the image so that I wouldn't have to crop, right?
Let's look on the bright side. There was no wildlife on the moon for them to take pictures of.
Right, but here's the thing. Me being directly behind the camera, knowing exactly what I'm looking at, and not having the ability to get everything perfectly into frame when I have it all right at my eye,
It was a
taking
joke,
me seconds and whatever such millimeter movements that I need to make to get a perfectly framed image can make me lose an image, right? Because the wildlife is either no longer there, or they're not looking, or they switch around, or whatever. Can you imagine trying to do that with the camera strapped on your chest and somehow getting almost 100% accuracy as far as your framing is concerned?
I don't think they even got close to 100% accuracy. And in fact, I think we probably only have a couple of hundred out of a couple of thousand photos that were taken on the moon.
No, they're all on NASA's website, and the
Not
vast
all of them.
majority of them are perfectly framed images.
That would be incorrect.
Have you ever developed film, RC Micey?
Yeah, I've been there. I'm not a photographer, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. But yes, I have. I've watched people. I've been there while film was being developed, and I know it's very finicky.
Where were you, in the waiting room Kmart or Walmart.
Yes, that's exactly
right.
Yes. No. One of my good friends that I grew up with was a photography major at BYU, so he we were roommates for a semester, and he was like, "Hey, I'm going to develop film." I was like, "I've never seen that before." He's like, "Yeah, they make us learn how to develop film in this photography class."
That's a cool story, Archie Matthew. But back to the camera that's strapped to his chest. You know that the temperature of the surface of the moon goes from 250 negative to 250 positive Fahrenheit, right?
Sure.
Can a film roll through the camera at that temperature, or will it become brittle and break?
I imagine that if it was exposed bare to that temperature, it could not do it.
So, did you look at the chat where he posted the camera just right there, strapped to his chest with no, astronaut suit surrounding it, so it's exposed to the temperatures?
Yeah, I don't know the mechanics of that camera.
I do. I can tell you a little bit about it. You know what they did for the heat? Ready?
I have no clue.
They took off the leather, which the original Hasselblads come with, and they painted it silver. Boom.
Cool. I
That
wouldn't
should
know.
do it, no? That should do
I
it.
mean, I don't know.
You can hear the photons of heat pinging off. Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah.
You know, if NASA says it, it must be true, you know.
Well, that I definitely don't believe. That if NASA says it must be true. But what it does seem to be correct. I have heard lots of people talk about these photos, and every time someone asks me to watch a 3-hour documentary about here's the proof that we didn't, I end up at the end of that 3-hour documentary with no more evidence that we didn't go to the moon than when I started.
You have to open your eyes, though, RC, watching that.
It's just open. It's just because my eyes are closed. All right. Well, I'll remember to turn the sound on and make sure to open my eyes next time.
Make sure it's plugged in. Was it plugged in?
I didn't know. I just sat there and screaming at the remote for 3 or 4 hours, and it never worked.
Are the batteries in the remote?
I don't know what batteries are.
Well, Archie Matthew, what he's saying is if the mind is blind, the eyes can't perceive.
You've done that too?
You don't find anything strange, RC, what I told you about the Hasselblad?
Yeah, it's really strange that we went to the moon. I would agree with that.
Do you think we went to the moon?
I have good evidence that we went to the moon. What I think is good evidence for it. I am willing to entertain any and all evidence of how it was faked.
Sure, if you want to
Wait,
throw
you saw
all
it on
logic out
TV?
the window.
Sorry, you saw it on TV and you think that's good evidence because it's on TV?
No, I'm just saying. I said we have good evidence that we went to the moon. If you want to show me how
what is that? What is that evidence?
The fact that we have samples from the moon, the fact that we have film, multiple
Well,
what do we see from the moon?
we have.
No.
the
Wait a
fact that we
second.
have-
Wait,
all right,
wait a
was
second.
everybody just going to talk over? Is that how it's going?
Go ahead.
All right. The fact that we have a couple dozen people that said they went to the moon. The fact that we have people who took the data of the people that were going to the moon. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of evidence that we went to the moon.
Did you know that NASA sent a moon rock to a university in the Netherlands, and then the Netherlands exampled the rock, and then it turned out to be a fucking wooden shit painted on?
You would be incorrect on that one. That's actually the most easily debunkable thing that ever exists. So someone gave an ambassador, I think, gave someone else in the government a commemoration thing that said it was a moon rock with it, which it turned out not to be. But yeah, that was the first one that I was very interested in and spent a lot of time looking into. And it took about 30 minutes of checking after the 5 minutes of initially realizing, oh, wow, this is actually just a made up story. To realize, yeah, that is a completely made up myth that they sent
It's
it
not
to
a
the
made up story.
Netherlands.
It's not a made up story. Astronauts went there, gave them the moon rock, and then when they actually checked it, it was petrified wood.
That
You can
is
find this in the
incorrect.
mainstream media. No, this is in the mainstream media.
Yeah.
It is not an astronaut that gave anybody that name.
Maybe it was an astronaut, but it was somebody that gave petrified food and shit.
Yes, I can give a piece of petrified wood to you and say, check it out, a moon rock, and then you see that it's not a moon rock. I agree. That's a very dumb claim for me to make. But
Yeah,
yes, it's also very easily debunked.
It's another anomaly, you know. Why wouldn't they just have given a moon rock? You know, they could have just given them a moon rock,
Who's they?
something real.
You know who the they is?
NASA.
Come on, this is
NASA only has the moon
NASA,
rocks.
NASA didn't give them anything.
RC Micey,
This is how
let
I
me
know you
ask
don't
you.
even look into the claims that you are spouting.
Let me ask you a question. But if I gave you a rock and claimed that it was from the moon, how could you confirm or deny whether that claim was correct or not? What would be your
Well,
basis?
I would be able to compare it to some petrified wood, and if it's petrified wood, I bet I can tell you that it's not from the moon.
Hey, RC Micey, are you saying that MSNBC is fake news?
Yeah.
Oh, so why is it that you trust like the government, right? Who gave
When
us
did I say I
NASA?
trust the government?
Hold
When did I
on,
say I trust the
NASA.gov.
government?
Well, you said you believe that we went to the moon landing
That doesn't
because
mean
the
I trust the
government
government.
told you that we did. Okay.
No.
So do
I
you
look at the
trust that we
evidence.
went to? Sorry, listen, just real quick. Did we go to the moon?
The evidence says yes, we did.
Okay. Where did that story come from?
The evidence.
Sorry. Where did the story that we went to the moon? Where did that come from?
The evidence shows us we went.
No. It didn't come from the evidence. Where did the evidence that we went to the moon come from?
It's crazy that when you actually look at the fact that there's evidence for it, it's almost like you don't have to believe a bunch
Okay,
of stories.
stop doing the red herring, Olay. I'm not a bull. You're not a bullfighter. Okay.
Well,
Where did the
I
evidence
disagree.
come from?
The
I'm not a
evidence
fucking
came from the
cow.
moon.
I am not a fucking cow.
Well,
I am a man, sir.
Anybody who has to say I am a man is definitely a man.
Okay, you're a fucking cow. I'm a man. Stay focused. Where did it come from?
Game of Thrones?
No. Where did it come from?
Anybody who has to say I am king.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where did it come from? Where did the
moon.
evidence?
The moon.
From, yeah. Where did that come from?
The moon.
Okay, so the moon told you.
No, the moon that the people went to was the source of the evidence that people went to the moon.
So let me get this straight.
What?
The moon is the source of your evidence that we went to the moon.
Yeah, that would check out.
So when did the moon give you this evidence?
When did the moon give me this evidence? I don't know. The people who went to the moon back the evidence.
Oh, you mean the government NASA employees, right?
Government NASA employees.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's NASA.gov. Right? Okay, so you do trust in the government and the things that they showed you on TV.
I trust that.
Wait a minute, that's illogical.
I trust
Did NASA employees that work for the government give you the evidence that we went to the moon? Yes or no?
There's evidence we went to the moon. Yes.
And you trust this evidence that the NASA government employees gave to the public?
To the public, or that the public has access to? Yes, we all have access to that evidence.
Okay, so you trust the government officials that work for NASA that disseminated
When did you hear me say that?
Well, that's what you're saying. You can't get around it no matter how hard you try. Are you a wiggle worm? Are you a wiggle worm? You're trying to wiggle away from NASA.gov?
No, I'm mostly just somebody who trusts evidence. Yeah.
Trust the government.
I trust evidence.
Look, propaganda can be real, right? I could give you all this propaganda about myself, right? Like I'm a good man, I pay my bills on time. Hold on, bro. Just relax. Hold on, just relax. I can give you this propaganda, and it could be true, right? But propaganda could also be false. Like I've
That's
never
true.
punched a brick wall.
So we could check
Right?
it,
That would be false,
We
right?
could check it, right? Can we check the evidence? Yes or no?
No,
I
we
don't know.
can't
Who
because
just
it came
talked all
from
the
the
way through,
government.
Hank? Can we go one at a time, please, guys?
Can we check the evidence? Yes or no, Larry? Can we check the evidence? Yes or no? Cat, got your tongue? Oh.
Well,
Okay.
to be fair, you know, unless you had a question, you said that they brought back rock samples from the moon or whatever. How have we verified that those are actually indeed moon rocks?
Because we filmed them being taken, we saw them come back, we saw them go up, and we have tested them against samples of other people who have gone up and taken them.
Well, maybe because you spoke over Larry, he's not prepared to talk to you anymore. But you did.
Oh, that's fine.
You wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah. Your question was, can we check the evidence? Yeah, sure. Where's the data?
All done. Yep.
Where's the
We
data?
checked the evidence. It checks out.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Which
minute.
data would you like?
Can I check the telemetry data if you don't mind?
Oh, the telemetric data?
Yeah, the telemetry data.
Sure. Which one do you want?
All of it.
You want all of the telemetry data?
Yeah, please, if you would.
Sure.
Oh wait, it's gone.
Here you go. Give me a second.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
You should link it to NASA. I think they lost it.
He's crazy. So they didn't tape over it and they didn't lose it?
Yeah, he's basically saying that NASA lied to everybody that we don't have the telemetry data. That RC in fact does have the telemetry data. But you should trust NASA because they wouldn't lie. Good job, RC Nasty. Trust your government all you like.
Did you put that in a PDF thing so I can pass it to all my friends? Thanks. And back to NASA because they lost it. So, by the way, the proof is where? You said something about television, and we've seen it on television, and we've seen it.
I did say that. Larry said that.
No, you said that. You didn't.
Larry said you saw it on TV.
Well, how do you?
Spit it out, man.
I could have sworn you said it, bro. So where did you see it, or how did you see it, or how do you know it's true?
No, well, he did just say it. I asked him what his proof was that we had
did say
moon
that, right?
rocks, and he said, he said we saw it on film. So yeah, you did say that, Mike Steve.
Okay. You trying to gaslight me, bro?
No, I'm trying to get you to stop talking over me and for you to get me and Larry mixed up.
Wait, so you talk over Larry, but if I talk over you, it's not okay. But you can talk over Larry all you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's bad form, to say the least. But I'll carry on. See, we're talking about the moon landings, right? But what we're really talking about is the shape of the Earth. So the first time we allegedly saw the Earth as an object in space, as a sphere, as a shape, was the moon landing. That's why you guys have to trust your government. Because if you believe that you live on a spinning ball Earth flying through space with a radius of 3,959 miles, then you have to trust the government who gave you this image of the Earth as a ball in space. Right? So all you people that trust your government out there, I would say that, there's probably good reasons why you shouldn't trust your government. Now, that doesn't mean automatically that the Earth is a ball or isn't a ball, but you should, double check, right? Go outside, find you a large body of water at rest, and see what you can see with an Earth curve calculator, and a little bit of math. If you don't like the calculator, do your own math, right? And see how far you can see, just to double check that the Earth is a globe, because the government could possibly be lying to fund Nazi rocket programs so that we could bomb people back to the Stone Age and install IMF style world banks so that they could have a Federal Reserve type bank so that they can enslave the masses while they print money to oblivion as a hidden tax to wipe out people's savings. Thanks.
Now you're sounding downright conspiratorial.
Yeah, that would be a conspiracy if they did, in fact, lie to the people and make up this moon landing, because they knew the people would never give their consent to fund a Nazi rocket program. Right? That would never happen. The American people are good people, and the evidence for that is that the government always has to lie to them to trick them into war and funding war and participating in war. So we have evidence for that, like Operation Northwoods, right? We know about that. That's not a secret. We know about the Lusitania. We know about Pearl Harbor. We know about the Titanic. All these things are connected. Thanks.
Hey, does anybody know where the intelligence data came from that there was allegedly weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? What government agency gave us that information?
Here's the you guys were asking
NASA.
before. You guys were asking before for the telemetry data. Here is Apollo 14's telemetry data. Have fun.
So I'm not familiar with Apollo 14 specifically. Is that one where they actually landed on the moon?
Yes.
So when NASA said that we lost that data, were they lying?
They lost the Apollo 11 data. They did not lose the Apollo 14 data. They didn't lose the Apollo 15 data. They did not. I think they didn't lose.
Just to be clear, when we asked for the telemetry data of the moon landing, they said that they didn't have it, but they were only talking about that specific one. So they did have it. They just kind of said a half truth, right?
You're just making up something that somebody told you. You're trying to put that.
Wait a minute, I'm not making anything up. I was under the impression. But let's be clear.
Somebody lied
I
to
was
you.
under. Yeah, it's probably the government. Let's be clear. Okay, let's clear this up. So they did have the moon landing data, right? The telemetry data.
For 14, 15, and 16. They even have Apollo 13 that was going to land but did not end up landing because of the disaster that happened there. But yes, the 14 landing, the 15 landing, the 17 landing is all freely available. And I posted the 14. And your claim that we didn't have it is a repeated claim that a lot of flat earthers they pass around since Apollo 11's data has been lost. Yes.
So just to be clear, when I asked
I was
telemetry
incredibly clear. If you didn't listen, it seems to be yours.
Is it your turn to talk in the middle of the sentences every time?
It was clear.
Can you not act like an? Can you act like an honorable man? Must you act like an animal?
I am.
You are what?
I am
not
acting like an
honorable.
I am acting like an honorable man, especially given the fact that you seem to have not cleaned your ears out.
I didn't understand what you said.
You haven't cleaned your ears out. That doesn't make me not an honorable man.
Okay, so clarification means that my ears aren't clean. I mean, I have a user of peroxide on heavy now, and we go through Q-tips like crazy.
Wasn't it like half an hour, not even half an hour ago, like 10 minutes ago, he tried to accuse you of not being a man, and yet somehow he is a man? I don't know. Every time you spoke there, all I could hear was him trying to fucking pipe in.
Yeah, they don't like it when I speak.
Yeah, they don't. But you didn't take offense to that in a good way. You let that blow over you like water off a duck's back.
Yeah, their tactics don't.
That was a tactic. Yeah, that was attacking you. Yeah, but you ruled that well, bro. So let's see what RS Micey has to say about telemetry data. I thought you were going to post that, bro.
I posted it 5 minutes ago. Were you sleeping?
You did? I might have been. I just woke up. Sorry. Nope, can't see it.
It's at 32.
Did it get lost?
It's at 32 after the hour. Open your eyes.
Ah, okay. I see it now. I'm not going to click on that. So you're saying that the data they said they lost, is now available?
They didn't lose Apollo 14 data. They only lost Apollo 11.
Right. What we're talking about here is the walk on the moon. The first time
Apollo 14 did walk on the moon. So yeah, you guys are just making up this claim or regurgitating one that you heard somebody say.
Well, we did hear somebody say it. We heard that they taped over it and lost the telemetry data. So either that's true or it's not, right? You're saying that it's incorrect, but at the same time, you're speaking out of the other side of your mouth saying that it is correct because we don't have the first one. So
I just told you, and I've said it the same time, and you seem to not have your ears cleaned out. They don't have 11. We got 14, 15, 16, and 17. So go ahead and look at it.
They don't have 11, but they didn't lose it.
That's what we were saying.
I said they don't have 11. We have all of the other ones.
Right. But that's what we're saying. They don't have 11. The most important event.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't? Okay.
No, because we still have telemetry data of going to the moon. And you're making up a lie based on something somebody told you that we don't have any telemetry data.
So the 11 telemetry isn't available, but everything else is. That's what you're saying.
For the 8th time, yes.
Okay. Well, they just fucking made that shit up, bro. They just, copy paste. We bops on the screen. So they don't have the telemetry data of the most important probably thing that ever happened in human history, putting a man on the moon, but they have everything else before and after.
Well, let's be clear. This Discord server respects all faiths of all kinds all around the world, even if it's unwarranted blind faith in their government. We're not going to make fun of your religion, RC Micey. You can be a sun worshiper if you like. That's no problem. Apollo is, after all, the sun god, right? Apollyon, spoken about in Revelation. But we realize that, we should respect all faiths. So, we don't have anything negative to say about you and your religion, other than maybe you should just double check, to make sure that you're in the right one.
Sounds like a really, really hard cope once you get confronted with the actuality that your claim that we don't have any telemetry data is completely debunked by the fact that we do have a lot of telemetry data.
Do you have telemetry data from Apollo? Oh my God! How many times do I have to say this? Do you have telemetry data from Apollo 11? Do we have that?
I already said that. For this is the 9th time now.
So you don't.
No, you said we have. Earlier, the claim was we have no data from going to the moon, which is incorrect. We have a lot of data.
No, I didn't say that. I said we have no data of Apollo 11. You're just putting words in my mouth now, bro.
Okay. But it's nice moving the goalpost and walking yourself back. That's a smart thing to do.
But you do that all the time, man. You just did it.
Changing the goalposts like 8 inches per mile squared. Well, if you don't take into consideration of refraction, so it's really not 8 inches per mile squared. It's whatever the fuck we say it is at that time. And if you don't believe it, then you're just a government denying conspiracy theorist. You don't believe in government.
And Twitter didn't regulations.
But that's not changing the goalposts. That's just changing as the science advances, right? Even though it doesn't prove anything. But you should trust in the science even though it doesn't prove anything.
That's what they say, yeah.
And if I spoke out of both sides of my mouth like that, I would have chaplets.
I'd have a hard time waking up in the morning and knew who the fuck I was.
All we have is observational science. You can't trust your eyes and science doesn't prove anything. But I promise it's a globe. We know it is. Don't ask how, just pay your taxes. So we can bomb the brown people into submission. Also Iran. Iran's white people, but we're going to bomb them too. You know, the preemptive strike doctrine. We better hit them first so we can have the right to defend ourselves. Right? Because that's self-defense. Striking someone first.
I'm not sure what you're on about exactly, but like as if I support the government or something like that, or I just pull with evidence.
Well, do you pay your taxes?
Yeah, just enough to not be in trouble.
So you financially support the government, though?
Do you?
We all do.
I would plead the fifth.
Well, maybe.
Okay, well, have fun with that.
Yes, I have a good conscience knowing that I haven't paid for any blood this year.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you bought gas at an airport lately, like you say you do, you definitely be paying taxes. If you put gas in your truck recently, you definitely paid taxes. And if you bought some food recently, in Mississippi, you definitely paid some taxes.
Food's not taxed in Texas unless it's cooked. I prefer to cook my own food. I cooked some hell of fajitas last night with some red peppers and some sweet peppers and some onions and some Dano's seasoning. It was so good, man. It was good.
Is Jeremy still here? Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm here. What up?
How do I get to post memes?
You want to post memes?
Memes.
What's your name?
Turtle Plane.
Turtle something? All right. I got you. Hold on.
Ooh.
You sound so excited. Dear. Are we in baller now, bro?
Are we in a ball?
Yeah, no.
I think we're in half a ball.
Oh, I'll go with that. Meet you halfway.
Yo, you should be good now.
Yay.
If you believe we put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
Now I just have to manage my powers, not to abuse it.
Do you know that if you took the great wheel in the sky and you watched and observed it, and you understood that during the night you could only see 6 out of its 12 constellations, that you would, in your mind, think that you would be seeing around 4,000 miles of the Earth. Why? It's because it would be one section of the quarter, or the half section of the half, pardon me, of the Earth, and therefore you could assume, based on the zodiac sign, that the distance from the point of the center where you were and the height of that dome and the circle that it made would be around half the diameter of that circle. And what Pythagoreans did, I believe, is they assumed that half of the Earth was 4,000 miles based on the fact that they could see stars and constellations that would cover that part, because you could see it all on that one side of the hemisphere during night. Everybody could see the same stars, the 6, and only the 6. That you could take a calculation and square root it and devise an optical calculation from it. And that's what I just worked out here, assuming that I'm using, 12, 24, 60s, 30s, 60s, and 90s, right? Then it all works out to be a quite easy calculation, especially if you're using the square root to find out the distance, or to find out angles and ratios and things like that. It really appears that you could derive the same mathematics from the circle in the sky.
With the great wheel, don't you mean the swastika?
Nope, not that. That's the seasonal change between the position, spring, fall, winter, summer. That's the apparent rotation of the dipper. Is it the Big Dipper that does that? In a sense, that's what they're using. I'm talking about the 6 constellations that you can view at nighttime at any given time along that, let's say, hemisphere, for the example. But the idea is that you'd be seeing around 4,000 miles of Earth by looking up. Not even just measuring the angle to the star, but the actual circumference of the wheel above you, the zodiac.
There's got to be a good your mama joke in there at some point.
Well, that's what it kind of looks like, right? I mean, I'm studying these. I'm reading this book right now called the Evolution of the Scientific Thought from Newton to Einstein. I'm reading a section right now where they're just talking about the people that helped transform this geometrical mind, if you will, because really they were the first. Greeks particularly refer to take on this sphericity nature, but what they tell you in the writings is it's all from a private perspective, right? It's really quite interesting if it is from your private perspective, and you notice 6 out of the 12 constellations, that if the Earth had a size to it, you'd be seeing half of the Earth at night, according to your private perspective. I mean, what you see with the stars for the 12 hours or whatever at nighttime.
David, have you ever taken a calculus class before?
I don't apply it, and I've taken it before, but not for it was like I don't do it very often. So,
MIT offers a pretty darn good calculus course for engineers. It's kind of like a transition to engineering.
I don't have any application for it right now. I like mathematics, and I'm familiar, somewhat. But as far as application goes, no. I if I don't use it, I lose it, so to speak. So,
well, all I'm suggesting is that you take one of these courses, because the MIT courses do a really good job of also kind of covering the history of the thought that goes behind a lot of the concepts. It's not just teaching calculus, but it also teaches kind of like they teaches it in the same way it was discovered, right? Or kind of deduced. And so I would suggest you should go take a course. It's free, it's online.
I understand it's about the infinitesimally small, right? And essentially, reducing the amount of pieces in an equation to find a, let's say, more consistent, precise pattern out of something that's parabolic or a crazy sine curve of if you want to figure out growth in a company and there's all kinds of purposes for it, but I don't use it. But I appreciate it. I got into it, but there's no application I could use it for. So if I want to know an infinitesimally small things for certain processes.
You were just talking about Newton and Einstein and kind of some of the applications and how they kind of like thought of these things. I would just really suggest.
I'm talking about not that part yet, even though they do talk about non-Euclidean, Lobachevsky, whatever his name is, and Riemannian geometry. That's where I'm at as far as the transition goes, and I understand that what calculus was for as well. It's just calculating more accurately. In other words, it was designed to aid trigonometry in the sense that over larger distances you have more calculation errors, and you could use calculus to resolve that particular problem.
Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to tell you when it comes to three-dimensional geometry like this. Taking multivariable calculus is probably one of the most illuminating classes I've ever been part of.
Yeah, no, I understand. It all comes down to what is in that space between points. Mathematically, you can calculate the points and positions and all geometries. Hold on, you can calculate positions in 3D space. But that's really the fundamental reason, because it's getting outside of Euclidean and creating a system that the contention would be is, can you have a straight line that's curved, right? And geodesics, that's kind of the concept, is that all straight lines are curved, but
it's not just that though.
It is primarily just that, because what happens in the argument and the need for other systems is the limitation of the one, right? In other words, they can't use predicting using Euclidean for celestial patterns is not best in predictions. There seems to be a lot of compensation. They seem to claim that they have another solution, whether it's spherical trigonometry or spherical geometry. The point is they're taking the concept of that space, that outer space, as to be a mathematical representation. And the problem with that, and they admit it, is that they don't know what's actually in the space. So they have to create other systems to help with predictions, because Euclidean wasn't allowing to predict that particular place in 3D space, due to the fact that what's in the system between those 2 points is in contention. Is it a gravitational force? Is it atmospheric lensing? Is there all kinds of, is the surface curved? Is there wind pattern? Is there magnetic interference? There's so many attributed problems with measuring long distances using just trigonometry. Now, they use it, from what I understand, perfectly fine in measuring to satellites and towers and stations. What you're describing is a transition from a terrestrial limitation to now taking that terrestrial information and applying it into another model. It was a transition.
No, I think you're about 80. You're about 85 steps away from what I was just going to simply tell you, is that if you're going to understand the relationship between three-dimensional space and actual mathematical proof, you need to understand not just trigonometry, but you need to get into past basic calculus, which is still just two-dimensional, essentially, and you need to get into multivariable or multidimensional.
I'm just learning the story, and hopefully I'll be able to tell the story of the transition and the need for it, right? I mean, that's what's really exciting about the idea, is that it's an admission of philosophy and a mathematical description to represent that philosophy. And what it means is that it clearly states that it's not necessarily the idea that this is proving to be true because it's mathematically pure. In a sense, it's ratios, and as far as geometry being a somewhat of an exact science, when you apply all of the other manifolds and other systems of space that's curved in certain manners, well, then you get into a theoretical approach to why you needed
it's
that.
not
Hold on, to
theoretical.
why? Listen,
You
I'm almost done, dude.
interrupted.
I'm almost done.
You
You basically
interrupted me
create a
3 times.
you create a theoretical idea based on a phenomenon that you're observing, and the idea is to create that.
Data, you just don't shut up. You really don't, and
You
it's
keep
really
interrupting. You keep interrupting.
no, Data.
So
You've interrupted me 3 times to
I never get it
keep
out, dude. I
waffling
never
on.
get it out. I never get it out. So you
Bro, you haven't shut up for
have to
5 minutes straight.
you must concede that there was an admission. They admitted that terrestrially, senses wise, there is a limitation when it comes to mathematical systems. These mathematical systems that we talk about, like manifolds, which are different formations of space, the curved space, the wavy space, the different undulations in space, you can have these mathematical descriptions provide it, right? These basically these formations, if you will, in 3D space. So when you have that option, you need to know why you needed that option. It's because terrestrially you're limited to this Euclidean environment, where celestially it doesn't work that way. In other words, space is well, the idea is space can't be flat anymore, right? It has to be curved, right? Because that's relativity. Well, that's the first concept, is that it's for the special relativity, that it's all flat and constant and homogeneous. And then the other one is all variable, the different speeds, different, it's based on the observers or the initial motion of the object, right? So you have different coordinate systems.
Like you don't shut. Like, have fun having a conversation.
Well, I appreciate you trying to tell me that I need to learn more, dude. I'm learning enough to understand that, again, proving my point between the philosophical and mathematical description of reality is not necessarily reality.
Hey, Data, I agree with everything you have to say, but let's be fair and give RC some time.
I was simply trying to point out to you, Data, that when you get into multivariable calculus, one of the things that kind of opens up for you here is, just like with trigonometry, that there are relationships between what we call kind of like traditional geometric Euclidean space and particularly things that are not straight line based, aka curved. There are these relationships, and that they are also 3-dimensional in terms of space. And then, as you were saying, the application of physics is you can get 4-dimensional when it comes to time. It really opens up a world of being able to actually describe and relate back to the fundamentals inside of geometry. How you can actually know distances, and not just in 2-dimensional ideas, but you can actually start thinking 3-dimensionally about things.
Just a mathematical description of you have mathematical proofs that match the geometry, the ratios and all that stuff. I can understand the mathematical proofs of that. But when you apply the philosophy outside of your senses, this is where it's most beneficial for theoretical ideas. And the ideas, those theoretical ideas, are trying to assert explanations for phenomenon, and they use ad hoc explanations. Why that is because none of the physical effects or physical things that could be apparent are noticeable in reality, right? They're beyond our senses. So for that particular strategy, explaining things beyond our senses, to give reality or give way for an explanation because there's a mathematical description, it was only birthed out of a limitation due to the reality is that terrestrially we can't see beyond our senses without another set of systems. And those other set of systems, again, just apply another philosophical, theoretical, metaphysical approach to understanding our reality. It doesn't make it reality.
But this is why I keep trying to tell you need to understand multivariable calculus in particular, because it helps relate back to the things we actually do understand and that we can work with in our hands. And that's the bridge between what people say is like theoretical versus not. It's no longer theoretical once you start thinking three-dimensionally about these things, because you know that they are, every single bit of it is based in the basic trigonometric realities that we all live in, that we can all do with our hands, that we all know as basic truths.
The basic truth is that if you were understanding your reality for what it is, it would be non-stationary and planar. And that outside of that reality, you could model whatever you truly thought was, based on your mathematical assumptions. In other words, there are at least 5 known calculations to calculate the elliptical, parabolic, whatever curvature you want to call the ellipsoidal pear-shaped sphere. There's multiple calculations for this, and there's also, certain places on Earth that don't measure the same angular ratio as determined by this perfect sphere. So what happens is you have to render all of the anomalies simplistically. And when you do that, you're amplifying even more falsities for the ideas that just based on simple calculations, your reality is that. When you actually break down the calculations, it doesn't match that model's reality, therefore implying that the reality that you're in is truer than what's being represented mathematically. And that's my contention, is having something represented mathematically that is deemed to have more weight than empiricism or empirical reality.
I don't understand why we have to explain this, but a model is just a model. For you to reify it and say that this is what the Earth actually looks like, you're going to need some pretty hefty evidence to verify this, right? And by hefty evidence, you have to go outside and look on the Earth, not, keep patching holes in the model, right, to add dark matter and dark energy to make it work. No, that's not how you actually verify it. How you actually verify it is you go outside and you compare the actual dirt and the water to the model, right? And when we've done that, it's been found one thing. So stop reifying the model. We don't live on a spinning water ball. No, Timmy, you don't live here.
It's more important that it's discussed on the level that you are an ant, and if you are an ant, how would you devise where you'd live? And there's either a true, honest, intellectual understanding behind the presupposition, if you will, or a philosophy of what you appear to see when you look out at a horizon, because the two concepts between what causes that is really the idea of the philosophy behind what they're witnessing. And if they're never ever told in a way that an optical illusion cannot be measured, in a sense that when you are trying to measure an illusion, you have to make a supposition or a presupposition of what the cause is or what it is entirely. And what's admitted is that the tangent to the plane is an admission of what they assume the horizon is. And if you take into scale what the actual horizon is, because we have technology now that proves, I believe technology has actually made the Earth planar and flat, for the simple reason is that if you look at what they describe as their first private view, all those measurements come from the idea that their personal private view is a tangent to the plane. But technology shows that the Earth is planar for hundreds and hundreds of miles. So it would be technically impossible for somebody to measure the tangent to the plane being 6 foot tall when the size, even the math says that you're 7 million times smaller than it. So it just seems like technology is caught up now, reveals the ancients' flaws, if you will, on the concept of what the horizon is for a 6-foot observer.
Yeah, and the fact that the cat is out of the bag now, right? People know that they have the ability to ask these questions. And the fact that 95% of the world's population allegedly lives next to the coastline, it's only going to be a matter of time before the whole world reverts back to the truth and stops believing in the lie. And these, math magicians and their theory tales, spreading their religiosity, right? It's a matter of time before it's over.
Here's the thing, though. It's not an evil thing. That's what I'm reading. It's just not an intentional evil thing. It may be a form of naiveness, or maybe a additional tool to a present problem that maybe, create a problem, find a solution, so to speak. And what the history books state to me is that there was no necessary need of the Greek mind, in the sense that everything took on a spherical nature due to a philosophical belief that the sphere was the perfect shape. And through the idea of I guess, Neoplatonism being the one in the center, that you can fix yourself. You're the one who has everything will be fixed internally through you. Came to be, and you have this Greek
Well, real
mind,
quick, the
Pythagoras.
right triangle is the only perfect geometry, and the ancient Greeks knew that. Not a sphere. It's a
Not Pythagoras, not Aristarchus. No, Pythagoras was adamant that the sphere was a perfect shape.
the Pythagorean pentagram is precisely right triangle and triplicate. So yeah,
They
did
use
know
all
about
that. They use all that stuff. But the pentagram was their tattooed on their hand, right? That's how they paid allegiance to their cult. A 5-year vow of silence and a tattoo on their hand of the pentagram. And guess who taught me that? It was NASA's Walt Disney cartoons who taught me that. Donald Duck was the star of that little cartoon. Point is I've discovered that if you were Pythagoras, how would you come up with an optical calculation? Well, it appears to me that upon researching the zodiac sign, that a human being can only see 6 of the 12 zodiac at night. 6 of the 12 zodiacs at night. What does that mean? Well, it means that you see about 4,000 miles of the Earth. And if the diameter of that particular circle is 8,000, 7,900, you get the 24,900, 25,000 mile circumference, right? Just from looking at the zodiac and using your base 360 system, 12 by 24 or 60 by 60 by 24, you can easily get, let's say, 4,000, and you can get a rough calculation to give you like an Earth curvature calculator. Just from
are you still on the what's his name? What's the guy's name? Ken Wheeler train.
You heard what I said, right? Like for
I'm still
Pythagoras
on the
to come up.
Wheelerizer, so to speak.
I thought you didn't like him anymore. You guys make up?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I still feel the way I do about what I claimed I said, but I mean, the guy's still got a lot of good information, and I still find him interesting in what he has to say.
Yeah, we can't expect old dogs to learn new tricks. All you have to do is you have to appreciate the fact that these old dogs and their old tricks, some of them are still valid, and you have to learn to chew the meat and spit out the bones. There's a lot of good stuff that comes out of the electric universe, but yet they're always citing NASA and certain spacecraft. So when they do stuff like that, I tend to ignore, by and large, anything that they get from Cassini or any other alleged probes, right? And I just take a look at the larger arguments about the electric universe, and to me, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
but how much in detail do you know about it?
It's falsified.
How much
a lot.
detail?
It's pretty vague. Larry, that was really vague, man. I believe in some of the electric universe stuff. Like what exactly in the electric universe model shows you that it doesn't, that it can't be derived from a globe, and it makes sense to you that hasn't already been addressed in, let's say, the last 200 years.
So what in the electric universe model can't be derived from the globe, but still makes sense?
No, but what in the electric universe has held up under scrutiny, to say it more directly?
Well, the prediction that The aurora borealis is photons interacting with the Earth's electromagnetic field. They said that he was a crazy person and didn't know what he was talking about. And then later on, it's accepted science, right? And the prediction, what was it that, I think it was Saturn, as the southern polar region of Saturn came around to face us again after a really long time, because Saturn has a really long so-called year, that it would be a hot spot on the southern polar region. And that prediction actually did come true, that when Saturn's southern polar region began to face the Earth, that it was hot.
Okay.
And facing away from the sun, facing away from the sun for all those decades, there's no reason that it should be hot, except for the polar region and the electromagnetic nature of it. So then there's the electromagnetic nature of the sun itself. And we all know about coronal mass ejections. We all know what the flux lines create the sunspots. So I really don't understand your question. Do you not think that the Earth and the sun and the planets have electromagnetic fields?
Well, I certainly, don't think that my questioning led to that, assumption. More directly, I'm just saying it's like a lot of those things you just talked about, were based on a mass attracting mass, orbital bodies, locations based, what do you expect? What do you expect? All those things you just talked about seeing are done from observations based on star maps here on Earth, right? See where Saturn is in your sky, or it's not in the sky, or what time of year it is. I mean, these are all based on, surely you'd have to say that based on our astronomy, we can that we use on Earth, we use that astronomy to make those observations you just mentioned of the electric universe. That doesn't really scream, oh, and therefore the Earth was, we're lied to, and it's a flat Earth. I don't have much time here today, so I just wanted to stop and I just wanted to stop and say most electric models, work on a sphere Earth. A lot of the electrostatics, electromagnetism documents provided from like the 1800s, that Whitsitt provided in his last debate with Bryant Myers have been categorically, refuted, piece by piece. I posted the video there. So you got to be, tread easy now, trying to follow the path of Whitsitt, who's yet to respond to the 11 parts. So.
Well, if you just posted it, anyway, you think you need to allow him time to respond?
No, it's been for over a month. It's been over a month, Larry, that these 11 parts have been coming out, and not one of them has been refuted officially. A couple of background emails. He's not running away from the conversation per se, but this leaves a lot of the arguments, dead in the water.
Why don't you charge Whitsitt for his own doings and leave me out of it?
Hold on, it's irrelevant. Hold on, Larry. It's irrelevant. Find the Earth curvature. Who gives a fuck what Whitsitt's talking about otherwise? Thanks.
Okay, Glad Flobe. I posted a amateur rocket footage above, 15 seconds.
No. You need to measure it, kiddo. You do.
I need to measure it. I need to measure it, kiddo. How old are you?
40. So listen.
I'm 37, so I'm a kiddo to you.
Well, your intellect.
Save me your patronizing attack.
Your intellect streams.
Well, you're in daycare.
Oh my goodness!
You're in footy pajamas. Come on.
I mean, wait till you're another 60. Wait till you're in your Wait till you're in your 60s, maybe your 50s before you call people kiddo. All right.
For you to dwell on that means you don't have an argument. Can you say that?
I've put my argument forth already, and he goes, "You got to measure it, kiddo." No, you've got to look at it and go, okay, that's Earth from 2,900.
Guys, one at a time.
290,000 feet above the Earth, and you're going. I need to see the measurements. No, you need to refute the footage. Is what you need to do.
Okay.
If you need me to do you a calculation for the curvature, I'm sure it's not going to be in your ballpark of friendliness. It's going to further put the nail in the coffin, in my opinion. But if you must have me go and put a further nail in your coffin, then so be it.
Yes, go. Show us that water curving at 8 inches per mile. I want to see that measurement. You want to talk about measuring the sky, and now you're interrupting me?
Okay, I'll post it again.
You're so emotional.
No, Rocky. I'll post it. I'll post it for the fourth time. I'll post it for the fourth time, unrefuted, guaranteed.
Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Guaranteed.
Why are you interrupting me?
Carry on,
child.
Rakia. I'm sure
Just
I
let
heard
Rakia
it.
finish, and then you can go next, please.
Name, who are you? Sound like every other baller I've ever heard interrupting. Every time someone first opens their mic. You sound emotional, dude.
You gonna dwell on that or get on with your point?
I made my point. Did you hear it, or were you talking through it?
You need the measurements of
Yeah,
Earth
we
curvature.
wanna
Yeah, and I told you. I tried to tell you. Then you said I was cutting you off. So do you want my answer, or do you want to say something?
I want to start at the baseline. I want someone to show me water curving, which would be the baseline, right? We don't need to look up into the sky and see what star is twinkling at what time of day and measure the angle of its apparent position anymore. We don't need to waste time, years and years of people like you coming in here and telling us how dumb we are.
Okay.
Right? As soon as we see water being measured to curve, I'm sure a lot of us would go, holy shit, water does curve. Until that baseline is achieved, you do sound like a child.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, forgive me for my impatient attitude. I've already posted it multiple times here, and all I get is blah blah. I get a yawning emoji, Rakia. I get a laughing emoji. I don't even get someone clicking on it to read it before they've dismissed it. Now you want to be an open, free-thinking, Earth awakening mind in here that researches what is truth. Well, then start addressing what's posted here. And maybe
you posted water being measured to curve.
And maybe a discussion can take place. But here's the thing: you want a measurement. I kind of feel that 280,000 plus feet above Earth supersedes the requirement to measure water when you can see the oceans.
So you haven't measured water curving.
Oh, don't assume too much.
Wait,
don't
is he
assume.
talking about something
Who just
someone
spoke up? Who just spoke up then? Who just spoke up and said doesn't seem like? Who was that? Who was that?
Needs a nap.
Who was
I'm
that?
not sure why you're not addressing my point. You asked
That
me
voice.
to ask
That
it
voice.
over again.
I'm just finding it. I'm just finding it. Okay, I got a few folders
dude,
on my.
You are wound up. Are you okay?
Yeah, I told you I don't have much time, but I've been listening to some pretty inane
have at it,
conversation.
dude. Hey, I tell you what, when you get more time and you got that water curving measurement, get with me. Thanks.
Okay, it's in the chat. Distance, observer height, distance to object, and elevation profile. All right there for you.
So this to you is evidence that we live on a globe Earth?
Ah, you again.
It's a yes or no question.
I posted this for you the other day. I spoke to you about yes and no being real basic and it being kind of a complex, cohesive, simultaneous working model that makes me believe it's a globe. How many times do we have to go past? I'm not giving you a yes or no answer, Glatflow.
Well, that's the kind of question I asked, so then I deserve a yes or no answer.
Well, I gave it to you. Yes
That's
and
fine.
no.
That's fine. Are you bringing up the past because you're still hurt about it?
Yes, it's one of the things that makes me believe it's a globe. No, you don't have a refutation for it. That's why you haven't provided one.
I just asked you for a yes or no question, and
are you going to answer my question now? Yes or no?
Hold on. Well, what's the question?
Can you refute this?
What's this? I'm not looking at the chat, bro.
Okay. Well, then you're useless to me.
Okay, sounds good. Love you.
Wait a minute. You want us to refute arguments made against Whitford's argument?
No. I posted that just to enlighten you of how much dead in the water citations are going to provide certain electrostatic theories. So before you get involved and get excited,
it's already over. The Earth has electromagnetic fields?
Not at all. Not at all.
Are you denying the sun has electromagnetic fields?
Denying that electrostatics causes gravity.
Oh, do you know the cause then?
No.
If you know that it's not electrostatics,
I know that it's not within the parameters of what we've discovered.
Well, how do you know that if science doesn't prove things?
Well, it's because it's falsified other things.
Wait a minute. That would be proof that something doesn't exist if it's false.
Well, it's showing something to be false in its testing.
Look,
by definition.
Does science prove things?
No. By falsifying certain things, logically, the thing that survived scrutiny is then also deemed accurate until further
Accurate, you mean
refutation
proven?
could be accurate, because a lot of these things are
Okay, so
measurements.
why are you making all these true statements that the Earth is a globe and it's going around the sun and the sun's going around the galactic center if you have
Remember, you
no
don't have a
proof?
lot of
Wouldn't that be lying? You're affirming this to be true, but if you don't know because science doesn't prove things, wouldn't that be like lying?
Well,
Lots of evidence.
I think it's the predictive capabilities of the model you're trying to attack is why I don't see it falsified. If it's not falsified, then nothing is there to replace it. We can go independent, independent
Well,
observation, all
the
this
electric
stuff.
universe made some predictions, but you seem to be convinced that the electric universe is not true, despite the fact that the Earth, Jupiter, the Sun have electromagnetic fields, which is orders of magnitude stronger than gravity even claims to be.
Right. Okay, that's fine. But like I said, the denial of electromagnetic fields and all the rest of it is not what I said. Was I deny electrostatics to be the cause of gravity, and the reason being is that if you go into a room that completely blocks the fields, you would start to float.
Okay, there can't be a room without electrostatics because the room itself is going to be made of atoms. And those atoms are made of what?
You would at least be able to change the weight.
Especially
Electrons,
built
protons.
enclosures will indeed allow in 0.1% of a field, but by then you should already be light as a feather and floating in that room, if not hovering periodically up and down off the ground, as if your entire being polarity had been switched. But that doesn't happen in these enclosures where people have to be around heavy, fields and things like that that could outside of the cage kill them instantly.
Okay, so you know that it's not electrostatics, but you haven't removed humans from material to be able to test this. You put a human in a box full of atoms, right, with electrons, neutrons, and protons, and you claim that, this is completely unproven. Well, how could that even be possible if science doesn't prove things?
I think it's unfair, Larry, unless you watch the 11 parts, because I'm a layman as well. I'm not a scientist or have a scientific degree, nor do I claim to understand special, or general relativity, right? That's the difference here. I'm not refuting a science I can't even do a fucking formula of, right? That's the difference here. But this idea of just dismissing what's already out there, and then pretending like you could refute it if challenged is laughable at best. So like I said, there's 11 parts that take apart the model, both give an understanding into what it is that's been said, and then why it doesn't work with testing and stuff to look at. So I think before I continue with you, I have the upper hand here. So I implore you to watch it when you have the 11 parts of Whitsit's debate. Go through it and refute that. That's a real physicist that you can
So are
talk
you
to.
telling us to refute something someone else said?
I'm saying you can't do it. Prove me wrong. More
yes,
like it.
you're saying
How can we
try
prove
to
you
defend.
wrong if
Hold on,
science
hold on.
doesn't prove anything?
Here's how ridiculous it is. You're saying
Well,
try to defend
it's a statement.
someone else's position on something that most of us don't even give a fuck about. Are you kidding me?
Well, there's a reason you don't give a fuck about it is because you run from it. If you gave a
What?
fuck
It has
about
nothing to do with Earth measuring flat, dude.
Yes, it does actually, and
No,
you
it
would
doesn't,
know
brother.
that. You would know that if you watched the 11
No, bro,
parts.
you're just making shit up so that you can cling to your fucking model, bruh.
No, see, that's your self-projection, not wanting to look into things that might destroy yours,
I
bruh.
was not asking, kiddo.
Oh, here we go, kiddo again. 3 years gap. I don't even think you're 40. Anyway, the thing is my statement is not to do with science. My statement is proven false because we're dealing in the realm of science. We're dealing in the fact of reality becomes actuality. So you can either take my challenge and refute what I said, or make my positive claim correct by not being able to refute what I showed you. Both my logically laid out observation between the 2 islands of New Zealand and the 11 parts of Witsit. So obviously this is going to take some time, and I don't expect you to know it all today, but just realize that these are the questions now that you have to answer, because you've sat in here and for a long time saying, we need this, we need that, we need this. Well, I'm bringing you what you wanted,
Dude,
because I'm
I don't claim anything
genuinely
Witsit
interested.
does. I don't claim anything Witsit does, brother. So why do you think that we do?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But there's a lot of things. I'm just giving you a heads up of, water not to
Heads up
tread
for
in.
what, dude?
Water not to tread in.
Water not to tread in, bro. Find the curvature or go the fuck away.
Okay, dude.
You
So
know?
the footage above the earth, that's real stuff.
It's not a measurement.
Showed from ground to the sky. I mean,
I'm sure
all
you're
you want me to
impressed by
do,
it.
all you want me to do is go
horizon
horizon calculation and do what is
Well,
what is the
you need
amount
a
of curvature
measurement.
seen from that height? Is that what
Calculation
you
is not a
want?
measurement. The calculation is not a
Oh my
measurement.
goodness, bro. This is something you could have done while we were speaking.
So once you figure that out, then you'll have what you call the upper hand, this kid.
Upper hand, dude. You're so far underwater, you're drowning.
So yeah, find that curvature measurement and we'll be here.
Okay, this is just real cool. I know it sounds great to the new flat earthers, but it doesn't wash with me, dude. I've heard every single argument you have backwards and stoned and drunk.
Yeah, so then it's a wonder why you're still a glober, but here we are.
Because I live where you don't refute anything.
Hey, I got a question.
Phoenix used
I
to
went
be
to
a flat
Corpus
earther.
Christi. I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away. During the day, during the night, 4th of July. So 4th of July, it's pretty hot, right? There's going to be refraction, but at nighttime, that refraction should just diminish. But I could actually even see better. I could see the lamps during the night and the reflection off the white beach house during the day. So it used to be 8 inches per mile squared. Now you guys have changed the goalpost, and now you say, well, it's kind of like 8 inches per mile squared, but there's refraction. So where was the curvature when the water was up to my armpits? Okay, where was?
I'm sure it's
where
so
was the curvature?
vast. I'm sure it's so vast that now we need to go and look at it.
I'm just curious. You guys are claiming that the globe is like reified in reality, and I was just curious. When I go check reality, it's not there. The water was, pretty damn flat, just like the Kansas study.
Okay, well,
Kansas
I don't
is flatter
know.
than a pancake showed.
I don't know anywhere. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I don't know the location. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. So if I was to say I provided you an observation with measurements versus you provided me an observation with measurements, I can't say that you reached the same, level of, supplying me with something tactile to look at.
So you might think that science doesn't prove things, but first-hand primary knowledge does actually prove things to oneself.
Yeah, well,
right? So yeah, my anecdotal experience is nothing to you, but for me, it's the epitome of knowledge. First-hand primary knowledge from direct experience from the senses.
Right.
So where's the curvature?
I get that. That's definitely, what I'm talking about when I bring things, whether it be observations with measurements. I bring things that I could say they are results. So here's a result of an action made, and let's look at it. The fact that we're looking at what seems to be the Earth over 200,000 feet, and it's dismissed because it doesn't have a measurement, yet it has the height that it was reached. That's a measurement in it. That's measurement in itself, right? So this idea that it's just oh, there's nothing to look at here, kiddo. I mean, it's pathetic. Makes me want to disengage because it's this level of childness. You know what I mean? It's like
what went up 200,000
feet? Still sitting here
because I'm talking to an adult now.
What went up 200,000 feet?
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear why that's a measurement.
Well, because there's a known radius and an altitude, and the distance to the horizon is a parameter intrinsic
Wait, you
to the
started with
observation.
presupposition with radius. You started with an assumption of radius. How'd they get that radius?
Well, there's a multitude of ways, but the most logical, easy way to date would be between two total stations that have never ever in the history of, say, the main surveyor been perpendicular to each other in this whole career. That should tell you something.
I don't know. Who
But
is
anyway,
he?
carry
He in the
on
room?
though.
Can we
Refute
talk to
that.
him?
Refute that.
Can we talk to who you were just talking about? I don't know. You kind of went off in left field picking daisies, but do you want to
I
get that
said main,
curvature?
actually, it was right on point. I said main surveyor, and in
They
his
weren't
20 years career, he
perpendicular at
never
what
had,
distance? What distance?
Right. So is he in the room?
any total station measurement,
Is he in the
and
room? Are you speaking
those
for
two
someone
measurements
else?
alone can do the curvature.
Speaking for
Those,
someone else?
okay, I don't know what that noise is, but those two measurements alone can do the curvature that you asked for.
So is he in the room? Can he talk about the thing he did, or are you going to talk about it?
You can spank his ass.
Here we go again.
Dude, I'm just holding you to task. You got to come with
Dude,
better.
you're doing nothing of the sort. You're giving yourself every last
I'm
piece
also
of,
getting triggered.
technical wiggle room that Effie has left. That's what you're doing. You're being a little bitch when I'm asking you direct questions.
Name calling.
What's
You're
the
not.
what's the
No.
distance between the 2
It's
points that the total
pathetic.
stations measure? What's the distance, bud?
No, shut up. We're talking about him being a little bitch. I want to hear the little bitch.
There were never any needed. The fact that it was never in the 20-year career of surveying, never had to or never found it perpendicular, that's a problem for you. And using that same method to measure between the two total stations as you do to get the radius of the Earth, that's something that any surveyor can go out and do.
Radius? How does that get you the radius?
Well, that was zenith angles to the sun. But the total station and the zenith angles measure between two people at the same time, across multiple days to get their median. I mean, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff.
You were there for that.
Oh, I wasn't there. I was there. I wasn't there for
You're
that.
measuring the
Oh, I
sky,
wasn't there
you're
for
not
your
measuring the
birth. So should
You're
I
measuring the sky,
wonder?
you're not measuring the
I wasn't
ground?
there for your birth. I was 3 years behind your birth. Should we say that you even exist? I mean,
we
come
have
on,
evidence for my
fucking
birth.
weak. How weak do you want your fucking arguments to become?
No, I'm asking about measuring. You're claiming.
It's just so fucking
known.
pathetic, dude. I've listened to you since 2018. Try and explain it to me.
I'm asking about you said known radius.
Yeah,
learn to fucking do something. You could learn to 3D design in that time instead of fucking sitting here arguing with you people. But anyway, you guys seem to think there's something in it, so I'm questioning what it is left that you think you have to refute the globe besides your nah, if you didn't do it, I don't care. What's the measurement? What's the measurement? Give it to me. I don't understand. Oh, wait. And on the top of all that, I don't even care about maths, right? That'll be the next thing. So fucking hell, you guys
get more angry at the truth.
Where's your wiggle room? Where's your wiggle room go to?
I'm asking specifically about the math that you just said.
Okay. All right, go.
How does that give you the radius? Specifically, I'm walking the dog. I can't really do the math right now. Can you walk me through the math real quick?
You got the angle, right? You take the angle of the total station to the other one, right? And then you make a prediction, based on the known radius measurements before that.
I guess that's what I'm curious about. Like, you're starting out with the assumption that there's a radius, or you said this was a measurement.
Well,
Whenever I take a measurement, I don't guess ahead of time, right?
Right. But you got to understand that when you're doing something complex like a Earth curvature measurement, it's done in sometimes multiple stages between each other. So they do an arc, for example, on the Earth. They do it in multiple days from the same location using the same locations from the machine, so they know exactly that they're in the right position again. And they measure and measure, and they look at all their data and they look for the outliers and look things, but based on the calculation, a capability of the machine, they have to be within a certain range. Otherwise, humidity and things like that, can definitely cause problems. But this idea that it doesn't ever just disappear, there's always a radius measurement is the first flag that you need to worry about. The fact that they never measure perpendicular means that there's no place on Earth where it is absolutely flat. And if you want to bring me a salt flat that's 1,200 miles or whatever, and you then just forget that it's well above sea level, just go away. If it's sea level and flat, you have something to go off. Until then,
Well,
you know, don't
according
want
to
to
your
hear it.
understanding, if I had a 3-mile lake and if I had 4 total stations on each corner of the lake, let's say, and they were looking across to each other, measuring, they'd have to measure an 8-inch drop between 3 miles. Would you agree with somewhat of that?
It depends.
At least
it depends. Like
it depends now.
If
So
it depends. I said a premise before. It's quite precise when I said it. Elevation above sea level will determine whether it's even worth looking at your observation. If the Earth curvature can, be elevated above, topology elevates your lake above the Earth, then I don't really want to deal with it, right?
So
Because
3-mile distance, I'm just saying you're going to be able to use a total station at 3 miles.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they use them that far apart. I think it's
exactly. So you're using them at a shorter distance, let's say a mile now, mile apart.
The one I
meters?
saw was split between how many? It was a good distance, but it was split in 3 parts, and they did the measurement forwards and backwards multiple days.
Well,
so
what was what was the total distance though?
I have to
According to your model,
I'm trying to remember
you need at least 70 miles to get 1 degree change, right?
Yeah. This is it's either
Right.
400 kilometer sections or it's 400 kilometers between the 3 sections.
I just want to ask you, what would it matter if it's what would it matter if it's so high above sea level for your measurements?
Well, because if it was curvature at the sea level, and you could say, oh, okay, it was at the same height as sea level, then you could say, okay, well, the elevation is 0 and it's flat. But these observations that are above the air, in the air to sea level, you've got to understand that that can easily change the nature of water. But that's why I gave the observation of New Zealand between the 2 islands, because that's the ocean.
I got a question. Why is it the globe Earth saying that when you take measurements down close to the surface, that's not fair, right? Because you're claiming refraction causes the light to bend down. If I'm 1 foot above the surface of the water and light bends down, wouldn't it bend down into the water, therefore obstructing the thing that I'm trying to look at 10 miles away? Or is there some sort of magic? Hold on.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. Is there some sort of magical force that keeps the light from bending beyond 8 inches per mile square? Like that's the limit. That way it always looks like it's flat because it's a globe and the light only bends at 8 inches per mile squared and no further. And if it does bend further, I know that I'm not really expecting you to answer. If it does bend further, then that would cause obstruction. That wouldn't be Earth curve causing the obstruction. It would actually be the refraction causing the light to bend down into the water causing the obstruction. Either way, there's no curvature.
Right. Okay. I hear what you're saying. That's why I like to use objects that are not really gonna worry about refraction. I.e., the mountain that's 2,885 meters tall and seen from 114 miles away. It's 183 kilometers. Then the mountain itself is not suffering from the severe refraction at the water level, and the claim of water is flat and level from the flat earthers means I should be able to look across that water, and on some days like Skunk Bay, the wharf and everything should rise up and down, but that's not what happens. Okay, there's 2,000 plus meters of missing mountain in New Zealand. Okay, the only thing between the observer and that mountain from their viewpoint is water. The other side is the top of the but the other side is the top of the the other side is the top of the South Island. That's also not visible on any given day. But the mountain that matches what should be seen at Earth curvature's rate and the elevation between it at, i.e. sea level, shows on that observation. And if all I had to do was bend it and ratio it to the size of the Earth and make that piece fit to the ratio, then that mountain would be hidden by full obstruction based on the Earth curvature alone, water or not. And that's what needs to be addressed here. Not some 10-mile observation with a boat or an oil rig. This is a 2,000 meters of missing mountain. It's not a small thing that just can be hidden by some refraction.
What's the distance away from the observer to the mountain? How far away is it?
I can't believe you asked that question.
How far away? I'm not looking at anything, dude. So you just have to tell me, right? I have to imagine this in my head.
Okay,
So
fair enough. If you're not looking at anything after I already provided it, that's fair enough.
So just give me the basics.
I can tell you. I didn't realize you weren't looking at it, right?
How tall are you?
I realized.
Like how tall are you in the image, right?
Observer height is 3 meters. It's well above my height.
All right. So you're just what, like 15 feet tall, 16 feet tall, something like that.
I can't measure something to the sand now using elevation profiles. Okay.
Well, 2 meters is what? 1.8 meters is 6 feet.
I'm just over 6 foot, so it's taller than me.
3 meters, yeah. Okay, and you're seeing a distance of
114 miles or 183.6 kilometers in the distance. If you go back to the chat and you look on it, 18 past the hour, click on it and look at it, read it, learn about it, test it, refute it, and that'll be great. In the meantime, I'll find the survey's screenshots that I have saved somewhere in my many files, and I'll get them back to you. I also do the measurement of the curvature, the amount of curvature visible from 290,000 feet.
I'm just going to give you a heads up. Maybe when you look at these, observations, maybe take mental note of this particular line of thinking. That all objects in the foreground are going to, due to refraction of light, going to rise right to a neutral point of your eye line, and it's going to compress and foreshorten. This is what light does. And if you don't believe me, take a camera and fool around with focal lengths, and you'll see this various effect exchange the effect based on its focal length. So you have to realize that light foreshortens, meaning that the subtended angle of light coming from the object to your eye will appear to distort, compress a bit, and lose information. Not because it's actually compressing or losing information, it's just an optical effect. So a lot of these observations that you're equating are not actually happening in reality, right? In other words, none of these buildings are changing size at any factor, right? But that doesn't happen when you draw it on a piece of paper. See, when you draw it on a piece of paper, you're taking out the effect of angular size change and refraction and all the anomalies that you're assuming has to do with the shape of the body that you're standing on. But in reality, it's actually just a limited angle of light that the observer has due to the nature of its height above the surface of a planar surface. In other words, we'd expect on a surface that's planar with optics is that when we do rise, it would extend outward further. This is repeatable. You can demonstrate that as you exceed higher up, the land extends outward, first of all. But in your example, when you're trying to claim what's hidden, you have to first realize that all the foreground images that are closer to you than that mountain will foreshorten, compress up into an angular limit, and appear as if it's the bottom of the Earth's surface appearing to rise up, but it's just an optical illusion. And it has to do with the angle of light to the human eye. The angle of light to the human eye is relative based on the height of it. And here's something I'm going to mention to you is, and you can go fact check this yourself, is when you're calculating for refraction, oddly enough, there's a really interesting calculation. It's square rooting the observer's height multiplied by 0.96. And that 0.96.
I got to address something, Data, that he said. He said this observation of the mountain isn't subject to refraction, so he wouldn't be counting that in for the mountain. I'm just curious how that works, though, Sheeple.
Well, he has to first realize that just the human eye
How
itself.
does this observation not subject to refraction?
Oh no, there's refraction along with the refraction calculators involved, Jeremy. But what I said was, when I said it didn't suffer the severe refraction found at the low level at the water. Do you know what I mean? It's high above in the sky, suffering less even atmospheric pressure up there. So that's what
Yeah,
I
I
meant.
hear what you're saying. How do you know which way the light's bending and by how much? Have you measured it with something that's not subject to refraction?
Oh, I went from just the physical size and the question of what physical or non-physical, what non-physical thing could obstruct, like, like without fully distorting the object as well, right? Because we see that severe refraction, causes distortion, like in the the black swan day versus the other day, etc. So you can clearly see that there's a silhouette of the mountain. Sure, I know we're looking through the sky and all the rest of it, but you can make out the mountain range, that's seen at the closer area. You can make out the shape of it, so it's not so distorted that the shape of everything disappeared. So that's another thing for clarity here, for the observation.
Okay, so if we can see things and they're not distorted, then there's no refraction thing.
If you can see things and they're not distorted, they're not suffering from a certain type of refraction. I think there's always, based on the fact we have an atmosphere, there's always going to be a level of refraction taking place.
Okay, so we're looking at we're looking at the mountain. How do you know which way the light's bending?
Well, I think that either way, you've got to understand is what we're not seeing at the when I look at it, is also what we're not seeing. So refracted light is one thing, and bending it so we could see or not see. We're not seeing any of the top half of the top part of the South Island of New Zealand, and I think that because that's not visible on any day, throughout any year, throughout any conditions, that gives us a really good benchmark, right?
No, that doesn't give you a good benchmark of which way the light's bending. You'd have to go out and see which way the light's bending to know which way the light's bending. You're just presuming and assuming which way the light's bending right now because you have this made up benchmark where you, even in your benchmark, you don't know which way the light's bending.
Jeremy, let me see if I'm getting what you're saying correct. You're saying basically that when it looks like a globe, they're saying there's no refraction, but when it looks flat, that there's all kinds of refraction going on. And he's not actually capable of knowing which one is which. He's just assuming from his preconceived bias, his anchor bias, and his sunk cost bias.
Which he already admitted to when he said they have a preconceived or a pre-known radius value. So if your observation purports to that value, then therefore you must be right.
Yeah, I said there was an
accuracy. Is that what you're
doing,
people?
I said there's an accuracy that we're talking two different things now. That was the other measurement. That's for the accuracy of the machine has performed to a certain degree multiple times to create, a known standard. So that for testing purposes, say that you're way off, like you must have done something wrong with your machine. You must, you know what I mean? So yes,
but basically all you've done is create an average because you have nothing to actually test it to come up with an error rate. All you have is one machine that's coming up with an average over, because there's nothing to test itself. Because there is no other way to know the radius.
I get what you're saying. There's a fundamental initial measurement, but you got to understand that this initial measurement is an international, certified understanding as well. It's not just like, oh, this guy said this thing and he reckons. These things are implemented.
According to many different countries, 9/11 was done by a certain amount of people, and not some sort of other inside job that we all know it to be.
Right. So I mean, 9/11. That's a I agree with you, but
I'm talking about the bias of
hold on, Fuzzy. Let him bringing up
9/11 was not to bring that up. It was to show that just because a group of people internationally agree to something doesn't make it true.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't get any shots, man. Just because they're telling me it's good for me.
That's my point. Is that in this case, when an international bunch of people come up with a measurement, you do take it seriously?
No, it's not about an international bunch of people. said so many things work. I was trying to explain this to Glatphobe. There's so many things that lean towards a cohesive and simultaneous testable model. I can be like, well, I go to your country tomorrow, and I go to exactly where you are on whatever time zone it is, and I don't know what time it is that the sun rises or which way it is, but I use local data, any data, and say, okay, this face this way, this many degrees east or whatever, this northeast or whatever, wherever it is, and look, and do I see the sun? Yep, there's the sun. Bang, confirmed.
Yeah,
right.
Everyone,
that's really weird that you would say that.
For
Hold on
every
just a
day
second,
for
guys.
years.
Hold on
That's
just a second. Hold on. That's really weird that you would say that because according to you, everything's refracted. So there would be no standard time for sunrise because the conditions would change and it would be off by 10, 20 minutes.
I still see the sun though, don't I?
Right, but it wouldn't be at the same time every year, right? There would be different weather days for different weather patterns for different days that are the same day each year. And it wouldn't, yes, it is my point. That's why it's coming out of my mouth and not yours.
Why are you making a point instead of refuting mine?
Hold on, bro.
I know, because I didn't get to it. That's right. I didn't get to my point.
Yeah, you were finished. I started speaking at the same time the other flat earther did, and I asked him to wait a second because I'm addressing the fact that you just said the sun will rise at the same time it says on, whatever website you're looking at, and you'll go outside, and sure enough, it's exactly right. But if we're talking about a refracted sun, where the light's bending around the curve, there would be more refraction on some days and less refraction on other days, and those numbers wouldn't be consistent at all.
Well, that's, I guess, why we have like civil twilight and twilight, right? Because there's an amount of light that reaches different locations at certain times based on the fact that the sun is not really moving too far away from us. 6 months period, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you could go that way, but don't bore yourself with that argument. Okay, we're talking about whether the sun can be seen or not. Based on that, I can track the sun anywhere and any time throughout the Earth. You can't do that on a flat Earth, even though you know where all the maps for the sun are. You have a whole data of last year that guaranteed will work because nobody reported and said, hey, the fucking sun didn't bloody come up yesterday.
No, but that's
weirdest fucking thing.
No, but that's the point, is that because that doesn't happen, how can you therefore say, because everyone sees the sun, it must be a globe? It can't clearly therefore be flat?
Who said I said that?
Well, you just said, is there any place on Earth where they say, hey, the bloody sun didn't come up? No.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's a globe?
But so you jump? Is that your jump? No, that's not what I said. What I said is we're testing the model. Yes, it's the globe model. But that doesn't mean it's just a globe, okay?
Yeah, no, I get it.
What it means is that the model, in a simultaneous observation, meaning the sun had to not be here for me or be there for you, vice versa, plus testing the data that didn't yet, have any clarity because it's not the new day yet. That alone shows you the ability of the globe model, which you cannot match on a flat model, even if you use the entirety of last year's sun data.
Yes, you can.
Well, but that's what I don't understand is because I could come up with an international unicorn model that causes the sun to come up in the east every morning.
Cool. Now, write it out on paper. I'll have a look at it.
Based on everywhere in the world, that turns out to be true. So therefore, is my model correct?
When I see it, I can give you that verdict. How about that?
Are you you're missing the point. If you're going to entertain that, you're missing the entire point. Is that I could make up a whole lot of math and I can make up a whole lot of stuff. And if it all bases itself on observations of the sun in the east every morning, then that means I'm validated?
No. Until you do so, it's just words. All you're saying to me is words.
But again, you're missing the point. Of course,
I know you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're making a hypothetical future with a hypothetical reality with a hypothetical amount of mathematics that you hypothetically claim you can do, and I haven't seen it. And you said, why wouldn't you believe me? Because you haven't done it. You haven't done it.
I'm making up unicorn math. Being able to see the sun in the east doesn't make my unicorn math correct.
Good. Right? That's good. But how can we use that how is that tactile? How can we use that in a practical sense?
Well, I'm using it to show you that your example of how you think that you have a model in the first place, and now you're looking for data to validate that model as opposed to the other way around, is not the way you should be thinking about it.
But no, I'm not looking for data. I'm presenting you data and asking you to show me what can refute
you said
it.
you very like about a half hour ago you said we have the known radius, and here's all the examples of how we know that's, we take the known radius and we do all this, and it looks like, it's the known radius because that's what it is. If it's not, or if that number is incorrect, well, then that's because of refraction.
Well, there's many things. I mean, refraction is I mean, for you to not agree that refraction causes distortion in certain things, for you not to have seen a mirage in a puddle, for like for you to not even go there and then be like, well, it must be, it must be refraction. That's another way of you saying, but it can't be refraction. It can't be refraction. You know what I mean? Like,
buddy, keep going on them straw man. No one talks about it like that. No one says that.
Exactly.
Oh, you
I just dropped a model for flat Earth that completely predicts the position of the sun all throughout the year. Thanks for playing.
Can we see that? Can we see that?
I've seen this.
Well,
thanks for playing.
If you can see in the chat, then you can see it.
I've seen this. Thanks for playing. The Walter Disney model. Saying. Oh no, dude.
Oh no, what?
You're talking about the Walter Disney model?
Walter Disney model. It talks about light having to work in a way it doesn't. I mean, the conclusion.
Yeah. Oh.
The conclusion of that model at the bottom is what I'm referring to.
So if I
also, I'm going to drop another one that shows us actually taking the literal recordings of the azimuth and declination readings. Numerous terabytes of data rendered over the course of a year showing a torus field projection of the sun. Also irrefutable.
Cool. Excellent.
Oh, I think
so you take back your claim and you're going to stop saying it over and over?
I don't know. I have to look at what you said.
Which, you want a 5-minute one-on-one with Sheeple, or
no?
Because there's a lot of people trying to get in. So
I got about 5 minutes left, Jimmy. As I said, stopping in.
You want to do it with it?
I don't think he's going to understand.
Well, I'm looking at what's it? I mean, what's it at least looked at evidence?
Sorry, it doesn't really matter if you already are missing the point that basing a model off of something and then coming up with observations to prove your model is not the way to do it. I could come up with a flat Earth model that involves looking eastward for the sun every morning, and if I see that, therefore it's a flat Earth because that validates my model.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. No, like I said in the beginning, the premise was, here are some things that I need to be refuted before I can just, hand wave dismiss them. Just, say, oh, it looks like NASA or CGI or whatever. That's not working for me. What do you think of this footage? It was a basic question. Oh, well, what's the measurement to the horizon? I mean, that's just getting away from a direct question. So around that, around that, I said, listen, it's not one thing that I think that makes me think the Earth is a globe, as stated. It's multiple cohesive working things that haven't been refuted so far that make me think, right?
Yeah, but see,
and instead of going into those things, we went into this back and forth crap.
No, but that's what we're trying to go into, is we're trying to get where all those cohesive quote unquote things are coming from, because instead of hand wave dismissing stuff, a lot of globers, myself included, all through my life, hand wave accepted things. So we're just like, well, I guess whatever.
Must be right. Again, you should understand I'm different, okay? Understand I'm different. I didn't get. They told me for my safety, for my family, for the betterment of everybody, just put a needle in my arm and I'll be better. No, I didn't trust that shit.
Okay, so why do you?
So don't tell me, so don't rope me in. Don't rope me. I'm unique. I am unique.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
You guys calm down. This is really tough.
Yo, hello.
Yeah. I'm trying to get them.
Yo, let's go one at a time, guys, please. Come on, man.
Yeah, I just need to sit an understanding before I leave, because you're saying a lot of things about what I'm saying, but it's more simple than that. It's like I don't trust anybody. I don't trust everybody, right? I don't trust the government like you think I might because I think the Earth is. I don't trust that shit. I've seen shit I don't explain. I'm a more supernatural type mind person. But you know,
no, I understand, but that's the point. Like, that's why I'm confused, because you just again said the international cohesion of people talking about it. So you do accept the international of an idea.
International meaning that if you trained in the US, it would be valid here. You know, in some degrees, you know, in New Zealand and Australia,
like
and things
the
like that.
Mayans have a 260-day calendar. That doesn't work.
No.
But again,
but it works for where they are.
Point.
Well, that's the Tzolk'in worked based on the Baktun, you know, the 13-month calendar. You know, I'm 191 on that calendar, so you know I know that one. But that doesn't change things. It just gives us 13 months, and in the year is different, right? But it still works. It still equates to a birth year. That was based on the binary
Because they're
system.
on the equator, though, right? Pretty much.
Mayans believed in a binary system and believed that your heart, you know, when you were born, your energetic signature is what gives you your symbol. So, yeah.
Right. Okay, but again, I'm sorry, but because I have to go too. But you're kind of missing the point.
Okay. Sorry, I just like the Tzolk'in calendar. I get what I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay, and I do understand the dismissive nature of Globers out there. I'm more of a like, speak to me with respect and you get it back. Don't call me a fucking anti-flat earther, and expect that we're going to go somewhere positive after. No, but don't think you're going to do that and then go somewhere positive, because already I feel a level of dismissal there. Like, oh, I'm one of those. You can't possibly hear from me.
No, I'm just I'm confused, because you're smart enough to not accept an international coalition of people telling you one thing. But
I know they're coming for free thinkers. Well, they're coming for the free thinkers. Don't get it twisted, man.
I know, but that's my point, is that a different coalition of people internationally came up with some numbers, and you fully accept that.
Oh, dude, I got to tell you right now, I'm a layman, and a lot of the shit's well over my head. So, in some respects, I do have to kind of go to the experts or the ones in the know, right? Like, kind of like when my car was broken down, I had to choose a mechanic that wasn't going to fuck me over, but knew what he was doing. You know.
So, what medical degree do you have?
I don't have a medical degree.
Not doing medical stuff.
Fucking hell, dude. I mean, anyway, I gotta run. But
real fast, people, just so you know, I dropped videos in the chat. I dropped the sun, like a 9-minute thing from Jaren that we took out of our show, and then I also dropped our Globuster show Sunday. If you go to 1 hour and 2 minutes, I put the time underneath it. We explain how the angular size doesn't change, how the it'll look like it goes down in the sky. The sun can look like it goes down in the sky. Even over a flat surface, it can also look like it disappears from the bottom up with a hard cutoff, all because of optics. We also show that a focal point using magnifying position will create a focal point that also doesn't change angular size. Above that, I put the representation of the observed sun relative to an actual position, which of course we actually think it's just a focal point from a light source outside of that. And then also showed a 9-minute clip of like multiple terabytes of data of all the declination azimuth readings mapped out and rendered on a flat Earth that shows the position as a torus in a torus field projection, which is what the data just rendered through the computer. It wasn't like they tried to model it, it's just what the computer gave us. So all of these perfectly explain the phenomena of the sun in pretty much every aspect on a plain Earth.
All right, cool. Well, I've got the link there, so I've got to hit up for a few hours, but I'll check it out. Can I send you a message? Can I send you a message in DMs about it?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
All right, cool. What's it?
Get you on the flippity flap, bro.
Did you see the thing that he dropped for you with it?
I don't know.
Wait. So Sheep will just keep thinking for yourself.
Just this all, or both of them?
I believe that you think for yourself, and you just currently think
I like your new rap too. It's fire.
Thank you, man.
All right. See you guys.
Later.
Deuces.
I'll try to be the Glober that doesn't rip your head off.
Yeah,
or not be an asshole. But you know, we gotta speak to people like we're people. You know, instead of just dismissing anybody who comes with a different opinion. That's what this place is meant to be about.
We got to treat each other like men, right?
Yeah,
I just want to say that I think I may be onto something there with debunking the refraction model based on consistent sunrise times. So that's something I'm going to be thinking about and working on. I would love anybody who has anything to say negatively about that.
Your mom.
Let's keep talking about it. Talking is the operative word. Talking with each other, not at each other. All right. I lose my cool too, but don't call me anti-flat earther. I fucking hate it. I'm anti-fucking government. That's what you can call me.
Sheeple
we were lied to about the Earth. We were all lied to.
Used to be a flat. Sheeple actually used to be a flat earther, so.
Well, if Sheeple
Right,
was
Sheeple?
lied to about the Earth and I was lied to about the Earth, then we were both lied to about the Earth. You know.
Exactly, and we all bleed, right? That's the main thing. So we're all vulnerable. We're all fucking subject to their powers and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, we're all sovereign. They want us. They want us to give them our powers and all the rest of it, and not just in these beliefs, but in more ways than one. That's why that fucking needle never got anywhere near me. You guys take care.
Later, bro.
Check your DMs.
Yeah, I would
it's
say
going
out of
to
all the
be
people, Sheeple is like one of those people that are like way easier to kind of level with.
this guy is going to be a geocentric / flat earther soon.
We'll just wait till I come up with my 2020. I'll release my 2023 arguments. The Globers are going to go into mourning, and anyone on the fence is going to be like, "Oh my god."
Dying light.
What do you guys think
You
about
got
the
some new
odds of
shit coming out?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the odds that there'll be an announcement of World War III once it happens, once it becomes, when most people wake up to the idea that it's overall a lot of bullshit. The reason why I bring it up is there's a documentary. There's a documentary called Andrea Barnes in Search of the Edge, and apparently she was getting gained in the documentary. I know it's fake, but I kind of find it funny that the parallel here is that when Flat Earth was starting to get bigger, apparently, because she brought some arguments to mainstream media, World War II broke out, and the momentum behind the movement failed to pick up momentum after it happened, right? So I wonder if the same thing is going to happen here.
Yeah, what's it? Why don't you break us off with the arguments right now, bro? Let's hear it. Why are you holding back on us?
By the way, did you see that Sheeple was talking about you before you came in and had like 11 points that he refutes you on and all that? Did you see that? What's it?
Are they not ready, or like maybe we can all work together on it and make them better? You know what I'm saying?
That dude was funny.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Yeah, let's break this off with them. What's it? We'll all be a giant think tank and work on them together. Sounds better, right?
Well, if he released it right now, he'd be no better than the government. And they wouldn't be 2023 arguments. They'd be 2022
Who cares?
arguments.
Who cares what year arguments they are? What's it?
You guys want to hear something that's happening right now?
No, we don't. I'm trying to ask Witsit something. He might have left. All right, go ahead, Data.
Apparently, there is a Chinese military and Indian military fighting at a border crossing right now, and the Indian military is fighting the Chinese military with sticks, but the Chinese have all these weapons. You should take a look. It's on Twitter.
Man, I think it's pretty bad if they start shooting someone who has a stick in their hand. I mean, I think to make it equal, the Chinese should also get a stick.
Well, apparently that would be fair trade here.
I mean, I'd like to see ninja moves from both sides. I'd root for. I don't think there's an underdog, man. I think both sides could have some skills. You feel me? Some bow staffs and some nunchucks and shit. Let's go.
You never know.
You guys ever heard the theory of the Ninja Turtles? Because Leonardo, he was like not really aggressive, right? So they gave him swords. While Raphael was extremely aggressive, and they gave him sais, which are purely defensive weapons.
Yeah.
And Donatello was like really smart, so they gave him a stick. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry about that. Moving on.
Michelangelo's got the crazy ass fucking nunchucks. He's my favorite character.
Right, because they require a great deal of focus.
Remember
right? He didn't have the focus, so they gave him the nunchuck so that he could fucking focus.
Exactly. Hey, he's nice with him too. Shit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I won't bother you no more with the
I like Ninja
Turtle philosophy.
Okay, so here's the deal. Wars are like trying to be started, right? You got people, sticks against guns. People just want to fight, right? Stupid. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we should have another White War. This will be White War 3. That way, like, most of the Europeans will be wiped out, and we can go from being like 12 to 14% to like maybe like 9 or 10%, right? And then, we can still be the majority of the world population, right? So that, we can be the oppressors still.
And can I say to your previous point, before there's a response to that one, is that in a sense, all of these cultural offerings are delivering just more than superficial sort of entertainment level value. There's a deeper potential decoding to be had with everything delivered to our present mind, ever-present mind. Would you agree that's a potential in this new reality of flat Earth and beyond, of everything that's offered to us? You were talking about the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, because through that cultural offering, there's the official, accepted entertainment as children or whatever. But then behind that, there's writers, there's arrangers, there's a greater script, there's an inspiration behind the story itself, and maybe written into these characters that are delivered to us via the cartoon form or whatever. There is a greater core truth, I guess.
The Renaissance artists, Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael, they were all Renaissance artists. And whether or not those people even existed, I think it's a nod to that time period, some kind of nod. I'm not sure just yet, because what it is you got your teenage attitude, right? You've got your wonderment, your innocent wonderment, your naivety, but then you got some wisdom in there because Splinter gave it to them, and they're smart already. I don't know what the turtle fucking thing has to do with anything, but you know what I mean?
Hang on, bud. This is what the turtle has to do with stuff. Here's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is what the turtle has to do with stuff in as a proposition.
Oh, and they're badass ninjas. Sorry,
as we come away from, but hang on. As we come away from, so I'm saying this to you, right? As we come away from Globe Earth and that cartoon that we bought for the whole of our lives, and by extension, heliocentrism, galacticism, Big Bangism. Now we look at cartoon representations of our reality. What do we find? A turtle carrying the 4 elephants, carrying the disc Earth on top. So
yeah, and
that's what the turtle has to do with.
Turtles are from the sewer for some reason.
Well, the turtle, right? If you think about it, the turtle represents self-containment. The turtle represents longevity, and in general, the turtle represents saline waters as well. So, if there's a greater encoding, like with the 2 Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, going back to Michelangelo, did Michelangelo exist? Did Leonardo da Vinci exist? It doesn't matter, as you say. They probably didn't, but a certain message is presented through the greater cultural offering, which was the question I asked. If we can decode that somewhat and apply it somewhat, is it beyond the realms of possibility that every cultural offering is some sort of a clue for us, which encompasses the greater knowledge?
I think so. I think if you break down the characters one by one and a lot of the stories, if not all of the tribulations and stuff that they go through, why I think that shit like Ghostbusters, He-Man, all that stuff draws parallels that whether or not I know consciously that I'm watching this lesson, some of it's getting in there by osmosis or whatever, in my subconscious.
Imagine you knew everything from the start. Imagine this for a second, bud. You knew everything from the start. You went into the land of forgetfulness, and everything then was a clue to remind you. So the more you appreciated this differing sort of platform, this different arena for your consciousness.
Yeah.
Remember again, we're coming away from the ball earth. This is what I'm saying, especially we're coming away from the ball earth.
Yeah.
And now we come to realize there's a different setting. I think now where all the clues are put in place. This is my statement, I guess. In potential, all the clues are put in place, and it's only us being reminded of our forgotten power. Do you know what I mean? We're coming back.
How
to
good are you at
realize it.
picking up the clues? It's like your favorite video game that you don't even know you're playing, and everybody wakes up every day with shit to do, got to do shit. There's a list of stuff to accomplish and to go do while I'm here. You know, there's always that while I'm here urgency. And yeah, anyway, no, that was a good point, Pete. I got to do some stuff, man. Always good talking to you.
Nice one. And I guess the question for all of us is, where is here? You know, when you're on a map in a local place you haven't been before, and you look at a local town map and you see, well, you are here. Well, where is here? I guess the assumption or presumption is made that you're on a sphere Earth, but most people don't think about that. But of course we do as flat earthers. So that's what I was saying about the different contexts for all of these cultural offerings, from the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles to, let's just say, I don't know, the Parkland shootings recently, or the obvious nature to the NASA fakery. What lies beneath? You know what I mean? What is the deeper message that is being offered up? The unliteral. Actually, that's a good way. The unliteral way to look at things. Do you have a literal way? This is what all the ballers are about. Well, you can see the fucking images from Artemis. I asked the ballers over in Gempanda, why didn't they call the original venture to the moon the Artemis missions? Because Artemis is the twin of Apollo, and Apollo relates to the sun, and Artemis relates to the moon in Greek mythology. No answer. Oh, someone just, they go to Google it and they say, oh, someone just came up with it. They farted and their chair fell over, hit off the dog. He busted open the bin and the word just popped out. Something like that. That's what they'll tell you. Thanks for muting, by the way. You're on. I'll tell you this, right? And of course, I only speak from my own point of view. I don't know shit. But if you're on a truth-seeking search, this is just what reminds me of the truth being delivered in cartoons. Or RV, Russian vids, talked about for years, and others did as well. Jungle Surfer, famous character. Dave J, famous character. Before you were a flat earther, they knew all of this conspiracy stuff and looked into the decoding of it. But yeah, when it comes to all of these different names and missions chosen, it's, well, Bill Cooper as well. You go back to Bill Cooper. But yeah, everything is chosen specifically. There's a greater unraveling, or ultimately a greater connection. And the thing is, it's about the individual, where you are at your particular time. And I think there's ultimate optimism here. If we can achieve in whatever, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 short years, what it took Adam 800 years, or similar, back in biblical days. Yeah, if you can achieve the same level, well, that just shows you how much level up increase you have, or we have, how much greater potential we have. But do you know what I'm saying? You have to see things in this differing light, and you have to consider everything then in this differing light, which is fact is fiction. So what I was going to say is the 2015 Economist cover. So remember the Economist cover, money, the love of money is the root of all evil. The Economist cover, if it's written by the elites, then maybe there's something encoded in it. 2015, the year Flat Earth took off in an international sense. Mark Sargent made it onto every, I'm nearly finished now, Mark Sargent made it onto every television station of worth in every continent. Now, the point is that cover tells you that fact is fiction and fiction is fact. All of the world leaders are on the greater stage. What is before us and closer to us as we look at the cover is all of the cartoon characters, from Alice in Wonderland to the Pied Piper to the turtle at the very forefront of this flat earth puzzle presented to us by the elites. I'm telling you, flat earth friends, these are the greater puzzles that are presented to us for us as the individual or the one player to make our way through. That's my ultimate point here, and that's what I was saying about the the Mutant Turtles within the cartoons presented to us is a greater key by people in the know, and we just got to come to a certain stage of realization in our relatively short life. That's why I'm bigging us all up. That realization will come much quicker than it came to Methuselah, who was the oldest man in existence. Well, Enoch didn't die, but you know what I mean. So maybe we should big ourselves up more than put ourselves down. Or not. The ball earthers say nothing matters. Do you as a flat earther say everything matters? Or do you say that, well, some things matter, but other things don't matter? Because I was created by God, and I do matter, and all my fellow man do matter, because we're all created by God. All the animals are created by God, but other things don't matter in terms of the greater unraveling of the story that we're presented within. You know what I mean? There's a dichotomy there, there's a problem there. I say you have this choice, everything matters, everything doesn't matter, and that's every single thing. Every single thing. There's no escaping it. No escaping it.
I would say that some things matter, but most things don't. Like Paris Hilton and what she's doing today probably doesn't matter, right? Her little dog and her purse probably doesn't matter. But like what's going on with, you know, Elon Musk releasing the Twitter files and actual collusion between the FBI and Twitter for suppression of stuff that might actually affect elections. I would say that does matter, because if we show that we accept this sort of thing and we don't give a fuck, then we're giving them tacit consent to be ruled over in a very dishonest way, where they're allowed to, and I'm not pro-Trump, to be clear, where they're allowed to say that, you know, you're doing the thing that I'm guilty of, but I'm accusing you, right, for a smokescreen. Like, we wouldn't want to allow that, even though we know the elections are selected and not elected.
But Hank, maybe that's the point I just made, was that where you're paying attention to Elon Musk, I'll let you know right now, I think Elon Musk is Seth MacFarlane. I'm about 90%. I'm already 100% on Will Smith, so this is just telling you my mindset, right? I'm not saying anything I say is true, I'm just telling you where I'm at, and just obviously repeating it as well. But I'm 100% Will Smith is Barack Obama, Osama bin Laden. That's the script that's laid out to us. I'm about 90% that, or Elon Musk is played by Seth MacFarlane, and I have lots of reasons to suggest that, ridiculous as it sounds, but it just goes back to my point. The 2015 Economist cover all of these front stage actors, in a sense, the world leaders, the politics situation. It's all stagecraft. And the greater truth is within maybe, I'm just going to say this, within maybe what Paris Hilton walking her dog has to do. If she's in the news right now, I would say that maybe what your force, remember, you know everything and you've forgotten. So everything you've ever experienced is interconnected, and you know the significance of everything. You're just coming back to remember this is a sort of flat earth and beyond potential. Now Paris Hilton and her dog making predominance on new national or international news, which I don't pay attention to, maybe that's of greater significance. And it's actually of great significance to me because one of the primary Starkisms is Paris-Starkis. So if Aristarchus is the answer, is the divided tree of life, Paris-Starkis is very intimately connected with that, as you maybe can see by just the sound itself, or hear by the sound itself. But that's what I would say, Hank. That's my whole point. That whatever is presented on the greater international serious stage is in fact comedy. Is in fact satire. What's happening in reality is the story of all of us throughout the ages, and that's presented to the cartoon, childlike nursery rhyme deliveries, you know what I mean, which persist throughout the ages. I know that's a lot. I really do. I don't mean to overburden there, but do you understand what I'm trying to say fundamentally? What we take as being real is unreal. It's all a stage. It's all the world leaders, they're all put in place. They're all actors. I call them the bit players. I say JFK was a bit fucking player because he's playing his part in the greater script of mankind. That's the script. What you are. Script you are. Right, scripture. So it's your story that's being told here. So I would say, friends, big yourself up. Big yourself up. As you big yourself up, then you'll big up your fellow man, and you'll big up the children most especially. That's what I would say. And can I just say another thing? Yeah, just on that line, because we're coming up to Christmas. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, there was no one speaking. Off you go. I'll hang back.
What if I were to show you the timers? What did you say to that?
It's great. I can hear children in the background. That's probably most appropriate now. That's wonderful. Because I was just going to say, that the elite don't lie to us. If we go back far enough, the elite don't lie to us. Our parents lie to us. The circumstances we're born into lie to us, and our parents allow those circumstances to persist. And here's where I was going back to. The bittersweet nature of our venture was laid bare for us upon the lullaby that most of us, if your parents, would have sang to your child, and has been sang to you. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree top. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. We're told the truth upon entry, because remember, we have chosen to forget. So it's a series of clues. From the cradle to the grave. From the cradle to the grave. Actually, great thought. 666 is gravity. 666 is gravity. Einstein took over from Newton, describing our reality in terms of this gravity. And what it does do, it encompasses and incorporates and combines, amalgamates space and time. As flat earthers, we got to decide, what the fuck is space? It's a fundamental question. What the fuck is time? Excuse my language for anyone. I'm just, okay, I don't mean to be offensive, but because we're told, you see, we have a picture. Here's the point. We have a picture fully developed, which is the blue marble. The exaggerated picture given to us, Aristarchus of Samos, picked up again by Copernicus, heliocentric model, then the galactic model, celestial sphere leading to the galactic model, then the greater Big Bang model. We have the transition from ages to mindsets. Einstein, incorporating, encapsulating, and moving beyond Newton. So if there's a connection all along, what is that connection? Well, it has to be gravity. What do we make of the word gravity? The reason I said that, from the cradle to the grave. So if we're told the truth, upon entering via the lullaby, the bittersweet lullaby, if you beautiful lullaby, we never thought about that when we sung it to our children. We were horrifying our children when we were singing them this beautifully sweet melody, and these horrific, the most horrific images that we could present to the mind of man. Falling from a tree, that's desperate. We hate falling. So you know what I mean? If we were only aware, and we would have told our children, we probably wouldn't have sang it in the first place, made up our own song. You know what I mean? But that's the point. Maybe. Hank, did you know, if you're still here, did you know that, just looking at the story again, in these differing lights, right? But Michelangelo was said to have painted like an angel, but had the face of a devil. He was so pig ugly that you would almost talk. You would almost puke looking at his face. This is the official story. M. Angelo, if you could decode it somewhat, M. Angelo is Mangelo. Is man angel somewhat? Are there females in heaven? Yes or no? If there are, what are the fucking Muslim terrorists hope? If they're not, I mean, what are the Muslim terrorists hoping for? When they get to heaven, there's no virgins. Are there females in heaven?
Well, I think that that 70 virgins thing is. I don't think it's in all Islam, right? I think it's in certain sects of Islam. So, is it probably in Shia? No, probably not. Is it part of the Wahhabi Salafist religion? Yeah, most likely, right? So I would say any thinking man who has any real experience would know that one night full of a sleepover with a bunch of teenage girls would be hell on earth. But eternity with 70 of those little bitches would just be hell.
That's risque, Hank. That's risque. Very risque.
It would be hell. It would be eternity in hell. So anybody who falls for that, it's their own damn fault.
No, but Hank, you're corrupting my mind now because when you mention something, then and if I say to you a purple pit bull terrier, you're after immediately imagining. You're after putting in my mind going into a room with 72 teenagers and the ability to have my way. That's terrible. I can't do that. I can't do that. But at the same time, look, I get your point. Yes, and the point is that. Well, who's right here? If Christians, why are there no females in heaven for Christians? If someone is right, if the Christians are right, then the Muslims are wrong in that sense. I know there's different divisions. I have different thoughts on these greater things put. Yeah. So what what is the sacrifice for? And if there are no females in heaven in reality, well, what happened to females? What happened to females? Why are there no females in heaven? You know what I mean? What's the motivation either way? What's the motivation for the suicidal, not the suicidal, the suicide bomber terrorist, Muslim? What's the motivation for the God-fearing Christian? I wonder. It's a good question, isn't it? Because I think life is about sex and death. It has to be once we leave our childlike form, which is when maturity happens and something drops. And something rises. What drops? Well, the male testicles. What rises? The female breasts. So there is this cutoff. Isn't it interesting, isn't it, to consider all these things now in this new environment? Very unique in history. Many other people got to talk with other people around the world in real time in previous accounts, you know. So isn't it so interesting that we can consider these things in a new light, and maybe everything was meant to, to unwind maybe around now. Just for us to realize that it's our story. If you're a male, imagine for a second that if you're a male, you are all the males in the Bible. You're every one of them. Ultimately going back to Adam. Can I connect Adam and David and Jesus? Well, I don't need to do that. The Bible already does that. So if you're Adam, I say you're Adam as a male, the female is Eve. There's no two ways about you either are or you're not. You know what I mean? If you are though, where does that leave you then in your own thinking? I think you almost have to be Adam. You know what I mean? There's no one else been around. You've been on your own all your life, kiddo.
You know, I got to say something. I hope this makes a lot of sense. But I've only smoked one cigarette my whole life. And when I did it, I realized, you know, there's no point in smoking a cigarette because it doesn't do anything for me. And I had this belief that tobacco was just bad. So one day, I tried a cigar. I believe it was after my first son was born. I got a box of cigars. And after smoking, you know, a cigar, I realized that I like them. Not every day, not every month, not every year, but every once in a while, a nice cigar is kind of like a nice beer or a nice glass of wine. You know, it's nice, but it was what man did to the tobacco and the Marlboro companies and the 3,000 chemicals and all that stuff that made me have this bias against tobacco. And it is carcinogenic, and when you smoke it, it's not really good for you, but every once in a while, it's kind of nice. And I kind of think that a lot of Christians feel the same way about decalcifying the pineal gland, the Kundalini, you know, the Celtic connection, and I kind of don't understand the plan. And people that haven't done the research on the fluoride and how the pineal gland is not in the blood-brain barrier, it's outside of it, at the bottom part of the brain, next to all this blood flow. So when you take in all this fluoridated water, it causes it to calcify, unlike the rest of the brain, because the rest of the brain is in the blood-brain barrier.
Oh, Hank, can you pause there one moment? Can you pause one moment, just momentarily, please, for 10 seconds, and then please continue. Hank, so because there's this misunderstanding, I actually reckon that the pineal gland should be calcified or should be crystalline more than calcified, or more than the opposite, which is fluid, right? Which is the ideal. So thank you. Sorry, please continue, Hank.
Yeah, sure. So after thinking about this, I realized that the devil always tries to corrupt things. The devil, your adversary. And most of the time, you're the devil in your own story. We're incredibly self-destructive creatures at times. But after thinking about it, it does make a lot of sense to me that tobacco can have its benefits. In the past, we've treated wasp stings with tobacco. Now I realize that Tabasco sauce is a much better treatment for wasp stings. But tobacco has its uses, right? And I often thought
you can't smoke Tabasco sauce so readily.
Well, that's not its purpose. So I guess what I'm getting down to is everything has its philosophy of use. Like a lot of people buy an AR-15 and they'll have like 9 attachments on that sucker. And it's like, what are you planning on doing with it? Fighting hordes of zombies at like 1,000 yards? Meanwhile, you got a red laser light for the ones that get too close. What are you planning on doing with this thing? And it's after you realize that everything has a philosophy of use, and tobacco was never meant to be used in the Marlboro Company the way that they use it to make it extremely chemically so that they increase the addictive potential to make it more addictive than cocaine. But I think that I think that this tobacco is not really bad for me in really small doses. That's what I think.
Right. No, absolutely, Hank. And I think there is, look, okay, we can see all the wrongdoings. What are we going to blame? Blame it on the Jews is the new thing, isn't it? Kanye West, in association with Alex Jones, all this sort of stuff. I don't even pay attention to it. I just know it's all theater playing out. So what we're looking back for is who to blame it on. The Jews are put front and center. Well, the Jews did 9/11, Larry Silverstein and all that. I'm not going to get into that. These are sort of official conspiracy entry level layers, you know what I mean? But yes, is there good and bad in everything? Is the lie and the truth combined to give us reality? I think so. Tobacco is great. I've heard stories about people who smoke tobacco all their life. They were advised to give it up. I know a man, I can't say specifically now, I just have a memory of it, but I know a man who was never sick all his life. He had some sort of a fall later on in his life. He gave up tobacco and he ended up dying then. It's a sort of an emotional, it's a spiritual balance within a material body. I think this is what the brain and the vat is. Are we a brain and a vat? I think we are a brain. The vat is the body itself. So in other words, it's a balance between who deems what is good for us or what is bad for us, and when they deem that, do they already know who us is, who we are? Do you know what I mean? So I think that there's good and bad to be taken from this, and just the perfect sort of balance is able to be achieved by us ourselves and our greater sort of awakening. Yeah. I hope that was not too long-winded.
Well, I definitely got to say, I'm enjoying this $3 tobacco product. I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
Hang on. I was going to say, didn't you smoke DMT, Hank? I'm smoking a joint as we speak. I reckon that the best way of coping with life is through awareness and through complete sobriety. Every up has to bring it down. So just find a balance within yourself, within this greater situation. But that's an ideal setting, right? That's an ideal setting.
Well, I gotta say, I would do DMT once every 6 months if I had the ability.
Nice one, bud. Nice
I
one.
would do mushrooms maybe once a year.
Nice one, bud. And doesn't it give you that makes up for the rest of the year? Because we're so immersed in insanity. How do we know what's real and what isn't? Everything about our realm is insane. Listen, friends, we've been told by everyone, and I'm not even talking about outside sources. I'm talking about friends and families. Look at all of the conflicts it causes. And you're just trying to tell the basic truth, not to mind share your later developed truth with your loved ones. But everything we've been told is a fucking lie. Everything as a flat earther is a lie. But is there truth within that lie? I would say yes. That's my ultimate point here. I would say that the lie is built on the truth, and because our awareness of our own true position here in this realm right now is already known, well, then everything comes back to you and your ability to big yourself up and big everyone around you up along these similar lines, that we're not just nothing in a sea of nothingness forever and ever. Yet there is more to the story. Yeah. The opposite story. We wouldn't know so keenly unless we were fed the opposite so harshly. Isn't it true? The greater the lie, the more imposition it has when you come to realize that it is a lie. Then you look at its opposite, and where does that lead you? What's the opposite of heliocentrism? What's the opposite of atheism? Okay, sorry if someone's talking. I can hear someone in the backdrop.
I think it's just me. I'm just driving.
No, okay, you're okay, but okay, thank you. That's fine. But do you understand what is the opposite of atheism? I'm going to say theism. I'm going to say, well, I ask people, why is the first word of the Holy Bible? And most people look it up it's in the beginning, or Genesis. It's the T-H-E. T-H-E. It's the. Oh, yeah, maybe you're repeating, Hank. Maybe you have a YouTube channel open that's repeating the
No,
YouTube.
I'm in my car driving with headphones in my ear, so it's not me that's repeating.
It sounds like there's some difficulty coming from you, actually. Maybe just momentarily reconnect, and I think maybe something might be cleared up. My friend says 12 days to Christmas. 12 days to Christmas. What does Christmas mean, Xmas? This is a very serious question for all of us. Isn't this what we're all combating against, is the heliocentrists, who put the sun at the center? Christmas signifies, in religious terms, the birth of Christ, which is the sun as well. So there's an association made between the sun and the son of man and of man and of God. You know what I mean? So, what should we, not what should we be considering, if we were to do our best in this realm, wherever you place yourself, and we have this arena or other arenas, should we not be trying to do one communal thing, come to awareness and spread awareness of, well, the opposition, first of all, coming away from the lie, but then awareness of the possibility of truth? I think maybe we should make this Christmas more so about that than ever. Possibly. Individually. No one here, let's all be real, no one here knows anyone else. Well, except a few. I know Dave knows. Dave knows snacks. They live together. But can I, if Hank we connect, can I ask you, Hank, because you limit yourself to these, I'm not sure how regularly you have a beer, or do you smoke a joint regularly? But well, I would say, I mean, in contrast to the experiences you have and you set yourself over the course of time, do you find that you do that to help you cope with dealing with reality, just
No,
pursuing reality, to cope with
man,
the madness or insanity, or do you is it too hard for you to do? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Someone else.
no, not at all. So for me, I'm a purely recreational smoker. I smoke blunts. My favorite blunt is two cigarillos wrapped together and zigzag papers called a double barrel shotgun. That's my favorite thing to smoke. It's purely recreational. It's absolutely just culturally for me.
That
Cultural
sounds
smoker.
fantastic, man. I never heard of that before.
Well, you know, cigarillos are like uh, little cigars. So because they're so small, they're really cheap. But because they're so small, I like a little stuff. It's perfect for me.
Hey, Hank, you're still coming in and out, bud. I'll remind you early because for people listening and for your own convenience as well, you're still sort of coming in and out. Whatever area you're in, you're not coming through clearly. That's fantastic. Fucking hell. How often do you have one of those babies? Hank is going like, yeah, I only have like a cocaine party once every 3 months. I have a DMT night out once every 6 months. I have a mushroom, trip once a year. But yeah, I smoke these babies once a night. Once a night. 7 days a week.
Well,
You're still breaking up, bud. I'm sorry to do this to you, bud. You're still breaking up. You can't hear a word you're saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, can't hear a word you're saying, and I think I speak for most here.
Is this better?
Yeah, there you go. Keep going, Hank, bud. Keep going. That's it.
Yeah,
Good
I've
start.
never done mushrooms. I just said that I would like to do them once a year. Maybe go to the ocean and go to the mountains, do some mushrooms. But I've only smoked DMT once. I said I would prefer to smoke DMT twice a year, maybe mushrooms like once a year, just to have that experience. Because when I was on DMT, the first and only time, I had it and it was extracted onto a lotus leaf. So it was like a green sticky substance, which I'm really familiar with my green sticky substance. So I put a little pipe, what exactly, a little bit of water. So I hit it 4 times really hard. So what I do is I bring all this out of my lungs, they're 95% empty. And then I take it a really big hit and I hold it on for as long as I can, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. And then I blow it out, and without taking a breath in between, I take another really big hit, just like the last one. Well, I did that before.
Come on.
Well, I did. I do it sitting down because I wouldn't recommend doing it standing up. But I did it 4 times in a row. And when I hit the DMT, everything went blurry, as if my eyes went from like 8K eyeballs, like 144 or whatever, low resolution. I described it as like Minecraft graphics because back in those days, we didn't have ray tracing on Minecraft. It was really low graphics. So everything went blurry like that, really low resolution. But I think my mind's eye increased and my regular eyes decreased because what I saw was the grass was like 3 feet, 4 feet tall, but the grass was freshly mowed. But that's what the grass would have looked like. And there's this guy, Rupert Sheldrake, Dr. Sheldrake. He has these theories about morphogenic fields. And I kind of wonder if maybe I tapped into that a little bit. But anyway, then I saw my cat run through the grass, and my cat was a black cat. So of course I perceived it as tracer, so it looked like a snake. And I was like, "Whoa, that was a snake." And I was like, "No, it wasn't. I'm tripping. That was Pepe the cat. I'm fine." And then I'm sitting there and I'm kind of looking at the tree, and I could see all the layers of the tree as if glass slides, giant glass slides, came out of the sky and cut the tree into like 25, 50 slices vertically. You know, like microscope glasses, but giant ones. So I could peel back the layers of the tree like a book, right? And I could see the layers inside and outside of the tree, all the way through it. And I'm getting out of sequence, but when I started to gain the ability to walk and speak and walk, I called my friend who's on the other side of town, and he's peeking on DMT. And he described a book in his hand where he didn't have to open the pages, but he could see every word on every page without opening the book. So we're seeing the same thing. We're just looking at different things. And then my wife said, and I'm going back to chronological order, before I gained the ability to speak, she said, "Why were you watching that facehugger movie?" So she referenced Xenomorph facehuggers because I was watching Prometheus before she showed up. But I had already cleared my mind from the Aliens movie, and I wasn't thinking about that until she mentioned it while I was peeking on DMT. So, of course, the tree, it went from layers to the tree started mean mugging me, started making faces. Like, you know, when someone's trying to fight you and you don't want to fight, so you make that face. You know, that's what the tree was doing to me.
Just specify. 1 second, Hank. Well, just specify because I have so many questions for you, bud. What when you said a tree? What tree are you specifically talking about?
Oh, there was a tree in my backyard. I'm sitting on my back porch and I'm facing the tree while I'm smoking the DMT. And then while I'm peeking on DMT, I'm looking at the tree and I'm seeing the layers. And she goes, "Why were you watching that facehugger movie?" And as soon as I gained the ability to talk, I was like, "Go
You have to
inside."
smoke DMT lying down, by the way, bud. Of course, but my initial thoughts were, let me well, actually, don't finish until let me just ask a couple questions or make a few comments. My initial thoughts would be, first of all, learning that you were standing up smoking DMT, looking at a tree.
No, I was
Don't
sitting
do
down
that,
on the
bud.
porch.
Lie down.
I was sitting on the steps. I told you I don't smoke like that standing up because you get really lightheaded when you take consecutive hits without breathing.
You knew you were smoking DMT, though, right?
Oh yeah, I knew it was DMT. I'd done lots of research.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you're not so practiced in it. The initial concern would have came to me, which would have been like the first time you get drunk or the first time you smoke a joint. It's so wondrous. I'm not saying that. It's okay. Everyone has their own experience. So I'm thinking that maybe your first venture into it, and was it your only venture? Did you go back to it since then?
No, I never got any after that. No,
You're
haven't
kidding
since.
me. You're fucking kidding me, Hank. You are kidding me.
I can't find it, bro.
As a flat earther, do the same thing with your wife. Hopefully, your beautiful wife and family are still all in play. Do the same thing if you would venture to do it. In front of the same tree and get some proper DMT this time in front of the tree. But I'm thinking like, yes, now it's a return to what? Maybe innocence. Flat Earth brings us back to truth. So I'm not sure where you need to go in your own mind. I'm honestly not sure. That's a wonderful story. But I'm thinking of the first time that you drink beer, the first time you smoke a joint, the first time you take an ecstasy tablet, or first time you take cocaine or any successive drug. You're going to get this different feeling every time, which took you to a place that you've never been to before. Can I say this just momentarily? I swear to you, honestly. There's such a shame in life, but you know, I think God creates the shame, and He creates the shame only for us to come out of that that bestial situation, understanding that it's perfectly natural for a beast to do what they do, but we are of other sorts. So God created that shame in us. Can I just tell you this? That's why I think, and I've said it for years, alcohol is given to us as just bear with me on this momentarily. Alcohol is given to us as the predominant drug, a drug that Western world, especially here in Ireland, definitely most especially. There's not one family who hasn't been affected by alcohol, but alcohol affects women more than it does men, and this is the whole point, to create angst within relationships, etc. I'm not going to go into why I think that is. It's par for the course of our growth in life, right? But here's the thing. I'll express this as a personal story. My own son's mom, Sarah, beautiful, wonderful Sarah, but all she ever knew was alcohol. But and it ladies into so much trouble, and etc. etc. On the one occasion she smoked cannabis. I swear to you, Hank, not the one occasion, maybe prior on different settings, but just very rarely. On the one occasion she did smoke cannabis, and we were sort of around. I'm going to say, if you haven't heard of Dynamo, Dynamo is the equivalent to, like, say, David Copperfield, or even better, what's his name, David Blaine. He's one of these hands-on magicians, and you see television shows. We were smoking a joint one night, and everything was calm, cool, and relaxed. And I don't need to swear as well, I'm just telling you it so. We were looking at the tricks live on the show. Let's say it was a 45-minute show of all of his adventures, whatever. Every one of them like that. Oh, I can see how he does that. I'm going, what? I love. What are you talking? I can see how he does that. When I paused and went back, and she went, because there was loads of tricks involved. When I paused and went back, and we went through it, she was dead fucking right. She explained the mechanism. She explained how to do it. And when I looked into it deeper, and I was an inquisitive guy, I offered to pay her money to please look at September Clues, because the minute she looked at September Clues, she'd understand that we were dealing with a television presentation that the airwaves were taking over. But she didn't do that, and I say now that's because she wasn't smoking weed. If she was smoking weed, just like she figured out the tricks of David Blaine or Dynamo at the time, she would be a different person, and I guess my life would be different as well in that sense. So yeah, that's what just it reminded me of, and I hope people can take something out of that. So we're born into the world of the lie, and we have to come away from it. What do you call it? What additives allow us to see beyond it? I guess that's for the individual. What does it matter to me? Let me ask you this question, Hank. What does it matter to me that you're enlightened somewhat? How are you going to explain your enlightenment to me if I don't know the processes and the considerations behind your story? You know what I mean?
Well, I guess you would have to be on the level that, or you'd have to be close to the frequency or level that I am at when I'm trying to explain these things to you, because I'm not at the DMT level anymore. I'm back grounded in sobriety, and I'm at that level now. But I'm remembering what it was like at that level, and I'm trying to convey it to you, and you may be at a different level. So if you're not at the right frequency, it's like being surrounded by people that are shit-faced, drunk, belligerent, and you're the sober guy. You're not laughing at the things that they're laughing at, or like being around people that are stoned and watching the Mexican television channel, laughing their ass off because they don't understand a word of it, but they understand that it's funny.
Well, that's our understanding or our interpretation of what others understand outside of ourselves. But can I ask you this? Are you in the same property now? When's the last time you hugged that tree? Did you hug that tree after that or
Oh
before?
yeah.
Nice
Oh
one,
yeah, I'm a
bud.
tree.
I love it.
I'm a tree hugger. That's for sure.
Oh, I love that, bud. Is the tree still in your property?
I've moved since then, but I have different trees now.
Nice one.
Yeah, I love trees. I'm a tree hugger. I like to get grounded on my feet, and then I'll hug a tree and then check myself for ants and bugs after I hug the tree.
That's so cool, man. Here's one for you. Maybe you haven't heard it before, but why is 33 so significant? I'm not. Listen, once again, I might come across in a certain way. I'm simply expressing. That's why I have fucking 200 shows on PJ channel. I just talk to myself. It's like, you know what I mean. I'm grateful for someone to interact with on such specific topics. But here we go. Why 33 is so significant. It's not about the intricacy. It's about the simplicity. The 3-3. If we think of the three, and we think of the three and we combine them, we get an 8. We can easily see how we get an 8 by just mirroring, inverting one and overlaying them with the other. But remember, that's a 2D representation, so we have to sort of imagine an 8 in a 3-dimensional representation, because remember, our story is the story. But here's the point. 3-3 is spelled TH or EE, right? So 3-3, double that. Now, tree is spelled T or EE. So tree is the same thing. Us Irish, Hank, would you believe we have major trouble with our THs and our Ts? I'll get to the point after you're going to ask me. Pete, say 33 and a third. Ask me to say 33 as a third as a true Irish man. Go on, ask me.
Well, I would ask you to do it, but it's 33 and a third.
It is. It's 30. If I was to say, look, I call it 4 numbers. 77 and a fifth, 99 and 3/4, 58 and 5/8, and 33 and a third. Now, here's the point. What are we on the search for? We after coming away from the Heli-centric, right, system, back to the truth, which is the TRUTH. So, if we read it properly, so T, capital letter T, RARE, capital letter R there, a U, which is small YO, and capital letter U, and then /TH. I think that is so significant. I really do. Because I also reckon that the Philosopher's Stone, it's not about transforming or eternal life. Life is about death. You can't have life without death. The Philosopher's Stone is something that encapsulates our greater essence, our mind and beyond. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's the S tone. It's the TH. The TH. The letter T, letter H is the Philosopher's Stone. That's my declaration. And when I declare myself king of Era, it's in love and respect for all my fellow man, understanding that everyone is in the similar boat. We're all in the same boat. But yes, I have taken the sword from the stone, which is to take the S word from the S tone, which is to take the is, which is the S word, is S word, from the TH, which is the S tone. S tone, right? So this is it. And would you believe, here's a great connection, would you believe, this is it. It was the final concert that Michael Jackson left us before he exited stage left. When he exited stage left and fake died, he came back as the 5 Alive Dodo. I'm not making that up. He or someone else is making that up. But I'm saying that that's detailed. Well, here you are, friends, talking to Je suis Dodo. Isn't that something else?
So are you familiar with the Irish/Phoenician connection and the Irish ancient Israelite connection?
I am. Somewhat. I am. And I discarded all, Hank. I discarded all.
You know.
Except for the clues. Jesus made it to Ireland according to the fake. Actually, it's so significant. I think nothing is fake, but nothing is real at the same time. But if we take the story that Jesus faked his death and made it to the south of France, where they still commemorate his arrival and the birth of Sarah, the child of Jesus and Mary. Funny enough, I already realized this. My own son's mum's name is Sarah. My son's name is Stephen. And Stephen was the first martyr of Christ. What if everything is significant in our own particular life? Do you know what I mean? In our own particular bubble. But now we have the ability to sort of communicate our own significant sort of connections within our own gauging. so wondrous in a sense, isn't it? But yeah, that's another layer to the story. That's another layer to the story. Je suis dodo. Why did I come as je suis dodo? You put the I back in Jesus and you get I am in French. So I think France are going to win the World Cup. It's already destined to be that way. But yeah, I am man. What's the relationship between the Son and the Father? Well, I am is the Father. I man is the Son. You cannot come to the Father unless you go through the Son. What's the relationship between you and your Son? You know what I mean? We're not big enough to create man and woman to create such a wondrous thing as a child. Something else going on.
Well, I've looked into the European Lost 10 Tribes connection, and I'm not saying that I endorse it or believe it. I just think that it's really fascinating, and it makes a lot of sense. I've also looked into the Hebrew Israelite / Native American connection, and I also see a lot of things there that I can't debunk either one, actually. And maybe I can't debunk it because of my own deficiencies, or maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But it's interesting.
Hank, I apologize. I can sort of divert away from and thank you for bringing back to the point. I think there's something special about the Irish. That's why I mentioned Jesus. Jesus was said to have arrived in one of these conspiracy tales in Ireland, made some sort of connection there, and ended up in Roswell Chapel in Scotland, made predominant by Dan Brown, the fictional or the author of fiction, right? I assume that most people have heard about that, but yeah. I think there's a deeper story again. So flat Earth. When you come to flat Earth, say this everyone listening, everything changes. Everything, all the conspiracy stuff you heard beforehand now has a different context. Now listen back to one of the gurus who was an early convertee of you, right? A converter. You were the convertee. Now listen back. Will he be talking about flat Earth? Guarantee he will not. He'll be saying the same things as he always did. Just like the ball earthers, David Icke, Simon Chack, all the big ones. Simon Chack solved 9/11. Anyone who hasn't looked into Clues Forum or September Clues, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Tim Osman now is the prime clue giver. That's OZMAN, Tim Osman, Infinite Plane Society. So yeah, if you haven't considered anything prior to that, it's not that okay, it's hopeless. Oh gosh, I have to make up on years. No, you've already been exposed to all the truth in a different format. Just be a auto hoaxer is the point. Be an auto hoaxer, then look into the greater symbolic tale, and ultimately the external tale then has to apply back to you. That's what I'm saying. If you haven't got to that level. And it's not a level, it's not a amelioration, it's not an improvement in any sense, it's just a realization, just a way of it. You know what I mean? You're not to look down at a child and go, ha, you know nothing, dickhead. You know what I mean? No, that's not the point. If anything, you look down and look at a child, you look up at a child, up to a child, and you mean everything. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. But we have the intellectual mind now, and if all of these things are impotentially laid down as clues, everything as a clue, everything, and that includes your own personal experiences in life. That includes consideration of Elon Musk versus Paris Hilton walking her dog in the mainstream versus the what do you call it, news, gossip news. And I know where you look more for clues, which is in the gossip news. That's a good line as well. Brilliant. I should be a songwriter. Actually, I'm a songwriter. But here's my point. Hank, sorry again. So to bring it back definitely to the point, as his story goes, Ireland was the country to cling on to the remnants of civilization. That was the fall of the Roman Empire. Ireland was the country in terms of remote monks, monasteries, establishments, that they preserved all of the records, and when everything else was dying out, like this black plague, everything else just fucking dissolved, there was these few vestiges in Ireland with the Irish monks that they held on to the core knowledge of what came before, and then they redistributed it. In current times, remember, all that bullshit, it's all bullshit, except how you take it to apply to your reality right now. And your brain is all encompassing. So we already understand everything. It's an easy thing for us. We're just coming back to remembrances because this is the quest we set ourselves on. Now your brain can look at things in a different way. Now your brain can look at things in a different way and apply everything to right now. Right now, all of the Bible, right now, all of these different references, all of these different obvious leanings, all these different obvious pointers, right now. And who does it come back to? Well, you yourself. And can I just say, I know I waffle around, but that's where there's an Irish pub, an Irish bar in every fucking major capital city on earth. It's famous. We have the Guinness Book of Records, which is earth encompassing as well. And this is a bit, don't get me upset, friends, because I'm not putting myself up on anything. But if the Irish rule the world in a sense, well, I'm king of Eire. Not king of Ireland. Ireland with the troubles. Everyone knows about the IRA, the troubles in Ireland. But that's the north-south divide. I'm king of Eire, which is the whole of the island, the United Ireland of 32 counties. So that puts me in a certain position, doesn't it? I'm talking in a flat earth sense where each and every one of you I respect and love as a high king and high authority of your own land. There's no one higher except yourself, because we are divine. These are just titles, but we are given dominion over this flat land. So, okay.
I think the title man just by itself is the highest authority.
It's not natural, though, Hank. It's not natural. This land, what we consider nature, we can't own anything. If we are great infinite beings, what do you hope to own in terms of material sense? The way I look at this earth literally is a tree stump. Imagine a tree stump, right? And waters inundating, certain aspects jutting above the waters. That's the map of the earth. That's the Gleason's map, the Dodo map, or similar. That's what it means to be flat. But you see, flat earthers haven't said what earth is. And here's the greater consideration in all of this. If the story is written, pre-written, is there a basic rule, entry rule, that we have to come to realize in short order? I would say yes. It's that everything is inverted. Now, what do you mean that the earth is moving? All it ever experiences the earth to be stationary. What do you mean that water is curving? All it ever experiences water to be flat and still. You know what I mean? What do you mean that the stars are millions of miles? What do you mean the sun is millions of miles away? As I look at through the fog of winter, it seems like it's right there. What are you talking about in all of the, you know what I mean? Every single one of the ball earth selling points is taking you to an extreme that you cannot, in all reality, not to mind all imagination, compass. You can do it in imagination-wise, but, you know, it's difficult. And that's a key. That's a key, that everything has to be twisted on its head, including ourselves. Our brain, it should be in the ground, like a seed, like a pod. And actually, just getting back to trees, we are trees. Yeah, plant, earth. That's another one. But just to finish on that point, Hank, which I raised in regards to the tree point earlier on, yes, that the Irish And there is a special tree of Ireland as well. But yeah, that the Irish are special and central in all of this. I think it's been written into the script. And the iris is also the eye. So one eye be, and actually, Hank, brilliant one, when you phased out from your visual cognizance or awareness, you were leaving behind the fake light, the false light. This is what the visible light is, the false light, and you were going back into that one true eye inside, that true knowing. And then the tree. What did you say the parting gesture of the tree was to you?
The tree was mean measurement. You didn't let me finish my story about the DMT tree. So when my wife went inside, because I made her go inside, and I gained the ability to walk, I walked around to the other side of the house to get away from that tree because I was trying to reset. Because I knew that the tree wasn't anything decent. We were around the street. So I walked around, and the other side of the house, there's no light pollution. There's no street light. There's going from the house. And I had a really full of stars because every time I ran my light pollution, I looked up and saw stars and realized that they were a part of me and I was a part of them.
I have to be honest, Hank. I was hoping someone else would come in and let you know that you were coming through like some sort of a muppet. I mean, I couldn't hear what you said at all. No one did. So I was going, how am I going to interrupt him now when I should have interrupted him earlier on? But you were just like, I could get vague words, but I couldn't make any coherent sense out of it. So I had to say that.
All right, what I said was.
That's better. That's about 78% better.
Yeah, I disconnected my Bluetooth headphone. So what I was saying was that when I gained the ability to talk, I walked around to the other side of the house because I couldn't see the tree. I was getting away from the tree because my wife had made me have a bad trip for about 10 seconds. So I made her go inside. I walked around the other side of the house where there's no light pollution, and I did what I always do, which is I look up at the stars, and I had a oneness experience with the stars. And what I was thinking at the time was that the stars were a part of me, and I was a part of them, but not in the Lawrence Krauss thinking that the stars died for your sin, forget about Jesus, that cheeky bastard. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking along the lines of the stars were a part of me, and I was a part of them, and we were all connected to the earth. That's what I was thinking. And this was as I'm coming down off the DMT, because you only peak for about 7 minutes. So this is on the other half of the peak, after the peak. So this is the 7 minutes of me coming down and, normalizing. And yeah, I experienced the oneness with the stars, and this was before I was a flat earther. So this experience was
okay. Thank you, Hank. That was brilliant. So that's what I'm encouraging you. I mean, do you feel before now? Don't go into too much detail because I have so much to say about what you just said. But do you feel inclined somewhat to maybe see how you would feel about taking a DMT trip? Where I don't think it's recommended. And by the way, I haven't done. I tried to make my own DMT. Made a half-hour's effort at it, and I slept peacefully. But I haven't taken one. I haven't taken that trip. Can you imagine me on fucking DMT? Honestly. But anyway, yeah.
If you took DMT, I don't think anybody would ever understand you again, Pete.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd be gone. That's why I'm reluctant to go, because I think it'd be selfish. I think I could find a way through the north. But it'd be selfish to take my son. So you either got to go whole hog or no hog at all. But okay, yes. So I think I'm probably grateful. I also had a sort of a venture into heroin, but it wasn't. It was sort of a vague thing. I do smoke. I've had a few drinks. I smoke cannabis. Had a few drinks. I've taken other drug, cocaine, cannabis, not cannabis, amphetamine, but nothing too seriously. But I reckon if I did take heroin and I got the proper trip, just like you got the proper trip from DMT, yeah, I wouldn't be here now. I know I wouldn't be. I have a sort of not addictive personality, but I could see the contrast to my real life and thinking being so exemplified that I would just escape into it permanently, even if it took up my life. But I wouldn't think it would as well. I would just probably go being isolated necessarily and just live out my life in a wondrous frame of mind. But anyway, what I was going to say was, see how we get distracted so much. But yeah, I'm not speaking from your own personal point of view. But are you tempted to take DMT again in the proper order, which I think they recommend that you lie down in your bed and you don't be walking around, and you encapsulate yourself in that mental state or projection, rather than having that physical interaction where you're confused regarding what you're, you know what I mean, what you're in for. Have you considered retaking it again, Hank, honestly? Are you doing it? Right about now, as a flat earther? I'm serious. Wouldn't that be something if you had? I wonder, I'd love to hear, we've already heard your lovely account there. I'm sure you could write a few pages on it. I'd love to hear your post 7-minute adventure experience with a flat earth mind, knowing so much. I'm not going to say more. I think as we grow, we know so much less. We actually grow older, we know so much less. We already knew everything as children. We already knew everything. And then we fell. We fall as teenagers. But we just had the context.
No, you just think you know everything when you're a kid, and then you grow up and realize you didn't know nothing.
Yeah, but we have the context wrong, Jeremy. But hang on, it's the other way around. We knew everything. We were born into a foreign land. We were fed a foreign food, and we were taught a foreign language, and especially into this corrupt world of man. What hope as a child? God loved us so much, he threw us into the devil's realm. Go figure that. Honestly, I figured that. I know exactly why God loved us so much and threw us into the devil's realm. I'm not going to say that objectively. I just have come to terms with it myself. How do you explain it? Surely God must hate us then.
I don't know. I just think you grow up knowing, and you think you know everything, and then you really grow up and you realize you didn't know nothing. That's how I know it works. I mean, maybe if you're a child, a baby, before you can talk, and you have this innate wisdom inside you, and then you lose it over time, if that's what you're saying, all right, but...
Did you have a personality? Do you think that your personality was formulated by external things, or did you always carry your personality with you? You've met many different personalities throughout your life, and you are unique. Of course, that's the thing you will testify to. All of you, if you won't do that, all your children are unique. Are their personalities different from outset, or are they something that's acquired? Good question, isn't it, Jeremy? I think you are you always.
Very busy at work, Pete.
Okay, but I think you are you always, and I think we us are us always. We have a few possibilities. We're dealt the official card, which is our life means nothing, and we go to nothing. The consolation is, and there's nothing all around. The consolation is our energy always existed, but we have no cognizance of it prior and post. The opposing aspect is that we are born from nothing, but we are given the potential to go to everything. This is the religious, Christian religion, actually, most especially. The Vedic or the Buddha, everything has a different aspect. But the Christian religion, yes, we're given that promise of everything, as opposed to nothing at all. Although not even nothing at all. It's eternal damnation. Eternal burning in the Christian faith, you know what I mean? So that's the polar opposite to what heliocentrism and beyond offers. I guess the question is for the mind of man themselves, how do you evaluate yourself? What is your what are your viable options here? And what do you strive for? I tell you something for nothing. If you offered me eternal life and nothing, if you offered me flat Earth and beyond, and heliocentrism and Big Bangism, I tell you honestly, I would have to be insane to go for flat Earth and beyond, eternal life. If you offer me eternal life or just eternal death, I'd have to be insane to go for eternal life. That's what I think. I would go for eternal death. 70 years, okay, I'll do my best here to love people in whatever immediate interaction. I promise you anything, but I'll promise you a hug. And then we die. I'm happy with that. Eternal life, damn it. I would have to imagine me living every possible life, every possible moment, taking a different course, and that's even nothing then within my greater eternal existence. You know what I mean? That's horrifying. That's horror. That's a horrific thought. That's what Lord God promises, the city of gold. At the end of Revelation, who wants a city of gold? Midas. Remember Midas? Landlord God. That's a good one. Trademark that. Landlord God. All in capital letters. Imagine how much you'd sell yourself short if you realized you were immaterial and you sold yourself within the bounds of materialism. And you have eternity to rue. Roses and rue. As I say, Roses and Rue, Oscar Wilde. If you're interested in what PJ has to say, Roses and Rue, Oscar Wilde. The subtitle is in commas 2LL. If you type it in immediately, I'm just at the window now. I'll post you the poem if you wanted me to. Just tag me. But actually wrote a song to that. I put the lyrics to that. Should record it. I have recorded it, but not official. Should record it and release it. It's good. You'd have forever to rue then if you sold out the gold. Remember God, gold. The L is in there as well. What does the L represent? You were born as H, you man. It's all about you. You have the heart at the center. You have the brain at the top. That's why Adam named all the animals from his brain. Then you have, well, the Eve at the bottom, A. You have the Eve, the material. We are born into the mother's womb. What the woman lacks, the male has in excess. What the male has in excess, the woman lacks. Or what the male lacks, the woman has in excess. Breasts, the testicles, ovaries. One is the space, one is the solidity.
Mustache.
And can I just say this before, Hank, thank you so much, bud. When you were on that DM tree and the tree was central, you went away from the tree, but you came back to the tree, and you were thinking that all the stars, we were all connected. That's what ask flat earthers. What is Earth? Is it? Have you considered that the stars themselves, the barrier, it might be all part of Earth, and everything might be Earth that we experience, especially what's going on beneath us? I don't get too many answers. You know what I mean? So I absolutely, and beyond will agree with you that the stars are part of Earth, and the stars are so called and are so predominant because they lead back to what?
DMT.
R.I. star. R.I. Hang on, I was last word.
No,
Last
you
word
hang
I was-
on. No,
Last word I was finishing. Lead
no,
back
I'll
to
talk you
R.I.
out.
Arcus. I'm done.
I was like,
Tree of life.
the tree, the acacia tree produces DMT.
What's that snack? Hello, bud.
Acacia tree. It's a tree. It makes DMT.
I bought some Mimosa hostilis root at Bar, and I made an arse of it. But it was my first time trying. I did give it an effort, and it was a half-baked effort, and I got half-baked on it snacks, and I left it there.
How many trees there that can give you visions though?
Yeah, but what good is a vision if you don't have a context for your vision? That's why I was saying it to Hank. As imagine a DMT trip for Larry or Hank here.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, but like,
Flat Earther. Imagine it though.
cats
Imagine
be
it.
doing this for a while though.
That's
It's
what
not
I'm
like
unsure of though. Who any of you are? And
Yeah,
how much?
what if OK comes from acacia?
Acacia. No, but okay, Acacia and Akasha.
Akashic Records. The Acacia Records is just a bunch of tripped out DMT.
It is. It is.
Hippies and shit.
Like they're like, yo,
the Acacia Records, man. Fucking hammer, dude. It's
ain't that?
put your name on the list, dude.
Isa or Isa in Irish is Jesus. You know that Isa. It's true. And Jesus Dodo. Je suis Dodo.
Yeah, man.
Coco Dodo. Coco we Dodo.
I think actually, what do you reckon of this one? Isa, what do you reckon that by the more we put the story outside of ourselves, the more we sell ourselves short. In other words, that the more or the less we come to understand that the greater story, all surround, past and present, is ultimately our story. It's humanity's story, which boils down to your story as the individual. Well, the one player.
Yeah, I'm kind of fascinated with the idea of the saying, why worry when you can pray? It's even like why worry when you can pray? And so instead of taking your problems to the people around you, you take your problems to God, kind of thing. Yeah. I like that Acacia Records though. Sounds like it should be like a label.
Akashic Records. Akashic Records. Yeah. It's funny because you see those trees in some places, and then you wonder if they knew what they were used for. Mm.
sometimes get the impression I drive people away in droves. I don't mean to. If you go back and look at my channel, I don't recommend it as well. Reach and go into the live section. You'll see about 200 shows of me just talking for hours on end. On my own particular individual path, as we all do, but I always speak sort of on point as well, and I always speak where I'm at the moment, and that's like well beyond flat Earth. I'm a flat earther. I'd say I come down solidly since maybe late 2013 under due consideration. Now, for me, Earth is not flat nor stationary anymore. Because Earth is something different, and just like Hank was saying that in his DMT trip, pre-flat Earth days, that he had this innate understanding or connection between the stars and us, that everything was sort of personal. That's probably a good way of putting it. Yeah, I can get with that. I can dig that. Right now. Definitely know I sidetracked about the three and the tree, but I do think there's a specific connection, and I also do think that's why it's connected back to why the Irish have so much trouble pronouncing their THs. Remember I mentioned TRUTH, which is truth. And the Irish are said to be responsible for clinging to the truth and then re-spreading it after the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of Western civilization as we know it. They are the pivotal points. Bullshit, of course, all bullshit. I already told you it's all bullshit. But is there any truth to the bullshit? Brilliant. Man, you are. From dust, from ashes to ashes. Dust of what? Remnants of something. It's implied, isn't it, in the word dust or ash? Yeah. If Hank is still here, I'm more interested in the flowery description you gave of this, say, a foreskin or joint or something like that, and you went into some detail I'm not familiar with. Particular details where I'm from, Hank. And I go up to the local guy, give me 50 quid, he gives me 50 quid. I don't know what's coming. Generally okay. Sometimes it's very good. Sometimes it's mediocre. But all the time it's okay. You know, I have no choice in the matter. I roll a single level joint, and it just sort of keeps me going. But I'm interested what the frequency is, or what the heck is that? Like, I mean, some people smoke a joint just to blow their mind instantly. I'm not into that. I have a disability, one leg. Can't lose track of myself to any sort of massive degree. If I do, I have to find myself a corner. I actually broke my beautiful nose, which was perfectly straight, just from drinking too much. And that was only a few bottles of beer, a few bottles of cider as well, actually. Yeah, can't afford to do that. But generally, yeah, all of my own faculties. I know when to sort of quit. But that's the whole point about if you enter something and you don't know, you've never done it before, DMT especially, I should think, mushrooms especially, maybe you get through to the deepest of deep layers, just depends on your own particular experience, which I can share, or you just, you know, you just hit a layer you don't know what to make of because you've never been there before and left such an impression that it may or may not be meaningful. It would be about the repeat experience to clarify whether it was just a brief venture or whether it was a consistent thing about an alternate reality, I guess. It's freezing here in Limerick. Actually, I'm guessing it's like 5 or 6 o'clock in America in most places. So that's because of quiet time, dinner time. That's okay. We're on 24/7 here. You know what I mean? No problem. And talk, everyone. And smash that super chat. Actually, no, the Geo doesn't have a super chat. I wonder if Isa is still listening. Will he sing us a song? Do us the honor of singing us a song in some way? I wonder if he's still listening. Will he do that? Well, 12 days now. So, I mean, look, we're into the festive season. Let's make this the best one. Why not? Why not? I wonder if Isa is listening. Just whip out your guitar, bud, and give us the one that made you famous.
I left like 2 hours ago, Pete, and you were rambling, and I come back and you're still on.
I'm sure you're glad I'm still alive anyway. It could be summer. Imagine you were in a pub with me and we were sitting around having a drink. We just sit there like dumb dummies for 2 hours. I'd wait for you to talk. You wait for me to talk. Oh, we'd be active, right? We'd be animated. Oh yeah. I was talking. There was some great conversation had though. Die Slow. Some great conversation. Hank told a great story about his DMT trip experience. You missed that.
Yeah, that probably would have been a good one to hear.
And that was a great one, bud. Have you ever had that experience?
I have, not necessarily with DMT. I do have some my friend made and gave to me. I've yet to try it, but yeah, I've heard a lot about it.
Well, it was even more interesting, bud, that Hank was telling a story which stemmed from well before he was a flat earther. I was saying, and he took it once, and he gave a very good description, or a description anyway of what he went through at the time. It was only 7 minutes long, but he was walking around and I was going immediately, no, you're supposed to lie down and let this just develop within your brain. You don't need other external influences to take control. But anyway, I was encouraging him to, as a flat earther now, not encouraging him, but asking him, did he consider taking it again as a flat earther? And I didn't get a response from him, but I think it'd be most interesting. He had such a lovely story to tell. He actually told about how the tree was predominant Die Slow and how he felt that it hit him and the stars And remember, this is coming from a man who never took it before, and that's why I went on afterwards to say it's like, I don't know, if you the first drink you had, or the first smoke you had, or something like that, how you'd have a certain effect because it's so at variance from your reality, and if you continue to do it, then how you would sort of meld into a general impression as opposed to that more specific impression. But yeah, Hank is he never took it before and he never took it after, and he was left with that specific impression that first of all the tree he made predominant, and also that the stars were part of him or part of Earth, which was very specific, especially for me because I came to the same realization, and I asked flat earthers all the time, what is Earth? What's the relationship between the stars and the Earth? My own answer is that that is Earth. Earth is everything. Earth is the stars, the barrier, the atmosphere, everything beneath the oceans, the whatever's you know whatever's happening. It's the whole encompassment. It's the blue marble in a different sense. So
Most
yeah.
people I hear that say they tried DMT or something similar to it, whether it be like ayahuasca or there's a couple other things similar to it, but a lot of people I hear, they all say that they essentially astro project into the cosmos and they feel this divine connection with all the celestial bodies, and I don't know, I don't know. This seems like
What
a
about
common story.
okay, well, I guess I was thinking about this, and I was actually talking about this. I actually tried to make my own DMT, and I made a half-hour effort of it. I got a good sort of, to say a high. It was a sort of a sleepy high, but I don't remember anything very particular. I went through the process, right? But anyway, I was actually talking about this, and well, I was wondering about a context that if you actually project and you have a sort of a globe earth mindset, will that affect where your new mindset, temporary as it is, will take you? I should think so. I should think absolutely so, actually. I should think absolutely so. So, yeah, I've never taken a full trip, and maybe I'm destined not to. Maybe I don't need to. I don't know. But I did try. But I was encouraging Hank. Not encouraging him. I don't want to encourage anyone. But I would love to see, for the second time out, Hank now post sort of flat earth thinking as opposed to pre-flat earth thinking. It wasn't. I think it was many years before he came to flat earth. I would love to see it because I think there'd be a great development. Maybe ultimately everything will go back to the same thing. That's what I'm thinking ultimately. Slow. Everything go back to the same thing. He wouldn't have learned anything new because he was pure to it, the experience at that time, and he saw through to the reality. I'd encourage you to listen back to Hank's story. Actually, the first things that went blind or blank is his eyes, visuals. That's where I came in and said, "Beware the false light." We're told to beware the false light, and the false light is the visible light. You do. You do. So yeah, I encourage you to listen back.
Yeah, maybe I'll see if I can find it later.
Anyway, please suggest a point of conversation and that you're interested in, Dicelo. I'd really love to hear it. I think every consideration here should be now at a level beyond. You know what I mean? Everyone should stress or try to talk about their own particular position and how far they've moved their thinking and what they're working on at the minute. I'd love to hear it. Love to hear it. We can all help each other in that sense. You know what I mean? Not you particularly, but just in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just driving home from work right now. Long day at work. I did have couple psychedelic experiences myself with mushrooms, and one of them that I can remember was I had a moment of thought about water, and I felt that water was like the most powerful thing that we had, and it just hasn't been discovered yet as to the potential power of water in itself. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could have just been really high, but I've never shaken the thought, I guess.
Now, for you to feel that, imagine on one of these trips. No one can imagine anyone else's trip, right? So imagine one of these trips, a trip that you had, you just sort of shook yourself free of the bounds of reality, and you saw through to the core. So, other people have talked about the significance of water. You just, so you try to justify, I guess. You clarified that, okay, maybe I was crazy. I was off my head. No. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Maybe you saw through the core, and your thought process about the experience would seem so obnoxious to standard man. That's a good one as well. I must write a song about that, standard man. But yes, that you just keep it inside. You keep it all hid. You know what I mean? Even though you know or relate to that experience more really than pretty much anything else, any sober experience. Now, here's my point. Other people have talked about the significance of water, and I talk about it myself. Water and matter. If you take the W and invert it, you get the M. So matter, water, the mothers or the matters, waters break. We enter, or we are birthed into this significance. That's a good way of putting it. So that what you saw through to is the truth at its core. You just can't tell it to anyone. You can't relate it to anyone. Maybe you don't.
Yeah, it was hard to even put into words in my own mind during the experience. It was just like trying to make sense of it. But I had this really powerful, I don't know if I want to call it a thought or a feeling or a moment of realization. I don't know what to call it, but I remember sitting there for, time. It's kind of hard to figure out exactly how long I was sitting there for, thinking deeply about it, but it was quite some time.
It's amazing to think, and you're going to extreme levels, and I'm a 50-year-old man. I've been to extreme levels, but not on that level. I've talked about this earlier on as well, and I should clarify as well how that if I smoked the fucking heroin properly, I wouldn't be here right now, but I didn't smoke it properly. I just found it was a normal high. But if I did, because I have an addictive personality, I would have went on to, I don't know, in extreme levels, injecting the last bit of heroin possible into my testicles, and then had an overdose. I can just see how that might occur, But anyway, that was earlier on. But what you're saying, well, how do you determine that? Was that when you were a flat earther, by the way, or was that pre-flat earth times? I think if you took the same dose again now, under similar circumstances, with just a different mind, that you would have a different trip or experience. And here's my point. I'm not taking, before you answer that, I'm not taking away from you now. I'm actually bigging up you now. I'm saying that you very possibly saw through to the greater layers of reality, but you just can't. There's no way you can do that. What words can you use to convince someone that it was so real? It transcends our understanding. There's nothing you can do there. What do you think?
No, there's really no way to express it. It's more of like an experience that's, I guess, inexpressible with words.
That's why no and now, K-N-O-W. Sometimes you have to silent K. If you silence the K, you have the now. You are seeing through into the true now. That's what I think, Brad. And don't sell yourself. I don't know you, Brad, but don't sell yourself short. Everything is significant only and exclusively your interpretation of reality. But I think the one benchmark we all have to have is that I am you, bud. I am you. I met you. Now, imagine you just transported now and we were down the local pub. First thing I do, hello Dicelo, whatever your real name is, PJ here, shake hands, big hug. Let's take it from here. Take it from here because there's different energies in play now. There's different interactions in play. But yeah, I think you saw through to the true now, which is what we're all immersed in. And we all seek the now ledge. But I think the reason why it's not NOWLEDGE and why it's K beforehand, and we got to think deeper about our own, or shallower about our own division. What we take as natural is actually all of it, every ounce of it, unnatural. Not a good one. Now, can I just say, just to back my point and to summate everything, K, and backwards K, it, you get an asterisk on your keyboard. Shift 8 is the asterisk, is the KK. Knowledge, that's why it's a ledge, because, you think you know. Tell me the truth about 9/11. Well, I came to the Judy Wood camp, and Judy Wood directed energy weapon that definitely fucking, you know what I mean, etc. That's true knowledge. It's a K now ledge. One thing we know is we know fuck all. What do you feel? You felt everything you felt in that moment, man. And that's exactly what Larry Larry was saying earlier on. It's exactly what he was feeling these things in the moment. It wasn't almost about thinking. You know what I mean? You were just feeling them. Not knowing, as you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can know 1 and 1 is 2, for instance, bud. You can know 1, but prove it to me. I say 1 and 1 is never 2. It can't be. But even mathematically, officially, it's so difficult to prove 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's so difficult in every sense. It's like, we accept it. We incorporated the basics, but is it true? No, it's not true. It is and it isn't true. That's the point, I think.
I say 1 and 1 is just principle and attribute, which are one and the same, only different through expression. And that's it.
You can only 1 and 1. Okay, so just going along, but just having a conversation as well, thinking off my head. 1 and 1 what? You have to then prerequisite a thing. It's one thing and one thing. If it's the same thing, fair enough. Then we have one same thing. What do we get? 2 same things. That's fair enough. But we have to then say what a thing is. What is a thing? What do you reckon? We know what the bowler is. Let me just say Dicelo. We know what the bowler. Everything is already delivered to us on a plate via spinning ball earth, heliocentrism, Big Bangism, evolutionary development history. Yeah, we already know what a thing is, although we don't quite. You know what I mean? But what is a thing? When it comes to these basic levels, one thing and one thing, 2 things, but before the 1 and the 1, or is it after, the thing comes. What is a thing? Just THNG. Consider, I was just talking about the TH earlier on as well, and the TRUTH, and now it's Irish. I'm trouble with. I said it 33 and a third. Said it. So yeah, what is the TH? So we have THNG. And by the way, Dicelo, you missed it. Very justified how I am king of Era. I've taken the sword from the stone, or the S word, which is from the S tone, which is TH. So when I say what is a thing, TH is
Pete, you asked Dicelo.
PG. Okay.
You asked Dyslo a question and then you went on talking about 300 more ideas.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Gio. I was just clarifying how we were talking about this earlier on when he came in and said, yeah, that I was talking when he left and I was talking when he came back 2 hours later, and I was just saying that that's some of the stuff we were talking about. So apologies. Yeah. So what is a thing? That's my question then. What is a thing, Dyslo?
Any specific thing in general that we're gonna try to talk about?
Oh, just a thing, just the word thing itself. If you say 1 and 1 equals 2, you have to be applying those words to something. Do you agree? Unless you can apply those to no thing. So before we understand the 1 and the 1, we have to understand what the thing is, or at least we have to come to terms or agreement with what the thing is. So I'm asking you, what is a thing?
I would say a thing would be a thing of itself, which is pure in its existence.
So difficult. Gio, do you want to criticize that statement? Or evaluate that?
I would say math isn't a thing in itself. It's just a representation for something. So you can't equivalate the two.
You just said for something as well. So you've already incorporated the sort of, not an explanation, criticism of the explanation by using the word itself. So we got to define what a thing is outside of using a thing. Something or no thing or anything.
Yeah, I would say it would be complete within itself, of itself.
Is my guitar a thing?
I mean, it's not the thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, look, I can show you. Prove that. Is it a thing?
I mean, I guess we colloquial say yes, it's a. But I was speaking more in regards to something being of itself, like elementary, like just like gold, for example. Gold is a thing of itself, right? Versus a wave. A wave is not a thing at all. A wave is just an expression of a thing, but not a thing in itself.
Sure. So when you say the word wave, then you have to go back to the thing that causes the wave. Gold, you say, is a thing in itself, but I don't see how you can say that with any confidence. That be broken down. If you threw gold into the midst of a volcano, could it be transformed? Under deeper, higher elements.
Sure.
Isn't this how all elements developed according to the Ball Earth model? All elements developed because of greater pressures and temperatures.
I wouldn't say that's how they developed. That might be how they were delivered, but not necessarily developed.
But that's the only story we have to go on, is the development according to spinning ball Earth material universe. What other story is there? That's the point, isn't there? What is gold then? Is it immutable? Is it absolutely pure? I wonder. That's why I said earlier on, maybe just before you come in, Brad, I think that everything is unnatural. Everything we deem to be natural is unnatural. It goes for everything. The sun, gold, maybe us ourselves. Yeah, definitely us ourselves. We're descended from a prior state, right, Gio? So that makes us unnatural. Maybe that's what the Phoenix is about. What is gold anyway, bud? What is gold? You know, what does it what does it do for my life?
A conductor.
Yeah, I do see a greater significance to it, of course, and I think it's associated with our heart. But in everyday living, gold makes no difference to my life. But the greater
it's in the electronics you're using to communicate with. Did you know that?
Yeah, without the gold, we couldn't talk right now.
Of course I did. But there'd be, and now surely there's a more efficient conductor development in play than gold. You know what I mean? So then where gold needs this value then, if there's something more efficient in play, Howard? What do you reckon?
What does gold decay into?
I don't know what's next to it.
iPods.
The next element, silver and gold are closely associated, AU and AG. But yeah, whatever, according to the official story, the more energy you can apply, or the more energy applied, it will transform to whatever's next to it, and the chain will continue on until we reach the bounds of...
I don't know. I've never heard of gold decaying into anything. Isn't it one of the most stable elements?
About gold.
I mean,
Howard,
whether
have you heard about how gold? Hang on 1 second, Howard. Have you heard? Can you tell us the story, your best understanding, how gold developed from the exploding sun, which gave rise to spinning ball Earth? How did gold develop?
No,
Just your understanding.
No, I can't go there.
It's okay.
That's above my pay grade, Pete.
That's okay. I was just look if you either do now. I look it up. I look it up. I would say. And it is all about what I'm saying here. It's a deeper energy level application which transmogrifies all of the elements. There's an intricate story involved, but ultimately it is massive energy levels applied. That's why I said to Dyslow, what happens when you throw an ounce of gold into a volcano? Maybe it transmogrifies into something else, the next element up the line. So the ball tells us, but if that's not true, and I do believe it's not true, I hold it's not true, gold is pure, all the elements are pure, yeah, well then what is the differing story in play? What are these things in reality? What is Earth when we say Earth is flat? You know what I mean? It's easy to say Earth is flat, but you haven't said what Earth is, so then it makes it meaningless, doesn't it?
Hold on, Pete. Man, this is just brutal, dude. You interrupted Daiso. He was actually going to respond to something in the conversation. You interrupted him and said, hold on. And then now you've just taken us off into 32 other topics. Do you know how to have a back and forth, a conversation?
Of course I do, Gio.
I don't think you do. I think you want to just have some narcissism thing where you just talk about yourself the whole time.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Okay. Forgive me then if that's the impression I gave. I did ask.
Well, I was kind of enjoying the conversation. Daiso was about to say something. There was a good back and forth, and you interrupted him, and now you've taken us off into a bunch of different topics. It's not a conversation. What is someone supposed to do with that?
Okay. Let Daiso come in, and yeah, get back on track now.
Left Lane made a point that he's not sure that gold does decay, and I think it takes a long time for it to decay, but yeah, certainly everything decays. But what it decays into is, I couldn't answer that. That's why I was curious if anybody knew.
Does it decay into? Yeah, that's interesting. Does it decay into anything?
I'm not sure.
I would look at the next element below it on the periodic table. Maybe that would be something to look at.
Is that how it's configured?
See, I don't know.
Gold actually has several radioactive isotopes, it looks like, with short half-lives.
But isn't the point what I was trying to make, Gio? I thought it was coherent throughout. The point I was trying to make from Howard's point of view when I asked him was that gold is a developmental thing along the greater process. It's not the final finishing point. When more energy is applied, we have the greater elements heavier elements developed. And Jesse, what do you think of that? Is that not a fair point? Isn't that your story? How was gold developed from the initial exploding star, if you don't mind?
You know, I wasn't watching that day. I can't help you.
Well, can anyone answer? Just to keep it going. What is gold? A different answer for as a flat earther, Geo. That's my point here. The pole earth answer very given actually.
Well, from like a religious perspective, it seems pretty significant with the Creator. I think it talks about in the Bible how it was a necessary antecedent for God to manifest here on earth, and without it, it couldn't be done. Speaking in regards to the tabernacle.
When you were told, die slow, and please answer me as honest as you can, when you were told in the Bible not to adorn idols, did you restrict that to golden calf, any other structure created by man, or did you encompass that within the word itself and the description of some thing? That's my question. Did you formulate restrictions?
I don't know if it's just me, Pete, but your microphone sounds like a little fuzzy and muffled. So it's
okay. Sorry.
Merged.
Let me just repeat that briefly then. When we were told in the Bible not to adorn idols, was it simply golden calf sort of presentations to our brain when the word idol was used, or was it extended beyond that? Could the word itself, in its descriptive form of the thing, be an idol? For instance, the story of Jesus, isn't that not an idol? In the word.
I don't think Jesus could be considered an idol.
No.
I think it was more in regards to like a physical object. But
we're told not to
put
physical objects up on plinths, up on platforms. We're told not to adorn idols, and that's exactly what an idol is. And that's what I was saying, that like the golden calf, which is a physical golden calf as well, there we have the gold. But yeah, are the words themselves capable of creating idols in our minds, or pictures in our minds that we are inclined idolize?
I mean, did you have an answer to my question that I asked you previous to that?
I'm sure I did. Please just reiterate it.
I was just wondering what the significance of gold was within the tabernacle, which was a blueprint given to, I believe, Moses to construct in order for God to manifest himself here terrestrially. It seemed like a necessary antecedent for God's existence here. So I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Okay, I listen. Okay.
Well, it is interesting. Well, Pete, yeah, if you're gonna respond, but I was gonna say too, like is gold like essential in the brain and the body, for like as an element, as a conductor of electricity in the body? I just wanted to throw that in too. Like, that's interesting.
I think it's the heart, and that's what I mentioned about the heart of gold. I think everything goes back to the heart, and anyone familiar with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, this is the name of the ship that predominates throughout, which is the heart of gold. So I think gold itself goes back to the heart. The gold.
Yeah, have you heard that the heart creates gold? That the heart actually creates gold and sends it into the bloodstream. That the heart actually makes gold. That idea.
Do you know what I think,
I never heard that before.
I think, Geo, the heart is made of gold, and we've heard of monatomic silver. This is why gold is so valuable to the elite. Monatomic gold, it strengthens their heart, because our heart is lacking in gold. It has been mined. I've been a miner for a heart of gold. Can I do that? I've been a miner for a heart of gold. Yeah. I just picked up my guitar and did that. Geo.
Yeah, there's all those correlations between the heart and gold, and like what you're saying, like have a heart of gold and all of that. But also the heart is electrical, and
yes, it's a conduct. What you want? A conductivity to God, Geo. It's been stolen from us. Stolen from us. If we had greater gold in our heart, then we'd have this deeper connection to God.
we also heard the idea that like a lot of the medical world that's taking all of our blood, like even when you have your blood drawn, all this kind of thing, where's it all going? You know, they send it off to a facility that recycles it or, you know, quote unquote, disposes of it, you know, instead of, you don't just throw blood in the garbage can, you know, they have to send it off to a facility. So have you also heard the idea that they're actually extracting gold from our blood?
Oh. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. We're giving away our own essence, in a sense. We'll be mined, Geo. What? Hang on. No forest and flat Earth. Even look at it all the way through. That something has been destroyed and something has been mined for their precious essence. Geo, Christ's aura, Aristarchus, the stump of the tree of life. Aristarchus is an anagram, perfect anagram of Christ's aura. CHRISTS-AURA. AU is gold, RA is the sun. So Christ's gold sun. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting too how the sun is sort of a golden light as well, and it seems to be the foundational fuel for this entire realm. Right. You know, for life and for everything to. But you also never really responded to Daislow's question about the tabernacle.
Well, why gold? Why was there an instruction for gold? Yes, because gold is where the heart is. God is where the heart is. Jesus always points to where the heart is. So we have to achieve that eternal balance within ourselves, within the heart, because it's the bridge between the immaterial, which is the brain, the material, which is the God. Einstein saw the universe from his brain. He searched for his life for the God. He died of a heart embolism or aneurysm or whatever, which was the major aorta from the heart to the gut. It's all symbolic storytelling. Why it has to be gold? Because, well, gold, A-U. What does it mean to be A?
And I know that the
hang on, please. Brilliant. This is brilliant. We got to go upwards, Geo. We're born H-U man. We have the two divided sides, right, with the heart bridge at the center. We've got to take the leaning away from the material. We've got to be born again.